Bowser Chevrolet.
Nicholas Callus here with your Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Pittsburgh Pirates, they won their game 4-2 yesterday against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Brandon Lau hit another home run in that game. It also was in the first inning of it, and Brandon Lau this season is now at 10 home runs. And he's on pace to break Neil Walker's record of most home runs by a second baseman for the Pirates in a single season. Pirates, they're done with their series in Arizona. They took 2 of 3 from the Diamondbacks. They're going to stay on the West Coast for this road trip and play the final 3 games of it. They've got games against the San Francisco Giants tonight, tomorrow, and then on Sunday. Game time tonight at 10:15. Coverage on the Fan begins around 9:15 this evening with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. And the Steelers news that broke yesterday that's got everybody wondering who had the source from the Fan Morning Show, but it was from the Fan Morning Show directly that you heard that Aaron Rodgers is visiting the Pittsburgh Steelers this weekend. There are expectations that he'll at least come to a handshake deal, if not officially sign, with the Steelers to be their quarterback for the 2026-27 season. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Family Morning Show with me, Nicholas Callus. That's coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, Donnie Football here. Maybe you heard 40 by the 4th last year and you thought, yeah, I should probably do that. 40 pounds gone by July 4th. That would be huge. And then you didn't. Life got loud, the calendar started moving, and the next thing you knew, it was the 4th. You're standing there in the same body, feeling the same way, wondering why you didn't call Awaken 180. That's the part that gets you, right? Knowing you had a window, just let it sit there. So this year, do something about it. Take the opportunity to lose 40 by the 4th with Awaken 180 weight loss. Because 40 pounds is not just some number on the scale. It's better sleep, less pain, more energy, clothes fitting right. And for me, it's my shirt off by the pool on my honeymoon. I dropped my first 40 pounds in under 9 weeks. The results are real, and we are real proof. And when you hit your goal, Awaken 180 Weight Loss gives you free support for life to help keep it off. Medication-free, by the 4th, is doable. Go to awaken180weightloss.com.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones and all on the T-Mobile network.
How about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Is the hope of having your hair grow back going down the drain? It's not too late. If you want your own real growing hair, call New Image now and receive $295 in laser treatments free. No one can offer you the advanced technology of new NeoGraft hair transplants and laser hair therapy. So if you really want your own real growing hair, go to newimagehairloss.com or call 1-800-942-8606 and receive $295 in laser treatments free.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-581-1414. That's 800-581-1414. 800-581-1414.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callus.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callus on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Wow. What a freaking week. I'm jacked. I'm very happy for myself and or Adam and or Doran. Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson on the Fan Morning Show here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I do this early morning show. And, Pat Bostic was in yesterday. Congrats to him as well, because one of us had some information from a credible source that has now blown up all over mankind. Who was it? I don't know. I'll never tell. But we can definitely talk about the information involved in this particular situation, that Aaron Rodgers is visiting Pittsburgh this weekend and is expected to at least come to unofficial terms and communicate to the Steelers what his intentions are. Whether that's, hey, we'll shake on a deal and you could sign later on, or if they actually officially get something done and they do a PR thing where he's signing the contract and officially back for this upcoming season. We talk about it, 412-928-9370. If you have an opinion on this, get a phone line, because I have one opinion in particular that I've already pretty much expressed since the news broke around 8 o'clock on yesterday morning. So we'll talk about it, 412-928-9370. Also address the Pirates a little bit, because they won the series in Arizona and they continue to stay consistent. They are a consistent team this season. Not very streaky, but when they lost 5 in a row, when they got swept by the St. Louis Cardinals in that 4-game series, they did not let it overly hamper their abilities and their track to make the playoffs, to stay in the NL Central race. They didn't let it bother them too much, it seemed, because then they went and they blew out the Cincinnati Reds in 2 games out of 3 in that series, but then swept them by winning a 1-0 game last Sunday. So they're 21-17. They're in 3rd place in the NL Central. They are 5 games back of the Chicago Cubs, who swept the Cincinnati Reds in 4 games this week. The Cubs continue to dominate at Wrigley Field. They're home. They're 18-5 at home on the season, and they are 26-12 in first place. The Cardinals at 22-15. They're in 2nd place. So the Cubs starting to create some separation in the division. Every team, though, in the NL Central is still over 500. That's including the last place now Cincinnati Reds, who are 20-18. Before the Reds played the Pirates, they were in first place, and now they are very much not in first place. They've also lost 8 of their last 10 games. So this one's interesting to see. This is going to be it's definitely been an interesting season so far, and I think it's going to be an interesting finish. I'm interested to see who's going to pull away. My money was on the Brewers, that they would be a top 3 team by the time the season's over. It's still a long season, so we'll have to see on that front. But right now, the St. Louis Cardinals pleasantly surprising their fans. They've won 8 of their last 10 games, and they are right now in the thick of the race, being in 2nd place out of the 5 teams in the division. So like I talked about before with the Pirates, they are limiting bad streaks. That's the goal of the entire season that they need to have, is to limit the bad streaks. If they can stay away from losing streaks, or when they have a losing streak, they can bounce back and go on a winning streak. That's how you have a balanced season. Right now they're over 500, and they're doing a solid job of staying in the division race and being one of the top teams in the National League to this point. Again, they lost 5 in a row. It was tough. They did take 2 out of 3 from the Milwaukee Brewers, though, which is nice. Getting swept by the Cardinals did not feel great, but then they went and swept the Reds. And then this week against the Arizona Diamondbacks, after a rough 9-0 loss, they bounced back, hopped on the back of Paul Skeens. They won a gritty 1-0 game, and then the offense came out decently. I mean, 4 runs is 4 runs. It's not too many, but the pitching staff did its job for the Pirates and allowed them to get a 4-2 win yesterday over the Arizona Diamondbacks. Brandon Lau got the first run for the Pirates with a home run in the first inning, his 10th of the season. Joey Bart had a 6th inning home run. So the Pirates' first and last runs were scored by the home runs. Joey Bart had a home run. A bunch of players were getting hits. Brandon Lau, more highlights from him. He got 3 hits in that game. Joey Bart had 2 hits in that one. Ryan O'Hearn and Spencer Horwitz also picked up a hit each in that game. So that was a solid job. Paired with the fact that Mitch Keller, he went 6 innings, giving up 2 runs on 4 hits, striking out 4. Not bad. Not bad from him. And the Pirates were able to get him a run in the 6th inning, so he earned the win in this game. An interesting collection of bullpen appearances, though, in this one. Dennis Santana pitched an inning after Mitch Keller. Mason Montgomery went 2/3 of an inning. He's a left-hander. And then Isaac Mattson, a third of an inning. He pitched as out of the bullpen. And then Gregory Soto pitched the 9th and locked down another save. In this series, it also might be important to point out that Dennis Santana may be now officially out of that closer role, though he was never really announced as that this season. So Gregory Soto, it is super exciting to see how reliable he's been since he's been on the Pirates. He started in Detroit. He was an elite reliever with them. Then he went to the Mets and had his struggles. He was a little shaky as a reliever, but he's gotten a chance to pitch for the Pirates. He's on a 1-year deal, and he is, so far, I think he's been pleasant out of the bullpen. So good job by him. Good job by Mitch Keller, who this season is getting run support, and he's doing a real solid job for the Pirates. He hasn't won back-to-back starts. And Joe Block brought this up on the Pirates radio broadcast. I was listening to part of the game before I had to go and umpire this last night. I said that weird. This last night. No, let's just say last night. I umpired last night. And I listened to the game before I went in to umpire last night. And Joe Block said that Mitch Keller hadn't won back-to-back games since June of 2024. And his record last season was just awful. And it wasn't his fault. I mean, the run support last season, we all know, was just abysmal for the Pirates. And just to kind of review what was an awful 2025 for the entire Pirates team, but also Mitch Keller, who suffered, his ERA ended up finishing out at 4.19, but he was 6-15 when it really shouldn't have been at all. Now he's 4-1, and his ERA is 2.87. Very consistent, very reliable. This season is Mitch Keller, and he's won back-to-back starts for the first time since June of 2024, which is insane to think about. That's how bad the Pirates offense was in 2025. This season, it's been a joy. I mean, they ended up scratching across 4 runs in total. They had to make a comeback. The Diamondbacks took a 2-1 lead after 3 innings, and then the Pirates just put up 3 runs over 2 innings and through the 5th and the 6th innings, and they're doing a solid job getting those runs across and winning these games. So I'm happy to see the Pirates doing well. I'm happy to see Mitch Keller do as well as he is. And I did want to pose this question real quick, and I'm going to try to split Aaron Rodgers talk and Pittsburgh Pirates talk half and half through the duration of this show. But we talked about Ben Cherington the other day on the Fan Morning Show. Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson brought this up, just asking what it would take for the Pirates to be forgiving towards Ben Cherington and Pirates management. I know there's been some ill will, some negative feelings toward them about not being aggressive enough in the or at the 2024 trade deadline when they got Brian De La Cruz and Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, and Cruz didn't really hit much, or De La Cruz did not hit much at all. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa was playing out of position at times, and he wasn't the big shocking piece that you'd really want out of a trade deadline acquisition. Not that he wasn't a good player, but the Pirates needed a little more help than that in 2024 on offense. And guys like Rowdy Tellez were in the lineup. But yeah, not going to go too far down that tunnel. But can you be forgiving of that, if the team is good this season? And just speaking of forgiveness and speaking of the past, I do want to give Cherington and Pirates management some credit, because I think that when you talk about moves that have led up to the construction of this current team, I think it is important to highlight too, like what the Pirates have done well to set this foundation. And Mitch Keller is one of those players, and I thought about this too because he was pitching yesterday. Think about the contract he was given. I believe 5 years. He's in the middle of a 5-year, $77 million contract. And Ben Cherington wanted to put his faith in Mitch Keller a couple years ago by giving him a contract extension. And I believe it was in the middle of the season where he said, all right, well, we'll give Mitch Keller the extension. We should pay him because, he's pitching decently for us. He's not yet put together a full season, but at least for half of the year, he's been a pretty reliable starting pitcher, and he deserves 5 years at $77 million. They didn't have to do that. The Pirates didn't have to do that, but they did. They gave him a contract extension. And again, Mitch Keller's not one of the headlining pitchers right now for the Pirates, but it's like every Pirate fan should know, and I certainly do, that when Mitch Keller goes out and pitches, he can get you a win. Especially if your offense is half decent. And this Pirates offense is way more than half decent at this point this season, and you're seeing the results. I mean, he's 4-1 now in his starts, and Keller last season did not win his second game of the season until more than halfway through the season. He was 1-9 at one point, and I remember that because I did a Pirates pre- and post-game appearance. I had one, and I was in it. I remember going over the statistics and looking at the Pirates notes and just seeing what information I could use to talk through the shows. And I remember Mitch Keller lost his start, or he got a no decision. I forget, it was against the Cubs at Wrigley Field. And I just felt bad for him because I'm like, man, his ERA is in the low 3s, and he is not winning games. But for them to give him money and then for him to be a reliable piece of this rotation, that is good to see. And I'm proud of Mitch Keller for what he's doing this season, and for what the Pirates offense is doing for him, quite frankly, too, because when he pitches, again, he is, much of the time, he is reliable. Let's give credit to Brian Reynolds and his extension. Brian Reynolds, when you give him that amount of money, the first thought you think of when somebody gets $100 million, the thought is, you want that guy to be your star. You want that guy to be, one of the top guys. And then we looked over the numbers a little bit, and that contract only made him the 18th or 19th highest paid outfielder. Let me correct that. Highest paid outfielder in Major League Baseball. And so when you look at it that way, it wasn't It wasn't like top-tier outfielder money. It was still like down the totem pole type of money. Not even cracking the top 10, barely cracking the top 20. But giving him that contract, I think, was a risk. And I think that was something that was a good decision, considering that now when you've built around Brian Reynolds and you've put other players in the lineup that can come through in the clutch, you've noticed that Brian Reynolds is hitting, I think, way better this season. And he's coming through in more spots because I think he's not being relied on in total to be the Pirates' whole offense. And I think when that pressure is alleviated and you've got pitchers on other teams that actually have to be careful on who they pitch to avoid mistakes, you might see Brian Reynolds getting more pitches and coming through in more spots, or maybe he's taking a different, more contract let me try that one again. A different, more contact-centric approach to his game, and now you see he's got 22 runs batted in this season, 34 hits. That's good for a 254 average. He's got 4 home runs as well. Not bad through a month, and he usually breaks out in June. And the fact that he's been a run producer and he's been, getting hits at a significant rate this season, I mean, that's good to see. And I think that, again, another foundational move that the Pirates made to give him an extension, make him a cornerstone outfielder for this team, although defensively he's kind of been a little rough this season. But you've got his bat for the next several seasons. They gave him that contract extension a couple years ago too. And so that's another reliable piece of this team, another contract that I think, the Pirates should be credited for. I'm just kind of going over, talking about Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson's conversation the other day on the Fan Morning Show about, what will it take for Pirate fans to kind of forgive the last several seasons of mediocrity and of losing, forgive the team that was constructed all for pitching and for no offense. Like, what would it take you to forgive those things? And I'm just trying to go over, because everybody focuses on the 2024 trade deadline, and I am one of those people too, that focuses on the MLB trade deadline of 2024 and thinks, man, the Pirates could have done better. They could have they could have made a better push, and they did not. But then I'm thinking about it too, and I'm just thinking on the some of the foundational pieces that the Pirates put in place to set up what is now becoming a pretty solid Pirates team and a solidly constructed team, and a team that's winning more often than it's losing. So, and I'm just pointing out that Mitch Keller was given an extension, that Brian Reynolds was given an extension, and those two are performing well this season. And I think that's primarily too because they're not the guys. They're not the headlining, always to be relied upon guys. There is more balance surrounding this team. The pitching staff is elite. The offense, I would consider upwards of elite this season, just based on how they've been hitting and producing runs and how they've been winning games. They've been doing a solid job offensively. And I think that Mitch Keller and Brian Reynolds, their contributions are ones that the front office should get some credit for, because they didn't have to extend those guys, but they did. And now those two are foundational pieces in an overall competitive Pirates roster. So, yeah, it's good stuff. That's really all I have to say about the Pirates. 412-928-9370. If you have anything to say, you can call me at that number, 412-928-9370. You can talk to me on X by tagging me in a post at Callus_33 is the handle. That's CALLAS_33. And the YouTube live chat is always open. You can go to youtube.com, search 93.7 The Fan in the YouTube search bar, and then you'll find our live video stream where you can see me right now, where you can see the entire 93.7 The Fan studio. And with that, you can also join that live chat on YouTube, where it's right next to the video, and you can chat with me directly. I do read those pretty regularly. Like Phil Boyd on the YouTube chat says, I forgive Ben Cherington. He's made some great moves lately. Also, his grandpa was a hell of a poet. I didn't know that, but okay, cool. Phil Boyd also asked, Keller pitched to Gem, and is it Ashcraft that will be starting tonight? I'm not sure. I didn't look that up. Because I do want to talk about Aaron Rodgers coming up now, so I think that's the extent of what I'm going to talk about with the Pirates. Don't forget they've got a game coming up tonight at 10:15 against the San Francisco Giants, and you can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan with our coverage beginning at 9:15 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. All right, Aaron Rodgers is a thing. And the Fan Morning Show, who had the source? Was it me? Was it Adam Crowley? Was it Doran Dickerson? Was it Pat Bostic while he was in? I don't know. You may never know. You'll probably never find out. We like this game, actually. I love that, the Joe Starkey on the Pomp and Joe show was by himself yesterday, and he was asking, was Callus involved? How involved was Callus in this news? And then you got the PM team interviewing Adam Crowley about the source and about breaking the news on the Fan Morning Show. And, I mean, that's all the PM team could talk about was, who had the source? And that was like half the interview was them trying to figure out, who the source was and who had the source. So I thought that was amusing when I watched that interview back on social media, which you can still find it on 93.7 The Fan socials, Facebook, Instagram, X, all the good stuff you can find. And that's one of the interviews you can find around Adam Crowley. Talk to the PM team about this. But I mean, I'm not thrilled. I'm not taking back anything that I think about Aaron Rodgers. I'm still just annoyed that this is a whole thing. And I think I agree with Adam Crowley's theory. He brought this up yesterday, and I very much agree with it. Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers situation, I mean, it's been uncomfortable for the Steelers, this whole ongoing saga, because the Steelers have wanted to present this sense of control over the situation, and time after time, so far this year, Aaron Rodgers has just done what he's going to do and did not sign by the draft, and then did not come to terms with the Steelers after the draft, and then the Steelers put an unrestricted free agent tender on him, and he didn't budge at all. You haven't heard anything from his camp or him, and then the Steelers were like, we're starting to get upset, according to reports from certain Pittsburgh media members. The Pirates or the Steelers are going to start getting upset if this situation doesn't get resolved. And then, we get the news that Aaron Rodgers is coming to Pittsburgh, anticipated to meet with the Steelers and potentially sign a contract. And I agree with Adam Crowley's theory that I don't think that the Steelers wanted that to be public information, but we're savvy on the Fan Morning Show every weekday morning from 5:40 to 10 o'clock on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan and on the free Odyssey app. I don't think the Steelers wanted it out there. I don't think that they wanted it to be public knowledge because they did not want any more risk of embarrassment as it related to this whole situation. Because what if he comes to Pittsburgh, everybody expects that he's going to sign, and the Steelers are going to say something that's going to make them seem to want to take control, and then Rodgers is still like, I don't have to sign this weekend. I don't have to sign with you guys. I'll sign when I want. And if he walked out of Pittsburgh without a deal, that would look hella embarrassing for the Steelers, who again have tried to muster some control of this situation. Right, for all of the offseason, really. So, yeah, I mean, if he walks out of Pittsburgh and doesn't sign a deal, I think there's going to be a lot of fans that are unhappy, just continuing to view the fact that the Steelers are, again, not in control at all of this whole situation. And that's really been the theme. But, yeah, I think that they wanted to keep it on the down low, and the Fan Morning Show got beyond the down low. They got beyond, or really I should say we, because who knows if I'm a part of this or not. I do want to say we, because I want credit if I should deserve credit, which you'll never know. But, it's, it got out there, and now it's, being confirmed by all of these national insiders, all of these local media members in Pittsburgh, and they're not hiding from it anymore. They can't hide from it. It's being reported out there, and now we will sit and wait and see what happens this weekend, and whether or not we get news and pictures that he signed the contract, or whether he'll leave Pittsburgh with either an unofficial understanding and deal, or whether he's just like, I'm not signing. I just wanted to come and see where you're at, but I'm not in the mood. I'm not in the mood to sign right now. I still got to think about it. We'll see what happens. We will see what happens. 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. Also, how much money is too much money for Aaron Rodgers at this point, too? Because there's still that matter of what he's going to make. With the UFA tender that the Steelers put on him, he is expected to make $15 million this year, so a 10% raise. That being said, that doesn't stop them, the two sides, from negotiating for more money. So how much money is too money for Aaron Rodgers as well? How much money is too much money? 412-928-9370. You can let me know on the phones, and I got a couple callers on the line now, so let's take this first one. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning, Old German Rod.
Hey-o.
Hey, so do you think we got better with his, I guess, threat of coming to sign or promising to sign? And if he doesn't sign, boy, it gives the Steelers a big black eye.
Well, yeah, because he didn't promise anything, Rod. He's just coming here. That's the report.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You don't know with him is my point.
Right.
And if he does sign, I don't think the Steelers get better. I still think it's a B-rated movie again. Huh. And if he leaves without being signed, do you think they'd move on finally? And you have a good day. Oh, and I wanted to tell you guys, from your trip to the airport, there's actually some pictures. I'm sending them to you guys through the mail. The CEO made some nice pictures of the show and us together, and there's a nice story on her website on Lycan. You might want to read it. Okay, have a great day, and I'll talk to you tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow, but Monday. Have a great weekend.
My man, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Yeah, the airport was fun. Just thinking of that too real quick. I can't believe it's been, what has it been, 3 weeks since we went there now? I mean, that was fun. Draft week was really fun. I kind of miss it already. The chaos and all of the Steelers' underwhelming picks, right? Drew Aller being a Steeler and whatever the heck that's going to mean. Like, okay. But that was a lot of fun. And the Wednesday before the draft, the Fan Morning Show went to the airport. If you're not familiar, our guy Rod there, he works at the airport. He came to see us. The airport staff there was taking a lot of pictures. They were getting us breakfast, which was very kind. And we did our video stream. We did our radio broadcast from the airport during draft week, just to see all of the patrons from around the country, all the NFL fans that were coming to Pittsburgh to soak in the city as the draft was taking place the following Thursday there. So it was a great experience. So that's what Rod's referencing there. But who knows what Aaron Rodgers is going to do? I mean, that's really where we're at with the situation. It's just a matter of how is Aaron Rodgers feeling this weekend, because he is clearly the one who has a grip on this situation, and he's the only one that can have a grip on this situation. The Steelers have been made to look like desperate individuals this entire offseason, and Rodgers has been in control. The Steelers are trying to pound their fists and say, we're in control. No, we got this. He's going to sign with us. We're the Steelers. And Aaron Rodgers has delayed the proceedings, played the waiting game, and that's what he does. But it makes the Steelers look really bad. They don't look like they have a grip on this situation at all. And they've tried to maintain that. They've wanted Rodgers to make a decision by the draft. He did not. So the Steelers went into the draft not clearly knowing who their quarterback will be, which is something that you want to do when you're going into the draft. I'm still not over that. But they have so much faith that he's going to sign. They want him so badly that they didn't care. And they're like, all right, well, fine. He didn't sign by the draft. We'll wait for him. Okay, we're not waiting any longer. We're going to tender him. Okay, now maybe let's keep this meeting between us on the hush hush on the down low, because we don't want any more speculation to take place that we might, look bad if he leaves without a contract. I think that's where they're at. That's a theory of mine too. That's not confirmed. Now we're just theorizing as to why the Steelers might not have reported this by themselves, and why it had to come from a third-party source that the Fan Morning Show got to first. Oh! All right, I'm out of time. Good talking to you. Good week. My name is Nicholas Callus. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson will host the Fan Morning Show coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
No major incidents or accidents to report as we begin the Friday morning rush. Traffic on the parkways east and west, mainly steady into their respective tunnels. All the lanes are open on the outbound side as you head out toward Monroeville, as the ramp closure at Edgewood Swissvale has been reopened. Meanwhile, Parkway North, watch for restrictions in both directions around the Jacks Run Bridge work. That's between Bellevue, Westview, and Perrysville. And the HOV lanes, they're open along the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Thanks. Is oil marked down?
Save up to $15 when you buy 5 quarts and a filter.
And fuel treatment?
2 for $9 on Lucas.
Brake pads?
Marked down to free.
Free?
Get free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 Duralast rotors.
That's several markdowns.
For many more miles.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. The Bucks are back. You can catch the games on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage of the North Shore Tavern leadoff show and the Og, Murphy, and Prokosky reaction show is brought to you by Robert Pearson Associates, Central Outreach, Spitzer Toyota, Sir Grout, Veteran Basement Waterproofing, and Emilio's HVAC. New to Rivers Casino? Join now and earn up to $1,000 free slot play. Stop by Rush Rewards on your next visit to start earning today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Food for thought, where homemade corned beef is made fresh every single day and piled high just the way you like it. They don't cut corners. They slice perfection. From the best Reubens in town to deli sandwiches that keep you coming back. This isn't just lunch. It's tradition. Food for Thought Deli, Craig Street, North Oakland. The Deli King. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
This is attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured because of someone else's fault? Want to find out what your case is worth? Visit 98twins.com for a free evaluation. At Shenderovich, and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Number One Cochran has gone all in on Audi. 2 state-of-the-art showrooms in Pittsburgh and Washington, Pittsburgh's largest new Audi collection, and 3 locations for service, including Monroeville's only Audi Authorized Service Center. Because when you're a Number One Cochran premier brand, you don't take half measures. That's why customers always enjoy benefits through the complimentary membership in the Number One Cochran Club One Rewards program. Whether you're looking for a luxury sedan like the A5 or an SUV like the Q5, the Audi lineup is the gold standard. Breathtaking design, lavish amenities, intuitive technology, legendary performance. It's all yours when you go all in on Audi. Find Audi Pittsburgh on Liberty Avenue in the Strip District and Audi Washington on Racetrack Road. Shop online at AudiPittsburgh.com or AudiWashington.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-948-7878. That's 800-948-7878.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back-end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at StraightTalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
With the new MyLowe's Pro Rewards American Express card, earn 3 points per dollar spent on Lowe's qualifying purchases for the first 6 months after card account opening. Plus, save 5% every day on eligible purchases at Lowe's and earn points on eligible purchases everywhere else Amex is accepted. Card members get more at Lowe's. Subject to credit approval. 5% can't be combined with any other offer. Exclusions and restrictions apply. Points subject to loyalty terms at Lowe's.com/terms and credit reward terms at Synchrony.com/MLPRA-terms. Visit Lowe's.com/business credit. Spring is showing up and showing out. Give your yard its own moment with limited time deals from Lowe's. Grab select 1.5-gallon annuals hanging baskets, 2 for only $15. Plus, we've got Miracle-Gro 0.75 cubic foot garden soil, 5 bags for just $10. A little dirt, a little color, and we are so back. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid 5/7 through 5/13. Selection varies by location. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Parkways east and west getting just a bit heavier, but mainly steady into their respective tunnels as you head in toward the city of Pittsburgh this morning. If you're traveling on Route 28, that is fairly steady as well from Harmer to the north side and on the Parkway North Main Line between I-79 and the Veterans Bridge. Crosstown also looking good. HOV lanes open alongside those two roadways, and I-79 moving well north and southbound. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Hear that? That's the sound of another savvy driver rolling into Valvoline Instant Oil Change. No hassle with appointments or dealer wait times. That's one smart bell.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Check him out online, awaken180weightloss.com. Edward R. Dickerson, Walter Cronkite Crowley, Harry Dulac, your newsbreakers in the morning here in Pittsburgh. What a morning it is after the show went viral. We don't do it for that. We do it for you. We do it for Pittsburgh. But what a day worth having a beer at the end of, Mr. Dickerson. Mm-hmm. That beer went down nice. Mm-hmm. Nice cold 6% IPA. Mm-hmm. My wife brought home some wine, some expensive wine, $20 nice. For that bottle.
Oh, good. Good.
Which for us is expensive. What a great day, though. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Can I say something real quick?
Of course.
Take people behind the curtain. How long have we been doing the show for together, me and you in Callus? Probably about 3 years now.
Yeah.
3 years now. And, whenever we first sat down in this chair after the old show kind of split up, we looked at each other like, hey, like let's just do this, right? We're like, let's just do this. And, let's see what we can do. And, we started off and figuring each other out. And after like a couple months, we looked at each other, we're like, I wonder what we're going to be like in like 5 years. Wonder where we're going to be in 5 years. And I will tell, and I'm being dead serious right now, this show wouldn't be where it's at right now. And we're still growing. We're still doing our thing. This show wouldn't be where it's at right now if it wasn't for you.
Oh, what are we doing? Don't do this.
No, I'm dead serious.
Don't
dead serious.
do this.
If it wasn't for you.
Can't do this.
No, because.
No, we couldn't do it if not for you. Bang.
No, listen, at the end of the day, you set your sights on being a radio host a long time ago. I kind of fell into this after playing football, but you wanted to do this for a living, and you're doing it. And you set the show up every day. You give us the direction every day. You bring in the wit. You bring in the funny. You bring in the sports. You bring in the knowledge. You know this business through and through. And if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be as popular as we are right now. And I just think that you needed to know that.
That's very nice of you.
Seriously, we would not be where we are right now today if it wasn't for you. And, every day coming in here is a blast, and I
It is
appreciate
a blast,
you.
man. You're one of my best friends.
Yes.
Harry, I tolerate you.
Yes.
And it's very nice to hear you say that, but I'll tell a quick story. I do appreciate it. I was on PXI on Sunday, and they said, if you could name a Kentucky Derby horse, what would you name it? And I said, I'd name the horse Doran Dickerson because that guy's carried me to victory so many times already. So the feeling is mutual, pal. I think it works because we all work well together.
Yes.
And we all screw with each other. We mess with Harry, and Harry messes back hard. But it's an odd couple kind of deal.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And it's been a blast. And we're not going anywhere.
Nope.
How about that?
Nope.
Texter, you broke useless news. Congrats. And we're off, baby.
Yes, we are.
We are off.
Bang.
Texter, do they give Marconis for investigative journalism? I think you guys are a lock. That's right. That's the next frontier.
KDKAM did once upon a time.
Good point by you,
Yep.
Harry. Good point by you. Yeah, they got one when Trump got shot in Butler.
That's right.
For their reporting, which was very good, by the way. I listened to it because I was like, what am I doing? And it was a softball game.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that was the night.
Oh, I remember we were in the locker room. We found out. That's right.
Yep.
That's insane.
Insane.
Harry, you're wearing socks today, no shoes because you got your umpire shoes.
Well, yeah, I'm just not wearing them in here because my feet hurt. Yeah, those blisters are still aggravating, and it's like I'd rather just kind of air them out and hope for the healing process to expedite. But man, they're hurting, and it's just the blisters. I mean, I could stand, I could squat, I can't really run because like every time I run, it just like jostles up against the heel of my shoe. It's so bad. So I kind of jog and I'm doing a little hobble out there. I look really weird. It just hurts, man.
Yeah. No good.
It's going to take another week, I think.
Because I didn't think about it. Like, new shoes would help, but you got to break them in, too.
Yeah, that's rough.
Oh, but the beautiful part, I didn't even see these when I bought them. I was just looking for a straight black pair of shoes. There's, like, comfort insoles in there as well. And there's just, like, it creates that extra padding.
Oh, yeah.
And my feet are just cradled in these things. They're nice and tight and firm, too, so they're, like, staying on my feet real well. So nice.
You're going to need to get that thing shaven.
The blister?
Yeah.
My mom said don't pop it. She said it's got to heal from the inside out. And if you pop it, you're going to expose that sensitive skin to all kind of germs and stuff.
I once read a self-help book.
Also,
healing from the inside out.
Just real quick, I did a game locally yesterday, umpiring. And, yeah, so I'm tired. And there have been 3 times now where I've just been so comfortable and so mentally out of it that I've almost sworn. That I almost said a bad word there,
that's
too.
good.
On the air or
yeah, on
umpiring?
the air.
Okay, good.
On the air.
No, that's okay.
I was just like...
You owe us one.
Yeah.
You've never had to dump yourself, have you?
So, can I actually tell you a story? I can say this on the air.
That's the name
now.
of another self-help book. Dumping yourself.
I have dumped myself, not for swearing, but on 9/11, the one time I was talking about Mike Tomlin and how he is
well, don't say it again.
Crumbling and burning the Steelers to the ground. And
You just said it again.
I know,
Say it
but it's
again.
not sensitive. It's May. It's not the. It's not the.
I mean,
and when I said it on the day, I'm like, maybe that's not the best choice of words for today. And so I dumped myself. Then I'm like, let's just keep it safe. And I was also like, only like a year and a half in, so I was like, maybe I gotta watch out.
Yeah.
But now I feel like I can say it because it's not today.
I don't know if I've ever dumped myself. I don't think I have.
And you got a button over there, huh?
Yeah, I don't think I have. In what,
You've
9
dumped
years?
Crowley before, I think, once or
Yes,
something. Yeah.
Yes. 9 years. I don't think I've ever.
Or a phone caller.
I've dumped some other people too that I've been on with. Like immediately, like literally like 12 seconds into a show.
Crowley, it's not funny. It's a very sensitive subject.
I just can't believe you're like, there's this time I had to dump myself. And then you just say the thing that you dumped.
Well, I
then
didn't
and
have
dumped
to.
them.
I didn't have to. I thought I didn't use the
know.
best choice of words. But I don't think that's a thing that's going to get us an FCC violation because I wasn't talking about the actual. I just thought it was a poor choice of words for that day. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think I've ever had to dump Doran either. I don't think you've ever. You might have come close.
We dumped Bostic once, if you remember. He said a bad word.
The worst word.
No, not the worst word. It begins with an S.
What happened?
And back then, the YouTube chat wasn't on a delay, so we were like, hey, everybody got a free one. And then the engineers changed that real quick because we don't want people to call. And
I always like the freebies online.
Yeah.
One time, when I worked at the old place, I really did nothing in the afternoons. I would just sit in my studio and I would edit a little bit, but there wasn't much to do except just get to 4 o'clock and then get the hell out of there. And so I would listen to different shows in the building, and I was listening to a man who calls himself the Super Genius. And he tried to say, I have to be very careful here, wild card hunt. And he didn't get it out the way he had intended, but because I was listening down the line, I wasn't listening over the air, I heard it, and they dumped it, of course. I was done. I could not stop laughing.
Yeah.
Wild hard. That's how that went.
Wow.
But I didn't think, yeah.
A mailman texts in, Harry, listen to a mailman. Pop it with a needle, put aloe vera or petroleum jelly on it, keeps it moisturized and heals. You'll be in love.
I think we want to keep it dry. It became a thing because I had a little bit of moisture because I was standing in bare feet in grass, and then my toes got wrinkly.
I just don't think it'll ever get better, especially because you got new shoes now.
It's just for umpiring. The other ones I wear otherwise. But I wore these here today because, like I said, I stayed here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, because the most movement you'll do is in your umpire's shoes, and you're doing different movements that you're not used to. I think that you need to go get it fixed.
Well, who would I see for that? I mean, a podiatrist? Maybe. Maybe I can get a pedicure while I'm at it, too.
Yes, you should get a pedicure.
Rub.
You should.
You know what? You're right. I deserve that.
There's blister Band-Aids.
Ooh.
Well, they're not made out of blisters.
No kidding, man.
Why is it an ooh?
That's the first thing I thought of when
It's
you
not
said
ooh. It's. I'm sure there's aloe vera in it.
Well, I was just thinking, like, what is it going to feel like to put the Band-Aid on the blister is what my first thought was, and that's why I said ooh. Because, like, does the Band-Aid pop it? Does the Band-Aid make it hurt more? I
probably just medicates.
That's what I said. My first thought was just ooh. Okay, they got a blister Band-Aid. Ooh.
Am I allowed to read this without you getting mad? Probably not.
Is it a fat joke?
It's a fat joke wrapped in a compliment.
Cool.
Like a bacon wrap joke.
That's right. Why'd it have to be bacon?
I mean,
why couldn't it be a lean meat?
A lot of fats in bacon.
I love bacon.
Bacon is good.
Mm-hmm.
Bacon is good.
Yeah.
I prefer bacon, though, at breakfast, though. Like,
yes.
Out of anything. Like, I will take it on a burger. It's good. I'll take it in other forms, but the best form is bacon and eggs.
Yes.
Yes.
Jade is pretty solid at cooking up the bacon. And that's a nice, pleasant Sunday morning whenever she does. And I make the pancakes, believe it or not. I'm a cook now.
Oh, my God. That's just like the perfect little Sunday morning there. We do the same thing. That's why I'll cook breakfast on Sundays, too. Bacon, eggs, pancakes, all the jazz.
You know, it's a cheat code. We got this was griddle.
Mm-hmm.
And we do the bacon first, so then we make the pancakes.
Yes,
the pancake batter soaks in that grease.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, you were saying something about fat me?
No, I was going to avoid that.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. Google it, Harry. It's an old grandpa remedy from when men wore steel-toe boots. I think men still wear steel-toe boots.
Umpires do, actually.
Really?
I don't, because I don't do high enough levels right now. But if I ever do, like, Colt or high school, I'll get them.
Yeah. Bust your toes up.
All off the toe. Oh, I had some catchers last night, too, that couldn't catch. And I was really scared.
You were a cup?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I got to get, like, a proper, like, jock strap, though, or something, because it keeps sliding down my pants, and I have to go back into the room and get it straightened out every half inning or so. And one time I did a game where I didn't have a belt earlier this year, and the cup literally fell down my pant leg, and it was really awkward to feel. And I had to go get that. I just removed it at that point. But
you know, they have like special underwear where you could just like slide the cup in the underwear.
Oh, yeah. I've had sliding shorts before like that, where there's like a little pocket for it.
Yeah.
Now, again, I don't know if they make those in my size because nobody would be like a sliding, need sliding shorts at my size. But I can look.
I was doing pull-ups the other day in Kale's pants, and they started to fall down.
Mm.
Yeah. really kind of screwed the workout up. Whenever everything I did, I was afraid my pants were going to fall down.
The belt, though, makes a huge difference.
Yeah.
My pants were also falling down a little bit during that game, and I'm glad I got a belt now.
Yeah, belts are good. Whenever you have pants that don't really fit, they help.
Everything's getting looser on me, though, too. Like, I bought a size for where I was, like, a month ago.
Including the cup.
Uh-huh. Yes. And so, like, everything's getting loose now. Like, the belt is too big. I got to get a shorter belt because, like, it's not, like, fully wrapping itself around my waist. Which I feel good about. I lost 20 pounds since I've been doing this. So.
Oh, good.
What?
Nice.
You didn't know. I've been
you
telling
can
you
tell.
that all month.
I knew you've been losing weight.
You can tell.
But I didn't know you lost 20 pounds.
Yeah, I weighed myself the other day.
Yeah, you look different.
He does.
Uh-huh.
He's got great color in his face.
Yep.
Yeah, and, eating well and cooking for myself at home instead of eating out, on a pretty regular basis. It's healthy habits. And Jada's a pretty pleasant experience as well, so.
Texter writes in, Crowley, just say Callus is the best jolly-sized man on Pittsburgh radio. We good with that?
Sure, I don't really care.
Jolly.
St. Nicholas, bang!
In 30 seconds, we pat ourselves on the back and further the Aaron Rodgers conversation. I think there's a important Pirates conversation to put on this morning, and we will do that as well. But first, we rock, and Rodgers is in town. He's probably listening right now. Bang!
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Crowley on the mic, ready to ignite. Dorman by his side, giving insight. Award-winning show, Marconi's on the shelf. 412, the numbers mean wealth. Wake up, it's time, morning show grind. 93.7, Pittsburgh Prime. Tune in, you see the whole city knows the name. Fan morning show, bringing the A game. The Fan Morning Show. 93.7, Steel City Mornings, legends in their prime. Crowley and Dorman.
Warren, the running back. Warren, they fake it to him. Rodgers still has it. He's going to take off running for the touchdown. Aaron Rodgers.
And he hit him with the discount double check. As we reported yesterday morning, 22 hours ago, Aaron Rodgers to visit with the Steelers this weekend in our long national nightmare shall soon be over. Unless, of course, you don't want Rodgers to be the Steelers quarterback and you're probably depressed. Why are the Steelers doing this? I think it's obvious. Because when you tank, there's no guaranteeing that you get the desired result. Last year, we had all thought, at this same exact time, Rodgers will give the Steelers the best chance to win, and there should be 5 or 6 first-round quality quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
So it seemed to me like a pretty good plan. Rodgers wins, you have a bunch of draft capital, you go up and get the guy you like. There weren't enough guys to like. One of those guys actually fell to pick 76, and the Steelers took him. I am typically okay with taking a step forward to take a step back. And I wouldn't mind seeing Aller or Will Howard, just to know about them.
Mm-hmm.
But the reason why the Steelers aren't going to punt on this season is, had they punted on last season, they wouldn't have won the AFC North. Lamar Jackson gets hurt. Joe Burrow gets hurt. Patrick Mahomes gets hurt. It seemed like the Red Sea was parting for the Steelers to maybe do something they hadn't done in a while. And we know that it didn't work out to the tune of a playoff victory. But imagine had they punted, they weren't going to be the worst team in the NFL. They weren't going to get Mendoza. And who knows if they even like Ty Simpson.
Right.
And then you just would have been bad for no reason. So the Steelers don't want to be bad and then next year's quarterback class fall through and be bad for no reason. So while I would do something different, I actually understand where they're coming from. And we also don't know what it's going to look like with a new coaching staff and a new cast of characters. At 412-928-9370. So it's just a difference of opinion and philosophy for me, but I also don't hate their philosophy because you never know what could happen. You just don't. Whether it's what happens around you in the AFC and the AFC North or what happens in the damn NFL draft.
Yeah. Yeah, you're almost killing multiple birds with one stone here, in my opinion. You can try to win this year with Aaron Rodgers and a new cast of characters on offense, a new cast of characters on the coaching staff by simultaneously letting your two young quarterbacks watch. Like, this is, like, if I was a young quarterback, this is the situation I would want to be in. One of the top situations. We talked about this maybe last week, and obviously McVay and Ty Simpson's a pretty damn good situation sitting behind Matt Stafford and having that type of offense. But, other than that, like, if I'm Drew Aller and Will Howard, I know, today, like, I know that rookie minicamp is going to start today. I'm going to get every single rep. And then in, a week or two, OTAs will start. We're going to share every single rep. And training camp, share every single rep. But we also have Mike McCarthy that is guiding us. We have Brian Angelico that will sit down and break things down. We have a quarterback coach in Tom Arth who will help us on the hands-on detailed things. And we also have Aaron Rodgers who we can actually look at and see do it the right way on the field at the hardest position in all sports. I think it's a really good transition type situation the Steelers are in. And transitioning into the younger players, and I know that we probably won't see them in the regular season, but they're going to get their reps throughout this offseason, and having Aaron Rodgers be there. And people are like, oh, he's not going to be a mentor. He's not going to do this. Being a mentor in the NFL doesn't mean that he has to put his arm around them every single day and walk them through plays every day. No, it's about watching him.
Yes.
That is the mentorship in the NFL and in pro sports. It's watching the greats. Andre Johnson, and this is obviously a lesser extent, Andre Johnson never really said that much to me, but I just watched him.
Yeah, how's he go about his business?
Right.
Yeah.
That's mentorship in the NFL as a professional. To be able to watch one of the greatest in the greatest throwers of the game every single day as a young quarterback, it's the best situation you could want to be in if you're Will Howard or Drew Aller, and if you're Mike McCarthy, molding those two young guys of what can win at the quarterback position, and that is Aaron Rodgers at one point.
Well, and I'm thinking about it this way now. It is selfish of me to want to see those young guys play this year. It is selfish of me to want Drew Aller to be the week 1 starter because he's not ready. He's not.
No.
There's a lot in his mechanics that he needs to work on, and he's going to have to do it at a level, 10 times the speed? More than that?
50.
50 times the speed of what he was looking at in college?
At least.
So, some guys, it does benefit them to sit.
Yeah.
And I do think, ideally, it benefits Drew Aller and Will Howard to sit and get developed and get tinkered with. It sure as bleep helped Aaron Rodgers to sit for as long as he did, and he had a lot that he needed to work out. So maybe this all winds up being the best case scenario. I don't know. Let's say they win 11 games this year, playoff game or not, whatever. Next year, you are in position to take a quarterback, and you do. But Drew Aller sat, and he's waited for a year, and he wins the quarterback competition because he's going up against a rookie, and he starts the beginning of next year, and if it works out, great, and if it doesn't, you go with your rookie quarterback. Right. That might be the best case scenario. There's also a scenario that not enough people have talked about that we have on this show, which is, what if there aren't good quarterbacks next year? If people always tank, they're not, from a roster construction standpoint, bad enough with a bad quarterback even to be a bottom 5 team in the NFL. I don't think people around here understand how hard it is to go 3-14.
Mm-hmm.
You got to be bad. So they might not be able to draft a quarterback next year. They could be bad, and the quarterback crop might not be good enough for them to draft next year. So maybe Drew Aller or Will Howard does get their chance. Maybe Drew Aller was drafted as the break glass in case of emergency youngster who plays next year. That's a possibility. 412-928-9370. I have a question for everybody in a second, but I want to read this text before it gets buried by all the other texts. I've been routinely listening to you guys for the past 3 years. Every morning, I'm getting a new job with better pay and 4 minutes from my house instead of 58 minutes just to get the job I'm at. I'll do my best to listen, but thank you for the memories, and I'll miss you all.
Well, congratulations on the new job.
Congratulations on the new job. And Odyssey app, AUDACY, your Odyssey app. Listen at work.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you're like a surgeon or something.
Right.
Then don't.
Right.
So here's the question I was going to ask. All right, now that we know he's here and in discussions and we all expect going to sign, whether it's this weekend officially or that he just shakes their hand and says, I'll sign officially in 2 weeks, whatever. He's going to be the Steelers quarterback. What are realistic expectations for him, for the team? And we don't have to do the whole hypothetical thing anymore. Who's going to be the Steelers starting quarterback? No, it's going to be Rodgers. Now, how do we feel about this roster, this team? Can they win the AFC North again? Or can they win a playoff game? What do you think?
I have my expectations are pretty decent. I mean, they're honestly better than last year. I think last year, I mean, I love Arthur Smith. I just don't think that the things were, I mean, they were running an extra tackle in, just to run the ball or just to protect Aaron Rodgers because they couldn't figure things out on the offensive line. I think that that's the number one question mark is how will this offensive line play out and how would they develop under Campen? I've been saying that a lot lately. And if they can, a decent amount, and protect Aaron Rodgers a little bit better, I think that this team can actually do some damage. Like you have significant weapons. I mean, Jeremy Bernard, he's your third wide receiver now. He's going to play in the slot. He's a gritty guy.
What an upgrade.
And Michael Pittman, your possession, big body. I mean, DK Metcalf, big body. You got some big body. And you got Pat Freiermuth, Darnell Washington, Rico Dowdle, Jalen Warren. My expectations are pretty high for this offense, and I'm very intrigued about the defense, and we'll maybe get into that later, but I'm very intrigued about how the defense is going to look because I have no idea.
Well, that's where I was actually going to go. I don't think the Steelers need to look like the 2015 Broncos where Peyton Manning actually had more interceptions than touchdowns, and they ran the ball well enough and played elite defense. But can you be something like that? I think the Steelers offense, frankly, will be better than that one. And the defense probably won't be as good as that defense was. But we've been saying for years that the Steelers have elite talent on defense, and they haven't played like it.
Mm-hmm.
And we've talked to smart guys, and because you're a smart football guy, like Trey Essex, who said it's scheme, it's not the players. And you have Derek Harmon, Keanu Benton, Cam Hayward, TJ Watt, Alex Highsmith, Nick Herbig. You've revamped your secondary. Joey Porter Jr. and Jamel Dean, I think, make up one of the most fearsome corner tandems in the NFL. And you've got Brisker and Elliott.
Asante Samuel Jr.
Jalen Ramsey's going to, I would think, be utilized properly.
And you got Everett as a third-round pick, right?
Yes.
I mean, a young player.
Long and adds depth and will probably be a special teams guy, but he could get you out of a stadium with that size and after playing in the SEC. I don't think there's any reason this can't be a top 5 defense in the NFL. I don't even think you need to run funky stuff. A former Steelers cornerback came out yesterday. Did you see this? I just happened to catch this before I went to bed. But now I forget which former Steelers
Darius
cornerback.
Slay?
Darius Slay, thank you. He said, in the red zone, we were instructed to play outside leverage, and it was incumbent upon our defensive linemen, if they run stuff over the middle, to knock the passes down.
That's insane.
That's insane. Yeah. You have one of the very best defensive fronts in football at batting passes down. That's true, but you cannot rely on that. So that's what they've been being coached to do, for God's sakes. I think with Patrick Graham, they might get a competent defensive coordinator up in here.
Mm-hmm.
And if they get a competent defensive coordinator up in here, I'm not even saying good. If they get a competent defensive coordinator with this talent, they should be a great defense.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think maybe if there's a weak link, it would be the inside linebacker position.
Yeah.
But, I mean, both of those guys can move. I mean, they can run. So, I mean, if they can just be in the right spots and kind of understand the rhyme or reason of what they're doing on defense, because I mean, how many years have we seen just guys turn around and put their hands up?
I can't believe we saw it in what amounted to a playoff game beating the Ravens in the final week of the season. There were busted coverages.
Never seen such a thing. Consistently, year after year, whether it's the back end or the linebacker spot. Never. No. Oh, my gosh.
You call college football every single Saturday. You don't see it with them.
No, they know what they're doing.
They know what they're doing.
They know where they're supposed to be.
So even to put a pin in the offense for just like half a second, I expect the defense to be coached better and thus be a much better unit this year. And offensively, I think it's inarguable they've got more talent, and we've all said the coaching staff needed to leave. Now it has. So I would be surprised, and it doesn't mean that they're doing everything the way I do it. I laid that out on the front end. I'd be surprised if they don't make the playoffs. I'd be really surprised.
For sure.
412-928-9370. Give us a ring. What's the ceiling for this team now that we know Rodgers is going to be coming back? Do you keep Mason Rudolph too? Because if they think they can't contend, and we think that they can contend, might they want to keep the veteran around, and what might that mean for one of the two youngsters? We'll get to all this and your calls at 412-928-9370. At some point, we'll also take a victory lap, but we're not going to tell you when. First, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pittsburgh Pirates, they won 4-2 yesterday over the Arizona Diamondbacks, and that allowed them to take 2 of 3 from that 3-game series against the Diamondbacks. Pirates are going to stay on the West Coast and start a 3-game series with the San Francisco Giants. Begins tonight. Game time 10:15. Coverage on The Fan begins around 9:15 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by 2 Men in a Jug Truck. Cohen Market, the official crispy chicken of The Fan. Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Smale Chevrolet in Latrobe, and Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The votes made it official on Thursday that both the men's and women's NCAA tournament fields will expand to 76 teams. The dangling of the money worked. It's the first time the men's field has expanded since 2011. It's the first time since 2022 for the women. I don't know if they needed 76 teams, but I'm confident that if the games are good, we eventually aren't going to care. It really does come down to the quality of the basketball being played. I'm Den Day.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
So you're thinking about asking her to marry you. Hi, I'm Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. If you're needing a fine quality diamond engagement ring, you're just in time for our spring sale, which can save you up to 30%. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, we offer the area's finest unique selection of certified natural and lab-grown diamonds to meet any budget. We also stock a huge selection of designer engagement rings, or we can custom make a ring of her dreams. Stop in today, Urbanowitz Jewelers in Peters Township. Check us out at PittsburghDiamonds.com.
Hey, it's Pony for my friends at Comer & Cross. Does your garage floor have cracked and stained concrete? Mine did. Maybe your garage floor had a bad epoxy or paint job. A new Comer & Cross garage floor is going to transform your whole garage, and all it's going to take is one day. I love mine, and you'll love yours. If you call them right now, and you should do it, don't waste another second. They'll take 50% off your installation. So here's that number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer & Cross garage floor is the gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And just like they did for me, they will make it so easy for you. Stuff in your garage, they'll take it out. Cracks and pits, they'll fix them perfectly. Look just like new. And they're going to put their proprietary Comer and Cross finish on it. So I want you to call them now and get that 50% off installation. The number is 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERcross.com. It's Comer and Cross Premium Concrete Coating.
You've spent decades building your savings and planning for the future. Now the focus shifts from accumulation to protection, from growth to sustainable income you can depend on. Secure Money Advisors helps retirees build structured retirement plans designed to help protect what they've worked so hard to build and preserve. Go to righttrackbook.com to claim your complimentary copy today. That's righttrackbook.com, where your retirement journey begins on the right track.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Clouds and sun today, the high 61.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
At Spitzer Toyota Monroeville, we know your vehicle's more than engine and wheels. This is where road trips create memories and playlists become anthems. It's also your ticket to rewards when you download the Spitzer VIP app. Every purchase and visit earns you points that you can redeem for discounts on service, parts, or a new Toyota. Plus, you'll drive worry-free thanks to our lifetime warranty. Get the perks your adventures deserve only at Spitzer. Wag more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Parkway West getting a little heavier inbound past the Banksville merge point into the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East just a little bit heavy in both directions approaching the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Route 28 is up to speed, so's the inbound Parkway North. That is fairly steady from I-79 down to and across the southbound Veterans Bridge and onto the Crosstown. That's mainly steady heading over toward the ramps to the Boulevard of the Allies as well as the Liberty Bridge. And the HOV lanes are open alongside the Parkway North and the Crosstown. You can use those with 2 or more in your vehicle till 10 o'clock this morning. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Bet365. Winning is everything.
With Bet365 early payout, you win even if they lose. Get paid out instantly when your team goes up big, even if they blow the lead later. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Great if he did show up this weekend and just like hanging out at somebody's party. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here. Say he's going to Cam Hayward's party. I don't know if Cam Hayward's having a party, whatever. And meanwhile, he just didn't take a stroll over to the south side. So, I mean, it could be right. Maybe they don't know. Maybe he will be in town. And you figured if he's in town, he's going to sign. But he's just in town to do something else. Maybe he's hanging out with Vince Garotic. I don't know. You would think if he's coming to town, he would call up people in the organization. I made a couple of calls inside the organization. They're like, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I'm like, did you see this report from the morning show? Like, no, I have no idea what the hell you're talking about.
I love Kaboli. He's one of my all-time favorite people. Kaboli, they lied to you.
Right. Right.
I called him. They said he's not coming. Okay. Okay, I'm sure they're surprised. I'm sure he's here for Ben Skoranek.
Yeah, listen, hey, Mark, you know what? He actually is coming. But don't tell anybody. We don't know what's going on. What is the morning? We don't know what they're talking about. But he is coming, so don't tell anybody.
What are we doing? I love Mark. We were texting all day long yesterday. I know you were texting with him all day long yesterday. He's like, I swear to God, they didn't know. They knew. They had to have known. He's not here for the weather. The giant duck's gone.
Yeah.
Like, he's not here to go to Kennywood.
No.
He doesn't strike me a guy that's going to have fries on his sandwich.
No.
He's got to get in playing shape.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He made such great friends in Pittsburgh. He's taken jets over here to, what, hang out with his neighbors? No way. Fly him out to Malibu, for God's sake. You got the money. Oh, I met this really nice couple. They lived next to me. I wanted to come back and see them. No, you didn't.
And then not go down to the facility. That'd be funny. That would actually be kind of funny.
Where's the funniest place they could meet if they didn't meet in the facility?
In Pittsburgh?
What if they just met at Jack's on the south side?
Dave and Buster's. Dave and Buster's on McKnight Road.
I shouldn't do this, but I'm going to do this. I feel like Mike McCarthy looks like he would love Dave and Buster's. Looks like a guy that would be playing skee ball and just having the time of his life.
Yeah, like just unbothered.
Yes.
Like this is I'll sit down and play the Terminator game and shoot some robots.
What's that game, Hoop Heaven or whatever?
Yeah.
Where you're shooting. He would have the time of his life.
Yeah.
Unbothered by the outside world. 412-928-9370. Now that we know that Rodgers will be back, they just need to cross T's and dot I's. What's your expectation of the Steelers? 412-928-9370. We'll get into the Bucs at the top of the 7 o'clock hour because they're doing stuff way earlier than they did last year, and the math is staggering on all that. But you and I both think this team should make the playoffs. They did last year. They won the division, and they're better. Now, if you fancy yourself a contender, then you feel like you've made moves to make your roster better. Everyone's going to feel that way. But when I look at the Steelers roster, I don't think you need elite-level quarterback play for it to be a playoff roster. I feel like if you get quarterback play similar to what you got last year, you're probably winning double-digit games.
Yeah.
And I know that we had a caller yesterday that say the Steelers are playing a first-place schedule. They are. I think they have like the 15th or 16th toughest schedule in the NFL right now on paper, which is a lot easier than it's been in recent years.
I mean, to me, it's so funny. It's like, oh, this team has a hard schedule. This team has a first-place schedule. I feel like at this point in every season, before the season, every schedule is a first-place schedule because you don't know what the team's going to be. Like, we don't know what the Raiders are going to be. Raiders could be good this year.
They could.
I mean, I don't think the Steelers play the Raiders, but I'm using them as an example. Like, the Jaguars could be really good this year. The Titans could be good this year. You don't know. Every team's playing a first-place schedule at this point.
So the Steelers will play, obviously, the division teams. Get out of here. They'll play the division teams, Houston, Indy, Atlanta, Carolina, and Denver at home. That's not a murderer's row. But no one thought the Colts would be good last year. When the Steelers played the Colts last year, they were the best team in the NFL, and the Steelers beat them.
Yep.
On the road, the division teams, they go to Jacksonville or London. Now, Jacksonville has requested that the Steelers game be protected because you get to protect two, but they play in London two games every year. Protected as a home game so that they play it in Jacksonville because they know there's going to be 8 million Steelers fans there and they want to make their nut. But the NFL doesn't always care. And the Steelers actually haven't played in London since they took on the Vikings in 2012, I think it was.
Oh, wow.
And they're the team that has gone the longest since playing in London. So I could definitely see that game being in London. But by the by, they play the Saints on the road. Tough place to play. Bad team. Tampa, Tennessee, New England, Philadelphia. I mean, New England and Philadelphia on the road, that's tough. Tampa on the road, that's tough. That's not that tough a schedule, though, for what we know right now.
Wait, so they played Philadelphia the last 3 times on the road?
They keep playing them on the damn road.
Yeah, well.
Make that make sense. They never win there.
No.
They never freaking win in Philadelphia. 412-928-9370. Adam and Robinson, good morning.
Hey, good morning, man. I just was calling to just completely agree with what Doran said earlier. You guys Like, I cannot tell you the last time I had a bad morning. I put you guys on, and you just put a smile on my face. I'm laughing. Adam, you are freaking hilarious.
Stop it, Adam. What is happening today? I can't take this.
I swear, dude, Have you ever thought about stand-up
Stop
comedy?
it. Don't do that.
I tell him that all the time.
No, I'm like...
Adam, I tell him that all the time.
I'm like funny adjacent. I'm not that funny.
Yes, he is. He's very funny. You should hear him off air.
You were being humble. You really are being humble.
What is this? Is it my dad?
It's insane how funny you are. And, Doran, your knowledge, you're funny. You guys, the chemistry you guys have is so amazing that I have, potentially bad days at work that I'm not looking forward to, but listening to you guys, my morning is always fantastic because of you guys.
Well, that's very nice to hear.
I want to give you guys the flowers.
Thanks, man.
Yeah,
that's why
really
we do it. That's
appreciate
the best part of our job, honestly.
Appreciate it.
When people say stuff like that. Thanks, dude.
Have a great day.
Yeah, great day.
It's awesome.
Now, Adam, if it makes you feel any better, I haven't said anything nice.
That does make me feel better. Thank you, Harry. Although he didn't compliment you, which I find offensive.
I think he was getting there.
Oh.
He didn't even give me a shot. But yeah, I could imagine you doing stand-up comedy, though, for real.
Oh, for God's sake.
I'm not saying it would be good, but it'd be like, hey, that one time I took a poop?
Seriously?
I used to have a notebook where I would write things down if I were ever to do that. I have thought about just doing it once because it seems very difficult, and I would
look at him being like,
screw up.
I think he'd be really good.
I know, but look at him being like, oh, I can't do it. Oh, but this one time I wrote some stuff down in a notebook.
I'd love to try it. I have no expectation of being good.
How much does the improv hold? Do we know like an estimate?
Millions.
I mean, downtown, I feel like you could sell out a place.
Dude, first night,
we should do that as a promotion.
I feel like you could sell out a place for sure. People would go.
Couldn't we do a roast? We could roast someone. We could all be part of it.
Yeah.
Look,
we should roast Bechtold. Oh. We should do a pony roast.
I'm dead serious. Well, I mean,
Nick Wright can come.
He gave us credit.
Yep. Good.
New Year's Eve is like that first night. I'm serious. They have improv comedy groups come in all the time. Like there's so many theaters open that people are just walking downtown looking to get tickets to online. No kidding. We could do something like that. You could do stand-up, or if you wanted to do a 93.7 The Fan roast. That's actually a fantastic idea.
Yeah, I'll MC it for sure.
Because nobody's going to... I can't imagine anybody roasting Doran. He could just stand up and hit you, and then it'll hurt.
No, you could roast me if you wanted to.
There need to be no cameras, no phones. You got to leave your phones.
Why?
Because we're going.
No,
we're doing. No. He's going in. No, that means he wants to say some stuff.
Yeah, if we're roasting anybody,
and he doesn't want it out there.
Yeah, you can't have it out there.
How are you going to regulate that, though?
Like I said, collect the phones on the way in.
You think people would show up to that then?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I think it'd be good publicity.
That happens
for
all the time for stand-up acts. Like when people are trying out new material, like the big guys, you're not allowed to have your phones because they don't want people stealing the material or ruining it. Yeah.
Or it gets out there that they might not be funny if they miss on some jokes.
Texter, Saints win total 7.5, exact same number as your playoff-bound Pittsburgh Steelers. I'll take that bet right now. Steelers win more games than the Saints. I'll take that game. I'll take that bet right now. What are we putting on the line, Texter?
I'd take that bet too.
The Saints.
Yeah.
I am going to call off, by the way, for like a day or two when the Steelers go to New Orleans. I'm going.
You're going to go down?
Hell yeah.
You love New Orleans.
My brother-in-law's down there.
Yeah. You definitely should go.
Should go down there. Well, you should go. We should all go.
When do they play?
We don't know yet.
Oh, yeah.
I was saying, you're not thinking outside the box. Get the video equipment down. We've done that before. We can fly down with the equipment. We could do that. We could do that. But in my hypothetical scenario, you don't want to work. I'm off. Yeah. Okay.
All right. We'll figure out a roast. We'll make it happen. Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Text line brought to you by Egger Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. What are your expectations for the Steelers? As that texter accurately described, their win total, depending on where you look, 7.5 or 8.5. You think they go over? We think they're making the playoffs. What do you think? 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a Harry headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates winners over the Arizona Diamondbacks yesterday, 4-2. Brandon Lau hit his 10th home run of the season. He's on pace to break Neil Walker's single-season record for his Pirates second baseman. that he set back in 2014. Pirates, they won that series 2 games out of 3. They're going to go to San Francisco now and start a 3-game series with them tonight at 10:15. It's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 9:15, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran!
It's time to call PJ Fitzpatrick for a perfect new roof. I trust PJ Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. That's all for myself, and they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from PJ Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with PJ Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, PJ Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
All sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. live and local, just like Mike's.
Hello, this is Lester Botkin, Chief Investment Officer of Botkin Family Wealth Management. I've been lucky in my life, and I'm grateful to the clients who've helped make our family-owned business a success. But like most of us, my beginnings were far from glamorous. Julie and I got married after I'd spent 3 years in college and 5 years in the Marine Corps. She worked full-time to support us both while I was finishing my degree. One day, we got caught in a major hailstorm. Hail the size of golf balls nearly destroyed our car. When the insurance check arrived, we used it to pay down Julie's student loans and drove that badly dented car around for 4 years. We didn't have much back then, but we had each other, and remembering those years makes me appreciate the blessings we have today. At Botkin Family Wealth Management, we're interested in hearing your story, because understanding your beginnings is an important part of appreciating what it took to get where you are today. Visit us at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
The best bathrooms don't just look good, they change how you start your day. West Shore Homes' modern composite walls give you that designer look without the upkeep. No grout, no scrubbing. It's affordable luxury installed by our teams of employee installers, stress-free. It's why over 70,000 homeowners have given us 5-star reviews. And right now, when you buy a full bath remodel, you'll get a shower in a second bathroom free. Plus, get started with no money down when you visit westshorebath.com. See the website for details.
Springs are the most critical and dangerous part of your garage door. It's not unusual for springs on a 250-pound door to break after only 5 years. That's extremely dangerous for people or pets nearby. Don't gamble. Call 1-844-345-4737. That's locally owned Precision Garage Door Service, the only area company with springs engineered to last up to 10 times longer. Precision Garage Door offers a preventative maintenance and 25-point safety inspection program in Pittsburgh and surrounding areas for only $39.95. That's peace of mind. As America's #1 garage door service company, Precision has locations in over 80 cities. Need a new door? Repairs, replacement springs, openers, or rollers for your old door? Precision provides free estimates. 1-844-345-4737. Garage doors are their only business. Precision trucks are stocked to roll 24/7. Online, it's PittsburghGarageDoors.com.
Precision Door Service, a name you can trust.
PA 060566.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Expecting that Aaron Rodgers will be back. When will he sign officially on the dotted line? Doesn't really matter. Thing we've been waiting for is the official confirmation to the team that, yeah, I'm coming back. And that's the intent of this meeting this weekend. You can chime in 412-928-9370 on the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. So what do you think the Steelers are going to do this year? You had a legitimate 2 and a legitimate 3 at wide receiver. I think your running back tandem, pretty damn good with Dowdle and Jaylen Warren. You got 2 good tight ends that were used awkwardly last year, to put it mildly. And you got an offensive line that, while we don't know what it's going to look like from left tackle to right tackle, is teeming with talent and should get coached up in a way that makes a positive impact. I'd be surprised if they don't make the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think? 412-928-9370. To the phones?
To the phones.
Jimothy in Monaca. Sorry for calling you Jimothy.
Actually, quite a few people do. I've got a lot of nicknames. But to start off first, the PM team had me almost in tears laughing how jealous they were that, and you touched on it yesterday, Adam, how, like, rarely does news get broken that early in the day to where you guys are live and you can report on it. Normally you guys are catching it second or third. And the fact that the PM team was third, oh my God, was Pony crying about it. And it brought tears to my eyes of joy. But nevertheless, I think they can probably get to double-digit wins if Rodgers is back with the improved weapons they have, and if the allocation of the ball goes, they really, the swing piece for me, now that we kind of know who the wide receivers are, I mean, we really do, but Darnell Washington needs to be used a whole heck of a lot more. I mean, that guy is a bulldozer. Just give him the ball 5 yards out and go 12 man and just annihilate defenses. I mean, that would be so entertaining and so effective, I think. And it's been misallocated under the Tomlin regime for Darnell's 2 years?
No doubt.
So and I'm excited to see what they do.
I can't wait to see what it looks like with a different head coach and play caller for the first time in 20 freaking years.
It does, yeah. And just an offensive-minded head coach calling the plays, too. Like, it's just the whole vision and feel is going to be different. And for like somebody like Darnell, he's the type of tight end that I think Mike McCarthy likes in his offense. I don't remember
Mercedes Lewis.
Yeah, I don't remember Mike McCarthy having a really flex tight end that he, utilized that much in Green Bay. But I think Darnell is he's gonna be a huge factor in what they do. I think they might go more 3 wide receivers
for sure
than 2 tight ends.
I think so too, and I think they'll pick their spots with Darnell Washington, valuable player. I mean, think about what they can do in the red zone.
Oh, my gosh.
That's a lot of size down there, a lot of beef when you think about Darnell and Freiermuth and Metcalf and Pittman, and Bernard is no slender guy. 412-928-9370. I was going to say something.
You're going to do a rhyme, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to do a rhyme. It was going to sound really weird.
Yep.
I was going to go for alliteration there. I was going to say slender. He's a real slender soldier, but that's not a thing. Like, what the hell is that?
Yeah.
412-928-9370. Yeah, the Steelers, depending on where you look, 8.5 or 7.5 wins. And under Mike Tomlin, like that was, you're just going to take the over.
What was it last year?
Every single time. I think it was 8.5.
Okay.
I think it was 8.5 the year before that, and I'm pretty sure it was 8.5 the year before that. So with Tomlin, you take the over. All of us were down on Tomlin. Ipso facto, shouldn't we be taking the over now with a new head coach? 412-928-9370. Twitter polls brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Trust, PJ.com. Now, it's not impossible that Rodgers comes back and all of a sudden he shows his age to the point where like he's ineffective. But in their opinion, he gives them the best chance to win. And I don't even think that's opinion. I think that's a fact.
Man, I mean, Phillip Rivers came off the couch last year. Off the couch.
He looked all chubby and stuff.
He did, but he still was able to throw it.
He was fine. He was fine.
I mean, I think a lot better than probably people thought.
No doubt.
Off the like he was coaching.
I think Ben could have done that if Rivers did it. Ben looks like he's in pretty damn good shape, like relative.
I think you're right.
He's thinner than he was, I think, at the end of his playing days. He looks good. Anytime I see him on camera, he looks good.
Mm-hmm. I think he could go in there for a game.
For a game and just sling it around?
Oh, yeah.
That'd be sick.
Mm-hmm.
What if they need to win and get in the playoffs in week 18 and you've got Howard and Aller as your only quarterbacks on the roster and Ben's like, I'll come in one game. Could he win you that game?
Oh, my goodness.
I think you need the defense to play great ball and you need to run the ball. But, yeah, I think he could. One game? Like Little Giants? One time.
Man. Maybe.
I think that'd be my favorite sports moment of all time. Even if they didn't win, that would just be amazing.
I mean, who are they playing against?
It got to be someone bad.
Right. They're not playing against the Texans defense.
No, it's got to be like the Jets defense last year that didn't have an interception.
Right.
Someone like that. All right, coming up next, who gave us credit and who didn't? And at the top of the 7 o'clock hour, these buccos are doing stuff way earlier than they did last year, and I think it's worth talking about. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callus fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Fan Morning Show first to report yesterday that Aaron Rodgers is planning to travel to Pittsburgh, which he should be here by now, according to reports. It was going to be a Thursday night arrival for him, and plans were to meet with the Steelers and potentially make progress on a contract, though the specific details of what they'll agree to and if anything official will happen are still uncertain. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at spitzertoyota.com.
Morning Rush getting a bit more crowded. This report brought to you by Pennsylvania One Call System. Parkway West, your delay starting just over the top of Green Tree Hill and then jammed at Parkway Center down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East getting in line at Edgewood Swissvale down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Heading out of the South Hills, a multi-light delay at the intersection with Nobles Lane on northbound Route 51, and then again exiting off at the Liberty Tunnels off-ramp. No one's below because even minor excavation projects like installing a mailbox, building a patio, or putting up a fence can do major damage. Contact 811 before you dig or visit pa1call.org to submit a locate request to have underground utilities marked. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Cold shower? Call Mr. Water. water heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
There's a new Chevrolet dealer in Latrobe, and they can't wait to meet you. Smale Chevrolet Latrobe is officially open and now part of the Smale Auto Group family. They invite you to come in and experience a high standard of sales and service, and what better way to celebrate than with Chevy Truck Month. Right now, they're offering the Chevy supplier discount to everyone. That's right, you pay what the suppliers pay on Smale Chevrolet's incredible lineup of Silverado trucks and Equinox SUVs. Big savings, and the trucker SUV you've been dreaming of. Visit them today on Route 30 in Latrobe or online at smalechevrolet.com. Smale Chevrolet, welcome to our family. Together, let's drive.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-777-1979, 800-777-1979, or biglou.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Best thing on the radio!
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Mixed reports. Doran Dickerson, morning radio show, former Pitt football player, NFL football player, stud, legend, cool guy. Doran Dickerson has stayed around Pittsburgh and does media. He reported this morning that Aaron Rodgers was going to be traveling to Pittsburgh to kind of get it all sorted out. Shout out to Doran doing that. Shout out to 93.7 The Fan. Used to be B94.
Yeah, sick.
B94.
John, Dave, and Bubba Shelley.
Dude, so good. I mean, just playing the hits. Just top 100.
Hell yeah.
Just top 100 all the time. You know, so many good times at B94. Now it's 93.7 The Fan, because sports are really the only thing that carry anything anymore. Shout out to Doran doing that. He reported, hey, his source says telling him Aaron was coming in and doing the entire deal.
And then they started ragging on Caboli.
Yep.
Like, what are we paying this Caboli guy for? Isn't he supposed to get the scoops?
Right.
What the hell's going on here?
Caboli going back and forth with us. Our report Things wrong.
I'd like to give a shout out to the McAfee show for giving the show credit because not everybody did. It's not just McAfee, though. All the bigwigs, Peter Schrager, seemed like didn't want to, but did give the show credit. Nick Wright.
Yes.
Ponies guy. May or may not have said he looks like sports radio Jesus in the past. I mean, have insulted him, but I think he's very good at what he does. Obviously, very good. Colin Cowherd.
Your voice.
How about that?
Do you have that clip?
No.
Oh.
Pat McAfee, Albert Breer, Andrew Siciliano, whose name I forgot and had to Google this morning as NFL Network Big Ears. Sure he gets that. He's had a much more successful career than I have, so.
He's good at what he does.
Yeah, I'm punching up is what I'm doing there.
Yes.
Who didn't give us credit? NFL Live. So you have McAfee talking about you because we reported it, and you got NFL Live going off the Rappaport report. Screw them.
Rappaport gave us credit.
Rappaport was the first one to give credit.
Quote tweeted our video.
He easily could have been aware of that and then reached out to sources, confirmed it, and never gave us credit.
No doubt.
Like the Post-Gazette. At 11:38, they wrote, and Dulac wrote, that according to team sources that Rodgers would be coming in this weekend. And then an hour later, quote tweeted his own tweet and said, he'll be here shortly, like Friday.
Yep.
Which is what we reported that he would be here today.
Yeah.
On the Friday.
Yes. Why wouldn't Dulac give us credit?
I don't think Dulac knows how to do social media well.
So I was going to say he either did it because he was ticked off that he didn't get the scoop first, or he did it because he is very much not a social media guy.
Can I tell you a story about
Except
him?
for Caitlin Collins of CNN. By the way, UFO leak coming out today. UFO news dump today from the White House.
What time?
I think 8 a.m.
Really?
Yeah. We should be getting the good stuff.
We got to monitor this.
We're monitoring
Callus.
the situation. Sorry, Harry. Go ahead.
Jerry's account for the longest time was not public. So things that he would post would only be seen by his followers.
Really?
Which somebody eventually corrected that, like maybe the guy that's trying to break news should expand his account beyond just his followers.
I just don't think it's all that hard to say, reported on 93.7 The Fan, I'm confirming the report. That's what Rappaport did. And then he went out looking for other details. It's not hard.
Underdog. You follow Underdog?
Yes. Who they got?
They gave us credit.
Way to go, Underdog.
And that's one of the top outlets I pay attention to.
What about CT ESPN? Did we get it from?
Is that still a thing?
I don't know.
I think that's gone.
Yeah, because AB was in Dubai, and then now is he incarcerated?
No, I don't think so. I just saw he posted on Facebook him driving and smiling with his grills in.
He would post on Facebook,
right? Yep. I mean, I would be friends with him on Facebook. It's even funnier. We're Facebook friends. Like what? And I watched the video too. I just sat there and watched it like an idiot.
Texter. Nick Wright looks like Tom Green. Tell me I'm wrong.
Yeah, he does.
Does he?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I can see it. Yep.
I can see it.
I can see it.
I can see it. Yeah. Texter. DeFabo didn't.
Yeah, he did.
Yes, he did.
He did. He sure did.
Yeah.
Pony Miller did, but then they were upset and trying to figure out how we got the info.
Starkey didn't know where to go. Starkey was like, do I give Harry credit? Was this Harry's breaking news?
I don't understand why it's so hard to wrap people, when you're thinking about this situation, why does it have to be an individual? Why can't it just be the show?
It's a show.
We're a team.
We're a team.
You can tell who played team sports and who didn't whenever you're going through situations like this. We, as a show, put this news out. That's all that matters. It's not that hard.
I agree.
It's really not. You don't have to dig in any deeper.
And if you did not give us credit, you have made the list. That's right. I have a list. I keep it in my pocket. It's at the top. It says list, and it just has Jerry Dulac and NFL Live on it.
Yes.
Is it the same notebook that you are drawing up your stand-up?
I was so upset because I had pieces of paper with potential bit ideas, and I lost it.
Did you have a lot written down?
I had 3 things.
No.
Enough for one special, I'll tell you that. UFO news dump 3 p.m. today.
Okay.
My bad.
All right.
Not 8 a.m. I don't know where I got
I'm all excited.
8 a.m. for.
I got excited.
Maybe we'll get some that trickles out before. If we do, we'll bring it to you because we're obsessed with the UFO
how much
stuff.
are they going to really leak out?
That's the thing.
Like,
Not everything.
Everything's controlled. Everything is controlled. Think about all the production meetings we've been in and just, whenever you're, everything is. I watched a documentary the other day and then, you go think about it. It's like, oh, we left so much on the cutting table. Like you want the stuff out there that you want out there.
I want the stuff that was cut.
Exactly.
That's the real juice.
Yes. You're not going to get that.
I saw a piece on UFOs once where, like, maybe there's, like, a secret plane from, like, the militaries around the world, and you're not just going to say, that's a secret plane.
Right.
So you're just going to call it a UFO and make people think aliens.
Correct.
No government official is going to be like, oh, that's our secret plane.
No, I need a
that's
body.
Not an alien.
I need a body today. I need the photos of a body. I need to see an interstellar being today all across Twitter.
Or like not even the inside of like a flying saucer, because you could just create one of those. They did in Independence Day.
Right.
For God's sakes.
Right. I need the real stuff.
But will we believe that?
There's got to be a way that it's.
How can that be validated? That it's a real body.
I know, because there's so much AI crap out there. All right.
I got to go to the bathroom.
I mean, you knew we were about to take a break. You didn't need to tell everybody that.
Okay.
When we come back, the Buccos are reaching milestones this year that they didn't reach until much, much, much later into the season last year. Just how much later? We'll tell you next. What does it all mean? First, fan weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. We'll let KDK take care of that. Callus, hit the head.
Morning widespread rain is expected to run just after the afternoon commute, sticking around through Saturday morning. There's a chance for rain ahead of this with scattered chances this afternoon and even an isolated chance for rain this morning. Morning temperatures have dipped to around 40 degrees with highs expected to hit the low 60s today. Noon temperatures will be near 60 with afternoon winds coming in from the west at around 10 miles an hour. First Alert meteorologist Ron Smiling, the KDK Weather Center.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Friday Morning Rush continues to ramp up. This report brought to you by family-owned Miscellaneous, Italian bread, Pittsburgh. Parkway West jammed inbound, approaching Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound, you're fairly steady heading out toward Pittsburgh International Airport. Heading the other direction, seeing a little bit of heavy traffic coming across the outbound Fort Pitt Bridge over from the Parkway East, as well as on the Portal Bridge from the North Shore. Meanwhile, the Parkway East, that's jammed at Wilkinsburg, and Route 28 is up to speed. So is the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian bread is the key to any great burger or dog. A proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian bread will be a home run at your next party.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Joe Ball GMC puts you in the driver's seat of the GMC Sierra. Right now, get up to $11,000 off, plus 0% financing on a truck built for power and everyday capability. Hurry in today or visit JoeBallGM.com. You can have it all at Joe Ball GMC.
This is attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured? You're in pain, frustrated, and don't know what to do. We lawyers know what to do. So in your time of need, other law firms want to charge you 40%, almost half your settlement. A good friend or neighbor would never do that to you. That's why our fee is only 25%, because you are the one who's been injured, and it's your money. And there is never a fee unless we win your case. So call us at 888-98-TWINS. We've got your back, not your wallet.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote quote, same-day coverage. There was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call Select Quote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on. Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Yeah, he took the music out because he had to go to the bathroom. Yep. I ran in there, and I was going to turn the music down because it was going to be too loud, and there was no music, so then there's dead air.
Yeah.
My fault? No. Harry's fault? Yes. Text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. I was going to play Pirates highlights there, and then couldn't because there was no music, and I was in the other room. So here you go.
He swings and lofts one high in the air, deep to right. And has he done it again? Yes, sir. Home run for Brandon Lau. His 10th of the season. A towering blast to right. And again, the Pirates up 1-0 in the first on a Lau home run. Soto ready. The lefty deals. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. He threw it by him at 99. And Soto secures the save for the second straight day, and the Pirates are going to make it 2 out of 3 here in Arizona. They win it 4-2 this afternoon.
Yeah, he's the closer, by the way.
Yeah, you said that yesterday.
Yeah, he's definitely the closer. I mean, Dennis Santana came out, pitched the 7th, and he pitched the 9th. And he's been the Pirates' best reliever by far this year. Nice job by Mason Montgomery, but let's not focus on the minor details. The Pirates have now won 5 out of 6 games. We told you they'd get hot, and they're getting hot. They have won 4 consecutive road series for the first time since 2015. 2015 is the last time they made the playoffs. So you're telling me there's a chance?
How about Lau, man?
Jeez.
My goodness, he gets on those little streaks, but whenever he gets on streaks, it's like it's home run streaks.
Yes.
You know, it's not consistent hits. Well, I mean, it probably is, but like, I mean, every time I look up, he's on a heater. It's a home run heater.
He went, 3 for 4 yesterday, and the out was an absolute blistered line drive to the right fielder. Like, he absolutely spanked that thing. That dude is locked in, and I feel like someone's got to know this number at 412-928-9370. You can text us. How many home runs does he have in the first inning? I mean, he had 2 in the Mets game. He had 1 the other day, and he had 1 yesterday, so that's at least 4. That's 40% of his home runs, and you're spotting the Bucks' leads. He's been incredible. No Pirates second baseman has ever had a season with an OPS over 900, and he's at 939. He's going to break Neil Walker's second base home run record because he's on pace for like 40 bombs this year. They need to sign him, man.
Yeah.
They can't let that guy walk out the door.
No, what a great pickup.
Do it now.
What a great pickup.
That's a great trade.
Yes, it is.
Full marks there to Ben Cherington. All you have to give up to get Brandon Lau is Mike Burrows. What's he up to? 1-4 with a 5.97 ERA in Houston. And you got Brandon Lau, because it was the 3-team trade. You got Brandon Lau, who's going to hit maybe 40 home runs this season. Guy's a stud. And we had thought if the Pirates are going to purchase that number of home runs this offseason, they were going to do so with Kyle Schwarber. And you've got this little 5'9" guy who looks like me if I, was in shape and bald. And he just, he's got a beautiful swing. Creates backspin. But I guess the question is for the people out there at 412-928-9370, the Pirates have now done something that they haven't done since they last made the postseason. Like, are you buying into this? Because I think it's a really good baseball team. Like, is that a hot take? Are Pirates fans still waiting for the other shoe to drop?
I think that they're a really good baseball team. They're just stuck in a division that is playing very well right now, and it's going to be very interesting. I think they'll be in it, but it's just going to be interesting to see how everything shakes out. Like, I think it's going to come down to that, which is a great feeling, right? Like, you finally have a good baseball team, and you kind of know it. You know, they eliminate those long losing periods, at least up until this point, but it's just going to be very interesting to see whenever you look up in September how this is all going to look, because everybody's playing basically the same ball.
They are.
And it's crazy.
And that's why I think this stretch is so important, as we talked about before they got into this stretch, where you're playing 12 games in a row against teams below 500, and Arizona's the best of that batch right now. Like, I don't think Arizona's a bad baseball team. And you went up in there and you got demolished in game one, and you win the next two, and you play really good ball the final two games of the series. Now you're going to take on two of the dregs of the National League. You're going to play San Francisco tonight. They are terrible this year. And then you're going to play Colorado at home. Now, Philly's got their act together. They've won 8 out of their last 10 ball games. You got them after, but you got them at home. Like, you need to win each of these next 3 series. The Pirates still are now, well, I guess now they're one of just 2 teams in Major League Baseball that has double-digit wins against teams with a winning record. It's them and the Nationals. The Nationals, though, have a losing record. They're 10-13 against winning teams. Pirates are 10-9. And now you have a chance to play some teams that aren't very good. Now, it's going to be tough to keep pace with the Cubs, but I don't care. Make the playoffs. And this stretch right here is a really important one. 412-928-9370. Is Harry not back there?
No, I don't even see him in the hallway.
But yet, callers are on hold. Does he have the ability to remotely put callers on hold from the bathroom? I think he might. Lou in Neville Island, good morning.
Hey, real quick. Pirates are playing great. No reason they won't make the playoffs, but if they don't, it's going to be because of O'Neal Cruz. No one's talking about the slump he's in.
He's in a slump.
He's dog dirt for like 20-some games. I wish you'd pull his stats and look at it. It's a major issue with this guy. He had, 8, 9 good games, and then he's been a bad player.
Well, I think he was better than that for a longer stretch than that. But you're not wrong, man.
Right.
He's been on a big slump, for a little while now.
You could never sign him long term because he's just too up and down.
Streaky.
And he'll bring a great return. So I think after next year he'll probably get moved because you can't sign everybody. He's somebody that'll bring a ton of pieces, and he's going to want a fortune. But anyway, he's an issue and a major one.
He's an issue right now. There's no question about that. And thank you for the call, Lou. We really appreciate it. That's typical Pirate fan there, right? Though. Oh, they're 21-17. They won 5 out of 6. They just did something that they hadn't done since 2015. And when are we trading O'Neal Cruz? That's a typical Pirate fan for you. Is Cruz playing well right now? No, he absolutely is not. But he was also one of the best players in the National League for about the first 3-4 weeks of the season. I'm gonna say he's in a slump right now, and not that the guy flat out stinks like he did last year. I'm going to be a little patient because the team is winning. But no, he hasn't played good baseball. He did have the game-winning RBI, though, against the Reds to sweep that series with 2 strikes, and he hit the ball with authority up the middle. So I'm not panicking about O'Neal Cruz, but you're right to point that out.
Yeah, whenever he gets hot again, though, he gets hot.
And he'll carry you for 3 weeks.
Exactly. That's the type of player. It's not like he's not a consistent, I'm going to get a hit every day. Like that, how Connor Griffin has been playing.
Or Ryan O'Hearn.
Like, what you're getting out of him. Like, whenever Cruz, he does go through these lulls, but I do believe, I have faith that he's going to find it again. And when he finds it, he's going to be smacking home runs.
Yes.
That's the thing.
Yeah, he'll go on a 3-week heater where he'll hit 8 or 9 home runs, and you're going to win a lot of ball games.
Yep.
He showed that he's capable of that. And he's still been hitting lefties really well this year. And he drew a walk yesterday. Like, that was one of the things he did not do last year when he was bad. He had a nice at-bat yesterday and drew a walk. And they're still winning baseball games. So I'm not really in the mood to be crushing O'Neal Cruz today. Harry, do you have the ability to put callers on hold from the bathroom?
No.
How'd this happen then? We got callers on.
I'll tell you coming up next, but I got to go again. I'm having a rough morning.
Dear God.
What?
412-928-9370. The Pirates just did something that they hadn't done since the last time they made the playoffs and winning 4 consecutive road series, all against pretty good baseball teams. They're also doing stuff this year in May that they didn't do until much later, and the contrast is staggering. First, it's a Nicholas Harry Callus, soon-to-be poopy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates say won 4-2 yesterday over the Arizona Diamondbacks. They play the San Francisco Giants tonight at 10:15. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now it's Adam.
Oh, thank you so much, Harry. Does your producer take frequent bathroom breaks? You might need to drink. So get to Hampton Beer Outlet. They've got over 1,000 beers in stock. They've got the best selection, the best customer service. It's not a dark and dingy beer distributor. No, it is a beer superstore. And right now, they got White Claw variety packs, 24-pack cans, just $29.99. That's right, White Claw variety packs, 24-pack cans, just $29.99. So drive a little, save a lot. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by 2 Men in a Junk Truck. Cohen Market, the official crispy chicken of the Fan. Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Smale Chevrolet in Latrobe, and Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Call McVeigh today.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen, made for your brain. Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini. Fill in the blank from there on what you want as the headline. But how much longer until Vrabel has to step down? This distraction continues to get worse and worse, and the double standard isn't looking any better. This is bad. I'm Drake Toll.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Got any markdowns on brakes?
We mark Duralast brake pads down to free.
Free Duralast brake pads?
When you buy 2 rotors.
Can I get Duralast Gold pads for free?
With 2 Duralast Gold rotors, and there's a lifetime warranty on brake pads.
That's a huge markdown for so many miles.
Save on brakes and more during Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Yo, it's Jay Uso from WWE, and I'm Jimmy Uso. Chumba Casino and WWE are hyped for the biggest event of the summer, SummerSlam. I know, I can't wait. There's nothing better to do while we're waiting than playing Chumba Casino. Sign up today, and you could win a VIP experience with Chumba Casino and WWE for SummerSlam. So what are you waiting for? Play Chumba Casino and enter for your chance to win. Let's Chumba. Yeah.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
Imagine fulfilling all your office furniture needs under one roof. At Tri-State, we make it simple. From liquidations and office moves to design services, architectural walls, installation, and everything in between. No project is too big and no project is too small. And with our family of companies, Tri-State Office Furniture, Tri-State Office Interiors, and Tri-State Office Express, you get every solution in one place. Why go anywhere else? Call 412-771-0760. Experience the Tri-State difference.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo from family to goods arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, May 16th at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at PIA.edu.
A great lawn doesn't happen by accident. It takes the right expertise and the right team. That's why more homeowners trust True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, True Green knows what it takes to make grass look like a fairway. Their local specialists analyze your lawn, build a plan, and handle the hard work with routine visits throughout the season. And it's all backed by the True Green Satisfaction Guarantee. Visit truegreen.com today to get a golf course quality lawn. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
It's Dora Dickerson. Did you feel that drafty breeze from your windows this winter? Oh, it was scary cold, but just as scary is that now you know that your windows will let in that hot, humid air all summer long. Let PJ Fitzpatrick reduce your utility bills with custom-made, double-insulated replacement windows. PJ provides peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee of materials and labor. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. You can have it all. Visit trustpj.com today for your new windows. That's trustpj.com.
Featured on America's Got Talent and the world's best magician and comedian in a dragon costume. Don't miss Piff the Magic Dragon, returning to Pittsburgh on Friday, May 15th at the Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall. Alongside the world's only performing magic chihuahua, Mr. Piffles, Piff brings his dynamic and hilarious performance to Pittsburgh. Piff the Magic Dragon, Friday, May 15th at the Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall. Get reserved seats now at librarymusichall.com. Another Drusky entertainment event.
Trucking isn't just for drivers. PGT Trucking needs professional staff to help support their men and women out on the road. With positions in safety, recruiting, driver training, fleet management, maintenance, and more, you too can join the proud professionals of PGT and play a major role in the supply chain. Ditch the boring desk job and get in on the action with PGT. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work. That's pgttrucking.com/work.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a hospitality manager at a 5-star hotel.
So I just checked into room 318, but someone was in there.
Room 318. Oh, you were supposed to be booked in 813, which is now booked.
So what do we do?
How about rock, paper, scissors for who gets the bid?
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Of accidents could cause you some concern in your commute. One of them is inside the inbound Liberty tunnels heading for the intersection with P.J. McArdle Roadway and the Liberty Bridge. The other one just cleared that had Estelle Avenue tied up at the intersection with Kathleen Street. Watch for delays through there. Parkway West, you are jammed right around Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East is heavy at Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by our great friends at Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Some eye-popping pirate stats we'll get to in a moment. Eric, can you just tell the people what happened? It's a very funny scene that you have just described.
All right, so first of all, I found an auto hold feature on the phone lines, so I can just people go on hold now when they dial in. So
that's great.
Yeah, so I know all of our common callers can just sit there, and it's less work for me. Now, then I went to the bathroom, and the handicap stall's out of order, and I don't know if I had anything to do with that, but I went to the downstairs one yesterday. I don't know how interconnected they are, but the handicap stall was out of order. I don't have shoes on, and so I had to go to one of the damn narrow stalls and try to do my business. And then I came back because I'm like, I'm going to be late for the start of the commercial break, so I came back. Then I had to go again, back to the narrow stall, and while I'm in there, one of the janitors comes in, who's trying to fix the handicap stall. He went into the handicap stall, but I'm sitting there taking a dump without any damn shoes on because I got blisters on my feet. And my feet hurt. And my morning is quite a unique one.
So the Pirates won their 21st game yesterday. They didn't win their 21st game until May 28th last year. So 3 weeks earlier. This is a pretty good sign. Mitch Keller is 4-1. He didn't get his fourth win until July 22nd last year.
Jeez.
Are you kidding me?
Wow. Did you hear Joe Block had a stat on the Pirates radio broadcast, too. Do you think you can guess the last time that Mitch Keller won 2 consecutive decisions?
Wow.
2 years ago?
Yes. June of 2024 was the last time he won 2 consecutive starts.
Man, he's been a dog because he didn't have it early. He couldn't locate his fastball. Yep. He had no command. And usually on a day like that, and every starter's going to have a few of those every year, you're just gripping and holding on for dear life, and you hope you can dance through the raindrops. And then somewhere along the way, he found it, and it was great yesterday. He's a stud, man. And I saw someone put out there on social media, would you trade Mitch Keller for a bat? No, now I would not.
No. But this goes into your theory, what you said yesterday about the World Series. Like, you think you pitch Skeens, every third, but then you have Keller, too, and then maybe a Jones or Woo.
If Keller can keep up this level of play throughout the season, because he's been as good as any pitcher not named Skeens or Ohtani, and there's a handful of other guys, but he's been really that good. If he can just not suck ass in the second half, boy, would that be huge. And I don't think he knew why that was happening. I don't think they know why that's happening, but he did Pilates this offseason, so hopefully that helps.
Nice.
Yeah. You ever done Pilates?
Yes.
It's hard. Really, really, really hard.
It's hard for men because we're bigger. It's hard.
Most of us, yeah. 412-928-9370. Pittsburgh Phil, hello.
Let me tell you guys something. It's a very serious problem you guys got down there.
Go on.
Harry Callus is going back and forth is a very serious problem for you two. No, I mean, it's a bad problem for him, but you two have to be with him all day.
No, we love the guy. It is what it is. Sometimes your body lets you down. My buddy's been letting me down for 35 years.
I think I've been drinking too many sports drinks, too. I try to drink those after the games, and this one I have has a lot of sugar in it. That might be contributing to... Maybe I'll just do water next time.
My favorite part of the entire show today was you describing your bathroom experience. Yeah. Because the idea of our intrepid producer sitting there during a break with his socks on as someone fixes the stall next to him is just very funny. And if you don't think it's funny, you don't know funny.
Did the bathroom smell? I just need to know real quick.
No.
Okay, dang it, because Dunlap's going in there right now. He just walked into just going to the bathroom. I just watched him go through the doors, and you know where he's going. And I was like, oh, man, he's about to get some hairy Callus crap.
He is. He's going to walk in. It's going to be like Ace Ventura, Pet Detective.
It was a.
We don't need more details. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. If you want to call up about the state of these old buccos, we'd love to hear from you, and we'll take those calls up until 8 o'clock when Chris Carter joins us. But the Steelers may be able to get their hands on another potential franchise quarterback, and it could happen soon. We'll tell you how. First, a Harry headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates beat the Arizona Diamondbacks 4-2 yesterday to secure the series. They won 2 out of 3 in Arizona. Brandon Lau had another first-inning home run in the series. Now he's got 10 on the season. He's on pace to break Neil Walker's record for most home runs by a Pirates second baseman in a single season. Pirates now go to San Francisco. They're going to play the San Francisco Giants in a 3-game series that'll last over the weekend. Game 1 tonight at 10:15. Coverage on The Fan begins at 9:15 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now here is Doran Dickerson.
On May 15th from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m., it's the grand opening of Reed Building Supplies showroom and retail store. Are you a contractor looking for a supplier that values you as a partner? Come down and meet the team as they'll be having live demo and product information for Makita, Milwaukee, and DeWalt Tools, Timber Tech decking, kitchen cabinets, doors, windows, flooring, you name it, and Reed will have it. If you're interested in more information, give them a call. 412-875-6320. That's 412-875-6320.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, NSS Life, Joe Ball GMC, and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Hey, it's Pony. Usually when something sounds way too good to be true, it is. Imagine someone says you can cut your mobile bill in half. Sounds like a fantasy, but with Xfinity Mobile, it's the real deal. Because when you have Xfinity Internet, you can cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. And that's a lot of streaming, sharing, scrolling, and whatever else you can do with your phone. All for half the price and none of the commitment. That means you'll save big over Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Wild. Now all you have to do is think about how you'll spend all that extra money. Call 1-800-XFINITY. Go to XfinityMobile.com or visit your local Xfinity store to switch today. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile. Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Check out Xfinity Mobile today.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Hey, it's Crowley for my friends at Zero Res. Spring and summer air should feel fresh,
not full of dust, allergens, and whatever winter left behind in your vents. It's icky. It's gross. Your air ducts are the lungs of your home, and if they're dirty, you're breathing it in every day. I got kids. I don't want them breathing it in. They love to run around. They love to play with the dog. They love to play softball. Things kids do. I protected their lungs and my home's lungs. That's where Zero Res comes in, backed by over thousands of Google reviews and a 4.9 rating. This month only, get a whole system air duct cleaning for just $599. That's cleaner air, better efficiency, and a fresher home guaranteed. Again, this month only, get a whole system air duct cleaning for just $599. Call 412-701-1188 or visit ZeroResPGH.com and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special.
Liberty Mutual customize this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Trust, PJ.com. So, Mitch Keller hadn't won 2 consecutive starts for 2 years. Didn't win his 4th game until late July last season. Pirates didn't win their 21st game until May 38th last year. Just so you know, they were 21-38 on May 28th. They've won 4 consecutive road series for the first time since 2015, and that's the last time they made the postseason. So if your heart is telling you and your eyes are telling you that this is a good Pirates baseball team, believe them. Also, we now have our first 162 games of Don Kelly's career in the book. He's 80-82 through 162 games. I think you got to give this guy a B+ at the very least. I mean, what were they? So there are 4 games over 500 now. So they were, math, 7 games under 500, 6 games under 500 with him last year. 82-80 when the vast majority of that was with last year's roster, I think is a pretty good accomplishment. And I think we're going to see even more from Don Kelly in the future. I think he's going to be thought of as a very good manager in short order here. He might win Manager of the Year if they make the playoffs, Doran.
No doubt.
What if Mike McCarthy wins Coach of the Year? What if we go 3 for 3? How about that?
Did the NHL one come out?
No, he's just one of 3. And it's probably going to go to Lindy Ruff in Buffalo.
Yeah.
If I had to guess. I'm going to sneeze.
Bless you. God bless you.
Thank you. I sneezed today on the road. It's a terrifying 2 seconds.
Because you black out.
Yeah.
You may shake.
You have no idea where what could hop out in front of you when you take a sneeze. So I just put this on Twitter. The Steelers have an opportunity, perhaps, to make a franchise-changing personnel move, and it could happen next month, with the supplemental draft. Brendan Sorsby, this Cincinnati quarterback who transferred to Texas Tech, who's in all kind of gambling trouble, he is likely to be in the supplemental draft. And he's a guy that is thought of as a first-round pick next year. I don't know how you fit him in, but I would kick, people are going to hate this, I would kick Will Howard to the curb in a second.
Get the heck
Bring
out
in
of
Brandon
here.
Sorsby.
No way.
Why not? He's a first-round talent. Has
gambling problems.
A lot of issues with that, yeah.
No.
No
chance.
Now you got 2 first-round talents and Aaron Rodgers in there if you go get Brendan Sorsby.
No chance.
The Browns are reportedly considering taking him.
Of course. It makes sense.
It makes sense for them. They weren't scared from the Deshaun Watson accusations. They're not going to be afraid of a little gambling.
Not scared of Shedeur Sanders and what that comes with him, the baggage either.
Yeah, and so maybe it's not a great idea to follow in their footsteps of the baggage.
No.
I mean, Rodgers brings his own, but in a totally different realm.
You wouldn't be able to fit him in.
Play.
You would seriously kick Will Howard
I'd
to the
kick
curb?
Will Howard to the curb, yeah.
For a guy that is...
And Mason Rudolph, obviously, yeah.
The guy that has gambling issues?
Yeah. Let's put him in Gamblers Anonymous. And I'm not trivializing, gambling addiction. It's a very real thing. Like, this kid has a problem.
Yeah.
Like, a problem. Like, when you're making 20,000 bets and you're a college kid and you know that you can't do that, you got a problem. So it's a very real problem. But that being said, yeah, I'd take the flyer on the talent. And the supplemental draft, what's it hurt? It would hurt Will Howard.
Yeah, maybe if they didn't. No. I would never, but if I can get on board with what you're saying, like maybe if they didn't draft a quarterback a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, I know.
Maybe.
They log jammed their room. Dave in North Huntington, good morning. Hi, Dave.
Hey, guys. Sorry there. There's no way I'm taking a flyer on Sorsby.
No.
I don't care. I know some gamblers. Good luck trying to get him out of that situation. And he didn't just gamble. He bet on his own team.
Yeah.
The kid, he's in trouble. And you got to give up the draft pick the next year that you use in the supplemental draft. So they take a first rounder on him. They're giving up their first round pick. So it's not like you can afford to do that. I'm sorry, that's just way too much. Plus, he didn't even start this year. You know what I mean? So no way I'd do it.
Joel Nelson quit gambling. If Joel Nelson can quit gambling, this kid can too. I'll tell you that right now. Jolie.
Come on.
I'm just trying to collect quarterbacks.
You did. They did already. They have a bunch. And a lot of different quarterbacks.
I don't know if any of them are good, but Rodgers.
Do you think that Sorsby's good? I've seen him play up close and personal. I mean, he's good, but he ain't great.
Okay, so there's the rub. I don't think he's
right.
I don't understand why he was getting first round buzz.
Because he's big, his size.
I get that.
He was he's impressive when he walks in the room.
I watch a ton of them because Big 12 and God, what a sad existence it has been for me for like the last 5 years as a college football fan. But I've watched a ton of this guy, and he didn't really impress me all that much. But I believe in Michael McCarthy, Doran. If you can fix Drew Aller, if you can make Will Howard a guy, then you can get Brendan Sorsby to quit gambling and become a good quarterback.
No.
I'll tell you, Will Howard really wouldn't stand in my way, though. Like, if I actually thought better about this kid as a prospect, I really would do this. I really would. But I actually don't like the player.
Why?
Because you need quarterback.
Okay, but like,
and you might not be able to get one next year.
There's only one that can play.
Yeah.
There's only one that's going to play. So Sorsby would just sit there.
Just like Aller. Sit there, learn, compete. And then one of the two is your guy next year.
I want my young quarterbacks that I'm picking or drafting and being a part of my organization to have a level head at that. I mean, and to be mature, to be smart, to understand, like, no off the field anything. Like, I want, like, those guys need to be the leaders. Like, Will Howard has those traits.
Sorsby does not.
No,
Sorsby does not. Because, again, I'm not trivializing gambling addiction. It's a very real thing. I like the caller. I mean, we've all seen it. It rips apart families. It's bad. If he were a better player, I would consider it. But think about if let's say they did it, and he came in, and he's real good, and then he gets suspended forever because he's gambling. You don't want that on your franchise.
No.
You don't. By the way, the last caller didn't have it right with the supplemental draft. I had to double check just to make sure I had it right.
I was.
You have to it's like an auction. Like you bid like next year's picks. So if the Browns were willing to give up a 5th round pick in next year's draft to take Sorsby, you'd have to give up a 4th round pick and so on and so forth. So it's not like you'd have to give up a 1st. Because if you had to do that, that'd be absurd.
Mm-hmm. Didn't Terrell Pryor go into supplemental? Yeah. I think he went in the supplemental draft, right?
Terrell Pryor?
Yeah. Pretty sure.
Yes. And isn't that what they were trying to do? Who was the running back for the old Ohio State National Championship team who went back, who had all the weapons in the back of his trunk? He tried to enter the draft early, and then he got in trouble. Someone will text us. 412-928-9370. When they won in the early, when they beat Miami.
Oh, Claret.
Maurice Claret.
That's right.
Texter, Criley, you need to go to Bleep Hole Anonymous. Gambling is a brutal addiction that has no physical or visual symptoms. Why do you always have to make fun of it for a laugh? You are not funny. When did I make fun of it? What, by saying Joel Nelson quit gambling? Being serious.
No, I thought you took it serious.
I said twice I take it serious.
There's no chance, though. No chance I would draft it.
I'm just trying to make solutions.
I think you have enough right now, and then you could have more next year.
You know what the irony of that is, too? You'd be gambling on a gambler.
See, now that's not funny. Gambling is a serious addiction, Harry, with no physical or visual signs. It's a silent addiction, all right? We're not going to stand for any jokes.
Well, eating can be an addiction, too, but you make fun of me on a daily basis.
Damn it, he got me there.
Yes, he did. He sure did.
All right, coming up next. We haven't talked about this yet. The NCAA tournament is expanding to 76 teams, despite nobody asking for it. But might it be a positive around here? We'll get to that next before we talk to Chris Carter about all things football at 8. Right now, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pittsburgh Pirates beat the Arizona Diamondbacks 4-2 yesterday. Mitch Keller, 6 innings, pitched, 2 runs given up. In that one, he got the winning decision. It's the first time since June of 2024 that Mitch Keller has gotten winning decisions in 2 consecutive starts. Pirates and San Francisco Giants will start a series tonight with a game at 10:15. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 9:15, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now here's Dorn.
Ever wonder why Fanatics Sportsbook is America's fastest online growing sportsbook? Other sportsbooks, well, their rewards are just the same old, but FanCash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack. FanCash, with Fanatics Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% FanCash back on your wagers, win or lose. Use your FanCash to unlock the world of Fanatics with unlimited profit boosts, exclusive merch, collectibles, and so much more. If you want value for your bets, Fanatics will always have your back. And don't forget about FanCash draws. It's simple. Choose your draw and enter with FanCash for a shot at no-sweat bets, casino credits, premium sports experiences, tickets, and more. Extraordinary prizes await. Did I also mention they are giving away millions in FanCash this year with games like FanCash Drop? Tap in every Friday to see what the fuss is all about. Switch to a sportsbook that will always give you more to play with. Download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is once again answering the call to help local volunteer fire departments. The 3rd annual Fan 5 Alarm, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, will take place June 17th at Wexford Volunteer Fire Department and June 18th at Robinson Town Center. We'll select a minimum of 25 volunteer fire companies to receive a deserving donation. Nominate your local VFD at 93.7 The Fan. The Fan 5 Alarm is brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, Guardian Protection, True Green, and Oakmont Bakery. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Morning Rush takes a bit of a rough turn. This report brought to you by family-owned Miscellaneous, Italian Bread, Pittsburgh. Crews on the scene of an accident inside the inbound Liberty tunnels. They are completely closed off right now and stacking back through the intersection with West Liberty Avenue, which is jammed back to Brookside Avenue, and on northbound 51 Sawmill Run Boulevard. Delays there between Edgebrook Avenue and Bousman Street heading for the Liberty Tubes off-ramp. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East at Wilkinsburg, and Route 28 is heavy past the 31st Street Bridge toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian Bread is the key to any great burger or dog. A proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian Bread will be a home run at your next party.
Allegheny County is looking for poll workers to work the election on May 19th. Poll workers earn $150 to $175 for the day plus paid training. For more info and to apply, visit AlleghenyVotes.com. That's AlleghenyVotes.com.
After an accident, you need an injury attorney who fights for you. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski are ready to take on the insurance companies and win you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
The Pittsburgh Power and Fitness Festival returns May 16th and 17th at the DLCC. Witness elite bodybuilding, strength sports, and martial arts. Shop the massive expo and meet fitness celebrities. Get tickets now at hitspowerfit.com.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
With the new My Lowe's Pro Rewards American Express card, earn 3 points per dollar spent on Lowe's qualifying purchases for the first 6 months after card account opening. Plus, save 5% every day on eligible purchases at Lowe's and earn points on eligible purchases everywhere else Amex is accepted. Card members get more at Lowe's. Subject to credit approval. 5% can't be combined with any other offer. Exclusions and restrictions apply. Points subject to loyalty terms at Lowe's.com/terms and credit reward terms at Synchrony.com/MLPRA-terms. Visit Lowe's.com/business credit.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track today. High is 61, low of 42. Tomorrow, high is 68. 85% chance of rain. It's like an 85% chance your favorite college basketball team gets in the tournament now. They've expanded the tournament to 76 teams. It used to be 64, then it was 68, and now it's 76, and I love the college basketball regular season, and this waters it down dramatically, and it doesn't ruin the most perfect thing in sports, but it's not something that anybody asked for. Problem is, as with anything in professional sports, and I would put this in the professional sports category now, when the powers that be can make money, they're going to do it. Because they know we don't want it, but we're going to watch it anyway. And that's ad dollars, and that's TV revenue, and yada, yada. And it's just a bummer.
Yeah.
Because there's always the slippery slope. I think 76 is way too many. What are they ever going to stop, though? Like, in 20 years, is it going to be 84 teams? Like, you just keep expanding it until everybody gets a seat at the table, and you have 350 teams or whatever it is, Division I college basketball, and you just forget the regular season, just play the tournament out.
Did they give a reason why that they're doing this?
It's because of money.
I mean, yeah, we know that.
The demand for college basketball. I think the only people really pushing for it, besides like TV execs and conference commissioners and stuff, are the coaches. And I think they need to be careful what they wish for. Like, I think West Virginia would have made it. They would have. I mean, they were the first team out 2 years ago, and they were in the next 4 out this year. So they'd have made it the last 2 years. Like, this would have been a good thing for me personally. Pitt would have made it.
Yes.
That year that Virginia somehow got in ahead of them. I think it's good for our local teams, but if you ain't making the tournament as a Power 4 school now, and you have any reasonable expectations, your coach is getting canned. Like, all these coaches, it'll be easier to make the tournament. That's job security. Well, you better.
Yeah.
You better.
Yeah.
And
Good
it also
point.
might
Good point.
shift the goalpost to where, Doran, it's not a success anymore for certain programs if you just simply make it. Oh, we were the 8th 12 seed. We made the tournament, put it up on the banner. Well, okay, everyone made it. So I don't like it. I think, I might have a different opinion if my team is the 75th team this year, or if Pitt makes it and they're like the 72nd
Well, you've been talking
team.
about this for a year or two now.
Yeah.
Like how this, obviously you heard rumblings that it might go to this, and how much that you hate it because how passionate you are about March Madness and college basketball. But
But you know what? I did complain about the NFL expanded playoffs because I thought, you water it down. Like, you're going to have bad teams make the playoffs every year. But then Super Wild Card Saturday comes around and I ain't bitching.
You're going to be mad when they expand college football?
I think 12's fine. Like, I didn't mind 4.
Really?
My favorite era of college football is whenever you just pick your 2 favorite teams that
BCS,
could go.
yeah.
Yeah, BCS. Because I thought the regular season then
mattered a lot.
Oh,
yeah,
it was the best regular season in sports, man. And it's a lot like the Premier League, and I don't know if this is going to land on anybody, but it's a lot like the Premier League. Like, those people get jacked up if their team's in 8th place because there's something attached to it. Or if you're top 4, there's something attached to it. Or, God forbid, you're in the bottom couple of teams, then you get relegated to the... Like, so everyone's jacked up for every single match because they all matter, but they matter for, different expectations. That's exactly what college football has always been. Like, some teams are thrilled to make a bowl. Some teams, you can win 8 games, that's great. You win 10, that's tremendous. You win 11, there you go. Now, I don't know, you lose a game to your heated rival in the regular season, it's going to hurt for a week, but if you find a way to contend for a playoff spot, I mean, it hurts a hell of a lot less. Like, it hurts more. It has always historically hurt more if Pitt loses to West Virginia or vice versa. And that's your season. Like, if you go 8-4 and you beat your rival,
it's a successful
that's
season.
A successful season. Yeah. It's just not that way anymore. And I'm old man yelling at clouds now, but we'll talk about gambling. I'm sure gambling has a lot to do with it too.
A lot to do. A lot.
Yeah. Vasectomies through the roof.
Yep.
I think I'm going to get one of them, by the way.
When?
I was thinking...
Weren't we supposed to do it together?
Same room, holding hands?
Yeah, and broadcast it.
We should do the show while getting vasectomied?
Yeah.
But you don't need to get vasectomied.
Why?
I didn't want to say it on the air.
Oh, okay. I still don't trust it.
Yeah. Well, you're supposed to...
Might as well double up.
Good point. You're supposed to... You got to, test it out, 50 times. And then they got to test you and make sure it took. Is what I understand.
Yes.
I did not know that. I thought once they do it, you're good.
No.
Not even close.
Mm-mm.
No, there's a...
Which side? Our side or...
Our side.
Okay.
Yeah, you got to keep...
That's what I was saying. I already tested it. I tested the other side.
Coming up next, Chris Carter of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette going to join us to get into the Aaron Rodgers news that we broke yesterday. But before we get to that, I got to tell you that it's May. And the weather's pretty nice in May. Crowley here for Window Nation. But it's not hot yet. And when it gets hot, you don't want to wait. The heat hits, high energy bills. I got new windows, and guess what? Energy bills went down. You can upgrade your windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all your windows with new energy-efficient ones, and you get half of them for free. Plus, here's the kicker. You could even get them with no money down, no monthly payment, or interest for 2 years. I'll say it again because it's such a great deal. Buy 4, Get 4 free sale going on at Window Nation right now. Plus, you could even get them with no money down, no monthly payments, or interest for 2 years. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Do what I did. Sale ends soon. Visit windownation.com now to book a free consultation.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hear that? That's the sound of a car rolling into Valvoline Instant Oil Change. The sound of another savvy driver getting an oil change from trained pros. The sound of not having to leave your car while we quickly change your oil. At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, there's no hassle with appointments or dealer wait times. That's one smart bell. 'Tis the season for the outdoor home project and the honey-do list. No pushing that off anymore. If you've got an older home like me, chances are you need some masonry work done to it. When, not if you do, call the pros at Precision Pointing. They're the best. Literally, they have the awards to prove it. I would know. I've used them. Satisfied customer talking to you right now. Looked at your chimney lately? How about those loose brick, the worn mortar joints? Your retaining wall about to topple over? Precision Pointing is the only call you need to make. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net.
You don't marry someone you can live with. You marry the person you can't live without. This famous quote speaks wonders. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz of Urbanowitz Jewelers. For over 40 years, the Urbanowitz family has been helping couples get engaged. We have a huge inventory of designer lines and all the classics. Or we can custom design an engagement ring just for you. And now during our spring sale, you can save up to 30% on the ring of her dreams. Urbanowitz Jewelers in Peters Township.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Crews clearing an earlier accident from the inbound Liberty tunnels. Just watch for leftover delays now as the tunnels are back open. You're jammed on Sawmill Run Boulevard back before Nobles Lane and back to Brookside Avenue on West Liberty Avenue. Parkway West, you are jammed inbound near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound heavy as you approach Carnegie, but mainly steady toward Pittsburgh International Airport. Parkway East stacking back at Wilkinsburg down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels with a second delay at Stanwyck Street heading up onto the Fort Pitt Bridge, and delays on the North Shore Expressway as you head from Route 65 past the Fort Duquesne Bridge over toward Route 28. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by twomenandajuncktruck.com. Got junk? Book them now.
Overwhelmed by the big clean-out that has to happen? Trust the professionals at Two Men and a Junk Truck to get it done at a fair price. We'll haul away the mess and your stress. Two Men and a Junktruck.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
People are texting in about vasectomies, saying no, doing the dirty for 5 weeks, and then you gotta, I don't know, clean the pipes 20 times, and then you get tested.
20?
Yeah.
Wow.
Texter writes in, yeah, just had my consultation, getting it done next month. Grand Theft Auto, ice on your giblets for 3 days, no lifting for 7. No lifting? That's my new addiction. That's how I lift. Shoulder press, Dorn. Don't know if you're familiar.
Well, how many pounds do you use for you to do the dumbbells?
25.
You're getting there.
I saw Cale Berger doing them with 40s.
Wow.
Yeah.
You can't let Cale show you up.
I know. Well, he's been at it longer. Maybe.
Has he?
I don't know.
Oh, man.
But I was doing it. I was like, oh, yeah, nice pump. Oh, the shoulder, they're cooked. And I look over and Cale's doing it with the 40s. Chris Carter of the Post-Gazette joins us now. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Good morning to you. How you doing?
What's up, newsbreakers? How we doing this morning?
It's nice that you would acknowledge that because your colleague, Jerry Dulac, did not.
Sometimes in the business, sometimes there might be some things that get in the way of that. But
egos.
You guys have been my guys for life.
Things like that.
I wouldn't say egos.
No, I did. I did.
Things.
I'm being clear. You didn't say that. That wasn't you. That was me. Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. All right. So let's operate under the assumption now that Rodgers will be the Steelers quarterback. What can they do this year? Like, are you optimistic that it would look different, better than it did last year, given personnel and coaching staff changes?
I think it could be marginally different. I still don't think this team's a Super Bowl contender, but I do think that they would stand a better chance to make progress against a wild card round team. I still think that they would stand a good chance to compete in the division. I just think personally, with last year in that Texans game, the Steelers, I mean, everyone, you look at that final score and you think, oh man, they got smoked. They were never in it. It was 7-6 in the fourth quarter. Like it was 7-10 or 10-6 in the fourth quarter. If Aaron Rodgers hits that deep ball to Calvin Austin, the game goes completely a different way. And all game, he was just waiting for a receiver to break open, and he just couldn't get it. And I think now, if you run that back with now Michael Pittman and a Jeremy Bernard type of receiver, I would wonder how much better that receiving crew would do against that Texans secondary, which was a talented secondary. So I just think that they'd be in a better position this year to handle being up against, some better secondaries. Whereas last year separation wasn't always coming, and you had to rely on Aaron Rodgers kind of making some elite reads or great throws or crazy plays like Kenneth Gainwell when he caught that touchdown against Detroit.
Chris, we obviously did break the news yesterday that Aaron Rodgers was flying into Pittsburgh. Let's assume that he is here now. In your opinion, why now? Like, why 2 weeks-ish before OTAs? I mean, rookie minicamp is today, but why come into Pittsburgh, in your opinion, right now?
It might be a situation where they were asking him, hey, we'd like you to work with Drew Aller because he's coming in and we think highly of him, and we think that he could use your guidance. And so it was like, hey, let's get things started. It also could be like, hey, there might be a sense of urgency for Mike McCarthy and his coaching staff where Aaron Rodgers may have played in Mike McCarthy's offense before, but it's like, hey, everybody's getting used to this. Whereas last year, Aaron Rodgers had to learn a new offense under Arthur Smith and Mike Tomlin, what they wanted, but now everybody's learning a new offense. And so it's a little different because, whereas Aaron Rodgers probably learned it for himself, there's going to be an added, hey, we need everybody to get on board right now. And so I think that could have helped. But I mean, I do think it's interesting because, a lot of people spent a lot of time saying, oh man, he's dragging the Steelers along. And, I think the thing that I kept looking at was like, well, he still has, I'll get there when he goes past where he went last year. Like if he doesn't arrive at mandatory minicamp, then I'd be like, okay, this is different. Mm-hmm. This is bad. But this year, I mean, Omar Khan, to give him credit, he said way back in February, this isn't going to be like last time. He's going to come in earlier. Now, I think back then he was thinking maybe before the draft, but technically he was still right because he arrived before minicamp, and now he's here at least a few weeks before that. So I think that there might be an added sense of, hey, we need you to get on board with this. We have a lot of newer pieces, and we have a whole new coaching staff, and we also have a young quarterback that we'd like you to get help with his development, and he's getting started this week.
You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Text us, brought to you by Egger Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I get annoyed by Steelers fans saying, oh, it's just going to be like year 21 of Mike Tomlin because you're running it back with Aaron Rodgers. Well, it's a totally new coaching staff, so no. A bunch of new guys on the offensive side, so no. But we spent a little bit of time talking about the defense this morning, Chris. They have had the personnel to be highly successful and have at times, the last few years, been highly successful. You got new blood on that defensive coaching staff too. It's all new blood. Your expectations for this defense with what they got now this year?
I'm curious if this defense can go back to being a top 10 unit, because the thing is that, like, I know a lot of people say, oh, this defense was terrible under Terrell Austin. Last year, they were a mid defense, but the 3 years before that under Austin, they were a top 10 defense, which, with Steelers, I think Steelers fans are so used to getting a top 5 or the number 1 defense, but they were still one of the best defense. And those defenses were why they were carrying what was a bad offense to the playoffs. And I think it's just unfortunate timing. They fell off last year where, while the offense jumped from being in the bottom half to being a more respectable offense with Aaron Rodgers in the mix. And so I think this year, as long as they can stay healthy, because I do think it was important to note last year they faced some rough injuries, especially on the defensive line. Yeah. Derek Harmon, when he was missing time, other guys. If they can stay healthy, especially up front, I'd be curious if they stuff the run better. And I do think also this, Patrick Graham coming in, we talked to him, he acknowledged, look, I'm not coming here to destroy everything that's been built. He still believes in a lot of the classic tenets of Steelers football. Stop the run on first and second down so you can get aggressive on third down, and kind of figuring out things that they've always done since Dick LeBeau, Mike Tomlin, Bill Cowher. I think there's certain things that he's going to stick to, but I do think like certain things, like I think he's gonna use more too high safety looks. Where last year there were a lot of center field safety looks where they had one guy in the middle and they try to rely on their corners on the outside to win there. But now I think they're gonna use more too high safety looks because that's, I think, becoming a trend in the NFL with where they are. And I think it could be better. Now the question is, do they get some other young guys to step up? Because I do think TJ Watt, Cam Hayward, they'll still be playmakers, but I think you're seeing that they're not the same game records they were 4 years ago. So they need Joey Porter Jr. to be an elite cornerback from day one to throughout the playoffs. They need Keanu Benton to be a playmaker in almost every game. They need Derek Harmon to shut down the run the way that he did last year, but also add as a pass rusher. They need the linebackers to be better playmakers as well. Patrick Queen, I thought, was a good player last year. They need him to ascend to another level. So I think that they could get back to being a top 10 defense, but it's going to take guys stepping up and guys fitting into a system that they'll be getting used to. So I still think that's a flip of a coin right now.
Chris, after going through this period of OTAs and mini camp, whenever they start training camp at the end of July, in your opinion, what's the configuration of the offensive line from left to right? What does it look like? Who's starting and who is where?
This has been the tricky question and I think that's what I'm most excited to see on Saturday when we get to cover rookie camp and see, hey, where do they want these guys lining up? Right now, if assuming Broderick Jones isn't back healthy and able to practice at the start of training camp, I would go Faltano at left tackle, Dunker/Spencer Anderson at left guard, Frazier at center, McCormick at right guard, Iheanacho at right tackle. But if Broderick Jones is healthy, keep Faltano at right tackle, put Broderick Jones at left tackle, and let Iheanacho work and earn his stripes. But I think that because Iheanacho played a lot of right tackle in college, I mean, it was the only position he played in college, they might ask Troy Faltano to flip the left because he did play that for Washington just for a left-handed quarterback. So I think that could be the configuration right now. But that's the thing I'm curious. How quick, when we go to this rookie camp, do we get to see an offensive line up, across the board? And do we see Iheanacho at right or left tackle? Because I think that, one thing Mike McCarthy said, he wants to know what his offensive line alignment is going to be by the end of by the end of OTAs and minicamp. So if that's the case, we're going to probably get a quicker hint than normal to what this offensive line looks like. So I'll be curious to see where they put them there. And I also did a film study for the Post Gazette this week on Jennings Dunker, whereas he's listed as a tackle, he just screams guard to me. He's aggressive. He's much better when he's attacking than being a passive pass protector the way offensive tackles have to be when they're protecting the quarterback. So I'd be shocked if we didn't see him at guard this weekend.
I love the idea of this is going to be my 5, and we're going to rip the hell out of them in training camp. Because I remember one of the other stories that I broke, not that I've broken many, was I knew that Zach Banner was going to be the Steelers starting right tackle. I think we can all probably figure out how I learned that news. And that was like a couple days before the start of the regular season. Now, you can always be light on your feet, but here's our unit. Now we're going to rep them all together, and hopefully there could be cohesion earlier. Chris Carter joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. Did you happen to catch the Darius Slay comments?
Oh, I did. I definitely saw that. I thought that was interesting.
So for those of you who are uninitiated, Darius Slay said in the red zone, the Steelers' defensive backs were told to play outside leverage, and on in-breaking routes, it was the responsibility of the defensive line to try to get their hands up and knock balls down. Now, as I've said, I think the Steelers have been as good as any team in the NFL at knocking balls down at the line of scrimmage. But my God, that's not something you can count on down there, right, Chris?
Not all the time, but it also wasn't the case all the time either. There were some cases.
Film guy, here we go.
Yeah, look, I think there were times where they did it and it backfired on them. And listen, one of the stories that I kind of broke this past year was Patrick Queen. He was a guy who told us like, hey, I don't agree with the calls at these times. This doesn't make sense. And he kind of was getting frustrated with Terrell Austin. But one thing he told me, later in the season was he came in and he said, hey man, I got to admit something that like when I was getting upset with the way Terrell Austin was calling the defense, I wasn't saying anything. I was just being mad and frustrated and not communicating. And he said it was Mike Tomlin who came to me and he said, hey, you're obviously upset with something going on here. Say it so that everyone can get on the same page. And he sat down Terrell Austin with Patrick Queen, and he said, and where Patrick Queen aired his grievance, he said, "Hey, these calls don't work with the personnel. A lot of us think that this is going backwards." Terrell Austin was like, I'm glad you told me because now I'll switch that up. And so I think some of it where Darius Slay, he had some interesting commentary because he defended Tara Lawson, but Tara Lawson's also the defensive coordinator that helped him become an all-pro in the league. So I thought it was interesting that he kind of went the direction that he did. I think Darius Slay was kind of saying what he wanted to say, after him. It was kind of an embarrassing year for the end of his career.
No doubt.
But again, Joey Porter Jr. seemed to look fine in those situations. He made some of the best plays for the Steelers when he was defending the red zone. James Pierre sure looked fine in those situations. So I think Darius Slay might have been saying some things that where there were frustrations, especially early in the season when he was on the team. But especially as the season went on, they got better at those and they improved at those. So I think he doesn't have the full picture there because he got cut mid-season like a few other guys.
Chris, this was wonderful.
Fantastic.
It always is. Thank you so much. Chris is the host of the Locked On Steelers podcast, and he works for a publication that doesn't give us credit. Thank you, Chris.
Thanks, fellas.
He didn't say that. I did. I was throwing that out there. I was going to be very clear on that. All right, coming up next, Ian Rappaport on Good Morning Football with the new latest on Aaron Rodgers. I haven't listened to it yet. I'm just interested to hear what he's saying.
Nice, me too.
Yeah. So that's next. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callus fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates and Diamondbacks played yesterday, and the Pirates won that game 4-2. The Pirates took 2 of 3 from that series, and now they're going to go into another road series, this time against the San Francisco Giants. Game 1 of that 3-game series is tonight at 10:15. Coverage on The Fan begins at 9:15 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Crowley.
Oh, thank you so much, Harry. Between hybrid work schedules and getting pretty much anything delivered to your doorstep, it feels like there's no reason to leave the house anymore. But some of the best deals are still in store for you. Literally. At Omaha Steaks, they're known for quality meat delivery, but they also have stores right in our neighborhood at the streets of Cranberry and Cranberry Township and at Settlers Ridge and Robinson. Now's the time to stop by, pick up their Burger Perfection Stack. This bundle includes premium 6-ounce patties made from 100% aged single-cut steak, filet mignon, ribeye, and more. Plus, come in today and get 8 free smash burgers with the stack. And while you're there, also ask about the manager special. 4 USDA certified tender top sirloin fillets for $29.99. These beauties are aged for over 35 days and are just as tender as grocery store filet mignon. Grab dinner from your local Omaha Steak store in Cranberry Township or in Robinson tonight.
The Fan 5 Alarm, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, is back June 17th and 18th. You can nominate a deserving volunteer fire department at 937thefan.com. The Fan 5 Alarm is brought to you by Southside Plumbing and Heating, Kirkin Roofing, and Centimar on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Call McVeigh today.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Well, at least the Lakers are there, right? And they're trying their best. It would take healthy Austin Reeves and healthy Luka Doncic and a healthy prime Michael Jordan. Still, the Lakers would not defeat the Thunder. OKC rolls 125-107. We saw this coming. I'm Drake Toll.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Spring pollen is everywhere, and if it sits too long on your vehicle, it can stick to the surface and damage your car's paint over time. Don't let buildup dull your shine. Stop by Tidal Wave Auto Spa and wash it away with a top-of-the-line car wash starting at just $15. Our Graph X4 Shine technology helps protect your finish and keep your car looking its best. Plus, enjoy free vacuums, microfiber towels, and interior cleaning spray with every visit. In minutes, you'll be driving away with that clean car happy feeling. Find your nearest location at TidalWaveAutospa.com.
Stone
Stoning Company, family owned and operated for nearly 100 years with 11 plants servicing southwestern PA and northern West Virginia, offering the highest quality ready-mix concrete and custom mix designs to fit your needs. We have the largest fleet of trucks in the region, concrete pumping services, plus a full offering of precast products, manholes, catch basins, and blocks. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff is ready to assist you with your next project. All solid foundations begin with Stoning Company, DOT and DOH certified. 1-800-CONCRETE or stoneconcrete.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Hot water fast. Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater. This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Some days, self-care starts with Nature-Made gummy vitamins, a deep breath, and a little encouragement.
Mom, I'm really nervous.
Me too, honey, but we've got this. Repeat after me. I'm gonna have a good day.
I'm going to have a good day.
I choose joy no matter what comes my way.
I bring joy wherever I go.
Quality gummy vitamins from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
At Spitzer Toyota Monroeville, we know your vehicle's more than engine and wheels. This is where road trips create memories and playlists become anthems. It's also your ticket to rewards when you download the Spitzer VIP app. Every purchase and visit earns you points that you can redeem for discounts on service, parts, or a new Toyota. Plus, you'll drive worry-free thanks to our lifetime warranty. Get the perks your adventures deserve only at Spitzer. Wag more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Morning rush continues to be plagued with accidents. This report brought to you by your local super lawyers at LGKG. Hurt? LGKG. Accident? LGKG. LGKG.com, your home team. Crews on the scene of an accident in Wilkinsburg. This ties up Ardmore Boulevard near Franklin Avenue, just off the Parkway East. Some down power lines in Westview is tying up Center Avenue near the intersection with Route 19 Perry Highway. Meanwhile, the Parkway West is jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East suburban side delays at Edgewood Twistvale. and then another delay heading up onto the Fort Pitt Bridge's lower deck. Route 28, the Parkway North, looking good for you. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Car accident?
LGKG. Work accident?
LGKG. Dog bite?
LGKG. Med-mal?
LGKG.
Born and raised in Western PA.
That's us, LGKG. We try cases, and insurance companies know it.
A 90-year reputation. LGKG.com, where your case becomes our cause.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Well, there's like 8 million PDFs here on these UFO files that were just released. I got no time for this right now. Someone read them and let me know what you find out.
Right. Well, I saw a couple. I mean, 1969 Apollo, I think 12 mission, they saw something.
What?
You see that picture? No, you didn't? I just retweeted it.
What?
Mm-hmm.
They saw something on the Apollo mission?
Mm-hmm. I'll send it to you.
Oh, man.
Yep. There we go.
UFO spotted on NASA Apollo 12 mission 1969.
See the picture. It's real. We knew it was real. The universe is
No, I
infinite.
totally agree with that. Boy, that's... If they didn't put it up there and they were the only ones up there, something else put it up there. Science.
Up there.
A very Yinzer science out of me. All right. That is the real lead, but this is a sports show. So, Ian Rappaport, moments ago on the NFL Network on Good Morning Football, listen to me just attributing, because that's what professionals do, with the absolute latest here on Aaron Rodgers.
Well, if it's the middle of May, you know that we're going to be talking about Aaron Rodgers once again. This time, though, finality is coming for the former and likely future quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Here's my understanding of where the situation stands for Aaron Rodgers. He is expected to visit Pittsburgh today, likely going to be there through the rest of the weekend to really just continue conversations with Steelers brass, meet with players, just kind of be around the facility that he will likely join this coming season. Now, this is obviously something that we have thought was going to happen. We have wondered was going to happen. My understanding is Aaron Rodgers is likely to play in the NFL in 2026. And if that is the case, which I expect it is likely going to be for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Not just because they put the UFA tender on him a couple weeks ago, but because last year was a good experience, because he liked the relationships, because Mike McCarthy, his old coach for the Green Bay Packers, is there. Now, my understanding is Rodgers has also kind of continued the conversation and the acclimation process with his receivers, getting to know some of the old ones, getting to know some of the new ones like Michael Pittman, just kind of furthering the thought that he is expected to be the Steelers quarterback in 2026. Not saying it's imminent that he's going to sign this weekend. There is still no deal. They still have to discuss things right now on the books for $15 million next year. Remains to be seen whether that's going to be the final contract or whether Rodgers is going to get a little bit more. But when all is said and done, the expectation is that Rodgers is back with the Steelers next season with Mike McCarthy, where he can hit the ground running. And the Steelers will once again be in the same position they were last year, with a good, big-name, well-known quarterback, a pretty good defense, and absolutely a chance to go and get it.
All right, so we knew all that, except for the wide receiver thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool. But he did it last year, so it's not surprising. And it sounds like he might be hanging around for rookie camp, which would be really cool.
Yes.
That'd be very valuable.
Yes.
Because I had been operating under the assumption that when he signs, he'll be here for mandatory minicamp. But maybe, get around the rooks, get around the young bucks, get around the old Drew Aller. Give him a little butt slap.
I believe I said that yesterday. That was my reasoning of why he would maybe be here, is to be around, with rookie minicamp. Will Howard, who's been around before. Drew Aller now, that is a new quarterback in the room, and just assess. I don't even know if he even needs to really say anything, but just to be around, his presence is just as big as him doing anything. So, yeah, we're here. We've made it.
We have
Finally.
made it. We're on the other side.
Yes.
Can we get back to UFOs then?
Yes.
Texter, I love when Adam taps into his inner Fayette County dialect. Got to get a team on that.
Up there.
So you're telling me up there that they saw a freaking UFO. You got more?
There's video.
There's video of this thing? Are you retweeting that?
I don't even know what this video... Oh, there's something that flew across.
What? Are you messing with me?
No.
Did you retweet it?
I just did.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm taking a peek. It is live on the air. Just alien files being released. Where's this? Middle East, May 2022.
Huh.
All domain anomaly. Whoa! What is that thing? Oh, boy.
Yep.
It's Brave New World now.
It is. Well, it's just been hidden.
We just didn't know about it. Harry, your reaction to aliens?
Okay, but like, how come we haven't seen like with our own eyes? Like, how come
I saw that green thing like a month ago? You didn't believe me? Big flashing green thing.
It was a star. It was a shooting star.
Yeah, probably. Harry, your thoughts on aliens?
They're cool, unless they're not.
Well, they ain't screwed with us yet.
We know.
Well,
you know that.
Well, good point.
That we know. I mean, it could be a whole Men in Black situation. You've seen Men in Black, right?
I've seen Men in Black, Doran.
Well, a movie series.
I mean, it could be, people who look like human. They could transform into looking like normal humans, and we're just walking amongst aliens. That's what I think the case is.
Is there a chance my wife's an alien?
Yeah.
I think you would know. I think aliens probably mate with other aliens.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you could mate with an alien.
If they can take the shape of humans. That'd be quite the put on, though.
Yeah, but the inside is not human. Outside is human. Like Terminator. I always bring up Terminator because it's one of my favorites. Like Terminator, like it looked like Arnold. Looked like a human. But inside, it was metal. It was a T-800, I believe. That was the model of Terminator and machine he was inside. Different underneath the skin.
So my wife, probably not an alien.
Probably not.
Text her, little banger in there by Ian Rappaport. Oh, yeah. What do you call it, Michael Pitwa?
Pitwin.
He's going to have Michael Pitwan. Texter says, most awkward moment in my life was getting a vasectomy, and the doctor saw my Steelers shirt and was talking about how bad Kenny Pickett was. Texter, UFOs, LOL. You know the word gullible isn't in the dictionary, right? I couldn't believe it. You're telling me you don't believe it?
I think you're ridiculous if you just you don't. Like, that's very self-centered to not believe that there's something else out there, and to believe that we're the only being in this universe. Is insane to think.
Yeah, I like to think about it from this standpoint. I ain't freaking important at all. Like, there's got to be more out there than just things that are like me.
I feel like we're living inside of something. I feel like we're like little like
in an ant farm.
Yeah, I guess it would be like atoms inside of like a bigger thing. You know how like we have like little like atoms and stuff in our body?
Yeah, oh yeah.
I feel like that's what we might be to something else. Just running around.
Man, just like
acting wild.
Making up some sort of giant intergalactic being.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yep.
Cool.
Why not?
Depending on what we see or read today, we're going to feel very small coming in here on Monday.
Uh-huh.
I'll tell you that right now.
Uh-huh.
And I wonder if the aliens, now that they know that we know about them, maybe they reach out.
Would you stand face to face with an alien and try to have a conversation if that alien could communicate English to you?
I feel like if we needed to talk them off the ledge, I'd be very good at it. I used to produce the other morning show. Fan 5-Alarm Marathon, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Back June 17th and 18th. We're looking for 25 local volunteer fire departments to receive donations. Nominate your VFD today at 937thefan.com, presented by 1-800-BOARD-UP and the National Fire Sprinkler Association. I'm leaving now.
Yes.
Hooray!
So what's next? What are you doing? Hey.
Well, there's an interesting topic, and we've talked about Aaron Rodgers a lot. We'll get back into that in the 9 a.m. hour, but there's an interesting topic that I think that we need to break down coming up next. We have Quiz Callus after that. Quiz Callus is today. We have Quiz Callus. But at 9 a.m., I'm going to go in a different direction. Carlos Zofko is going to come on. He's WPIAL Insider. There's a lot of things going on in the WPIAL or just in high school football that I have questions about. and we'll get in that. And then Marco Bali at 9:30.
I saw all kind of Carlos stuff going on the last couple of days.
Yeah.
That's a good idea by you.
Yeah, I got to get caught up on that. See what's going on.
Is he coming in here?
No, he's just going to call
Okay, I haven't seen him in a minute. I don't think he likes me.
Why?
I don't know.
He likes everybody.
West Virginia. All right. Right now, a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates won yesterday 4-2 over the Arizona Diamondbacks. Brandon Lau had a first-inning home run for the Pirates, second time in a row. He's done that. It's back-to-back games that he's hit a first-inning home run. He's got 10 now in the season. Pirates and San Francisco Giants will start a 3-game series beginning tonight at 10:15. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 9:15 with that coverage being presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now it's Adam Crowley.
Oh, thank you so much, Harry. Texter writes in, the buckos are finally good, and now the aliens invade. Yeah, what better reason than to go out and get some beer? And there's one place to go for all your beer needs. That's Hampton Beer Outlet, where they've got over 1,000 beers in stock, the best selection, the best customer service. And right now, White Claw variety packs, 24-pack cans, $29.99. What a special. White Claw variety packs, 24-pack cans, just $29.99. Get on out to Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
How many Super Bowls has Russell Wilson cost his team by wanting to pass the ball on the 1-yard line? 1.
Adrian, are you in the mood to wish Mulsey a happy 40th birthday?
Yeah, happy birthday. The only good thing I like about this guy is he has a bald head like me.
Call.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
BetMGM, authorized gaming partner of the NBA, has a special offer for the playoffs. Sign into your existing BetMGM account and snag an NBA Playoffs odds boost token. Then take your shot at scoring more on your next win. Simply log in, add a qualifying bet on the NBA Playoffs to your bet slip and activate the token. If you win your wager with the token attached, you'll pull down extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars. Talk about a fast break. Make BetMGM, authorized gaming partner of the NBA, your home for playoff action with bonuses like odds boost tokens and more. Claim your odds boost token for the NBA playoffs and get in the game today. Make betting the playoffs more exciting. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days. Please gamble responsibly.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
Hey, Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. There is a lot going on at Schultz Ford now that we've drifted into the warmer months. How about this? Employee pricing. It is back, and man, is it a big deal. So, ask for it. All those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling, and always online at schultzford.com. People love employee pricing. Man, how could you not? So go check out what you want. Maybe you want an Explorer. Maybe you want a Mustang. Perhaps that Expedition for some family vacation time. Oh, yeah. So get there. And the service cannot be beaten. You know that, right? Schultz Ford is the place. All those great locations, all those wonderful people, and employee pricing is back. Oh, that's something. So go online, check out the vehicle you want right now at schultzford.com.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo from family to goods arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, May 16th at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at PIA.edu.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
All right, Adam had to leave. He had to go to his daughter's event. I think it was last day of school. So congratulations to his daughter Fiona. And you can't miss things like that. So he is out and he'll be back on Monday. It is me and it is Callus for the rest of the show. As I said before, we will quiz Callus next. We'll have Carlos Zofko of the WPIAL Insider at 9 a.m. and then Mark Caboli at 9:35 will join and we'll crush Mark for trying to refute, I guess, our breaking news yesterday. But right now, Andy Lindbergh. Andy, you're a web guy. You came in here about 6 minutes ago and showed me a picture of basically the universe. I need you to break this down because this whole UFO leak, these are things that I'm interested in. I know we could talk about Aaron Rodgers all day. I don't think people want to talk about that all day. We're going to get back into it at some point. But Andy, can you break down what that picture is?
I can. If you're watching on the video stream, I know it's hard to see. We'll tweet out a picture on the fans' Twitter account. But if you take a look where my thumb or my finger is, if you're on the video stream, there's a small little line. There's a circle, a large circle, and then a very tiny white line in it. Now, an astrophysicist says that line would take 1 billion years to travel at the speed of light. This is the observable universe here with 300 sextillion stars in it, which is a 3 with 23 zeros behind it. And this little line, so if you take a look at a basketball and just take a look at just a small line of dots on the basketball, that would take 1 billion years to traveling at the speed of light. That's how big our universe is. And this is just the observable universe. They think that there's actually more out there, and this could only be a fraction of it. So if you're feeling small, you have reason to.
Yes. There's obviously videos that have come out. There's pictures that have come out. So you believe, right? Like you believe that
there's definitely life out there. I don't know if it's visited here.
Why don't you think? Because I heard you talking to Adam before he left.
So yeah, I guess I told Adam if you wanted to, no offense to the backwoods areas, but if you lived in Pittsburgh and there was some podunk town in like Wyoming, do you have any will or do you have any interest in visiting there? And Adam said no, but then he said, but with the way that the earth is and the way that we are as a society, he said, wouldn't you want to go? Don't people look at car crashes?
Right. You stop by and observe.
I wouldn't be surprised.
But how would aliens know what they're observing and where they're going? They'll probably just see a big round planet and they're like, all right, let's go and see it.
It's assumed that if they have that ability to travel here, that they have that technology and understanding of the universe.
Wow.
So there's some theoretical physicists that come up with this 3-tiered society. So it's 0 through 3, so 4. So right now we're a 0, which means we can only use coal, we can only use certain types of energy, oil, solar power to a little bit of an extent. And then you get to a 1 society, which I believe is harnessing the power of your sun, fusion, using cold fusion or things like that. So you're able to use the power of the sun to help your society. And then you get to a level 2, which is like being able to use the power of the entire solar system and multiple stars. And so like Star Trek would be like a level 1 or 2 where they can use hyperspeed. And then you get to level 3, which, and I could be, I'm just off the top of my head, but this is more like being able to harness wormholes and tricking time and space and being able to bend that. And that, so we're at the lowest possible level you can be. So the way that the one theoretical physicist I like, his name is Michio Kaku. This is the Fan Morning Show. We're talking about sports.
We're fine. We're fine. Trust me.
He says, if you were an alien, picture you're walking at North Park and you see a bunch of ants. Do you go down to the ants and offer them gold and trinkets and be like, oh yeah, hey, we love you? Or do you just like maybe accidentally step on them? Or, do you ignore them? You ignore them. So aliens of that capacity that are able to reach us would just think of us as probably insects. And they're so if they are visiting us, they're probably just like, oh, I wonder what they're doing. But I don't think that aliens that would come here would have any interest in what we have to offer because they've already been there and done that, is the theory.
My mind is blown.
But that's just because, I mean, you think about it. Like, if the ants is a perfect example.
Yeah.
Why would you go up to an ant and try to become friends with it?
Right.
It doesn't understand.
Right.
It's just trying to survive. And that's.
But ants can't communicate. Like, we can communicate.
But they might be able to, they can communicate with each other because they follow.
So we couldn't be,
So that's why they think that if they do come, if aliens are visiting us, that's why. They're just kind of, we're just kind of in a.
They're just saying hi. Hey, what's up?
We're not even worth saying hi to.
What?
Because think about it. If the power that it takes, and showing this thing on the stream here is this tiny little dot takes 1 billion light years to get to. If we had the ability to travel at the speed of light, imagine what we could do. We still wouldn't be able to do much in the universe because it's so big. You can't comprehend. We can't comprehend how big it is, and that drives me crazy sometimes.
So why have these things been hidden, in your opinion?
I think it's
the fear.
I think it's the fear, and I think it's also mixed in with. I honestly think a lot of it is technology that other governments come up with, especially in the 50s and 60s. That was the height of the Cold War, and when were all the UFO sightings and things like really ramping up? That was the 50s and 60s. So it was probably the U.S. and Russia using a lot of experimental technology. But then there's also the possibility that if they did crash here, that they're trying to harvest technology that we have, that they got from the alien tech if it happened to crash land here. And they don't want other people to know that they're trying to, kind of like Independence Day, one of the greatest movies of all time.
Right.
Is they hid that forever and they used that technology to advance their society, but they don't want other governments to know about that.
Jeez, oh man, this is wild.
It's crazy. It's fun to think about, but
it
can also drive you insane and cause an existential crisis.
It is wild, but I think it's a wild to think about, and it could drive you nuts if you didn't already kind of have an intuition that there are things out there. Like I operate where it's like I'd be very self-centered to think that humans are the only type of being in the universe. Like,
yeah, there's
absolutely
no way.
There's no way.
And then the other thing is it's also a humbling experience, so it keeps you grounded.
Yes.
And you can't do anything about it. I mean, we're never going to see these places, and our kids' generations are never going to see it. So we have to just deal with it.
And it's crazy to think that there's something out there, like you gave the tiers, like say the three tier, if they wanted to, they could just take us out.
If they wanted to.
They could step on us like ants.
For people that have read The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, it's kind of a sci-fi comedy series that basically the world is blown up to make way for a intergalactic expressway. And everyone's like, why are you going to blow up the Earth? And they said, well, we had this in our public records down on like Vector 7 for like 1 billion years. You could have came and like argued it. And we just didn't have any idea. So the Earth gets blown up because they're making a freeway. And that's just how tiny we are.
Oh my gosh. This is crazy. It is crazy. I love it. I love the breakup too. I love being able to talk about this stuff. Andy, I appreciate it.
You're welcome, Dickerson. I feel like I'm in Adam's chair.
Harry, headline.
Thanks, Doran.
Thank you. No, that is kind of crazy. Jeez, oh man. Wow, to think about that. And to actually see some things is, whew, man. Like I said, like I think that aliens walk amongst us. Now maybe what Andy just described, with the tier system, maybe it's like a 2-tier or a 1-tier, but I think that there's people who look like, or there's things that look like human beings that actually are aliens on this planet. Callus, did you hear any of that conversation at all?
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah, billions of years to travel. And
did you find it fascinating or no?
Yeah, I think aliens are fascinating. I don't know if all of those scenarios will come true. I think that, but I get it. I mean, why would aliens care about us, especially if they're giant? I agree with Andy. I think that's an interesting point. We're just a tiny little planet in the very large known universe that we know about.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they don't care, but I mean, I know, like, there's people who will see, like, ants or something, insects, and they'll just step on them just for fun.
I always try to not do that.
I know, but people do that.
Jada my girlfriend hates spiders, and she'll like try to kill them and like poke at them and stuff. And I'm like, don't do that, because one day perhaps a creature larger than us will come around and just be like, ha ha, and then we're gone. So I try not to do that.
That's good. You're a good person.
Because I can't imagine what it would be like if I were tiny.
Yeah, like compared to like dinosaurs, like say like what dinosaurs like.
Man, can you imagine being a caveman right around the time the dinosaurs were going extinct?
No.
Be kind of fun.
No.
You could ride dinosaurs.
Ride dinosaurs.
You'd have to worry about dying every day, but you know, sometimes. Well, I'm not even gonna say that. Never mind. No. I don't want to jinx that. Nope. We want to live.
You know what? Save your energy because you're gonna need it. You're gonna need energy, Callus, because we have Quiz Callus coming up next.
I'm so tired. I don't know if you can tell.
I know.
I hit a wall at 7:45 about an hour ago.
Yeah, we have Quiz Callus though.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Great.
So you better dig deep.
Is it toilet trivia?
No. Soul Search. Quiz Callus next, but first the Callus headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Aaron Rodgers, it's reported that he has come to Pittsburgh and he's going to meet with the Steelers this weekend in an effort to talk about a new contract. Although Mark Caboli reported yesterday that he's hearing that the Steelers had no idea that that Aaron Rodgers was coming to Pittsburgh at all. So we'll see what happens this weekend, whether or not he signs, whether or not there's an unofficial agreement, all kinds of possibilities going on with Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers coming up this weekend. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
The Fan 5 Alarm, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, is back June 17th and 18th. You can nominate a deserving volunteer fire department at 937thefan.com. The Fan 5 Alarm is brought to you by Southside Plumbing and Heating, Kirkin Roofing, and Centimar on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at spitzertoyota.com.
Crews on the scene of an accident in Penn Hills, the intersection of Frankstown Road and Orange Street. Watch for delays. Parkway West, speaking of delays, you are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound looking pretty good heading toward Pittsburgh International Airport. Parkway East, meanwhile, jams at Edgewood Swissvale, Route 28, and the Main Line Parkway North, both up to speed for you. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Experience the new Case difference at Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania, your 2025 Dealer of the Year. From expert sales and service to thousands of parts in stock, they keep you running at full efficiency. Case Construction. Together, we won't back down.
Bring your home back to life with Zero Res, a fresher clean that you can actually feel. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $139 and whole home air duct cleaning starting at just $599. Visit ZeroResPGH.com. Tell them the fan sent you.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones and all on the T-Mobile network.
How about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwick Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's Andrew Filippone. It's that crazy time of year when you need heat in the morning, air conditioning in the afternoon, and then back to the heat at night. Ain't that the truth? No matter what the temperature swings, McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling and Electric keeps your home comfortable and worry-free all year long. From repairs and maintenance to new installations, trust the honest local heating and cooling experts at McVeigh to get the job done fast and right. Call McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Or go to callmcveigh.com to schedule an appointment online.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Yes, you know the music. We didn't do it yesterday because we had breaking news of Aaron Rodgers coming to Pittsburgh. Biggest breaking news, I think, in show history, in fan history, I should say.
Bigger than Matt Canada getting canned?
Yes. It was big.
It was big because we had it, and we were the first to have it. I guess from that perspective, yeah. Okay. I'm with you.
Yeah, I mean, it went viral immediately, and we knew it. We knew it was going to. I mean, it's still being talked about. So, big situation.
Huge.
Developing with Aaron Rodgers, and we'll keep tabs on that. We'll get back into that in the 9 o'clock hour. But you know the music. It's Quiz Callus. And Callus was going to do this yesterday, but figured I'll do it today, obviously. After going to see the movie Michael, the Michael Jackson movie, I went to see that. I went to see it on Wednesday. I loved it. It was unbelievable. I want to go see it again.
Mm-hmm.
It got me thinking about growing up in the 90s and how influential Michael Jackson was to my childhood. I just remember Michael Jackson always being on and watching the different videos and Thriller, all that stuff. But also in the 90s, in my childhood, the Pittsburgh Steelers were very influential to me. So, Quiz Callus today is, did they play for the Steelers in the 90s or did they play for the Steelers in the 2020s? Now, when I say the 2020s, that just goes back to 2020. So the last 6 years, did they play for the Steelers in the last 6 years, the 2020s, which is where we're at right now, obviously the start of COVID, or were they Pittsburgh Steelers in the 90s? Are you ready? Do you understand the game?
I think I am for this one, yeah.
Okay. All right, good. Number 1. James Washington.
2020s.
That is correct.
He ended up going to the Dallas Cowboys after his time on the Steelers.
Good. Good job.
Yay.
It's a way to get out of the gate there, Callus. Good job.
Yeah, I know there's no bonus points, but I'm pumped. Let's go.
No bonus points, but good job. Number 2, Dwayne Washington.
90s.
That is correct. He was a cornerback in the 90s. Good job. Callus, 2 for 2. Number 3, Benny Snell.
2020s, running back.
That is correct. Good job, Callus. You're off to a good start. You didn't have any energy going into the segment, and now I feel like you're picking it up a little bit.
Nah, I remember Steelers. I do remember Steelers.
Okay, we're going to see. All right. Number 4, Darren Perry.
90s.
That is correct. Darren Perry was a safety in the 90s. He played on the Super Bowl team that lost to the Dallas Cowboys. Right. Number 5. Man, you haven't missed yet. Number 5, Andre Hastings.
90s.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Wow. You're rolling. Are you gonna clean sweep this? You might.
I did a couple weeks ago, too.
You did. This might be the second time you clean sweep. All right, we got to figure one out here. All right, good job. Number 6, Barry Foster.
90s.
That is correct. Yeah. That is correct. Barry Foster was a running back for the Steelers in the 90s. Woo-hoo. Wow. I thought this was gonna be a rough one for you, but it's not. Number 7, Miles Jack.
Oh, he was 2020s.
That is correct. Played linebacker for the Steelers.
Wasn't that the guy who came from the Jacksonville Jaguars and then was terrible?
Look at you.
Yeah.
Yes. I love it. Good job. Number 8, Carnell Lake.
90s.
That is correct.
Yes.
That is correct. Carnell Lake was a defensive back for the Steelers in the 90s. Number 9, Marcus Golden.
90s.
That is incorrect. Shoot. Oh, you have a sword. Shoot. You have a sword. Wow, you did so good up to that point. Marcus Golden was a deep defensive back in the 2020s.
Rats.
Man, you're doing so good. You still doing pretty good.
Okay.
Continue. Number 10, Kevin Green.
Kevin Green, not Kendrick Green. 90s.
90s is correct, yes. Kevin Green, Hall of Fame linebacker in the 90s. Number 11, Tim Lester.
90s.
That is correct. Tim Lester was a fullback in the 90s. All right, last but not least, let's see if you could just Only missed one today, which is very impressive. Number 12, Jeremiah Moon.
90s.
That is incorrect.
Rats.
Jeremiah Moon played for the Steelers in the 2020s. But I'll tell you what, Callus, that was very impressive.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, very impressive. Good job. This was a quiz, Callus, that I thought that you were going to really struggle with. Really struggle with.
No,
But good job.
I tell you, professional football, professional baseball, pretty solid. Everything else,
Man.
College sports, absolutely not. No way.
Wow.
But I like the Steelers.
Who did James Washington go to college with that still plays for the Steelers?
TJ Watt.
That is incorrect.
Yeah, well,
Mason Rudolph.
I don't care about that guy.
Mason Rudolph. That was his quarterback.
Mason Rudolph won't be on the Steelers for long.
Wow.
Nah, that's
How you feel?
mean, but it's true,
Wow.
probably.
No, you did a great job. Good job,
Yay!
Callus. All right, coming up next, Carlos Zofko, WPIAL Insider. I have so many questions because there's a lot of things going on right now with Carlo and his account, with guys moving different places. There's all kinds of stuff going on in the WPIAL. I want to know who's the top players too in the WPIAL. I like to check in with Carlo every once in a while because WPIAL is not king here in Pittsburgh, but it's up there. It's up there. People love their WPIAL football, so we'll check in with WPIAL Insider Carlos Zofko coming up next. First, Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Today, high of 61, low of 42 with overcast. Tomorrow, high of 68, low of 50, 85% chance of rain.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber has been building America for 70 years. Whether you're a homeowner starting your first project or a pro on the job, 84 Lumber offers the kind of personalized expertise you won't find in a big box store. They're more than just lumber. From windows and doors to siding, trim, and decking, 84 Lumber has the materials you need to get it done right. With 14 locations across Pittsburgh, there's one near you. Visit 84lumber.com to find your store. 84 Lumber, your hometown building partner for 70 years. Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS. Joe Ball GMC celebrates America's 250th anniversary with a special thank you. Get a $250 gas card with every new in-stock GMC purchase. Explore trusted service and a full lineup of GMC models. Hurry in today or go to joeballgm.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan. We all know Pittsburgh's #1 draft pick is Mike's Beer Bar across from PNC Park. With 80 taps dedicated to local beers, you're sure to find a winner from their draft beer options. Mike's has over 500 beers and the best craft beer selection around. Their steakhouse quality burgers, famous Yinzer wrap, and signature steak on a stone are just a few of their tasty food options. Catch all your favorite sports action at Mike's, including Bucco baseball this summer. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at repairclinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
In Penn Hills, crews working to clear an earlier accident from the intersection of Orange Street and Frankstown Road. In the meantime, Parkway West, you're jammed at Parkway Center down to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Outbound remains steady toward Pittsburgh International Airport. Parkway East stacking at Edgewood Twistvale. Route 28 steady for the most part, a little heavy between the 31st Street Bridge and East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale ends soon. Visit windownation.com now.
During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, you could replace all your home's windows and get half of them free. Plus, you could get them with no money down and no payments or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Dickerson, Callus here with you on the Fan Morning Show. Crowley had to leave a little bit early. His daughter is, it's her last day at school, so always got to be with the kids. That's awesome. Well, so we'll be all back together on Monday. Greg Brown brought to you by Globe Parking. Greg Brown is on the West Coast, traveled last night, so he will not be joining us today. We'll catch up with Greg Brown next week, but whenever he's on the West Coast, he usually takes the morning off with the time change. Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Joining us right now on the video stream, actually, is my guy, Carlo Zofko, WPIAL Insider. Carlo, good morning. How you doing? I feel like you had to fire yourself yesterday. Obviously, you saw what we did yesterday on the Fan Morning Show, breaking the news of Aaron Rodgers coming to town. After surfing through all those tweets and everybody talking about it, I saw a tweet from WPIAL Insider saying that you should fire yourself or you should get fired. There's a bunch of people trolling you. What the hell's going on?
Good morning. Thanks for having me on, Doran. I just want to put on record, I absolutely love Crowley. I do like poking people, so maybe I poked Crowley and he didn't like that. But I love Crowley. But yeah, sometimes you have to make the tough decision. I had to fire myself. I have succumbed to the burner Twitterverse. They are correct. I'm an idiot, and I had to fire myself from WPIAL Insider. I'm not sure who's going to run WPIAL Insider, but fired, Dunzo, Gonzo. But no, I like poking fun at some things, but it's like I try to do a lot for the high school kids, and people think that it's a legit multi-person organization doing it. They're like, it's so well ran. I can't believe that they employ Carlo and he says these things. I'm like, you know what? I'll fire myself. See how well run it is with nobody else on it. So as soon as the guy said that, he ended up walking his words back. He was like, wow, that's impressive. I can't believe he does all that himself. It's like, not easy, brother. It's not easy, but I try to, my love for high school sports. I try to do the best I can. So, but yeah, sometimes I have a take. People don't like the takes. Sometimes a harsh truth can hurt, brother.
Well, you do a great job. I mean, you do a fantastic job. You've been doing this for a long time too. You've been doing it since you were a young kid, like almost basically.
Yeah.
But you do a fantastic job. So don't worry about the trolls. I have a lot of questions. I was thinking, because Crowley had to leave, I was like, you know what? I kind of want to break this up with the Aaron Rodgers talk. And let's get an update with Carlo with WPIAL football. And I have some questions, because I asked you this maybe a couple weeks ago. I was like, do you think that it'll be open enrollment in Pennsylvania in the near future? And we had a little back and forth conversation about it. But I'm looking up, this past week, I've seen 8 dudes transfer schools. What is this all about? How is this happening? Please educate me on the process of how this is all going down now and how it will go down moving forward.
Yeah, so this is the main problem, and this is why some people are upset with me. I speak the truth, and sometimes people don't like the truth. It is what it is. According to the PIAA rules, which, in my opinion, they aren't changing for another 5 to 10 years. According to the PIAA rules, you are not allowed to transfer for even any small athletic intent. If you transfer for 99% academic or religious reasons or whatever, but 1% athletic reasons, you are ineligible. That is the rules. When people transfer, they are opening themselves up to being ineligible, either A, for the postseason, or B, for the playoffs, or for the regular season, their entire year be out. And, all these guys are trying to transfer, and they want to do it for an Instagram post and to create buzz for recruiting. And I'm just saying, I'm just letting you know, if there's an IG post or an interview or something like that with you transferring out there, they are going to use that in court, and they are going to shellac you in court, and you're going to be ineligible. Every listener knows you have 4 years to play high school football, and it goes by in an instant. The last thing I want to see is players and parents losing an entire year of eligibility, because it happens yearly, Doran. It happens yearly, and parents and players don't think it does. I'm trying to save them from themselves, and, they make this argument, well, that's not how it should be. Florida, you can do this, and New Jersey can do this. Yeah, that's true. You can do that. It's open enrollment over there. That's not what it is in Pennsylvania. You play in Pennsylvania. So when I say that, people get very upset. And it's like, guys, I'm trying to look out for you. Like, if I always, a lot of youth parents will hit me up like, hey, thinking about sending them to this school, thinking about doing this, thinking about doing that. I'm like, listen, you can do whatever you want to do. But I'm telling you, as soon as you enroll in that school, you need to be there for 4 years. There's no jump in schools, because you're going to jump and they're going to shellac you, and you're going to be ineligible for your entire year. I had one mother call me. She didn't like the new head coach that the school hired this year. There was one of like 20 some head coaches hired, and she said, well, I'm going to enroll him into this school, and it's going to be I'll have a reason in court. I said, what's the reason in court? And she said, it's for my son's recruiting process and for his future. It's for the betterment of his athleticism. I said, okay, whatever you just said, never say that again, because they will shellac. Like, that is 100% ineligible for his senior year. Do not say that. So she ended up, in my opinion, making the smart decision and keeping him in the school district. But I'm trying to save these parents from themselves, and it's these parents that they want their kids to be on IG and opposed to drum up recruitment. You want to drum up recruitment? Go on the camp circuit this summer. Dominate the camp circuit. That's how you drum up your recruitment. An IG post about you transferring to be the starting running back at school X isn't going to drum up recruitment. So if anything, it'll deter it. There was the WPIAL 2027 class was going to be one of the best classes in the last 10 years. Then as freshmen, sophomores, all these kids with Power 4 offers leave the entire Pittsburgh area, go to all these academies and private schools and all that. Well, guess what? All those offers dried up. Now the kids are trying to come back because they're either backups or the recruitment isn't where it's at, because all the Power 4 offers, like, oh, you transferred, it's not a committable offer anymore. They're trying to come back to the WPIAL. Well, what are these ADs telling the parents? The ADs like, we can't sign off on this. This is athletic reason. You're not going to be eligible to play. So now you're stuck in another state. You're not happy where you're at, and your recruitment got nuked. It's like a triple whammy. I'm trying to save these people from themselves. And there was somebody who disagreed with my take, and he said, well, you only want what's best for WPIAL football. And I do agree with that. I do want what's best for WPIAL football, and keeping all the kids in the WPIAL would be best for WPIAL Insider and for my enjoyment of the game. That person was 100% correct, but there can be two truths. There can be two truths. One truth is I want what's best for WPIAL football. The other truth is I want these kids to play their high school football season. You only get 4 years. And if you're out as a junior or senior, that's devastating. That's absolutely devastating. That's the last thing I want. So, people can come at it. It's okay. Hey, I'll be the bearer of bad news. I'll give the harsh truth. If you enroll to school, you better stay, because the PIAA will come down on you, and that's just facts. That's just reality.
Now,
they play by their rule book.
Is NIL playing a factor in high school football now at all?
So a little bit, and here's the deal with that. Kids get offers young, Power 4 offers young. If you're a 4-star, 5-star recruit, you're going to make a couple $100,000 to sign that dotted line for NIL. So
I'm saying
parents,
for like high school, for like guys for players transferring, like could they? Is there anybody out there, like say there's a big investor or a big wealthy person that's in a community that wants one of the top kids in the WPIAL? Have you seen any of that happening at all?
There is a little bit of that. That's very, very that's an outlying situation. But yeah, there's definitely a school, and I have no problem naming names. Swickley Academy, is bringing kids in, and that's for hoops, that's for football. Hey, they're an academy, they're a non-boundary school. You're allowed to do it. Go ahead and do it. But when you transfer, that's like if you bring them in as a 9th grader, it's no problem. Central Catholic's been doing it. Not Central Catholic's not giving NIL. Seton LaSalle's not giving NIL. Bishop Canavan's not giving NIL, and neither is Swickley. I don't think Swickley is either. But yeah, there are some people that want to invest in their sports programs, and that's like come to Swickley and be on scholarship. And hey, also we have a co-op with Moon Football, who's 5A football, who is really, really good. All of a sudden, it starts to be a little bit interesting. If you're a parent and you don't like the public school that you're going to, like me, I'm a Baldwin kid. I didn't like Baldwin. I went to Central Catholic. So I know exactly where these people are coming from. You want the betterment for your son. I have no problem with that. The only problem I have is transferring him as a junior or senior. It's going to be costly. It's not worth the risk. But yeah, I would say Moon is definitely ruffling some feathers. I'm probably going to get in trouble for saying this. I really don't care. The talk of the WPIAL is Moon. I mean, some people, calling it Moon Academy right now for football. But guess what? They're building a brand new stadium. They're building a brand new facility. Moon football is going to be awesome. I love what Moon is doing.
Yeah, Ryan Lynn's a good coach.
I think that's really cool. Yeah, Brian Lynn is an awesome man. He runs a great program. I love that they're investing in football. We need more schools to invest in football. That's why I don't have a problem naming names. Hey, you want to build a football powerhouse? Let's rock and roll, baby. Let's go take everybody on. Let's go play the teams out in Ohio and in Philly and all that and beat them to a pulp. I'm good with that. But transferring as a senior and junior, I don't like that. I like the clean break from 8th grade to 9th grade. You jump ship. A clean break makes sense, and the PIAA allows a clean break. The transferring, that's the no bueno stuff right there.
So let's talk about some of the top players to keep an eye out for in the WPIAL. Aiden Wright in my neck of the woods, South Fayette, just got an offer. He's a freshman. He's a freshman right now. He's going to be a sophomore. He's a running back, defensive back. He just got an offer from Pitt. I think this is around his 5th or 6th offer. Marty has that program humming. I mean, they just dropped down to 4A, so look out. They could win 4A this year. They have a lot of good players in that program.
Oh, they're primed.
Yes.
Yeah, they're primed. I love Aiden Wright. He was all over my highlight show. I do a highlight football show every Sunday. Aiden Wright, I'm like, who is this kid? He's like breaking 80, 90-yard touchdown. I'm like, I've never heard of this kid. And I look him up. I'm like, oh, he's a freshman. That's why I've never heard of him. And yeah, he's gonna be a kid where if he stays on this trajectory, he'll probably sign for some money at NIL come signing day. If he stays on this trajectory, still have 3 years. Archie Collins Jr. at Montour, same thing as Aiden Wright. I mean, those guys are young ballers that get things done. Marino Graham out in Newcastle,
another young guy.
Newcastle, watch out! The Canes are back. Baby.
Jeez.
The Canes are back. Coach Muzzy got them cooking. But, the talk of the town, and if you haven't seen them play, you got to go see them. Kamon Spell from McKeesport. 5-star, top 10 player in the entire country. Best player since Terrell Pryor. You watch him play, and you're just mesmerized. And I'm not going to say he's better than Pryor, but, Phil Jerkovic was really good. Phil wasn't on Pryor's level, though. Phil was close. This is the closest to Pryor we have been. And Kamon has to win a championship. He has to go on a run like Pryor did.
Yeah.
But he has a chance to do so. he has a chance to do so. He's committed to Georgia. You know, Terry Smith sends me, he runs a 4.3 940 at their camp. He's 210 pounds. I mean,
he looks the part.
He does it all. He's awesome. If you want to go to a game this year, go to a McKeesport game because he's must-see TV, man.
Boo Boo Armstrong, quarterback out of Hopewell, and Gabe Jenkins, and two other players that I've been keeping my eye out on as well.
Boo Boo's awesome. He's a kid, you know, stayed loyal to Hopewell. He went to Hopewell. Hopewell, Coach Monty's at Hopewell is doing one heck of a job. Got hired there 2 years ago. Boo Boo stays loyal to Hopewell because in Beaver County, you know, those addresses very close to each other in Beaver County. You know, you could be in Central Valley, you could be in Aliquippa, you know, it just depends on what street you're at. He stays loyal to Hopewell, and boy, him and Coach have really ignited the fires here and has Hopewell cooking. They're definitely a contender in 3A. They're going to be fun to watch. And who is the other one that you said?
Gabe Jenkins.
Oh, Gabe Jenkins.
Beast.
Gabe is awesome.
Beast.
He's they're at a Monty Christian. It's Propel Braddock now is what they're going. Propel and Monty Christian. Yeah, Gabe Jenkins is another one. It's going to be a dogfight between Pitt and Penn State for his recruitment. Both have him like number one on their board. Colorado, Coach Prime's calling him the heavy. He's another one. You know, you go and shake his hand. He was on our KDK radio show last year. You know, I introduced myself and shake his hand. His hand was like a grizzly bear paw. I'm like, you're 16? Holy smoke. Like, your hand's a grizzly bear, brother. But yeah, Gabe's another good one. And I need to give a shout out to my guy, Coach Leroy Johnson. Franchise is what they call him. You know, wherever he goes, that man wins.
Yes, he does. Absolutely. Carlo, this is great, man. This is great. We're going to have to do it again in a couple months, and we'll probably do it again right before the start of the season. You're the man, and don't let the trolls get you down, man.
Oh, never. I love the trolls. Thanks for having me, Doran.
You got it. There he goes. Carlo Zofko, WPIAL insider. A lot of great prospects in the WPIAL. I love to see the WPIAL football starting to come back because there was a little down period where you didn't get many big-time players. There's a lot of big-time players to pay attention to this coming season, and a lot of them are young players. Like I said, Aiden Wright, who's in my neck of the woods at South Fayette, that kid is a beast, and he's only a freshman. He's going to grow. He's going to get faster. He's going to get stronger as the years go on. The guy is just explosive. So did pick up an offer yesterday from the University of Pittsburgh, hail to Pitt. So we'll see what he does this year. South Fayette has that, and Marty, their head coach, has that program humming right now. Just dropped down to 4A, so we'll see what happens with that. Coming up next, we'll get back into the Aaron Rodgers talk. But first, a Callus headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates 4-2 winners yesterday over the Arizona Diamondbacks to win the series 2 games out of 3. Brandon Lau in the game had a first-inning home run like he did on Wednesday, and so he's up to 10 home runs now on the season, on pace to break the single-season record for a Pirates second baseman for home runs. Neil Walker set that record back in 2014. Pirates now on to San Francisco. They're going to stay on the road trip for one more series. They're going to play the Giants in 3 games, first of which is tonight, scheduled for 10:15. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage begins at 9:15 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Well, you know what? That one time that the Pistons were down 3-1 to the Magic and I thought they were going to lose the series. I mean, it wasn't the worst take in the world, but now those same Pistons are up 2-0 on the Cleveland Cavaliers and look dominant. That's good news for a team that has Cade Cunningham clicking after a 107-97 win. I'm Greg Dole.
Baseball is back, and BetMGM, official partner of Major League Baseball, is bringing the high heat all season long. And all season long, you can log into the BetMGM app and receive top-tier promos that put you in the batter's box and up the excitement for America's pastime. Step up to the plate all season with Swing for the Fences, the free-to-play game where every swing could score you rewards. We're talking parlay boost tokens, odds boost tokens, same-game parlay boosts, and even bonus spins all season long. And the action doesn't stop there. Get more out of every at-bat and every inning with MLB same-game parlay boosts. Stack your picks and boost your potential payout. Plus, lock in bigger value with MLB Odds Boost tokens and MLB Parlay Boost tokens all season long. More boosts, more swings, more chances to win. Download the BetMGM app and step up to the plate today. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
At Target, finding something for every kind of mom and every side of mom just got easier. Does she love fashion? Take 20% off select women's clothing and accessories and find a dress she'll love to wear. Is she into the outdoors? Freshen up her favorite spot with up to 40% off planters, pillows, and poofs. Or keep it classic. Fresh tulips for just $12 and a Dossier fragrance trio for $32. Whatever mom is into, we've got it. Celebrate mom her way, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Morning rush practically over. Now it's time for the midday work, and this report brought to you by your local super lawyers at LGKG. Hurt, LGKG. Accident, LGKG. LGKG.com, your home team. Crews working on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. Watch for an eastbound left lane closure between the Butler Valley and Allegheny Valley interchanges. Meanwhile, in Bellevue, watch for work on Route 65 with restrictions in both directions between Kendall Avenue and Millerton Avenue. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Want a big law firm with no continuity?
That's not LGKG. Don't care about having access to a named partner?
That's not LGKG. Prefer working with those who have no clue of what makes Western PA people tick?
That's not LGKG.
Don't care about courtroom reputation?
Then don't call LGKG. We're not for you.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Dickerson, Callus here with you on the Fan Morning Show. Callus, are you all right? You freaked out just 30 seconds ago. What happened?
I hit my side of my foot off the chair leg on one of the wheels. It's like a rolling chair, and it's got those 5 little legs that pop out with the wheels on there. And one wheel hit off the side of my foot right where the blister is, and it stung!
Oh, yeah, you don't have shoes on.
Correct, because the shoes would hurt, but now the chair's hurting me. So I'm just ready for the day to be over. It's time for the weekend. I get to go watch Jada graduate today.
Oh, do you?
Very excited.
Nice.
Her ceremony's today, so I get to go do that. And then I get to party all weekend. Yay.
You're partying all weekend? What do you mean?
We're celebrating her graduation. So we're going out
all
to
weekend.
dinner tonight, and then there's a party for her tomorrow.
Where are you going to dinner?
I don't know yet.
Nice.
Her dad's paying, no, that's all I care about.
Okay, all right. You're going to cook her dinner? You're going to cook her anything?
No.
No pancakes?
Her mother loves to prepare cuisines and desserts and all these meals and stuff. Yeah, she's big time on the getting the food right. And my mom offered to help, and she was like, no.
Huh.
Like, she's that serious. So, like, she's doing it all. She's making all the food, chicken, mac and cheese, mixing lemonade and iced tea, making these...
Arnold Palmer.
We got Surfsides, actually. I know Surfside.
Those are good.
That's what I'm saying. So we got the lemonade, the green tea, the iced tea mixes for alcohol. But she's making these dessert, like these little. They're like pie, but it's like a parfait. That's what it is.
Ooh,
like
sounds good.
Like a pie parfait, strawberry, Oreo, Reese's, peanut butter stuff. Yeah,
that's great. I'm happy for you. Congratulations.
I don't have to do anything. I'm just gonna.
You're looking forward to it.
Stuff's clean.
We got like 30 minutes, so can you make it?
Yeah, I'll make it. Well, you know me. I stay after the show too because I got post production to do, and I'm just not having it.
Yeah, I feel you. It's Friday.
Then I'm gonna take a shower and try to reset my mindset here, and hopefully this sting goes away.
Yeah, you'll be all right. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. All right, we broke the news about Aaron Rodgers coming to town. We did that yesterday. Obviously went viral. Crowley's voice was on the Coward Show, The Herd, on FS1. Pat McAfee gave me a nice shout out as well. A lot of people did give us credit. Some people didn't, but F them, we don't care. Whatever, if you don't want to give us credit, that's fine.
I got no credit. And you know what? You know who had the source? I'm not going to tell you. But I got no credit.
What if you were the one that actually had the source and people just don't know that?
That's the fun part about this. You all think I don't know anything. Take that.
Mm-hmm.
Because I might know something.
Yeah, you might. You might.
I might have known Aaron Rodgers. I went to Disneyland once. Maybe I met him.
You went to Disneyland? And
I've never been to Disneyland, no. And Aaron Rodgers was not the source. Aaron Rodgers directly was not the source.
Well, Aaron Rodgers, I believe, allegedly is here. He's going to stay through the weekend and watch rookie minicamp. And that's, to me, one of the main reasons why he came so early. And I think that's one of the biggest questions is, and I asked Chris Carter this earlier of the Post-Gazette, why now? Like, in his opinion, why come now whenever OTAs start May 18th, which is what, 10 days away? Why come now and, show face or do what you got to do? And obviously, I think they're going to want to negotiate and maybe talk contract and maybe get something done. But I think that he wanted to show face to the rookie quarterbacks, which shows, and there's a lot of people like, oh, Aaron Rodgers, he's not going to be a mentor to these guys. He's not going to take these guys under his wing. Like, yes, he will in a way, and he did last year with Will Howard. He likes Will Howard a lot, and I said this earlier too to Crowley, like, being a mentor doesn't always necessarily mean like, hey, this is what you have to do on this play, and I'm gonna draw this up for you, and I'm gonna quiz you, or what do you see whenever you see this defense, and whenever I'm throwing this out route, this is where my feet. Like, that doesn't always that doesn't necessarily always need to be what mentorship is about. Mentorship, especially in the NFL, sometimes is about watching the greats do and go to work and do their thing. That's the biggest, I think, that you can take if you're a young player, is just watching a guy. Like I said the example earlier, and obviously it's a smaller example. Me just being around Andre Johnson, who was the best receiver in the game at the time in 2010, was mentorship on his part. Like, he would never, say no to anything, but he basically told me, it was like, just watch me. Just watch me, and see how I work every day, see how I operate, see how whenever I get to the stadium and get to practice, the things that I do to get my body right for the game. And, I think that is very valuable, especially from somebody like Aaron Rodgers, who could, if he does talk to these guys, which he will, he's a little bit more than just, hey, watch me guy. He's going to talk and he's going to explain things. But it's also coming from a place where he's been around the head coach before. He understands how Mike McCarthy thinks. Now, things are going to change. They haven't been together in a while now, almost, 10 years, about 8 to 10 years since they were in Green Bay. But he understands the thought process and how Mike McCarthy wants to think. And now he could kind of filter that through the young guys and be like, listen, this is what he expects. This is what you need to do to get ready for practice, and, how you can have a clean practice. So I commend Aaron Rodgers if that is the case. That's my theory on why he is here. Obviously, I did say about the negotiation part of it, of his contract and signing on the dotted line at some point, but I think he wants to be around to help these young guys out, the Drew Allers and the Will Howards of the world, and that's fantastic. That's fantastic. Show face, obviously there's some faces that he can recognize, and Brian Angelico, Frank Signetti Jr., James Campen, who have been been with him in Green Bay, but, there's some other people on this staff that he's going to need to introduce himself to, and I just think that, he's here to do that and to see rookie minicamp, see how, the guys are doing, and maybe sign on the dotted line and then come back whenever OTAs start, and probably won't participate much in OTAs. Probably do some individual drills, some footwork stuff, and then let the young guys take over the play stuff. So I do commend him on if that is the reason why he is here this weekend, because those guys will love that, and they kind of need that. They need that kind of guidance from a guy like Aaron Rodgers, who is arguably one of the best quarterbacks to ever play this game. All right, coming up next, we've got to put him in his place. He tried to argue with us, try to get his point across, try to say that we don't know anything, basically. Mark Cabali, he joins the show. Coming up next. But first, a Callus headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pittsburgh Pirates, they won yesterday over the Arizona Diamondbacks 4-2 to win 2 out of 3 games in that series. They got a great start from Mitch Keller. Pretty well done by him. 6 innings, 2 earned runs given up over that time. This is also the first time since 2024 that Mitch Keller has gotten consecutive wins, 2 to be exact. He hasn't won 2 consecutive decisions since June of 2024. So now the Pirates, they're going to go to San Francisco. They're going to start a 3-game series with them. Still out west, final series of the road trip for the Pirates. Game 1 starts at 10:15. It's a game you can listen to tonight right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 9:15, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the Bulls with Westwood One Sports. Who's your daddy? It's Vladdy. The Jay Slugger is a sound bet against LAA's Reed Detmers. In his career, Vlad Jr. is 4 for 10 with a 1,155 OPS against him. Throw in Detmers' 4+ ERA on the season, along with Guerrero's 371 batting average at home. And the over 1.5 hits plus runs plus RBI comes into focus. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds. You can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Precision Pointing and Restoration. Free estimates, no money down. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net. Sean Whalen here from family-owned Whalen Exteriors. Spring is in full bloom, but what was left behind from winter? A mess you can't see. That heavy ice and high winds likely soak your roof's wood decking. Saturated wood leads to rot and mold growth. Missing shingles? That's a sign they weren't installed right to begin with, and the rest of your roof is a ticking time bomb. Those April showers may start a leak inside. Call the pros with the 5-star reviews at Whalen Exteriors for thorough attic inspections to find the hidden damage before it gets too expensive. Financing packages to fit any budget. Visit WhalenExteriors.com today.
Pittsburgh is Edgar Snyder and Associates' home. Their offices have been right here in our region for more than 40 years. They know the streets, the people, the stories. Now random law firms are showing up, billboards up and down our streets, names you've never heard of, but they can't compete, not with Edgar Snyder and Associates, their roots, their people, or their legacy. If you need help after you've been injured in an accident, call the law firm that calls Pittsburgh home, 1-800-94-EDGAR, or visit edgarsnyder.com. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you.
At Planet Fitness, we know how important it is to take care of both your mind and body. That's why now through May 15th, all new members get free massage amenities all month long, so you can reset, recover, and leave feeling stronger than when you came in. Join the club for just $1 down, $15 a month, and get free massage amenities for the month of May. No commitment. Deal ends May 15th. Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
The Pittsburgh Power and Fitness Festival returns May 16th and 17th at the DLCC. Witness elite bodybuilding, strength sports, and martial arts. Shop the massive expo and meet fitness celebrities. Get tickets now at hitspowerfit.com.
Allegheny County is looking for poll workers to work the election on May 19th. Poll workers earn $150 to $175 for the day plus paid training. For more info and to apply, visit AlleghenyVotes.com. That's AlleghenyVotes.com.
Start your engine because your next ride could be free. It's the Keys to Freedom car giveaway at Rocky Gap Casino Resort and Golf. Earn entries every time you play with your Winter Zone card, and you could drive away in a brand new vehicle. Don't miss your shot at freedom on 4 wheels. Get details now at cnty.com/Rocky Gap. Rocky Gap Casino Resort and Golf, where winning takes you further.
Must be a Winter Zone Club member to participate. Membership is free. Complete rules available at the Winter Zone or online at www.cnty.com/Rocky-Gap. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older to enter the casino floor.
Summer's right around the corner. Is your air conditioning ready to keep you cool? At Impact HVAC, they're a family-owned local business that's been serving Pittsburgh for years. You can call them at 412-297-1852 for your air conditioning check and cleaning. And if you need a new system installation, they've got you covered. Impact HVAC. Second opinions and estimates are always free. Call today, 412-297-1852.
There's a new Chevrolet dealer in Latrobe, and they can't wait to meet you. Smale Chevrolet Latrobe is officially open and now part of the Smale Auto Group family. They invite you to come in and experience a high standard of sales and service, and what better way to celebrate than with Chevy Truck Month. Right now, they're offering the Chevy Supplier Discount to everyone. That's right, you pay what the suppliers pay on Smale Chevrolet's incredible lineup of Silverado trucks and Equinox SUVs. Big savings, and the trucker SUV you've been dreaming of. Visit them today on Route 30 in Latrobe or online at SmaleChevrolet.com. Smale Chevrolet, welcome to our family. Together, let's drive.
Hi, my name is Lloyd Lockridge, and I'm the host of a new podcast from Odyssey called Family Lore. In this podcast, I'm going to have people on to tell unusual and sometimes far-fetched stories about their families.
I've heard my whole life that she invented the margarita.
And then we're going to investigate those stories and find out how much of it is true.
He gets a patent 1 month before the Wright brothers. Oh my God.
Please follow and listen to Family Lore, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. It's time for Mark Cabali.
Holy moly! Mark Cabali! The Fan Morning Show keeps the sports talk rolling!
Why are you yelling at me?
Oh, because Austin was in here and he was talking to you too long. He always does that. He lingers. And I like to make sure I shout radio when he's in here so that he knows he needs to go away.
Fair. That's fair. That's very fair. Fan Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Joining us right now is the man, Mark Cabali. Good morning, Mark. How are you?
Good. I haven't been able to figure it out. I've been looking the last 24 hours. Do you know who broke that Aaron Rodgers story? I can't seem to figure out who did that.
I don't know.
Mark's a jerk.
You know what, Mark? Are you ready to give us credit for that? Are you ready at all?
Oh, I've always given you credit.
Did you?
Hey, only thing that I said was that they weren't aware that he was showing up at that time until potentially they made a call to say what the heck's going on a little bit after that. But come on, Doran, I know you. I know your connections. I don't know about Crowley, but I know your connections. If you're going to say it and put it out there publicly, I know it's true.
Yeah, we don't do that on the show. When we do, it's legit. So, that's
what makes it so. Honestly, Doran, that's what makes it so effective, because you don't just put out garbage and hope it sticks to the wall. If you're going to say something, you darn well know that that's true.
Absolutely.
That's how the business should work. So I congratulate you.
Oh, well, thank you, Mark. That's very nice. I'm glad that we can, we could come together on this situation and kind of see eye to eye here. Do you really think that the Steelers didn't know, though? Like, how did they not know that Aaron was coming to town? That doesn't make any sense to me.
No, it doesn't. But everybody I reached out to was like, what? Where did you hear this? And I'm like, well, the Fan Morning Show just reported it. It's like, oh, I don't know anything about this. So then all of a sudden, about an hour or so later, it's like, yes, everybody's jumped on your bandwagon. But they were what I was led under the impression of they didn't know he was going to show up, or communication was not good, but I don't believe that as well. Maybe he just tried to be low key too. Didn't want to tell anybody. I don't know, but apparently he's supposed to show up today, and good for him. I mean, who knows if the contract gets done? I know they've been talking about that, but there's still some things to be ironed out there. I would imagine it is something to do with cash. But I mean, see that getting in the way of anything, right?
No, I don't see that getting in the way of anything. And I said earlier, like, that definitely probably has something to do with it. But I do believe that he wants to show face. Like, do you think that he wanted to show face for the young quarterbacks because rookie minicamp starts today?
See, the only person who's going to be there is Aller. I mean, on the field, so to speak.
Will Howard's not participating? Why wouldn't they have Will Howard participate?
Because I don't think I think he had the accrued season last year. I don't think you're allowed to show up to rookie minicamp.
Well, I did. I know back in. I don't. Maybe rules have changed, but back in the day, I was in my third year and I was doing rookie minicamp tryouts.
Yeah, tryouts. But I think if you're currently on the roster, I might be wrong, but I don't think he will be there today or this weekend. So it's just going to be Aller. And I don't know. I don't know if that's 100%. I don't know if I 100% believe that, because rookie mini camps, what I've been exposed to over the past 10, 15 years that they've been really come into vogue, was it's basically an hour on the field and let's see if we can get in and out of the huddle. I don't know what Aaron Rodgers is going to be sitting out there with a clipboard and say, Drew Aller, what's your footwork, what's your elbow, or whatever. He might go by and say, hello, how are you doing? But I don't think there's anything to, get into deep with that, which leads to believe, why does he show up at this point? Nothing really makes sense. Mm-hmm. If you take out, okay, he doesn't just want to show face, why would he show up now? Say he signs a contract right now. He's not going to be here till the 18th or whatever it is, so why not just wait till then to come back in? So unless he's in town for something else, who knows? I mean, he could have an event, he could have something else to do, and he's going to stop by. Who knows? But I don't think that it makes much sense why he would show up right now. He's not going to take contract. He's not going to sit there and say, hey, Omar, let's go over this contract. I need this. That's what the agent's for. So I'm just a little curious of why.
Do you think that this situation has to do with money? Like Charlie Batch has said this all along. Do you think that he's trying to negotiate to get more money? Now, his set salary right now with the tender that they just placed on him is at $15 million. Do you think he wants more money? Do you think he wants north of 25 million?
I wouldn't think so. I think 20 would be a good number, and just speculating that would be a good number to come in at, really. And honestly, if you're a guy that's been in the league so long and has so much money in the bank, and you want one last crack at this, and you want to play, it's a couple $1,000,000 really worth the hang up here. If it's between 20, say just hypothetical, if it's between 22 and 25, this guy's worth $500 million. Is it really going to hold it up over that? Unless it's ego related. He says, hey, Malik Willis is getting paid X amount of money. Why am I not getting paid this kind of money? But he didn't do that last year. So maybe a little bit, but I don't think that's a big sticking point at all.
Now, let's operate under the assumption that they will get a deal done, and he's here to, sign on the dotted line, and we kind of understand that he's going to be the quarterback. We do know that. How do you think they're going to do this year? Like, now that we know that Aaron Rodgers, and we don't have to speculate of your boy Mason Rudolph being the starting quarterback, or Will Howard or anybody else being the starting quarterback this year, how do you think this team will be that with Aaron Rodgers at quarterback and some of the new pieces, and obviously Mike McCarthy being the head coach?
I think it's going to be interesting because we just don't know right now, right? We just don't know with this new coaching staff, some of these new players in here, that maybe that's all they need to unlock a 10, 11, 12 win season, a couple playoff wins, or it could be an utter disaster. I mean, Mike McCarthy's first 2 years, his first year in Green Bay was awful. I think they were 6-10. His first year in Dallas was awful. They were like 7-9, 6-10 before he was able to turn it around year 2. Now, I don't know if that would apply to this season whatsoever, but I'm intrigued as heck with this roster that is pretty doggone deep, pretty doggone talented, but with just a new look with the coaching staff and the biggest coaching staff they have, offensive line, the talent. I mean, they have the potential to be good, but they have the potential to be crap either, too. So that's why I'm quite interested to see bring Aaron Rodgers back. If I'm the Steelers, I'm like, let's make one more run at it with this guy because we could have a chance here. Then we can worry about our quarterback situation next year. What's the worst thing could happen, Doran? They learn from Aaron Rodgers for 6 months. Right.
I think it's a great situation.
Wrong with it.
Yeah, I don't see
anything wrong with it. And you could say he's 42, 43. You can make any stat you want of saying how fast he gets rid of the ball, how he doesn't throw the ball downfield. That was all last year with not a good wide receiver group and not a good offensive system. This is different. It might end up being the same, but at least it's different. So let's see what it brings.
Well, Mark, I appreciate you. I'm glad that we can, see eye to eye, and I'm glad that, to hear you give us credit for what went down yesterday. Appreciate it.
You guys are all over the place here. I think you need to go to Craig and ask for a bonus or something.
Maybe. That'd be nice. Appreciate you, Mark.
Even though Callus is the one that broke it, but whatever.
I mean, listen, between you and the PM team and everybody else trying to figure out who broke what and who got the messages, you'll never know. Never.
And that's the way it should be.
You're right.
That's the way it should be.
Thank you, Mark. We'll talk to you Monday.
All right, guys.
Thanks. There he goes, Mark Caboli, Pat McAfee Show. Man, it is very interesting, the timing of this, but like I said a little bit earlier, I do give Aaron Rodgers credit for showing face now whenever it just doesn't make sense. And the only thing to me that makes sense is obviously contract-related things and, helping out some of the younger players. And I do believe, I'll have to check in this, but I do believe Will Howard would attend rookie minicamp because of the time that he lost last year. I would want to see him in rookie minicamp. That's the time to see him do some things. So I think he would be allowed to do that, even if he has an accrued year. I'll check into it, though. All right, coming up next, we'll close out the show. But first, the Callus headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Aaron Rodgers reports just confirmed by Mark Caboli, who now acknowledges the truth that Aaron Rodgers is indeed visiting Pittsburgh this weekend and will meet with the Steelers about perhaps some contract details and whether or not he'll sign this weekend, if they can come to a handshake agreement, whether he'll still be uncertain when he leaves. Either way, they're meeting, and they're going to discuss contract stuff. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is a message from Adam Crowley.
Oh, thank you so much, Harry. Texter writes in, the buckos are finally good, and now the aliens invade. Yeah, what better reason than to go out and get some beer? And there's one place to go for all your beer needs. That's Hampton Beer Outlet, where they've got over 1,000 beers in stock, the best selection, the best customer service. And right now, White Claw variety packs, 24-pack cans, $29.99. What a special. White Claw variety packs, 24-pack cans, just $29.99. Get on out to Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Midday work mixing in with the morning rush. This report brought to you by Pennsylvania One Call System. We do have one accident in the final stages of clearing. It's in Penn Hills on Frankstown Road near Orange Street. Now we have an accident in Brentwood on Scene Ridge Avenue, right around the intersection with Brownsville Road, so watch for delays there as well. Parkway West, you're jammed at Parkway Center, Parkway East at Edgewood, Swissvale. And we have crews in Stowe Township doing utility work. Watch for restrictions on Route 51 in both directions between Fleming Avenue and Parkway Street. Know what's below, because even minor excavation projects like installing a mailbox, building a patio, or putting up a fence can do major damage. Contact 811 before you dig or visit pa1call.org to submit a locate request to have underground utilities marked. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Is the hope of having your hair grow back going down the drain? It's not too late. If you want your own real growing hair, call New Image now and receive $295 in laser treatments free. No one can offer you the advanced technology of new NeoGraft hair transplants and laser hair therapy. So if you really want your own real growing hair, go to newimagehairloss.com or call 1-800-942-8606 and receive $295 in laser treatments free.
Ready for the Stanley Cup playoffs, hockey fans? BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, is giving players another reason to lace up and hit the ice for the most exciting games of the season. Feel the rush of the goals, the checks, the face-offs, and the breakaways with the Stanley Cup playoffs odds boost token. All you have to do to take your shot at extra winnings is log into your existing BetMGM account, where you'll receive your odds boost token. Then make any qualifying Stanley Cup playoffs bet and activate your token. If your bet lights the lamp, you'll receive extra winnings. Log into BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, to get your odds boost token. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days.
No hot water? Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Best thing on the radio!
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Callus, don't you find it interesting that the day that Aaron Rodgers visits Pittsburgh, that is the same day that UFO footage is leaked?
You think Aaron Rodgers is an alien? Is that what you're getting at?
Either an alien or he is trying to distract us, and he is in connection and communication with the aliens or of the government, and he wants them to distract the fact that he was coming here and it didn't work. Something of that nature. Aaron Rodgers might be an alien.
I think it's a stretch.
You think it's a stretch?
Yeah. Aaron Rodgers knows how to entertain the masses too much, I think. Aliens, I think, would be a little more awkward. Like, I believe Russell Wilson is an alien, considering how flat and robotic he seems. How about, right?
Not bad.
Aaron Rodgers understands the game. Aaron Rodgers is like, haha, I'm going to be interesting by just not saying anything. And people.
Yeah, but he, he wears, wired headphones and.
What's wrong with that?
I know, but his reasoning behind it, it's the frequency. I don't even know what he said. Why he does it?
Yeah, I know. I didn't hear anything about that, but I believe it. He's a
ayahuasca.
Conspiracy theorists, I don't think, are aliens, because conspiracy theorists are trying to discover the odd things about life, or try to find answers that are uncommon.
Isn't that what we just talked about?
Nope,
why aliens
want to
figure things out?
They want to blend in. They don't want to see.
And what's the best way in America to blend in is to be a football player.
But how do aliens know that? They might not.
They're smart.
I'm just saying.
They're smarter than us. I understand.
I think that you're going to be more likely to find an alien that's just going to try to fit in. Aaron Rodgers is too. I think he's just too good at being himself. I don't suspect alien activity from him. I think he's just a conspiracy theorist and kind of an odd man who people are interested in, and he uses that to his benefit in the business world of sports.
All right. All right. That's good. It's good. I mean, that's good. I get it. I get where you're coming from. Joe Starkey's up next. What a week. Thank you all for listening. We enjoy every one of you, and we appreciate you listening, not just yesterday and today, but every single day, every single morning. We love talking to you, and we love hearing from you. So we will be back on Monday, all three of us. Joe Starkey is up next. Callus, good job today, as you always do, and have fun this weekend. Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track today. High of 61, low of 42 with overcast tomorrow. High of 68, low of 50 with 85% chance of rain. I'll see you later. Peace.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters, and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program may only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it could end your debt nightmare and save you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. For free information and to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, simply go online and visit DRA.com or call 800-535-1582. 800-535-1582. Again, that's 800-535-1582.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of the shower curtain sticking to you? Time to contact BoulevardGlassandMetal.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
crew still dealing with an accident in Brentwood Borough. This is on Scene Ridge Avenue near Brownsville Road. Also, an earlier accident in Westview involving a garbage truck into a utility pole still ties up Center Avenue near the intersection with Route 19 Perry Highway. Parkway West, you are jammed near Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East stacks at Edgewood Twistvale. Route 28, the Parkway North are both up to speed. HOV lanes now closed alongside that roadway as well as the crosstown. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale ends soon. Visit windownation.com now.
During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, you could replace all your home's windows and get half of them free. Plus, you could get them with no money down and no payments or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
A little while longer.
A little while longer now. A little while longer now. A little bit longer now. A little bit longer now. Hey, 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 hey.
That's good. A little while longer now.
We also
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. The Fan 5 Alarm, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, is back June 17th and 18th. You can nominate a deserving volunteer fire department at 937thefan.com. The Fan 5 Alarm is brought to you by Southside Plumbing and Heating, Kirkin Roofing, and Centimar on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 a.m. for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, True Green, Chestnut Ridge Golf Course, and Omni Bedford Springs. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
This is Sean Myers with your Fan Headlines. The Pirates prevailed 4-2 in Arizona against the Diamondbacks on Thursday. Mitch Keller earned the victory, 6 strong innings. He surrendered 4 hits, 2 runs with 2 walks while striking out 4. Brandon Lau had 3 hits, including a home run. Joey Bart went 2 for 4 with the long ball as well. Pirates now trek to San Francisco tonight, 10:15 first pitch for the Buccos and Giants. Carmen Majinski against Robbie Ray. The pitching matchup. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 9:50 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, 937thefan.com.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Pop and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's Rodgers. Floats it. End zone for Metcalf. It is caught for the touchdown against his old team. And Brett Favre has company with Aaron Rodgers on the touchdown pass.
Rodgers looks at Metcalf, swings, touchdown, Steelers.
Rodgers avoids the sack, deep downfield, caught at the 35-yard line, and going all the way to the end zone is Freiermuth. Pat Freiermuth, 68 yards. Second and goal, comes in a tight formation. Play fake, Rodgers throws, and that's hauled in by the big man Washington. That didn't take long. Makes it a one-possession game again on a drive that took less than 4 minutes.
Yeah, well, we've been in contact with Aaron on a regular basis. He's been keeping us up to date on his plans. And, even though I thought it probably would have been concluded by now, I think we will come to a conclusion here in the next few weeks.
And the next few weeks might turn into the next few days, as according to our own Fan Morning Show, Aaron Rodgers is in Pittsburgh as we speak. Morning Show said that he was getting here last night, expected to be here for the start of Steeler rookie minicamp, which we have some new numbers out for the rookies. We'll tell you what those are coming up. But Aaron Rodgers in Pittsburgh, could the saga finally be over and he will sign the contract this weekend? Or is Aaron just coming in to say hello and then is off back on his private jet on Monday back to Malibu? We'll find out. Austin Bechtold with you, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Good to be with you in for Joe, who is at an event right now. He's at an event today, very important event. Bob is not in on Fridays. So we have Sean Myers producing Behind the Glass. Sean, it is always a pleasure and an honor to work with you.
This has been a banner week for you, hasn't it?
It's been a very busy week. I did the evening show on Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. I produced the PM team on Tuesday, and here I am on our show.
I heard very good things about your effort with the PM team.
Ooh.
Yes.
Are we going to reveal the sources on the morning show?
I think Pony and Mahler both were impressed by your performance.
Wow.
It's not easy to win over Pony.
And I think Joe was not very happy that I booked Seth Hernandez for the
I can confirm
show.
that, yes.
And then Joe sent me a long excerpt from, I don't know, some PR person that emailed him asking for an interview on May 28th. And he said, try to get this guy. Joe was so upset and so frustrated, he asked me to book somebody for 3 weeks from now. Maybe that tells you the mindset that Joe was in. And then he spent 5 minutes on Wednesday discussing how I booked Seth Hernandez for the afternoon show.
Yeah, he was bitter about that. He didn't think you were bringing your A-plus game for his show.
He would have been very upset if Nick Costos did come on the show today and wasn't off because Costos was going to join us at noon. He would have said, limits, Nick Costos, he couldn't come on our show at all during the offseason to talk about Aaron Rodgers? I think Nick's going to come on next week, next Friday. So Joe will be a part of that. Well, Sean, I think we've finally come to the end, or at least we are finally coming to the end of a saga that has consumed our lives. For when you think about it, February, March, April, May, last year. February, March, April, May, June. 9 months? Over the last 2 years? Over the last 18 months, we have spent practically close to a year talking about Aaron Rodgers and if he'll sign or not. There's 24 total months out of the last 2 years, and math is not a strong suit of mine, but you get the point. We've talked about Aaron Rodgers and whether he will sign with the Steelers either last year or this year for such a long time where you just kind of get numb to it. You kind of just get sick of it. It just kind of annoys you and bothers you and just makes you say, get this thing over with. Well, now, at least by what Ian Rappaport is saying, what the morning show reported, it seems like this is coming to its finality. This is finally coming to an end. Did the Steelers always know that Aaron Rodgers was going to sign? It seemed like there was a handshake and a nod agreement a year ago from Mike Tomlin and Aaron Rodgers, who don't have the extensive background that Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers have, but you could see that there was always chemistry there, a mutual respect between Rodgers and Tomlin when that thing ultimately worked out the way it was, and Rodgers was reportedly crying in the team meeting when Tomlin said that he was stepping down and walking away from the organization, thinking he wanted to come back for one additional year, Rodgers, I'm sure. And it wasn't until Mike McCarthy became the head coach that Rodgers thought, well, maybe I do have one more in me, and my last pass in an NFL game is not a pick six before Mason Rudolph took over for him with 3.5 minutes left in the Texans playoff game last year. But my big question is this, because it seems like, and until Aaron Rodgers signs on the dotted line, I'm not 100% confident this is going to happen. But just connect the dots. It seems like the reality of it is that Rodgers is coming back, and he's going to play a second consecutive season in Pittsburgh, reunite with Mike McCarthy, reunite with James Campen, work with Brian Angelico, and he will be the Steelers quarterback, which we all suspected. Cavalli put it at 99.9% chance of actually happening.
Didn't we learn from those percentages, though?
Well, is it on the goal line or is it on the Ayuk goal line? I think you got to, there are two separate goal lines here. I think this is more like the actual goal line where Rodgers is giving way to Connor Hayward for the tush push to push him into the end zone. This is not Ayuk's goal line where he might not even play in the NFL this season. But my question to you is this at 412-928-9370. If Aaron Rodgers does sign, and all the conversation beforehand over the last however many months has been, okay, where do the Steelers go if Aaron Rodgers doesn't sign? Or what do you do with Will Howard and Drew Aller? Or Malik Willis, is he a potential option? Or should they draft Carson Beck? Now that Aaron Rodgers is, I think, likely, might be the best word to sign. Ian Rappaport said that it's looking like very clear that it's Rodgers and the Steelers, and the Steelers have known for a while. Where do the Steelers sit in the current landscape of the NFL, and especially in the AFC? Last year, winning the division, beating out Baltimore in the final regular season game of the year on a Tyler Loop missed field goal where if the ball curled in through the uprights and not go wide right, maybe Baltimore has a different discussion and conversation of what's going on with John Harbaugh right now. Maybe he's still the coach. Maybe, who knows what would have happened with the Steelers as well? Would there have been radical changes where Rodgers doesn't even come back? Who knows? There already were huge changes with Tomlin stepping down. But where do the Steelers sit in the AFC right now? Rodgers back for another year, familiar with McCarthy's system, a better wide receiver room, a running back room that might be better than last year, but it's hard to say that when your team MVP was Kenneth Gainwell and he walks away to go to Tampa. Is this a better team than they were a year ago? And I'm not truly convinced that the answer is yes. Because the Chiefs have reloaded. Mahomes is going to come back healthy. Kelsey is back for another year. They add Kenneth Walker, the Super Bowl MVP. They will be better. They're not missing the playoffs this year. Josh Allen gets a new head coach. They promote Joe Brady. They added some weapons for Allen. Probably should have picked a wide receiver high in the draft. But Buffalo, we know, is going to be good. New England's a question mark because what the heck is going on with Mike Vrabel? But if that does get sorted out, who would you rather have, Drake May or Aaron Rodgers? A lot of this in the AFC comes down to quarterback versus quarterback. When you line them up and snap the ball, who do you trust more? And I trust Rodgers pre-snap, but post-snap, with an offensive line that might start two rookies. Are they better than New England? No. So they're not better than Buffalo. They're not better than New England. They're not better than Kansas City. I don't think they're better than the Chargers. We saw what happened when the Steelers went to L.A. and played the Chargers this past year. That wasn't good. I'm a huge Justin Herbert believer. There's many doubters of Justin Herbert, but I think he's pretty solid. And Denver was in the AFC Championship game last year. Like, are the Steelers better than any of those teams? Are the Steelers better than Jacksonville with Aaron Rodgers? Are the Steelers better than the Bengals in your own division or the Ravens? So when you put it out there, I think the answer is no to all those questions, which puts them in a very similar position as they were a year ago. 10-7, 9-8, competing for a wild card spot. Might be able to go into the playoffs and have a chance on the road against a 2 seed or a 3 seed, but we've seen what the last 9 years of playoff appearances, last 7 playoff games have looked like. And the last one was just kind of a return to the norm. Well, not even a return. It was a continuation of the norm, getting blown out 30-6 by the Houston Texans in the fourth quarter. I know the first half was close. I know they scored the first points with 3 on the board to start and ended that 73-0 drought that they had of just extensive amount of points that the opposition scored against them in the first quarter. But I want to hear from Steeler fans because I view myself as a positive person. I do. I try to look at things glass half full. Steelers' decisions over the last X amount of years, I like some of the things I did in the draft. I like some of the moves that Omar Khan has made in the draft over the last couple of years. But bringing back Aaron Rodgers for another year? Delaying the inevitable of figuring out what's going on with your quarterback spot long term with Aller or Howard, and then next year potentially drafting another one? Just collecting quarterbacks and then not being able to develop them all because you have too many young quarterbacks and you just can't spend as much time with all of them? That's my problem with this year. It's one of many problems that I've had. I try to be glass half full, but they have not given us reasons to be glass half full compared to where the Pirates are right now. When we get to the Pirates, we'll have a positive conversation. We will have a good discussion about the team that I believe is going to be the next one in Pittsburgh sports to win a playoff series. Because the Steelers right now, I like the Jamel Dean ad. I like what they've done on the offensive line. I like Michael Pittman. Is it enough to beat a Denver? Is it enough to beat the Ravens and the Bengals in your own division? The Steelers' schedule next year includes these playoff teams from a year ago. At home, Carolina, Bryce Young, improved year. Last year was pretty solid. Denver, with Bo Nix, likely healthy by that point. Houston, who has the best defense in the NFL. Jacksonville on the road. Not a hard place to play, but Jacksonville is giving the Steelers some fits at times. New England on the road. You really think that they're going to lose, or that the Patriots are going to lose to the Steelers for a second consecutive year and give up 5 turnovers? I doubt it. You got to go to Philadelphia where you haven't won since, I don't know, the Stiegel days? They haven't won in Philadelphia since before Chuck Noll was hired, since before Joe Green was hired, basically since the Steelers became a relevant franchise. A lot of people don't even consider what happened with the Steelers from 1933 to 1969. It's just, all right, the franchise practically began in 1969, right? With the dynasty in the 70s, moving on to the 80s where the stars retired and Chuck Noll was still coaching and they had little success in the 80s, but not much. Steelers football basically began in 1969 when Chuck Noll was hired, and then eventually Joe Green was drafted. They haven't won in Philadelphia since before then. Then you go to Tampa Bay, Baker Mayfield, and then you got Tennessee on the road, New Orleans on the road, plus your division. You should be able to win those. Only other 2 games I didn't mention were the Colts and Falcons. So there are winnable games out there on the schedule. There are a lot of games, and you look at it and you kind of think, ooh, I don't know about that. And it's going to depend on where the games are matched up and what games on a Thursday compared to, where's your short week games. And they'll probably do another AFC North short week on a Thursday. Wonder if Mike McCarthy is better on a Thursday night than Mike Tomlin has been. But I don't think bringing Aaron Rodgers back solves a lot of problems. I ask you this at 412-928-9370. As it stands right now, is this team going to win a playoff game? In your mind, do you think, because the reason they're bringing Aaron Rodgers back is not just to mentor Will Howard. If you were looking for or Drew Aller, if you were looking for a veteran to mentor a young quarterback, can't Mason Rudolph serve that purpose? Why don't you bring Chase Daniel off the FS1 set and have him be like an assistant quarterback coach? Or sign Gardner Minshew to be a backup for you to mentor a young quarterback? Or any other veteran that's been around the block, Tyrod Taylor, who just signed a contract somewhere over the last week or 2. Why not make a move like that? 412-928-9370. I was an advocate for Aaron Rodgers a year ago and the Steelers signing him. I thought it would be fun. I thought it would be an entertaining experience to think that, look, post-Ben, this is the best quarterback the Steelers could have asked for to win a playoff game. But we saw how it went last year. Rodgers last season did not play in the Bears game. Outside of that, against playoff teams, Aaron Rodgers was 1-5. with an EPA of negative 85. Not good. Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Ray Fittipaldo will join us at the top of the hour. We'll talk to Bob Walk as well. Pirates take 2 out of 3 in Arizona. They get great starting pitching, dominant starting pitching from Paul Skeens. Skeens goes 8 strong, 97 pitches against the D-backs, and a 1-0 victory. That was on Wednesday. Yesterday, Mitch Keller pitches into the 7th inning, and the Pirates, right in the middle of the NL Central, of course the Cubs are on a Cardinals 2015-like pace to win right around 100 games. Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. We'll talk to Bob Walk at 1 o'clock. But first, let's hear from you at 412-928-9370. That's also the fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. They start with our guy Jared. Jared is in Cameron Springs. Where is that, Jared?
Yeah, we're just up the road, just above Meadville here.
Right by Allegheny College.
Yes, sir.
I spent a lot of time there calling games. What's going on?
Hey, not a whole lot. You know, I was doing some homework yesterday. I'm going to school for sports broadcasting at Full Sail University, and I was sitting here listening to all the Aaron Rodgers talk. I'm not a salesman by any means, but I'm going to try and sell you on this, and I want your opinion.
Okay.
So last year, right? Aaron came in. Him and Will Howard developed a great relationship, right? And that's coming from both of them. What is your thought on Aaron Rodgers coming back? They went and got Drew Aller in the draft. Not a big fan of him at all. I personally like Will Howard. I really do. I think he's a more sturdy quarterback. What's your thought on Aaron Rodgers coming back to save Will Howard from Drew Aller getting the starting position over him?
Wait, what do you mean to save Will Howard? Like, it's going to, whatever Aaron Rodgers is going to say or any wisdom that is passed down, he can't just clone his skill set and his level of success over the years into Will Howard. Like, he can give him tips, he can give him advice, but Will Howard's development in terms of arm strength, footwork, and all that, like, I don't know how much that Aaron Rodgers is going to be able to help with that. What do you mean?
I think Aaron has the pool with McCarthy, being he's already spent a career, well, not a career, but most of his career with McCarthy. I think he's gonna be the whisper in McCarthy's ear for Will Howard.
Yeah, but Jared, they drafted Drew Aller in the 3rd round. Mike McCarthy clearly likes Drew Aller, I think, better than Will Howard, given where the Steelers drafted him, especially being the first of their 3 third-round picks. So you really think that the sway of Aaron Rodgers' rhetoric is going to have that much pull on what Mike McCarthy thinks?
I do, man. He's been in the league for how many years? He's won games. I mean, look what he's done. You know, look at the work that he put in with Jordan Love, and look at Jordan now. You know, not to take away from what Matt LaFleur has done with Jordan Love, but you know, I really think Aaron Rodgers is a wealth of knowledge for Will Howard, to where Will Howard will be the next quarterback for the Steelers. I believe that.
Well, thanks, Jared. I think also it's going to depend on talent, ability, and potential in the NFL. And we talk so much about college and college success. And I'm not trying to knock college success. College success is great for college. And you can't completely wipe it away once you go to the NFL. It's great to see a guy that had success in college also have success in the NFL, but that doesn't mean that it's going to automatically translate. I'm not going to run down the list of guys that have won national championships, and we've done that plenty, and have gone on to the NFL just to flop as NFL quarterbacks, or to be late-round picks because they didn't have the framework, the upside of what a first-round quarterback is.
Why would Rodgers help Howard but not Aller?
Yeah,
I didn't understand.
Doesn't make any
Is there
sense.
some sort of frosty relationship between them that I haven't heard about?
I think it's just because Will Howard made a good first impression on Aaron Rodgers last year, and they had a good year together. And they seemed to be buddies. Like, Will Howard was at Aaron Rodgers' camp, or I think it was maybe charity event earlier this year. And it seemed like they were just, having a nice time in California and just enjoying the event.
If you're Rodgers and you're trying to help the next wave of quarterbacks, you're probably taking both guys under your wing. I think it'd be kind of odd if he spent all of his focus on Will Howard and more or less ignored Drew Aller.
I would agree with that. Yeah, I don't think what he mentioned there is that logical with, look, you can believe in Will Howard, but thinking that Aaron Rodgers is only coming back to mentor Will Howard is very, very, very hard to believe. Brad is in Punxsutawney. What's up, Brad?
Hey, Linus, thanks for taking my call. I'm going to kind of come in on the opposite of the previous call. I've been a Steeler fan since Chuck Noll took over in his first year. I think this Aaron Rodgers experiment, saga, whatever you want to call it, in year 2 is a complete failure. We have quarterbacks sitting on the bench that we know nothing about. We don't know if we need to draft a quarterback next year. I don't know what Rooney is thinking because he has to push the button for these things to happen. And to see what Aaron Rodgers did last year, he is a 42, 43-year-old quarterback that in his prime was phenomenal, will be a Hall of Famer. But the game has passed him by. His passes are 2 to 3 step drops. We got a young line. It's not like he's somebody that's going to be able to sit back there and look down the field. And to listen to, and I respect all callers. Please don't take it that way. But Aaron Rodgers isn't here to mentor anybody. Aaron Rodgers is proven from day one. Aaron Rodgers worries about Aaron Rodgers. And if it's Will Howard or Mo Howard on the Steelers team, it's not going to matter. And this idea that you hold an organization hostage because I'll let you know if I'm coming in, coming out, we will waste another year of not knowing what we have as quarterbacks. And I know ownership never pays attention to talk shows because, whatever. It's just all of us people that know nothing about sports give our opinions. But I wish if Mr. Rooney, you were listening right now, stop trying to turn us into Cleveland.
Into Cleveland, Brad.
I'm that frustrated. I'm embarrassed. We have the opportunity to finish 4th in our division this year. And it will be another wasted year, and then you know what we'll have to do? We'll have to draft a quarterback.
Well, wait a minute, Brad. You said don't turn the Steelers into Cleveland, but you think they could be worse than Cleveland?
I'm saying the Cleveland organization. You know how we as Pittsburgh fans have always laughed at Cleveland. Now I feel we're going to be laughed at.
Thank you, Brad. 412-928-9370. Brad saying that the Steelers are going to be worse than Cleveland. So we've had a Aaron Rodgers is here for Will Howard caller, and we've had a Steelers are turning into the Browns caller.
Do you know who Mo Howard is, by the way?
No idea.
Mo of the Three Stooges.
Wait, that Mo's last name was Howard?
Apparently, yeah.
I did not know that. I thought they were just Larry, Curly, and Mo. I never really processed that they had last names.
Yeah, presumably they were born with last names. They didn't really acknowledge it too much on that show. No.
They were like rappers that just used like one name.
That's right.
Or like they were
Madonna.
Artists like Madonna.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Or Cher. Is Cher's actual name Cher?
I think so. I think she was Cher Bono at one point. She was married to Sonny, right?
That would make sense. Fan Twitter, you can watch the show on Twitter. You could also watch the show on YouTube. But if you watch it on Twitter, you could say hello to us there and interact. It's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. 412-928-9370. Is this Steelers team going to be different in 2026 than it was in 2025? Because although some of the personnel is better and the roster on paper might be better, your quarterback is going to be 43 late in the season. Garrett Padell, or if you ask Pony, Garrett Padinsky of CBS Sports, ranked the Steelers with the 3rd worst quarterback room in the NFL. The only ones worse, the Cleveland Browns and the New York Jets. Now, this was before Aaron Rodgers, and he still hasn't, but before Aaron Rodgers signs. He said last night with me, Garrett did, that he would put the Steelers as the 10th worst quarterback room. So great, you're right around 22, 23 overall quarterback room-wise in the NFL, which means he thinks that Aaron Rodgers is the 22nd or 23rd best quarterback in the NFL.
I would be curious to know, did he run through all 10 of those teams?
Yes, I mean, there's a list of them. I have the full list.
Arizona's got to be near the bottom.
He had the Steelers ranked worse than Arizona.
Really?
One spot worse, yes, because he thought that Brissett would be a better starter day one than Drew Aller or Will Howard or Mason Rudolph.
Would he like Rodgers better than Carolina's quarterback situation?
Yes. He likes Rodgers better than Carolina, Atlanta, Miami, New Orleans, who he had the Steelers ranked below. Minnesota as well with Kyler Murray and J.J. McCarthy. Carolina with Bryce Young and Kenny Pickett. And Daniel Jones is the starting quarterback in Indianapolis. Anthony Richardson once traded. So right now he has the Steelers as the 10th worst quarterback room, maybe the 11th.
I could see Minnesota getting pretty good quarterback play if Kyler bounces back, maybe with some better surroundings and some really good receivers. But most of those other ones I'd probably agree with.
But that's why I just don't think it's worth it. Because unless you're adding a top 10, top 15 quarterback, it doesn't make sense to bring Rodgers back. Out of everyone, does he give them the best chance to win? Out of all the quarterbacks that they currently have on the roster? Yeah. But when you say best chance to win what? And if the bar is just a playoff game, that's your bar? It's not worth it. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Lines jammed. We'll get to you coming up next at 412-928-9370. Your thoughts on Aaron Rodgers. Ray Fittipaldo joins us at the top of the hour. Sean has a headline, and we're back in a moment on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
With your fan headlines, it's Sean Myers. The Buccos claimed a victory in Arizona 4-2 on Thursday. Good outing by Mitch Keller. 6 strong innings. He picked up the victory, giving up 2 runs with 4 strikeouts. Brandon Lau 3 for 5 with a long ball. Joey Bart also left the yard. Pirates now head out to San Francisco to play the Giants. 10:15 first pitch tonight. Carmen Majinski for the Buccos. Robbie Ray, the grunter for the Giants, toes the rubber. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 9:50 and is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com. Starkey.
Not a great winner for roofing and siding, I can tell you that. And that's where JP and his mustache come in. Joe Potocznik, he's been doing this for over 40 years. You need the roofing siding checked. You want new roofing and siding. This is the place to go. $500 off your first roofing or siding installation at JP Roofing and Siding. It's an Owens Corning Platinum Preferred company, I should say. 1% of them get that designation. Joe's got it. They do great work. He's a great guy. Give him a call. 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. But wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone. The New York Knicks beat the Philadelphia 76ers last night to go up 2-0 in that series, but Knicks fans can't be happy. Knicks fans all waiting to find out if star forward OG Anunoby is healthy, hurt his hamstring towards the end of the game last night. The Knicks cannot win the championship without OG Anunoby. I'm Nick Costos.
Most finance HMF, low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax acquisition fee, title and plates. Not available on HEV or PHEV models. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for Tucson rebate. Not all buyers are qualifying in stock units only. Offers end 5/31/26.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai today for Memorial Day savings all month long. Take advantage of 0% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson and Santa Fe. Or receive up to $3,000 in rebates. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Pittsburgh Regional Transit is now hiring full-time bus drivers. It's a great place to accelerate your career. We offer great pay and terrific benefits like healthcare, paid vacation time, dental, vision, and more. We're even offering a starting bonus for those who qualify. Call 412-566-5162 to pre-register for our upcoming hiring event on May 15th, 2026. Candidates may receive an offer that same day. Go to rideprt.org/careers to learn more. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
Did you know a drain that smells bad is making strange gurgling noises, or is slow to drain could mean you have a blockage in your main sewer line? Don't wait for a complete backup, causing costly property damage and more extensive repairs. Call the trusted team of experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric and get your home flowing smoothly again. And if you know you need your sewer line repaired, McVeigh offers free second opinions on any sewer line repair or installation. Call McVeigh or visit callmcveigh.com to schedule an appointment.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Hi, this is Les Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management. I've been lucky in my life, and I'm grateful to the clients who've helped make our family-owned business a success. But like most of us, my beginnings were far from glamorous. My first job out of college was as an assistant golf pro at Butler Country Club, earning $2.10 an hour. There was no work for me in golf in the winter, so to survive, I took a job at Armco Steel, working on a labor gang. Some nights I did janitorial work. Others, I labored in the rolling pits. I'd come home covered in soot to the tiny apartment my wife Barb and I shared with our newborn daughter Sarah. Now, 40 years later, Sarah and I are business partners at Botkin Family Wealth Management, along with my son Lester. I like to remember my beginnings and to share those stories with my children and grandchildren. At Botkin Family Wealth Management, we're interested in hearing your story, because understanding your beginnings is an important part of appreciating what it took to get where you are today. Visit us at BotkinFamilyWealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Chuck McDowell here with Red Pocket Mobile. How long have you been stuck with the same phone plan? 2 years? 5? 10? Are you tired of surprise fees and confusing bills? Switch to Red Pocket Mobile. With Red Pocket Mobile, premium 5G plans start at just $10 a month. Pick a plan, lock in your rate, and that's the number you'll see on your bill every month. No hidden fees and no long-term contracts. And here's the kicker. Red Pocket lets you choose from 3 major 5G networks, not just one. Pick the network that actually works where you live and where you work. Try one, and if you like it, keep it. If not, switch to another. Never be stuck with a single network again. Plus, keep your phone, keep your number. Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
New customers can switch and save 50%. Choose from all 3 major 5G networks with one locked-in low price and no contracts at redpocket.com. Redpocket.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
So I would say because it's Aaron Rodgers, because it's really hard to speak in like certainty, it's tough to tell if everything you said is true. My sense is Rodgers has assumed he was going to be back. The Steelers have assumed he's going to be back. I don't believe there is an agreement because when you talk to people with the Steelers, they still say, we don't know, we haven't heard, it's unclear until he signs, we aren't sure. So I don't get the sense there was like a private agreement. I think it was more like, trust this process. It was good last year for him. It was good last year for us. Brought in Mike McCarthy. Okay, that gives us a chance. Let's just trust that he goes through his process, does everything the right way, visits with us once, visits with us again, makes sure of everything, and then hopefully signs on the dotted line. Look, there are different places for the Steelers to go for quarterback if it is not Rodgers, but it's pretty notable that they have not done any of those things. I think most of what you said is probably true in that they thought there was a very good chance that Rodgers would be their quarterback. It's just, because it's Aaron Rodgers, you never quite know for sure. Yeah. So you cross your fingers and think it's going to work out.
There was a thought that Aaron Rodgers was going to come back. There wasn't no handshake agreement. There wasn't a wink and a nod that was given from Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers. There wasn't a general understanding. Maybe there was an understanding, but not a full-on, this is definitely going to happen. Just give me my time, give me my space, and I will make a decision when I see fit. Austin Bechtold with you in for Pomp and Joe. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sean Myers behind the glass. 93.7 The Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase. Parents and coaches, send us an email, youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team. And 93.7 The Fan may make a stop to your field. It's brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Details are at 937thefan.com. Rookie numbers are now in, and there is one that is infuriating me. Drew Aller is wearing number 16, not 15 from the great Ben Skoranek. So did Ben Skoranek not want to give up number 15? Did Drew Aller try not to barter for number 15 with Ben Skoranek? As the potential quarterback in waiting, Drew Aller should be wearing number 15, which he's worn, I think, all of his life. He wore it at Penn State. For Ben Skoranek, the 8th special teamer and 5th string wide receiver on the roster. So he keeps number 15. I think that's kind of ridiculous. Aller should be able to pick his number. Jeremy Bernard will wear number 17 for the Steelers. Shades of Mike Wallace for Jeremy Bernard. Everett will wear 23. Here's the weird number. And Max Ahanichor is going to wear number 71. Caden Wheatgen is wearing number 42. The kick returner, punt returner, / wide receiver, if you even want to consider him a wide receiver. I don't even know if the Steelers do. Maybe more of a gadget guy. He is wearing 42, last worn by James Pierre last year. He's wearing the number of a defensive back. Like, what wide receiver wears number 42? That's kind of strange, and it kind of tells you what they think of Wheatgen, that he's only a return ace. He's only a kick returner, punt returner, and that might be just the area on the depth chart that he is listed in. Not like on the wide receiver depth chart, even if it's 5th string. They'll just create a new subcategory added in on your Microsoft Excel sheet, kick returner / punt returner, Caden Weetjen, number 42. That's kind of strange.
Do you think there's any NFL receivers who wear a number in the 40s?
No. There's no chance. What return men are wearing numbers in the 40s that aren't defensive backs? Or, I mean, I don't even know. People that wear 42 or numbers in the 40s.
That would be a good fullback number, I think.
They're fullbacks. They're DBs. More in particular, I think corners. Maybe some safeties, but mostly corners. Like Jabril Peppers wore 40. When I see 40s, I think of Jabril Peppers. Or I think of Jeremiah Moon, I think, wore 45. Linebackers. Not kick returners and wide receivers, so that's very strange. The Aller 16 number just is infuriating me, man. I just hate seeing that. Like, Ben Skoranek, of all people, can't just change his number. I wonder if there was a process of, like, did Ben Skoranek ask? A texter says Drew Aller's number in high school was 14. I think that is correct. 16 doesn't look right. So he's just going 14, 15, 16. Every level that he goes up, he just advances on another number, apparently. 412-928-9370. Getting your thoughts on Aaron Rodgers more than likely being back with the Steelers. He's in Pittsburgh, according to the morning show. He is going to discuss a contract. There is a belief that he's going to sign a contract this weekend during rookie minicamp. Rookie minicamp just about to begin. It starts today on the south side as the rookies get in their new numbers. Maxie Honeyshore wearing 71. Jennings Dunker with the Ramon Foster number, 73. Maybe he'll be the starting left guard when it's all said and done at the start of the year. Zach's in Punxsutawney. What's up?
Hey, how's it going? Thanks
Zach,
for taking the call.
did you see Punxsutawney Phil throw out the first pitch at the Pirate game like a week ago?
I did actually. I was at my best friend's wedding the previous week, and a couple of the handlers were actually at the wedding.
Wow, the handlers for Punxsutawney Phil. Is that like their full-time job?
The inner circle.
Just manage the groundhog? Is that their just full-time job?
Well, they're businessmen in Punxsutawney as well, but there is a lot that goes into making sure that the singular magical groundhog gets his appropriate handling.
Gotcha. What's on your mind?
Hey, I just wanted to say I think that it's I kind of disagree with you about the team moving forward into this season. I think it's a bit of a discredit to the defense when you're saying you're bringing up all these other teams, the Chiefs, the Chargers. These are solid teams, but you got to remember we still won 10 games last year, even with slightly above average quarterback play. Very few weapons on the offensive side of things.
Yeah, but Zach, those are the teams you have to beat. Like, if you're going to win a playoff game, teams like the Chargers, the Chiefs, that's who you need to beat to be able to accomplish that.
No, and you're not wrong there. You're not wrong there. But do we really think that the likes of a 6th-round pick Will Howard and 3rd-round pick Drew Aller, who has all the tools but has proven literally nothing, as someone from Pennsylvania who's watched Penn State pretty closely, like, he's done nothing to show you that he's able to read NFL defenses despite his arm talent and size and all that. I just don't think that these guys are even ready. So despite Rodgers' shortcomings, I still feel like that he's the best opportunity we have moving forward. And
best opportunity for what, McCarthy, though? For opportunity for what? To win just one playoff game? Like, is that good enough for you?
Obviously, I want more than that, but winning a playoff game is my top goal at this point, right? It's been so long since we've been able to even do that. Yes, obviously, I'm looking at Super Bowl, but we need to win a playoff game, and I think that underneath Rodgers, these guys will learn. I think you got to dish Mason, but the defense is still solid. I know we're aging, but we added some pieces in Jamel Dean. We got Brisker. I think that there are pieces on that defense that can make this a real team. Obviously, we added Pittman. We have Warren that can kind of revert more to his 3rd down / receiving role with Dowdle in the mix.
Yeah, like I agree.
It's a lot better situation.
I agree the roster's better. Thanks, Zach. Like, it is better in some areas. But is it going to get worse in others? Like, is this TJ Watt season that we watched last year, is that going to result in a continued downslide? Like Alex Highsmith, who was banged up, is he going to be able to be as healthy as he was last year? And he didn't play all 17 games. I like Nick Herbig. There are questions against the run. And I like Jaquan Brisker a lot. Like they added to their secondary. Can Ramsey play in the secondary? Is he a good enough safety? Is he playing slot corner? We still don't know the answer to that. Here is Mario on the Fan. Mario or Mario?
Mario.
Hi, Mario.
Hi, how you doing? Thank you.
Good, man.
For taking the call. Yeah, I have a couple things on my mind. What I'm wondering is how all these people, I can't wait to see Will Howard. What are they basing this on? The guy hasn't even thrown an NFL pass yet. Okay? No, I don't know what they have as far as quarterbacks, but I don't think they're going to keep 4 quarterbacks if they do sign Rodgers. So somebody's going to go, so I don't know who that would be.
Well,
but,
it's probably going to be either Howard or Rudolph, and I appreciate the call. They potentially could keep 2 rookies. I mean, Will Howard basically is a rookie. They could do that, but wouldn't you think if they're in this win-now mode, this win-now situation, which they claim to be with Aaron Rodgers, well, that's because, think about this. You're bringing back a 42, soon-to-be 43-year-old quarterback. Do you want 2 guys who have never played a snap in the preseason or in a regular season game to be the backup? Likely not. Emmanuel is in Carnegie. What's up?
Hey, Austin. How you doing?
Good, man.
Yeah, I'm not, as Tom would say, I'm not going to be crying over spilled milk. It's inevitable that Rodgers is coming back. And I think we need to ask ourselves, what should we expect for this season? Is it just to win another playoff game, or is it to try to develop a quarterback through, mentorship and leadership?
It should be the second.
I kind of agree with the caller prior to this one, the one prior to me. I think we still have talent on the defensive side. Harmon, I think, can get better. Nick Herbert can get better. I think we still have a young defense. Our offense has upgraded around Rodgers. And all we got to do is try to maximize what we have now. I like Drew Aller. I think he should, we would like to go that direction, but it's not going to happen. So I'm not going to continue to pretend and cry over something that is not irreversible. We're going to start Rodgers. That's what's going to happen. And then the last thing, I want to congratulate you on your Masters. You're a hardworking man, but I got a bone to pick against you, Joe, and all of y'all.
Sure.
That keeps insisting that we have to have losing records and tank before we can get a quarterback.
How else are you going to get a quarterback, though, Emmanuel? How else are you going to be able to get it at the top of the draft unless you trade significant capital?
Yeah, trade significant capital through free agency. The last team that actually tanked was the New York Giants and Pittsburgh Steelers. Even the Chiefs, they made the playoffs prior to drafting Mahomes. The last team that tanked and had a top 10 pick to draft a quarterback was Eli Manning, and Ben Roethlisberger was drafted 11th overall. So you're talking about over a decade and a half. All these other teams, the Rams, the Eagles, the Chiefs, even you can even count the Ravens. They got their quarterback through later in the first round, or even in the second, third, or fourth round.
What? So you think that the Steelers tanked that year that they got Ben?
Yeah, they went 6-10.
That's not. They weren't natural. Tanking is when you're naturally trying to be bad, though, Emmanuel. Wouldn't you agree to that? Yeah. Like, I don't think that Steeler team was trying to be at the top of the draft for a quarterback.
And everybody is saying, "Oh, we should take a step back. We should tank." I don't think that we should do that. I think we should continue to try to win. And the last thing, and then I'm going to hang up. 2 seasons, we still would not have had a franchise quarterback because we were not going to draft Nussmeier and we're not going to get Cam Ward. So let's try to win as much games as we can this year and see what happens next year.
Thanks, Emmanuel. We have some breaking NFL news regarding the Steelers. So we were efforting Nick Costos today on Westwood One. He comes on with us during the football season all year long. And Nick told me that he's off today. He's going to come on with us next week. So filling in for Nick Costos today is none other than Chris Mack on Y108 right here inside our building.
I was going to say, he might be right down the hallway as we speak.
Possibly. And if not, he will be in the building in a couple of hours to do his show. Chris Mack on Westwood One hosting Nick Costos' show, I believe it is, had Omar Khan on his show. The Steelers general manager went on Westwood One today and backed up what Mark Caballi reported yesterday at 9 a.m. Pony puts it out there on Twitter. Breaking. Steelers general manager Omar Khan tells Chris Mack on Westwood One Sports that he doesn't know where Aaron Rodgers is. He wouldn't confirm that he's in town for a visit this weekend. What? Now, maybe this is Omar Khan just trying to keep it quiet and respect Aaron Rodgers' privacy because we know he's a very private person.
It's a little too late for that, though, isn't it?
Just a little bit. Considering the morning show reported it, Jerry Dulac put it out there, and we know that Dulac has a inn at the very top of the Steelers, and Ian Rappaport put it out there. Like, the news is up. You know, we can make a Renegade reference. They finally found me. Well, nobody's found Aaron Rodgers yet, and apparently Omar Khan doesn't know where he is. And that's what Caballi tweeted yesterday, that his information as of 9 a.m., which was different from what the morning show said, which was different from Dulac and from Rappaport, was that the Steelers did not know that Aaron Rodgers was going to be here. Now, the question is, do you believe Omar Khan? I don't. I think he is just giving GM speak, and he is just trying to keep the waters a little bit murky, where behind the scenes, they know that they know Aaron Rodgers is coming in this weekend. They know that he's going to sign the contract and get this thing over with. Like, I trust what the morning show is reporting.
I know we have to react to every step of this whole drama, but isn't this just basically turning the entire city against Aaron Rodgers coming back because it has become such a sideshow? With each day, there's news reported that he's maybe talking to the Cardinals. Now he's coming to Pittsburgh, but they're trying to deny it. It just becomes so tiresome that I think everyone is just ready to move on and probably hoping that it doesn't work out with Rodgers at this point.
I'm hoping that's the case, that Rodgers looked at this and says, you slapped the UFA tender on me. You're trying to limit where else that I could potentially go.
I mean, if he had just decided in March, hey, I'm coming back for whatever, 15, 18 million, and there was no drama with it, people would have probably accepted it.
They would have been completely fine with it.
But now it has become such just a tiresome ordeal that people, I think, are sick of hearing about it.
Yes.
To the point where they just want Rodgers to be gone, I think.
I'm sick of talking about it. Like, people but we have to. People love talking about it. Our phone lines have been blowing up and full throughout the whole entire show so far through the first hour. People want to talk Steelers quarterbacks. People want to talk Aaron Rodgers. But again, they're letting a quarterback that had 24 touchdowns, 7 picks last year. Sure, he took you to a home playoff game and then basically gave the game away. Last year in Houston with 2 turnovers in the fourth quarter that led to touchdowns. A pick 6 and a fumble return for a touchdown. And we had a caller earlier today that was advocating and pleading for Art Rooney. Please, Mr. Rooney, please stop turning the Steelers into the Cleveland Browns, please. In a way, it feels that way. Like, they're not the Browns. They're likely never going to be the Browns. But they are closer to the Cleveland Browns than they are to Buffalo, to the Chiefs, even to the Ravens, who they beat out last year for the division. They are closer to Cleveland, closer to the Jets, closer to the Raiders than they are to those other teams. And a big reason why is because they don't have a franchise quarterback. They could change on a dime, but it's hard to find one. And they're not even giving these young guys like Drew Aller and Will Howard an opportunity because they're bringing Aaron Rodgers back. And that's another reason why I'm so sick of this. You're not playing and giving your young quarterbacks a chance. Mentorship matters, sure, but reps on the field matter so much more. And Aaron Rodgers can mentor Drew Aller all he wants and mentor Will Howard all he wants. Nothing is going to matter unless they actually step onto that football field in a real game, not the preseason.
Even if you don't have the long-term answer at quarterback, that doesn't mean that you have to devolve into a offseason of complete dysfunction, which is what it feels like with the quarterback position constantly being in flux. because they've set a timeline, and then that timeline got pushed back, and now the ball's in Rodgers' court, but he's taking his time with it, basically holding this team hostage to some extent. That's where the dysfunction comes from. Again, even if he had signed right away, they wouldn't have had that long-term answer, but you wouldn't have had to deal with all of this sideshow and distractions that's probably just, at this point, everyone involved is sick of.
Texter, slow down, dude. I'm sorry. I'm fired up. When I get fired up, I get to talking very fast. That has been one of the critiques that have been put on me by people, that, Austin, you get very excited. You have a lot of things to say. You have to try to slow it down a little bit.
That's big for Chris Mack, by the way.
I hope we can all take a collective breath together.
The better part of that Mack and Caboli podcast.
Yes. And it seems like the Mack and Caboli podcast has united on this. Mack's show, what Omar is saying is corroborating what Cabali said, what Cabali reported.
What if it was just Cabali calling and pretending to be Khan?
That would be funny. Texter, wasn't Crowley and Doran saying Aaron possibly could have been abducted by aliens?
There was a lot of alien talk on the morning show.
Yeah, what was up with that?
Andy came in and he gave a fascinating explanation about it.
Texter, how can you compare the Steelers to the Jets? Steelers won their division and made the playoffs. I feel like our expectations have shifted significantly in this city, where it used to always be championships because that's what this organization consistently did, competed for them. Even in the early 2000s when they were losing in the AFC Championship game, or in the 90s losing in the AFC Championship game, they were always competing. They were always winning playoff games. Now they haven't won one in 9 years. It's going on a decade. I don't think Aaron Rodgers is going to end that trend. It's the longest streak since before the Steel Curtain. You're talking over 50 years ago. So how can you compare the Steelers to the Jets? I feel like we're overvaluing the regular season when we should be evaluating the postseason more. We should be talking about postseason success more than anything else. Because that's what matters, competing for the playoffs. Sure, getting to the playoffs and doing something about it, that's what coaches are made of. That's what organizations are made of. That's why we define the Steelers as a great organization, not because they've had great regular seasons, but because they've had great postseasons and have won 6 Super Bowls. And the fact that they haven't won one in so long, and they haven't gotten close since getting obliterated by the Patriots, 15 years ago. That's why. That's why we discussed this. All right, Ray Fittipaldo is going to join the show next. Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. It's cool with some scattered rain today and into tonight, and a high of 62. Carl Hagelin. That's your Fan Weather, brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Ray Fittipaldo, momentarily. Is Aaron Rodgers here? Because Omar Khan says no, he's not. The morning show says yes, he is. Jerry Dulac has said the same. Ian Rappaport has said the same. What is Ray hearing? Is Aaron Rodgers truly here and signing a contract? We find out just momentarily. Austin Bechtold with you on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sean Myers bringing you Fan Headlines. The Pirates 4-2 victors in Arizona on Thursday. Mitch Keller earned the victory. 6 innings, 4 hits, 2 runs, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts. Lau and Bart with homers for the Pirates, who now head to San Francisco to play the Giants tonight, beginning at 10:15. Robbie Ray for San Fran. Carmen Majinski opposes for the Buccos. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 9:50 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, 93.7thefan.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
BetMGM, authorized gaming partner of the NBA, has a special offer for the playoffs. Sign into your existing BetMGM account and snag an NBA playoffs odds boost token. Then take your shot at scoring more on your next win. Simply log in, add a qualifying bet on the NBA playoffs to your bet slip and activate the token. If you win your wager with the token attached, you'll pull down extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars. Talk about a fast break. Make BetMGM, authorized gaming partner of the NBA, your home for playoff action with bonuses like odds boost tokens and more. Claim your odds boost token for the NBA playoffs and get in the game today. Make betting the playoffs more exciting. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days. Please gamble responsibly.
Need water heater experts? Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater. You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-777-1979, 800-777-1979, or biglou.com.
Between hybrid work schedules and getting pretty much anything delivered to your doorstep, it feels like there's no reason to leave the house anymore. But some of the best deals are still in store for you, literally. At Omaha Steaks, they're known for quality meat delivery, but they also have stores right in your neighborhood. At the streets of Cranberry and Cranberry Township and Settlers Ridge and Robinson, now is the time to stop by and pick up their Burger Perfection Stack. This bundle includes premium 6-ounce patties made from 100% aged, single-cut steak, filet mignon, ribeye, and more. Plus, come in today and get 8 free smash burgers with the stack. While you're there, also ask about the manager special, 4 USDA certified tender top sirloin fillets for $29.99. These beauties are aged for over 35 days and are just as tender as a grocery store filet mignon. Grab dinner from your local Omaha Steak store in Cranberry Township or Robinson tonight.
With the new MyLowe's Pro Rewards American Express card, earn 3 points per dollar spent on Lowe's qualifying purchases for the first 6 months after card account opening. Plus, save 5% every day on eligible purchases at Lowe's and earn points on eligible purchases everywhere else Amex is accepted. Card members get more at Lowe's. Subject to credit approval. 5% can't be combined with any other offer. Exclusions and restrictions apply. Points subject to loyalty terms at Lowe's.com/terms and credit reward terms at Synchrony.com/MLPRA-terms. Visit Lowe's.com/business credit.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like customer service associate at a dry cleaning shop.
Yeah, hi. I'm here to pick up my suit.
Ah, yes. Here you go.
There must be a mistake. This is too small.
It shrunk a whole lot. Look on the bright side. Now you have a suit you can give to a child.
This is your job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
SchultzFord.com. 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 Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sean Myers bringing you fan headlines. The Pirates notched a 4-2 victory in Arizona against the Diamondbacks Thursday. Lau and Bart with home runs. Pittsburgh now heads out to San Francisco to play the Giants tonight. 10:15 the first pitch, but our coverage begins at 9:50 and is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, 937thefan.com.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Papiani and Joe Stuckey. It's powerful. The Papa Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Everyone, in fact, does love Ray Fittipaldo. Brought to you by LGKG. LGKG, Western PA's super lawyers. They try cases and insurance companies. Know it. LGKG. Ray, wonderful to see you. We are on Aaron Rodgers watch day, and Omar Khan just went on with Chris Mack on Westwood One Sports, good get for them, and said that he does not know where Aaron Rodgers is. Do you know where Aaron Rodgers is?
Well, from what I was told yesterday, he will be here this weekend. It wasn't definitive that it was going to be today. It certainly could have been, but the expectation was that he would be in at some point this weekend. So we'll see if that happens, but apparently there seems to be a little bit of intrigue still.
So, like, is Omar saying he doesn't know, like, currently where he is? Like, he might be in a cab. He might be, on the airplane right now. He could be flying over Cleveland. Like,
is he going to rent that Chevy Malibu again and make his way in the back entrance at the UPMC Rooney Complex? I don't know.
Maybe he goes Ford F-150 this time. He just, changes brands and everything to... that truck that the Steelers give away to a lucky fan every year. Maybe he drives that. I don't know, Ray. Like, is this just Omar Khan lying to protect Aaron Rodgers, and Rodgers doesn't want this out there? Like, clearly it already is.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we know that Aaron is a private person. If that did, in fact, leak from the Steelers, he probably wouldn't be happy about that. So, we'll see what transpires here, but I don't think anything that happened, this report or anything is going to, put this off the rails. I think if Aaron wants to play for the Steelers this season, he's going to play. And, I would expect if he does make it into town this weekend that a contract would follow in short order. I don't know exactly when, Austin, but I think he would probably sign a contract. If not this weekend, then early next week, because OTAs start 1 week from next Monday. So they start in 9 days. So if he wants to be a part of that, he's going to have to sign on the dotted line.
Ray Fittipaldo, the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette with us. Ray, the timing seems a little bit strange. Like, he's coming in now during rookie minicamp. Like, people are making it out to be, is it because he wants to see the rookies? Like, it's kind of odd.
Yeah, like he wouldn't be coming in to learn the offense, right? Like, he's got that relationship with Mike McCarthy. It's basically the same offense. Now, maybe he does want to come in and talk to Brian Angelico. I could definitely see that, even though McCarthy is going to be calling the plays as always. Maybe he does want to, meet with the new OC and, see if they can, sit down and talk. But all the other relationships are there. We've heard Aaron talk about his strong bond with James Campen, the offensive line coach. So any issues that Aaron is going to have with the run game or the run game design, he's going to be able to go straight to Coach Campen and get that figured out. So really the only last piece of the puzzle is, his relationship with Brian Angelico. And I think they maybe crossed paths maybe a year or so, maybe right at the end of of McCarthy's tenure in Green Bay, but it wasn't for long. But even so, I don't think that would be a big hurdle for Rodgers to clear. I'm assuming that he's going to be good to go with McCarthy as the head coach and the play caller. And the sooner this gets done, I think the better off the Steelers are going to be, because they certainly want to get on with their offseason.
What do you think the money is going to look like with this deal, Ray? So they give him the UFA tender. It makes sure that he makes at least $15 million. I would imagine that it's likely going to be in the 20s, considering Malik Willis was 22.5. Like, I would imagine Rodgers wants to play for more than what Malik Willis is making.
I always thought it might be in the 18 to 20 range, but maybe there's a scenario there where they do an incentive-based deal. Maybe an extra $500,000 or $1 million for making the playoffs. Same thing as you go on to the divisional round. So maybe it does get up to 22 or 23 in the end. But I think the base salary will be about 18 to 20 million, and that would be, a pretty significant raise over what he made last year. I think last year his base was only 12 or 13. So I don't think Aaron's looking to break the bank. I think he just wants to be on a competitive football team, and the Steelers going out and spending money as they see fit will certainly help them put together the best roster possible.
So the numbers are out for rookies, Ray, and I have a couple of takeaways. The first, Drew Aller's wearing number 16. Was he not able to pry 15 away from Ben Skoranek?
Ben Skoranek is a core special teamer. So,
oh, come on, Ray.
Maybe that negotiation is made down the road. Maybe Drew Aller, I don't know, that third round signing bonus money. Maybe he could throw a few bucks Skoranek's way. But hey, new numbers aren't always bad, are they? 15 didn't exactly work out all that great for Aller at Penn State anyway. So maybe a new number will change his luck a little bit.
Caden Weetjen is wearing number 42, last worn by James Pierre, constantly worn by fullbacks and defensive backs, for a wide receiver and a returner.
A lot of these numbers are going to change once they do actually get to the regular season. So,
you think so?
Yeah, I think if Weetjen actually gets to the 53 and he makes the team, he'll probably get a number in the 80s. A lot of times they just give out these numbers now, and they wait to see how the roster shakes out. They don't want to offend anyone else who's on the 90-man roster and sort of take their number away from them. But I think you'll see a lot of these numbers change here between now and September.
Well, how often does that happen? Because like Jennings Dunker 73, I don't think that's changing, or Ihanichor 71, that's likely not to change. Like Jeremy Bernard at 17, Mike Wallace's number, I'm sure that'll stay the same. Like I don't remember that happening all that often when rookies change their number right before the season.
Oh, yeah. Like once the roster shakes out and some veterans get cut or guys get traded, you'll see those guys switch to more conventional numbers in the 80s. Now, the problem with the Steelers is, they don't like to give out a lot of different numbers because, they got a lot of Hall of Famers. But, you'll see that happen on occasion. But maybe Bernard likes 17. Who knows? Maybe it's something that, these guys will want to keep in the end.
All right, Ray, what are you most looking forward to seeing in rookie minicamp this weekend?
The quarterbacks. I want to see Drew Aller. I think he's the hot ticket. If this was a normal year, if Mike Tomlin was still the head coach, reporters would be at practice today. But we only get to see tomorrow's practice. A little bit different under Mike McCarthy, so we only get 1 day to watch these guys. I want to see what Aller looks like. I want to see what Ihanichor looks like. I'm assuming he'll be lining up at right tackle. I don't think they'll do much with him at left tackle here. I think they want to get him comfortable on one side before they do anything else with him. And then, you go down the line. I think Bernard's going to be a really interesting guy going into training camp. I think he's going to have a shot to play right away, competing with Roman Wilson for that number 3 job. So a lot of these guys are going to be in line to have roles early on, and I think Jeremy Bernard is going to be at the front of the line for that.
So it's not an NFL thing. It's a head coach determination of when the media can go to practices and how many they can watch?
Yeah, I think just Mike Tomlin was very open with that. We had access to, we had as much access as was allowed under NFL rules. Now, other coaches cut that back. McCarthy seems to be a guy who's maybe going to cut that back a little bit. We'll have to find out what OTAs are like. I'm just speaking in terms of rookie minicamp. We would be down there today in a normal year. We only get 1 day this year as opposed to 2 in previous years.
Does Eli Heidenreich have a realistic chance to make the roster?
Yeah, listen, he's a guy who has legit combine speed. I think he ran in the 4.4s. If he's going to make it, he's going to make it as a special teamer. So maybe he's a guy who's a gunner on special teams. He runs down the field and covers kicks. Maybe he's in the mix as a returner. I don't know. You would think Weegan, would have the inside track there. But yeah, if Heidenreich is going to make it, I think he makes it first as a special teamer, and then Omar Khan said Mike McCarthy's going to have some fun with him as a receiver or a running back. So we'll see what McCarthy has up his sleeve. But if he's going to make the roster, it's going to be as a special teams player.
Ray Fittipaldo of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette joining us. Fan text line is brought to you by Egger Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Texter's pointing out, Ray, that Paul Warfield wore number 42. So I guess there have been some 42s that have been worn by, notable players that are not just kick returners.
Paul Warfield from the Cleveland Browns.
I guess so. Long time ago, though, and the Dolphins.
I'm trying to think about number 42 from the 1980s. This is before your time, but there was a running back by the name of Warren Williams who was pretty good for a year or two, and he was in the same backfield. I think he was right around the Tim Worley era, and I think he eventually ended up winning that job when Worley kind of went south there.
Paul Warfield, wide receiver for Cleveland and for Miami. He did not play in 1975 because he was in the World Football League, Pro Football Reference says. Playing for the Memphis Southmen. Did you know that, Ray?
I know. Didn't Larry Zonka and Jim Kick also go to the WFL?
The World Football League.
To the WFL. Yeah.
Was the World Football League any good, Ray, or was that like the UFL?
No, they were throwing some money at people, so they obviously were getting some players. But in the end, it didn't really challenge.
Were they better than the USFL?
They were very short-lived. The USFL had a little bit more cachet when it came to star players and a little bit more shelf life than the WFL had.
It was like the PGA Tour versus Live Golf.
Did we forget Dick Hoke, or 42 for the Steelers?
I don't think that was pointed out there yet. No.
There you go.
So there have been some notable 42s out there that I guess have not been kick returners or wearing James Pierre's number. Very interesting. All right, Ray, when you look at we were discussing earlier, is this team better than it was last year? And bless you, how much better is this team from a year ago? Because I still think they're going to hover right around 10 wins, and that could win you a playoff game. It could not win you a playoff game. I'd rather just play the young quarterbacks. What say you?
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty much in the same boat. I think they did get better at receiver. I don't think there's any denying the addition of Michael Pittman, and potentially Jeremy Bernard is going to really lift up that passing game. Running back's probably a wash. You trade Gainwell for Dowdle. To me, the big question about the offense, at least, is what's going to shake out on the left side. Broderick Jones may or may not be healthy enough to play. They lose Isaac Seumalo. What's going to happen at left guard? The offensive line was pretty good last year overall. They weren't dominant. They were pretty good by season's end at protecting Aaron Rodgers. We'll see if they can do that again. And then if you flip over to defense, to me, you've still got a lot of name guys on that team. To me, it's going to be, how does Patrick Graham get more out of those guys? How do you get more out of TJ Watt? Can you free him up from double teams? How do you employ a guy like Nick Herbig when you have 2 starters in front of him? So there's a lot to be excited about with Patrick Graham in that defense, but there's still a lot of unanswered questions about how all that's going to pan out in the end.
What should the level of trust be with Patrick Graham after what he did with the Raiders and what he did with the Giants? I know the personnel wasn't very good, but how much should Steeler fans trust the defense that he will be calling?
Yeah, I've been very impressed with Patrick Graham just in a couple of times that I've been in his presence. He's got, an Ivy League education. He came up under Bill Belichick. And, people like to say, well, the Giants and the Raiders weren't very good. Well, they weren't very good as a team overall. And I think a lot of their roster problems probably shouldn't be laid at the feet of a defensive coordinator. So I think he's going to have a chance to come in here and make this defense his own. The Steelers defense, I think, finished last year 27th in yards allowed. There's a lot of room for upgrades there. The reason they were a playoff team, quite honestly, is they got after the quarterback and they were able to force turnovers. It wasn't because they were stopping people from going up and down the field. So Patrick Graham is going to have some new twists on the defense. And, like I said, I'm interested to see what he has up his sleeve.
Why is it that veterans also report to rookie minicamp, Ray? Like J.J. Galbraith is going to be there, the tight end. They also have Max Hurlman, the wide receivers. Yeah. If they're doing this, why is Will Howard, who didn't play at all last year, not at rookie minicamp?
Well, that's what I thought. I thought Will Howard would be there because you would think Mike McCarthy would want those extra reps for him. In years past, they must have had a change with the way they do things. You could have 5 veterans show up. Now there are 12 veterans that you could show up. A lot of those guys like Hurlman were on the practice squad last year. Galbraith on the practice squad last year. A lot of those guys were practice squatters from other teams, and they're trying to, to hook on here. So that's always been the case. But 12 this year compared to maybe 5 in the past. That is a little bit of a change.
Including Doug Nestor from West Virginia, 6'6" offensive lineman, 306 pounds.
Another guy, practice squatter last year. So, they just want to get those guys extra reps. They'll also be on the 90-man roster at OTAs, but this is just, 2 or 3 more days to, get for them to get on the radar for the new coaches and, show the new coaches what they can do.
They also have 3 punters that are coming in as tryout players, Ray. 3 punters. Why?
Yeah, the kid from Penn State is one of them.
Yeah,
correct?
Gabe Nwosu. He's a 6'6", 296-pound punter, yes. Ray. He booms the ball.
Yeah, so here's my prediction. You sign Cam Johnston to be your punter. He's coming off a bad injury. I think he only played like 5 games last year. So you think he could be the guy, but you kind of want to have a backup plan. So they will sign one of these guys after the weekend is over. They'll take this guy to training camp, and, they'll have a little bit of a competition at training camp.
What's the difference between, maybe it's a stupid question, being a tryout player compared to just being one of these undrafted free agents that they sign?
So you have to be able to run a practice this weekend, so you need bodies. So I don't know how many guys are there, maybe 50 or so. The tryout guys, there might be 1 or 2 who are signed at the end of Sunday or Monday, but the rest of these guys are going to be cut loose, and then you'll have your 10 draft picks. You'll have, I think they had 6 undrafted free agents. So they'll actually go to OTAs next week with 16 rookies, maybe 17 or 18 if they end up signing one of these rookie tryout guys.
OTAs begin on May 18th and continue the 20th, the 21st, and then mandatory minicamp eventually takes over at the very start of June. Do you expect the Steelers will get one of these long-term extensions with either Joey Porter, Darnell Washington, Nick Herbig, Chris Boswell done during that time frame?
So between now and like June?
Between now and the end of like the final OTAs on June 12th.
Yeah, I think it's possible. Omar has been a little bit different with his calendar. He seems to like to want to, get some of these contracts off the boards before training camp starts. So he did it with Minka a few years back. He's done it on a few other occasions. So, yeah, I think one of those guys will get done before they break, before training camp. But I still think you're going to have 2 or 3 others who are out there during training camp, and that's going to be a big storyline as well.
Joey Porter Jr., first priority?
I think he's the most – I think he's going to make the most money out of those guys. You could argue he's the most important out of all those guys, but you know how it is, Austin. When those contracts get big, I think those are the ones that tend to go up to the deadline more. So, Omar would do well to get that one done first, but usually the ones that get done early are the ones where there's common ground. A guy wants to be here. That's why I think maybe Boswell, could be the guy. Or maybe it's a guy like Darnell Washington or Nick Herbig, somebody who just really likes it here, sees this as their home, and, maybe they want to get something done.
I know Omar Khan is the cap savant, the cap manager for the Steelers, and does a good job of it. They only have $11 million in cap space, Ray. Like, if they're going to sign Joey Porter and that money kicks in this year, and they're going to sign Aaron Rodgers to a deal that's over $20 million, where are they going to have to restructure money?
Yeah, they'll be able – if you sign Joey Porter to a big deal, his base salary will be very low this year, and then they'll just spread out the cap hits, the bigger cap hits over the life of his contract. So for any extension, that would be the case. The only hiccup would be if Aaron wanted a ton more money than $20 million, they would have to go back and restructure some other guys. But they're actually in pretty good shape right now with the salary cap. And if need be, they can go back and just adjust some money in some of the veterans' contracts. That won't be a big deal at all.
Wait a minute. Over the Cap already has Aaron Rodgers on their active roster payroll for $15 million.
Is that because of the UFA tender?
It must be. It must be, but why would they do that before he even signed it?
I don't know. Maybe just as a placeholder. Yeah.
So I guess that would answer some of those cap questions. If you add another $5 million on that takes away the cap space. But they still haven't signed the rookies too. There's a lot of unanswered questions here, Ray. I hope they sign Nick Herbig and Joey Porter, both two young, very promising players. They need good young players because they haven't drafted in the first round well enough.
I think you'll get a pretty good indication during training camp of how they're using Nick Herbig and whether he'll be a part of their long-term plans. Because if there's a way that Patrick Graham can get him on the field for more than the standard 20 reps of a top backup, then I think you could afford to sign him, and then you let the Watt deal play out in time, Highsmith, and then eventually Herbig's a starter. Maybe there's a way. Maybe he could be creative, find a way to get him maybe like 65, 75% of the snaps, and just deploy him all over the defense. If that happens, it certainly would make sense to sign him to a second contract because he's a really, really good player.
Did I miss anything in our very extensive discussion here, Ray?
I don't think so. I think it'll be much more interesting once we get past rookie minicamp and once we have a definitive answer on Aaron and OTAs come around. So looking forward to that, Austin.
I can't wait to overreact to all the Drew Aller practice video that we get from the weekend. Even if it's like a minute worth.
Look for it tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Ray. We appreciate it.
All right. See you, Austin.
That's Ray Fittipaldo, the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Watch the show on Twitter. Can also watch the show on YouTube as well. A lot of people have texted in who has worn number 42 in sports. John Gilliam, Minnesota Vikings. Ronnie Lott, 42.
Chopped a finger off. Did you know that?
Ronnie Lott?
Yeah.
No, why did he chop the finger off?
So he could keep playing in the game.
I didn't know he chopped it off.
Well, maybe chopped is a little much, but yes.
Steeler wide receiver Frank Lewis was number 43, somebody texts in.
Would you chop a finger off to continue doing a broadcast? Continue hosting this show? If you suffered
I would consider it.
Finger injury at like 10:15 and you had another 3+ hours.
Could you imagine, Joe? Ow, limits, I got a paper cut, limits. Come in here, put a bandage on it.
I hope Pony isn't listening and now saying he'll chop a finger off if the Steelers draft another quarterback next year or something like that.
He's writing that tweet up as we speak. No, nobody's chopping off fingers. Like, he said that he'd get a Pirates tattoo on his behind, I think.
But he learned his lesson, right? Because he quit that time.
Yeah, he quit. All 45 minutes worth of quitting. I don't even know if he left the building when he quit.
No, there was video of him leaving the building.
Was there? I didn't see that
Tenuto,
video.
I think, followed him out into the parking lot.
I asked him, where'd you go? The gym? Like, did you go to our company gym, or did you actually started driving home and Craig called you? That's what happened. He was driving home and Craig said, Pony, what are you doing? Are you sure this is the decision that you want to make? And Pony was, I guess, remorseful for his decision.
Change of heart.
He had a very strong change of heart. I just think that it's interesting that a returner / wide receiver is wearing 42. Like, I know that other players have worn it. And of course, Jackie Robinson is the most famous 42. But the returner. Like, they couldn't have given him any other number. His finger, not his whole finger, a texter texts in. He didn't chop his finger off. It was the tip of his finger that got sliced through when he was playing. And he just pulled it off completely. It was the tip of his pinky, a texter says.
It's still a finger.
Could you imagine, like, part of your pinky is just falling off in the middle of the game?
Did you see the Jared Vanderbilt injury this week?
No.
Do you know about this?
No.
So he's an NBA player for the Lakers. He went for a block, missed the block.
Oh, he got it caught on the rim.
Only his pinky hit off of the backboard.
Oh.
And so it was such a bad dislocation that the bone came through.
Oh.
And everyone on the OKC bench was like immediately disgusted and had to turn away because they saw the bone coming through. And then I saw like the next day that his coach, JJ Redick, said he's like day to day, which is insane to me. I would almost have to retire from the game if my bone came through my skin.
Have you ever broken a bone before?
No.
I haven't either.
Let's keep it that way.
Knock on wood there. Yeah, I feel like that would be just absolutely incredibly painful. Like, if you think Starkey yawning is a crazy sound and something that people just love to hear, could you imagine?
I don't know that a lot of people love to hear it necessarily, but...
No. Sean, you turned off my news box. I was trying to play it. There it is.
I think that wishing I kept that turned off.
Yes, that would be the sound of...
It was a joke.
That would be the sound of me if I ever broke a bone, but except in... Like, that's how I would be ravishing in pain. That would be the screams coming out of me.
I love when I'm trying to do like a headline and he just makes sure that his mic conveniently is turned on when he hits me with one of those.
He does that on purpose. He just conveniently keeps his mic on, or he will turn his mic on and then turn it off.
I think what he did early on, one of the first times that I produced for him, I think he wanted to test me. And so he did that while I was reading a headline. But at the time, I didn't have headphones. So I could not.
You couldn't hear him.
I couldn't hear him. And I was completely unfazed. And he thought that I was some sort of robot being able to power through his distractions.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Sewer Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Randy in North Carolina, hello.
Hey, what's up, guys? City Limits. The reason I held on so long is because I love your AKA name. City Limits.
Randy, I wanted to get to you. I felt bad. You were on hold for a while.
Oh, that's fine. Hey, listen, I called yesterday and talked to Starkey about why I think Rodgers is the answer right now. I mean, it's we're here to win now, and he agreed. Of course, Rodgers has an arm that's top 5 in the NFL. He's got an IQ of the game that's second to none, right? So, and again, I agree with, oh gosh, I've had a brain issue.
Ray Fittipaldo?
Anyway, yeah, Fittipaldo about the line. That's the only issue I have. Where we upgraded, and I think he minimized how big Pittman is going to be as the number 2. I think he is going to be tremendous. When they're double teaming DK Metcalf the entire season, it made it difficult for Rodgers to check down when he needed to check down when guys aren't executing. So you had Bernard, you got Moose. I think the offense is going to be exponentially better. So, I've been a fan for the Steelers. I'm originally from North Carolina, but I grew up in the South Hills, went to Catamount. I came to Pittsburgh in 1969 and saw my first game at the old Pitt Stadium against the Packers, Noel's first year. And, I've just been a true Yinzer since then. But I just think we have a chance if our line can hold up. And like I said, they were good last year. How good are we going to be this year?
Yeah, they were fine. They were fine. Good might be stretching it.
Yeah, I mean, I hope they'll be better than last year. We'll see. I hope Baxie is able to do what he's supposed to do. But I think we can go deeper in the playoffs and still give Howard and Aller a chance to develop.
Wait a minute. How can you do both?
Well, that's a difficult question. Who are you going to put there? And one of your callers, though, I do have to take a step back. One of your callers talked about Rodgers not wanting to implement, or help guys. That is such a wrong statement. Rodgers is there. I'm a veteran. If you want to hear me, take this in and take it in. If you don't, that's fine. I'm not here to push it on you. That's the kind of guy he is. He will give advice, and that's what I do as an NCAA official. Younger guys coming up, if you want to hear me, this is what I'll give to you. If you don't, fine. Take it or leave it. I mean, that's nothing wrong with that, but he will help if there to help. But I think we can be exponentially better with Pittman coming in on offense. The defense is a different story. We'll have to see. I agree with Herbig is a great player. What do we do with him? And but anyway, I just want to say, what is your view on how much better the receiving core is with Pittman as number 2 now? I mean, I want to see what you guys have said. How much better can they be?
Thank you, Randy. We're going to tell you coming up next, because I think there is one player in this draft class that maybe has been talked about a little bit, but is going to be the most impactful rookie in the entire rookie class, and I think will be the second most impactful offensive weapon in the entire draft class at this position. Who is he?
What a tease.
We'll tell you in a moment. But first, Sean Myers is the headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
I do have a headline. Thank you, Austin. Pirates prevailed 4-2 in Arizona on Thursday. The Buccos getting home runs from Brandon Lau and Joey Bart. Mitch Keller earned the victory on the hill. 6 innings, 4 hits, 2 runs, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts. Pirates head out to San Fran to play the Giants at 10:15. Robbie Ray starts for San Francisco. Carmen Mlodzinski opposes for the Buccos, who are now 21-17. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 9:20, and that is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more headlines, visit 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is once again answering the call to help local volunteer fire departments. The 3rd annual Fan 5 Alarm, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, will take place June 17th at Wexford Volunteer Fire Department and June 18th at Robinson Town Center. We'll select a minimum of 25 volunteer fire companies to receive a deserving donation. Nominate your local VFD at 93.7 The Fan. The Fan 5 Alarm is brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, Guardian Protection, True Green, and Oakmont Bakery. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, get any size mattress for one low price starting at $219.99. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Limit the damage from turnovers and hit your threes, kids. It's not quite train, say your prayers, and eat your vitamins, but it's working in the NBA playoffs, and nowhere is that more on display than in Cleveland, where James Harden's turnover issues only seem to pop up in losses. Can the Sixers and T-Wolves clean up their acts in Game 3s at home tonight? Both of their seasons may be hanging in the balance. I'm Chris Mack.
Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union has a long track record of giving back to the community. That's why they're proud to be the presenting sponsor of the Fans 5 Alarm Radio fundraiser in June that benefits local volunteer fire departments. As one of the most community-focused credit unions in our region, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union has an amazingly deep and diverse list of products and services. So keep it local and change your banking allegiance to Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Join for just $5 if you live, work, or worship in Allegheny Beaver or Butler County. Find out more at AllegiantFCU.org, federally insured by the NCUA.
Want a health plan that travels with you? With UPMC Health Plan, you can access care wherever you are. That's access to UPMC doctors and hospitals, local providers, plus urgent and emergency care nationwide through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. What's more, you get 24/7 access to virtual care. All this with award-winning customer service from their healthcare concierge team. When your employer gives you a choice of health insurance plans, choose UPMC Health Plan.
At Spitzer Toyota Monroeville, we know your vehicle's more than engine and wheels. It's where road trips create memories and playlists become anthems. It's also your ticket to rewards when you download the Spitzer VIP app. Every purchase and visit earns you points that you can redeem for discounts on service, parts, or a new Toyota. Plus, you'll drive worry-free thanks to our lifetime warranty. Get the perks your adventures deserve only at Spitzer. Wag more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
Ready to go all in? At Rocky Gap Casino Resort, the action starts the moment you walk in. Slots, tables, big wins, big excitement. And when you're ready to cash in the fun, there's more waiting. Hit the golf course, relax at the spa, enjoy great dining, a comfortable hotel stay, and the beauty of the outdoors, all in one destination. Play hard, relax easy, or do it all. Go to cnty.com/Rocky-Gap for more info. Rocky Gap Casino Resort is the all-in experience every way you want to play. Must be 21 to enter the gaming floor. Trouble with gambling? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit mdproblemgambling.com.
The best bathrooms just don't look good. They change how you start your day. At West Shore Home, we've built our reputation on making that possible for homeowners across the country. We're America's most trusted home remodeler, and we make home remodeling fast, efficient, and convenient. Our modern composite walls give you that custom design aesthetic without any of the upkeep. No grout, no scrubbing, just affordable luxury. Engineered to last, and getting there is easier than you think. Our team of highly trained employee installers, they handle everything. No subcontractors, no strangers in your home, and no stress. That's not just what we say, it's why over 70,000 homeowners have given us 5-star reviews after trusting us with their project. Now it's your turn. Buy a full bath remodel and get a second shower in a second bathroom free. Get started with no money down and lock in financing options when you visit westshorebath.com today. That's westshorebath.com. See the website for details.
Imagine fulfilling all your office furniture needs under one roof. At Tri-State, we make it simple. From liquidations and office moves to design services, architectural walls, installation, and everything in between. No project is too big and no project is too small. And with our family of companies, Tri-State Office Furniture, Tri-State Office Interiors, and Tri-State Office Express, you get every solution in one place. Why go anywhere else? Call 412-771-0760. Experience the Tri-State difference.
Pittsburgh is Edgar Snyder and Associates' home. Their offices have been right here in our region for more than 40 years. They know the streets, the people, the stories. Now random law firms are showing up, billboards up and down our streets, names you've never heard of, but they can't compete, not with Edgar Snyder and Associates, their roots, their people, or their legacy. If you need help after you've been injured in an accident, call the law firm that calls Pittsburgh home, 1-800-94-EDGAR, or visit edgarsnyder.com. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Clouds and sun with a shower this afternoon, the high 61.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Fan weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Well, let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Cool with some scattered rain today into tonight in a high of 62 degrees. Austin Bexold with you in for Pomp and Joe. Shaw Myers producing behind the glass. Bob not in on Fridays. And Joe,
I see him right now.
Well, yes, he is right across from me, the cardboard cutout of Bob with a great smile, his Shrixon hat, and his blue vest, and his blue polo shirt on right underneath it that you can watch on YouTube. You can watch the show on Twitter as well. Great contingent of people who are watching in those two facets of our ways to consume the show, whether it's on the Odyssey app, whether it's on YouTube, whether it's on Twitter, whether it's on your radio or in podcast form, 937thefan.com. The Steelers made significant changes to their wide receiver room. Calvin Austin's gone. Roman Wilson is still here, but is he really here? Has he ever really, truly ever been here? At least active on the field, not that often. They moved on from NVS. Adam Thielen retired. DK Metcalf comes back, and he's really the only returning member of the wide receiver room from a year ago. Sure, Ben Skoranek is still on the roster, but he'll maybe catch 2 or 3 passes this season. It's just not going to really happen. For Ben Skoranek, he's only here to be the special teams ace at this point and to be a depth receiver in case that there's injuries. So they add Michael Pittman, who has been a Pro Bowl wide receiver in his career. But I think the move that the Steelers made that is going to live on as the second best pick behind the Drew Aller pick is the decision to draft and to move up for Jeremy Bernard in the second round. The wide receiver from Alabama, who, yes, also played at Washington and also played at Michigan State. Jeremy Bernard in his college career played in 3 different conferences for 3 different teams because it was the final year that Washington was in the Pac-12 and Michigan State being in the Big Ten, which is where he was for his freshman year, before playing his final 2 years at Alabama and combining for over 1,600 yards and 9 touchdowns, 1,400 catches in 27 games. So Bernard is a receiver who can play in multiple different areas on the field. He can play outside. He can play inside. He's not a big receiver. He's not a big physical DK Metcalf type. But, you know, and a lot of people, the Rodgers stuff has brought a lot of negativity. And I like to try to be positive. And we will with the Pirates coming up at the top of the hour. Jeremy Bernard, I think, can end up becoming the second or third best wide receiver in this entire class. That might sound crazy. That might sound outlandish, but here's my reasoning for that. First, regarding Bernard, they're going to utilize him in the slot as a third wide receiver, but he might just be third wide receiver in name only. The Mike McCarthy offense predicates to wide receivers. They're going to run the ball. They're going to probably try to get the ball out of Rodgers' hand a little bit faster just because he's an older quarterback, 42, turning 43, that doesn't want to, one, turn the ball over, but two, face pressure, face big-time hits. They're going to try to utilize more of the short passing game, quick slants in that regard. Think about this, too. We know that Mike Tomlin did not want any of his offensive coordinators utilizing the middle of the field. Offensive mind Mike McCarthy, I don't think is going to be fearful of that. He's going to trust Aaron Rodgers. He's not going to worry nearly as much as turnovers like Tomlin did, trying to make sure that his defense won the game. Defense, running the ball, it's a different style now for the Steelers. Mike McCarthy's going to bring 3 wide receiver sets. He's going to bring throwing the ball around the yard, more big plays with Aaron Rodgers, more shots, more opportunities downfield. Because I think that whoever the coordinator was, and they didn't have some good ones, but Mike Tomlin had a lot of influence on you're not going to stretch the ball down the field. The middle of the field, we don't want tips and overthrows. We don't want to put the ball in the harm's way, the danger zone in the middle of the field, in between the hashes. They utilized it at some point when you had Rogue Rodgers, or they needed to late in games. But you didn't see a lot of plays that were specifically, especially in the first 2 series, the scripted series, drawn up for the middle. I think that's going to change with Jeremy Bernard. He's got speed, quickness, a good route tree. He also had 100 yards rushing a year ago and 2 rushing touchdowns, so you can use him somewhat as a gadget guy. You could use him on end arounds. You could use him jet sweeps, even. If I dare say that they use him in jet sweeps, it brings back bad memories. I think Bernard has the potential, because he's going to be on the field, I think, 70% of the time, to become their number 2 wide receiver this year behind DK Metcalf. I like Pittman, but he's 30, and you wonder how much production he's going to be able to give you. I think Bernard, young legs, fresh legs, new to the NFL, played really well with Ty Simpson. He has a chance to become a top 3 wide receiver from this class. Cardinal Tate, I think, will be the number 1 receiver. But Jordan Tyson has had injury concerns. Sure, he's more talented than Bernard. But are we sure that Tyson is going to stay healthy? Are we sure that Mekhi Lemon, because there were a lot of talks at the combine and in the pre-draft process, people not liking the interviews that Mekhi Lemon put together. Would he have been another diva wide receiver that comes to Pittsburgh and has a ton of potential but isn't able to fully thrive? I wonder about that with him going to Philadelphia, where their divas have been able to thrive and won a Super Bowl with A.J. Brown. But can they unlock the best out of Mekhi Lemon? Sean, I think Jeremy Bernard is going to be a great addition for them. I'm glad they moved up a couple of spots to be able to secure that he was their guy at wide receiver. I'm completely fine with them not getting Mekhi Lemon. Positivity with the Steelers right now. I think Bernard is going to be a Pro Bowl wide receiver in the next 4 years.
Were you saying that the day after the first round, though, when everything unfolded with the Steelers seemingly thinking they had Lemon and then it falling through?
I was not. I've changed my opinion on that. I'm allowed to change my opinion with more time that has passed.
That all the time. What I've heard about Bernard, and this is just going off of what I've heard from people on this station talking, people who spent a lot of time looking at his film and watching him, because I knew very little about him before the Steelers drafted him. He was a guy that was frequently linked to the Steelers before the draft.
Yeah, Ray Fittipaldo before round 2 said, watch for Jeremy Bernard and the Steelers. That's their pick in the second round.
He seems like a guy that has a high floor where he's going to be a contributor. I think there's some that question how impactful he can ultimately be. So he'll be a steady contributor for years to come, but maybe not ascend to a clear-cut number 2. And I certainly think most people do not anticipate that he'll ever be a number 1 receiver.
Why not, though?
Are you playing ads, Austin?
Well, that was my profile pulling up Jeremy Bernard's 40-yard dash, and a commercial decided to play for NFL.com. Continue, Sean.
Do you think he ever reaches the point where he is a number one receiver? Or do you think solid number two's his ceiling?
I think he has a chance to be a number one, yes.
If that happens, then I would say clearly job well done getting your guy in the second round.
Would you consider George Pickens to be a number one receiver? With CeeDee Lamb, he's more of a 1B, but he was the number one receiver for the Steelers.
Yes.
And he was taken in the second round.
But I wouldn't say to me, it was kind of by default because who are the other options?
Over the course of their history, sure, you have Chase Claypool thrown into it too. That kind of throws a little bit of a wrinkle and a mix to it. But they've done a good job of drafting wide receivers. Out of all the positions that they drafted, whether it's been Kevin Colbert, I know Roman Wilson's been a flop, and same thing with Chase Claypool. Historically, they've been good on receivers. So I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt.
Claypool looked like he was going to be a fine for a little while too until the wheels kind of fell off.
A 4.48 40 for Bernard. Not bad. A 1.52 10-yard split. Can jump out of the gym. I think he's just going to be an all-around, very, very good wide receiver for them. 6'1", not a, he doesn't have the DK Metcalf frame of 6'5", 240.
But you don't need 3 or 4 of those guys that are all the same big, hulking receivers. You need guys to complement one another.
You need him to play outside some, him to play in the slot some, basically mix and match with what he does with Pittman because you know that Metcalf's going to play outside pretty much the whole entire time. I think he's going to be utilized a lot more than people think, similar to Juju Smith-Schuster was when they still had Antonio Brown. And it was, I'm not calling DK Metcalf Antonio Brown, but...
When you say Juju, would you take his career for Bernard? Would you be okay if Bernard turned out like Juju?
The early Steelers career, yes, before he battled injuries and bounced around between the Chiefs and New England and a couple of other places. Like, it didn't end well for Juju in Pittsburgh.
Sure, but I could see that as being the career path for Bernard, and I think you're okay with that. And that's sort of more along the lines of what I was saying, where he might never ascend to being something special, but he's a guy that's going to help you in a number of different ways for many seasons, potentially on some teams that are good enough to compete for playoff spots and hopefully win playoff games.
Texter, it's Jeremy Bernard, not Jeremy Bernard. Was I faked out by an interview? Didn't he give an interview that said it was Jeremy?
I saw that too, but now I'm skeptical of everything I see on the internet.
That it might have been fake. Because at first, like at the time of the draft, I was calling him Jeremy.
It was a joke.
I was calling him Jeremy Bernard. And maybe I got by that because the text line is saying it is Jeremy.
Well, this is something that we should get definitive answers on this weekend, right?
Yes, at rookie minicamp.
Tell Ray point blank to ask him to pronounce his name. By the way, that's a little secret, a little trade secret, Austin. You might know this.
Ask
if you want someone, if you want to know how to pronounce a person's name, you don't guess and say, is this correct? Because then they're usually inclined just to say yes because they don't want to make you feel bad. You say, pronounce your name for me, and then whatever they say, that's the true way it should be pronounced.
Texter says, would Emmanuel Sanders be a good comparison for Jeremy Bernard? Would that be a good career?
That's another guy that I would say, yeah, I think you'd be okay with that.
Who was a third-round pick in 2010. 51 total touchdowns in his career, 700 catches, 9,200 yards. I'd be good with that.
He did a lot of good things after the Steelers as well. He was kind of just the odd man out when they had all those young receivers.
2-time Pro Bowler, 3 times over 1,000 yards, over 800 yards multiple different times when he was with Denver.
And I think he was mostly drama-free too, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean...
Compared to some of the other guys that he was in Pittsburgh
compared
with.
to the other guys, yeah. Like when you compare what was going on with the other guys that the Steelers had for many years, Antonio Brown, Claypool, Martavis Bryant, who could never stay on the field, George Pickens and the antics and showing up late and fighting Browns players in the end zone on a Hail Mary, and I mean, ripping off Kendrick Lewis's face mask of the Cowboys at the very end of a game. Jeremy Bernard seems different. He doesn't seem like as much of a diva at wide receiver. Bob is in Maine. Hi, Bob.
Austin City, you know what?
Bob, what's up?
Oh, hey, no Starkey today?
No, he's at a very important event.
Oh, is it a golf event?
It may or may not be a golf event. But it is very important. I'm not downplaying that. It is a very important event.
Is he still doing he's going to play in every state, 50 state? Because he hasn't. I don't think he's come to Maine
That's
yet.
a great question. He needs to go to Maine, and he should stay at your house, Bob, or he should stay at the house next door.
Do it. He's got an open invitation. Okay, to the point. So I think the best pick for the Steelers this past year was that offensive lineman. And it kind of came. I know the whole crap.
Dunker or Yanachor, Bob? Which offensive lineman?
I'm sorry, Yanachor. Dunker's awesome too. But here's my point though. Take a look at that playoff game last year against Houston. Are you kidding me? You're not going to go anywhere further in the playoffs without solidifying that offensive line. That offensive line needs work. It needs to coalesce. They need to get together. I think they have the tools to put together this year, given who they drafted.
It's going to take time, though, Bob. It's going to take time.
It takes time. It takes time. But you take a look. Rodgers had less than a second to try to figure out what he was going to do with that ball and that thing. It's not happening. You need that offensive line.
It's going to take time, Bob, but they don't have time. Like, they're in a win-now mode. And I appreciate it, Bob.
No.
We're up against it. Like, they're in a win-now mode. Like, they don't really have time to be developing young offensive linemen and shuffling the deck around and playing two rookies, which it's either play two rookies or play Spencer Anderson. And I don't think anybody wants to see Spencer Anderson at left guard. No offense to him, but it's likely going to be Yanachor at right tackle, Valtanu at left tackle, maybe Jennings Dunker at left guard. And if not week 1, by maybe week 4, week 5, they deploy that. I mean, who knows what's going to happen with injuries. I don't think Broderick Jones is even going to play this year. I think that the neck injury is bad, like really bad, where it's going to severely limit him. And if he does come back, does Yanachor just already have the starting spot locked down where you're not replacing Broderick Jones and Valtanu? You're not exchanging that regard. It's just not going to happen. Up next, Pirates take 2 out of 3 in Arizona. The key reason why, and why this Pirates team is different than the last 10 years combined, we now have the answer. That's up next. But first, Sean has a headline, and we have a message from Joe.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
With your fan headlines, it's Sean Myers. The Pirates notched a 4-2 win on Thursday in Arizona against the Diamondbacks. Now the Pirates head out to San Francisco. They'll play the Giants tonight. First pitch is 10:15. Robbie Ray will be throwing it for San Fran. Carmen Majinski opposes for the Buccos. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 9:20 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com. Starkey.
Not a great winner for roofing and siding, I can tell you that. And that's where JP and his mustache come in. Joe Potochnik. He's been doing this for over 40 years. You need the roofing siding checked. You want new roofing and siding. This is the place to go. $500 off your first roofing or siding installation at JP Roofing and Siding. It's an Owens Corning Platinum Preferred company, I should say. 1% of them get that designation. Joe's got it. They do great work. He's a great guy. Give him a call. 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan host live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 93.7 The Fan, and brought to you by FanDuel. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. That's right, turn 5 into $150 in bonus bets just for getting started on FanDuel. FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, making it easier to get closer to the action, from player props on your favorite stars to all the tools you need to back them up. It's everything you need all in one app, so don't miss your shot. Head to FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started. And the NBA playoffs continue on. LeBron James is still in, and these lines in this second-round matchup between the Thunder and Lakers are out of control. Oklahoma City, a gigantic favorite in every one of these games. Do you have the guts to take the Lakers to win. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA Player Game. 21 plus present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible. Bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones and all on the T-Mobile network.
Ah, how about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Wait is over. Time for lunch. Tired of waiting for building supplies that never show? You need a reliable partner. Great projects start with great partners. Get top quality building materials delivered on time from your local expert, Reed Building Supply. They have it all. Visit reedbuildingsupply.com today.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PROMO25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PROMO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PROMO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather,
wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Cold shower? Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
Want to know how much more your home is currently worth in the Pittsburgh area? My friend Gina Giampetro of RE/MAX Select Realty has a free and easy way for you to get your answer. To get started, just go to her website, GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
You've probably seen it on local real estate shows or in the classifieds. A home is for sale, and the listing boasts about having a petite bathroom or a petite kitchen. Hi, this is Barry and Steve Ehrenrich.
It's gratifying and most humbling to know that long ago, the Petite brand became a status symbol in Western Pennsylvania. Whether you prefer a traditional or very contemporary design, upgrading your kitchen or bathroom the Petite way adds value and makes your home more desirable.
For over 50 years, we've helped thousands of satisfied customers make their kitchen or bathroom dreams come true. We invite you to visit our showroom at Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center or call us at 412-279-2222.
You'll see great ways to create the kitchen or bathroom that fits your taste, your lifestyle, and your pocketbook.
Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
I'm Mark Solinger, producer and one of the hosts of the Moth podcast. For nearly 2 decades, the Moth has brought live storytelling to stages around the world and to millions of listeners. These are real people telling true stories from their lives. Stories about a lost family recipe, about working to free a wrongfully convicted man, about realizing you need to leave your May-December romance. Stories that will move you, surprise you, make you laugh. Stories you can't forget. Join us. Follow and listen to the Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra vutrisiran is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sean Myers bringing you fan headlines. The Pirates 4-2 victors on Thursday in Arizona against the Diamondbacks. Now the Buccos head out to San Francisco playing the Giants tonight. 10:15 first pitch to kick off that series. Carmen Majinski gets the ball for Pittsburgh. Robbie Ray toes the rubber for the Giants. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 9:20 and is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, 937thefan.com.
Sports. Back to Bob Fabiani and Joe Starkey, the Pomp and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865.
And the pitch to Lau. It's a high fly ball to right. And Bench drifting back toward the wall, leaping up. And this ball is gone. Brandon Lau, the first home run in the major leagues in 2026. Lau with a fly ball, right center field. That's hit pretty deep to the wall. It's a 2-homer game. 2 at-bats into his Pirates career. Brandon Lau.
With the bases loaded here, here's the pitch. Swing, fly ball up high in the air to right, deep. Suzuki back to the basket, and there it goes, a grand slam. Brandon Lau, pow, wow. He swings and lofts one high in the air, deep to right. And has he done it again? Yes, sir. Home run for Brandon Lau, his 10th of the season. A towering blast to right. And again, the Pirates up 1-0 in the first on a Lau home run.
And it became a 4-2 final score as the Pirates are 2 games over 500 on the road. They are 4 games over 500 overall at 21-17. Brandon Lau homers in back-to-back games in Arizona, in back-to-back first innings of games in Arizona as the Pirates take 2 out of 3. They have won 4 consecutive road series against National League opponents for the first time since 2015. Austin Bechtel with you, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, in for Joe today, who is at a very important event. We'll have to check in with Joe on this very important event and see how that event is going.
Very secretive about this.
Yes. Well, Joe is at a very important event with a very important man, a man that we love.
Is he trying to qualify for the U.S. Open? Is that what it is?
Possible. Maybe he is a man with a mustache. Maybe a man with a very important mustache.
I know someone with
involved.
a wonderful mustache.
So, Brandon Lau, I think, has been the Pirates' most important off-season acquisition. We're not talking about like drafts with drafting Paul Skeens and drafting Connor Griffin. But off-season acquisition for the Buccos since Russell Martin and A.J. Burnett. And I don't think that it's disputable. Lau has been so good for them. Another 3 hits yesterday, another series victory, another home run. He now has 10. Brandon Lau, if I would have told you this at the very beginning of the season, would lead the Pirates in home runs on May 8th for a team that has Brian Reynolds, that has Marcelo Zuna, that has O'Neal Cruz who can hit the ball a mile, that it was Brandon Lau, sure, you could say, well, he hit 31 home runs a year ago. Brandon Lau so far this season in home runs is tied for 4th in all of Major League Baseball. The only players with more
Matt Olson with 13 in Atlanta. Kyle Schwarber, who the Pirates attempted a keyword, to sign in the offseason. He has 12. Mickey Moniak with 11 home runs in Colorado, former number 1 overall pick that's having a rejuvenated season and really the best year so far in his career. Brandon Lau tied with 5 players. It's him and 5 players. Sal Stewart, Ellie De La Cruz, James Wood, Jordan Walker. A lot of National League Central and National League Central action there. All tied for 4th in the National League in home runs with 10. Already with 23 RBIs. His defense has been fine. People wondered how big of a concern that would be. And look, he can't really hit well off of lefties. That's not disputable. But Brandon Lau has been such a huge, and I mean huge, part of this team, whether it be inside the clubhouse, in the lineup. He's solidified himself as the second hitter in the order. He has given lineup protection for Brian Reynolds, where Reynolds has had a better season than last year. He has helped O'Neal Cruz, I believe. He's really helped everyone in this order by driving in a consistent amount of runs. His OPS is 941. He gets on base at a 368 clip. He has been statistically one of the best second basemen in all of baseball, and it's not close. PNC Park has been a safe haven for him. When you look at the splits in home games versus road games, he's actually been better on the road, if you can believe that. He's played 19 games at PNC Park, 6 doubles at home, 11 RBIs at home, 12 walks compared to 16 strikeouts, but he's only batting .239, but still is good in those other categories other than batting average. Brandon Lau in 13 away games this year has hit 7 home runs. One big problem for the Pirates in so many years has been, can you win on the road? Can you win when your back is against the wall against the opposition? Can you come through with big hits? Lau has done that. He's hitting .302 on the road with a .383 on-base percentage and an OPS way over 1,000. 1.119. Incomprehensible to think about. 16 hits in 53 at-bats. He has helped to revolutionize this lineup, hitting .360 over his last 7 games, .271 over his last 15 with 3 home runs and 7 RBIs. The strikeouts to walks are starting to get more even. In his last 7 games, 6 walks compared to 2 strikeouts. He's finding his footing. And I would offer him a contract extension right now. Would he agree to it? Would he sign? That's a whole different question. But if you give Brandon Lau a check right now that says 3 years, $60 million, does he sign? $20 million per year? That's a lot more than he's making right now. Because the contract extension that he signed with the Tampa Bay Rays, right now Brandon Lau is only making, he's making a decent amount, but it's right around $11 million.
I was going to say, did he actually sign an extension, or is that just arbitration settlement money?
It's a base salary of $11.5 million. It's the final year of a 6-year, $24 million extension that was signed in 2019.
When he was just breaking into the majors then. Is that correct?
So he had club options for 25 and 26. He's only making an 11.5. So you would be automatically giving him more. And depending on what happens with the new TV revenue that comes in, of course, the salary cap, salary floor element, that what's going to happen with a potential lockout, that could change some things. Maybe Brandon Lau wants some financial security. Going into his free agency year, in a year that could have a lockout, that could have major questions for free agents, why not try to sign a deal now from Lau's perspective? He seems comfortable in Pittsburgh. He seems like he likes it here. He's 31 years old. This is his last chance for a big-time contract. But his defense isn't great. He doesn't hit lefties. Why wouldn't that type of contract make sense at 412-928-9370? Texter, Lau will be gone at the trade deadline. Really? For a team that is third in the National League Central right now, and that's because of the Cardinals overachieving, and it's because of the Cubs being the best team in the NL right now, the same record as Atlanta, but The Cubs are on a 9-game winning streak. They're on fire. 9-game winning streak with a 50 overall run differential this season. They've been great. If the season ended today, newsflash, we're far way away from that, the Pirates would be a wild card team. Why wouldn't you try to extend Brandon Lowe? But he's made this much of a difference. Like when A.J. Burnett, Batman, came in 2012, 2013, was so impactful for the Pirates from a demeanor perspective. He changed the Pirates' rotation. He gave the rotation more of an edge. Was beneficial for Garrett Cole. Came back in 2015 and was great again. Made the All-Star team in his final season. Brandon Lowe is pacing towards being an All-Star at second base. I don't think that's disputable. The way that Russell Martin changed the culture in the locker room, in the clubhouse with the Pirates, and A.J. Burnett did the same as a veteran who came in and really reshaped what it was like for a losing team, a losing franchise. Pirates haven't had a record over 500 since 2018. People forget about that. They were 82-80. 2015 really is the marker. That's the barometer of the last time that the Pirates were truly good. Like 18, they made the Archer trade and thought they could make the playoffs, but ultimately didn't. Fell apart late in the season. Brandon Lowe has done the same thing for the lineup. He's done the same thing for this infield. That overall last year, Joe gave me the number, I think combined between Horwitz, Gonzalez, Ke'Bryan Hayes, and IKF, combined to hit like 20 home runs. Brandon Lowe might hit 20 home runs by June 12th at this rate. 412-928-9370. He has been a great addition to this team. Jonah in Penn Hills wants to discuss. Hello, Jonah.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Had a little misunderstanding yesterday.
Yeah, we did have a little bit of an odd end to your call yesterday with Starkey, Jonah. Would you like to clarify that?
Oh, yeah, well, I don't want to get into that since we're talking about Brandon Lowe, but, you know, he did say I was an intelligent man, so I'll take it.
You are an intelligent man, Jonah. What's on your mind?
Well, I'm just thinking here, the way that this ball club has been run for however many years Bob Nutting has been running it, we have had a problem with retaining players because we don't want to spend any money. But we made a great decision with, in my opinion, with Connor Griffin this year by signing that contract, basically betting on him to be good. So I don't see why you wouldn't want to do that with the rest of these guys, especially the way they're playing right now. It's hard to say you're buying low with the way Lowe's been playing, but that's kind of what you got to do. You got to bet that he's going to keep doing what he's doing.
Why wouldn't you bet on it, Jonah? Like, I'm not.
Yeah, I mean,
he's on pace for 40 home runs. Like, will he actually hit that? That's a question. But he's hit 30 home runs twice in his career. Why not give him that opportunity to hit 40?
Yeah, and it's like if we wait till the end of the year and see what he does and then try to sign him, someone's going to come scoop him up. That's what happens. We've been a farm team for the entire rest of the league for basically my entire lifetime.
They're not trading him. There's not a chance, no chance whatsoever, unless the Pirates lose 14 games in a row leading up to the deadline, that they're trading Brandon Lowe. It's not going to happen. Like, I just don't think there's any chance that it happens, Jonah.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying that's why you sign him to the contract, because at the end of it, when, you know, other teams are looking to grab players, this is a team that historically teams will go grab guys because we just don't spend the money on them.
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying. Appreciate the call. 412-928-9370. Is Brandon Lowe the most impactful Pirates addition in a decade? The most impactful Pirates addition over the offseason since Russell Martin and A.J. Burnett? I don't think it's close. There are other options that are out there. Not many. Archer flopped in the middle of the season. They traded for Reynolds in the McCutchen trade. Reynolds has been impactful for them long term, but the immediate impact, the immediate success, the way that this lineup has changed, and the way that Reynolds has benefited as well from Brandon Lowe, I think Lowe gets the advantage there. In that move.
Reynolds wasn't even a major league player when they brought him in. So he quickly established himself as a good player, but I would agree with you. When they made that trade, no one is saying, oh, Brian Reynolds is going to come in and make a big difference. And then
no, it was, hey, Kyle Crick, what can he do for our bullpen? It wasn't the trade was, okay, so you get an outfielder in Reynolds, but it was kind of like who is this guy? He wasn't a top 25 or a top 50 prospect.
It was a move for the future.
It was a move for the future, and it worked out. I mean, I think you'd make that trade 100 times out of 100 because it's not like McCutchen was, breaking down any doors. It wasn't crushing the ball when he went to San Francisco, or he had a good year in Milwaukee. Eventually was traded over to the Yankees. He had some decent years in Philadelphia, but getting Brian Reynolds for the long haul was worth it in that trade. It is 12:28. Step up to the plate and call Buell Insurance at 724-443-5610. Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Joe is in Heidelberg. Hello.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good, Joe. How are you?
Good. It's still too early to say if he's the, most impactful acquisition, but I will tell you that I do contribute a lot of, Brian Reynolds hitting, kind of what they're doing as far as the lineup goes on Brandon Lau. I would probably offer him a contract somewhere in the ballpark of like 4 years, $68 million is probably where I'd be sitting.
So you go lower than I do, Joe. Lower total money, lower average money.
Yeah, I think like 17 a year would probably be pretty good. I think that's almost doubling his current salary. Not doubling, but 1.5 times of what he's getting on that deal coming out of Tampa Bay. It's definitely nice having him in the lineup where he is because it's with O'Neal Cruz, him, kind of moving with Reynolds, moving through that lineup. Right off the bat, I mean, it's rough for any pitcher in the first inning to kind of get through that without any runs being on the board. And I think that's the reason why they've been so successful this year.
Next, Joe, I'm looking at some of the contracts that have been signed by second basemen and where they rank just overall in Major League Baseball. So the $11.5 million for Lau is behind Luis Arias with San Francisco, and he signed late in the offseason. Jeff McNeil, who's now with the A's after being traded over from the Mets. Andre Jimenez is making $15 million a year. Brandon Lau is better than all of these players. Ketel Marte is on a team-friendly deal at $19 million. Jorge Polanco in free agency signed a $20 million a year contract with the Mets.
That was a crazy overpay, by the way.
I agree. Gleyber Torres with the Tigers is making $22 million this year, as a texter points out. Nico Horner just signed an extension, a 6-year deal with the Cubs. It averages $23.5 million over that deal. So if you're looking at Lau, I think Horner's a better defender, has more speed, is 3 years younger. So maybe you're not talking $23.5 million like the Horner contract, but if you're going to sign Lau, it has to be for around $20 million a year. And that's even if he would agree to a contract right now. I think you should approach him. You should try to get that done. He's been that good for you. Why wouldn't you at least ask the question? Because out of your lineup, you've seen it. I mean, Cruz will be back next year. Reynolds will be back. O'Hearn will sign a 2-year deal. Marcell Ozuna, who cares? He's got to start hitting. Everyone in your lineup is going to be back next year that you truly want to come back and care about other than Brandon Lau.
And the caller's saying a 4-year deal. Maybe that's what it's going to take, but you have to be okay with him maybe not being that great in that fourth year.
And
because the hope is you get the value in the first 2 to 3 years. That's why when guys sign these 8 or 10-year contracts, you're never going to get the value that you're paying them in the back half, but if you get the majority of the value in the first half of it, it's worthwhile.
Lau has been so good for the Pirates early on this season. 33 hits, 10 of them are home runs. Like 1/3 of his hits are home runs. 23 RBIs and an OPS of 941. His career OPS is 813. And right now he's at 941 and an on-base percentage of 368. I think he's the most impactful offseason addition that Ben Cherington has ever made, not counting the draft picks of Skeens and Griffin, of course. Just offseason moves for a major league player. And yeah, maybe the bar isn't that high because Ben Cherington had never signed a multi-year free agent until Ryan O'Hearn signed. The organization hadn't signed one since Ivan Nova, dating back to 2018 or 2017, which is so hard to believe.
Could Soto be the front runner for the biggest offseason acquisition by the end of the year?
I don't think he's going to surpass Lau. He could get there, but he's a reliever.
I
don't think relievers and second basemen that are hitting potentially 35 home runs, 40 home runs in a year can compare.
I get that, but
especially because Soto is not reliever, your closer.
It looks like he's potentially going to be a guy that they could count on to be the shutdown closer if he continues to pitch at this rate.
Yeah, but can you really compare closers and second basemen that have been as successful as Lau or as impactful as Lau on equal footing? I don't think you can.
Well, I mean, you'd certainly put Mason Miller in that. No, I don't think...
right, but Gregory Soto and Mason Miller are not nearly the same type of player. Mason Miller, I think, has given up like 1 run all year long.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible.
NL reliever of the month.
I'll say this. If you don't have a closer you can rely upon, it is really tough to be a team competing for the playoffs.
I agree. And they don't have a closer right now. And that was the other takeaway that I had from yesterday's game. The Pirates used Dennis Santana in the 7th inning. After Mitch Keller allowed a base runner, here comes Santana. He ends up getting the hold. 13 pitches, 7 of them for strikes. He dropped his ERA under 4. They don't trust Dennis Santana to be their closer. They don't. Gregory Soto closed out back-to-back games. Santana, not even warming up, I don't think, in the Skeens outing. It was Soto. They were going to go to him regardless. And if you want to play matchups, I heard Greg Brown talking about, I think it was Perdomo, how well he hits lefties, or maybe it was Corbin Carroll, how well that player, whatever one it was, hits lefties. And you're thinking, oh, lefty on lefty matchup. No, it's a reverse split situation. And Soto allowed one base runner to get on, I think on a walk, but was able to work through it. And the Skeens' 8-inning performance was not spoiled. We're going to get into Don Kelly coming up next in the breakdown a little bit too, because he's managed 162 games now, but they don't have a closer. Dennis Santana's, I think, a 7th or 8th inning guy. And I was laughed at and ridiculed by multiple people. I won't, say their names because they're on their honeymoons and they're doing other things right now. And we love our good friend Donnie, and I hope he's having a great time on his honeymoon. But when Dennis Santana gave up, he had a blown save at home a couple weeks ago, I said, hey, the outings haven't been that good. He doesn't have a wipeout pitch. The strikeouts are down. The walks are up. And the Pirates are saying right now he's not our closer. And if they're going to have anybody as their closer, it would be Gregory Soto right now, which I'm okay with leading up to the deadline. Like, nobody's going to trade their closer right now to you. Like, if you want to make a trade for a veteran reliever, like not Mason Miller, but a David Bednar type, 1 year left on his contract, or Bednar a free agent at the end of the year, like when they picked up Joakim Soria when they were still good. Somebody that can help close down the back end of this bullpen that can help further solidify them as a contender. But they're truly a contender. Like, this team is good. This is a good baseball team. Are they great? I don't think they're great yet. Can they be? With more time for Connor Griffin in the majors? I like Spencer Horwitz more so than others. I didn't like the trade at the time, but Horwitz has really grown on me. I think his defense is better than people give him credit for. O'Hearn has been another very good offseason acquisition. He has the highest batting average on the team. He already has 25 RBIs and 824 OPS. Ben Cherington has pushed some of the right buttons, and he deserves a little clap for that. Not a rounding, very loud clap because of the past 6 years, but he deserves an ovation. Yeah, he deserves some cheers. Zach in New Kensington, will you give Ben Cherington a pat on the back?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Let me say, big fan.
What's up, Zach?
I like your thoughts. I just would be cautious only because I think that Brandon Lowe's a good player. I don't believe that we're going to have 3 years of baseball. There's going to be a hiatus in between. So your 3 years, $60 million, 2 years, $60 million. Also,
right, but Zach, wouldn't that be let's say that the baseball season does happen, or let's say that Brandon Lowe has a similar a fear in his mind. Wouldn't he want that type of security? And wouldn't the Pirates, who I don't know what the money is going to look like if there's a potential lockout. That's a whole other question. But
yeah, it's service counted. That's the only kick in the
right.
the pants.
Service will count regardless. If you're a player, wouldn't you want that security, even if like the number ends up getting reduced a little bit? You're still probably making more money than if you go into the offseason and there's a lockout and maybe you sign late, because some players don't sign until like January or February. I feel like it could be security for him.
My argument would be that the Rays got rid of him for a reason, and because they play creative kind of money ball, right?
Yeah.
And I think it's very old school thinking to signing 32-year-old men to longer term contracts.
Just 3 years.
And hoping that something happens, right? And that's not the way that the Pirates have to do business. And so I'm down with just letting him play out his contract. He could walk. I don't even need to get anything from him. We're about winning this year. We're about winning this year.
Zach would not even offer.
And that's it.
Well, I agree that it's about winning this year. You wouldn't even offer like a qualifying offer to him to try to get like a first round, back of the first round pick. You would just let him walk, no compensation.
No, I would let him walk. He's a great player. He deserves it, but he's not. He's going to ask for money that we can't pay.
What's money that they can't pay?
What you just said, $20 million a year.
You don't think they could pay 20?
I know they can, but will they?
For a guy that hits 30 plus home runs?
We got to make smart decisions. When I say smart decisions, I mean simple, manageable, attainable, realistic, and time. I don't think that any of what we're talking about falls underneath that guideline with Brandon Lowe.
Thanks, Zach. Well, I mean, think about this. If you call up Joe Stinson Garcia next year to be, the password is left field, and Brian Reynolds becomes your DH, that solves DH, and there's your left fielder, and there's $12 million off the books from Marcell Ozuna. You decline the mutual option. There's 12 of the necessary $20 million. Find another 8. And if there is increased revenue sharing from a potential negotiation with national TV money, and I mean, that's what's being talked about with Paston and some of these national insiders. If they get the national TV contracts more like the NFL, there's more money for everyone to pass around. And maybe there is no cap floor. I would prefer there to be a cap floor, and I'm fine sacrificing games for it to happen because I think that's the best way for baseball to move forward. But if that's where the money comes from, and you find a way to force owners to spend it, there's more money in your pocket. Got some money in my pocket. He's a dangerous man, that Joe Starkey.
You sound like Pomp now.
Buzz is in Freeport. What's the buzz in Freeport, Buzz?
Hey, how are you guys doing?
Hey, man.
Love the show, man. You're doing good.
Thanks, Buzz.
Yeah, but hey, real quick with Cruz. So let's just say, and like I say, everything I'm reading is probably 50-50 with the year next year. Everything I'm reading is the service years will count. The service year will count if there's not a season.
Yes,
okay?
that's correct.
So basically, Cruz, we have him under contract, or with him for until the end of 2028. So with that said, if there's not a season next year, they're going to have to trade him in 2027, like after the year that they don't have baseball. They're going to, so basically this would be his last year in Pittsburgh.
So are you, I mean, that's what some people are saying about Skeens too. Are you in favor of an extension then, Buzz, for O'Neal Cruz?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
This guy's going to be a 40-40 guy. I mean,
is he though, Buzz? He's in a slump right now. He's hitting under 200 in his last 15 games.
I got it. But think about it. He's got, I think, 11 stolen bases and I think 10 homers. Okay, we're a little over. I think we're a little less than a quarter of the season, or whatever.
Yeah.
So basically, that adds up to almost a 40-40 season. Even if he's 30-40, that's still a heck of a season.
Well, that would by far be the best season that he's ever had in his career.
Well, no doubt about it. But what I'm saying is the guy's only going to get better, and they got to sign him. They got to do something like they did Connor Griffin and try to sign him, because if you go through this whole season, like this year, the whole season, and he continues to do well, he's going to price himself out.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, Buzz. I appreciate it. Right now, O'Neal Cruz, 169 over his last 15 games. He does have 3 home runs. Over his last 7, though, only hitting 200, on base at 273, he's slugging 233. So maybe it's just the peaks and valleys of an O'Neal Cruz season, but his strikeout rate this year is worse than last year. 56 strikeouts in 36 games. He struck out 174 times in 135 games a year ago. He's on pace to strike out 200 times this year. Like, I thought that number was going to be better. Greg's in Youngstown. Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Greg.
Hey, now, you know what? Cruz could go. I'm not a fan. He can't field. He goes in these major slumps. I would never pay him.
Do you DH him, Greg?
No, because he can't hit. He goes in these slumps.
He can't hit. He already has 9 home runs.
But he'll go into a month slump, and it just drives you crazy. I'm never going to pay him that kind of money. If we have to pay him $20 million, he's not worth it. I'll pay him $6 million. That's all he's worth to me. And, you know, our franchise, the big problem with the Pirates right now is no depth in pitching, starting pitching, and in outfielders. I don't know who our new outfielders going to be coming up. Who's the young guy coming up?
Justinson Garcia, or they have, who's the other top prospect that they have in the outfield that I can't think of right now? Valdez. Who also has, I think 7 home runs already.
Yeah, I just think we're a little weak in the outfield. I mean, I want another outfielder by the trade deadline. I really do. Because I'm not sold on this outfield right now. Even
for defensive purposes, Greg?
Our defense in the outfield is not good.
The offense out of the outfield is pretty good, though. I mean, you have to admit that.
No, I love the right fielder. I mean, I like Reynolds. I'm not in love with Reynolds, but I think Cruz his fielding's horrible. He makes horrible judgments in the outfield. I mean, if I was a manager, I would say if Reynolds is coming near you, back off the ball. Don't even go for it, because the guy has no clue how to go after a fly ball. And like the guy before you said, he goes through the month slump every year, 2 months. I mean, you can't pay that kind of money for the guy. And if we're going to lose him, just trade him then.
Yeah,
that's my opinion.
The peaks and valleys need to end. Thanks, Greg. We're up against it here. 412-928-9370. Greg was on the fan hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. I really Starkeyed this clock. We'll continue to take your calls and have the Bechtel breakdown coming up next as well. Your calls and then the breakdown led by Sean Myers. Bob Walk, top of the hour as well. Austin Bechtel with you in for Joe and Bob on the fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sean Myers bringing you fan headlines. The Pirates head to San Francisco tonight. They'll play the Giants at 10:15. Robbie Ray for San Fran. Pirates opposed with Carmen Majinski. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan. That commences at 9:20 and is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, 93.7thefan.com.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Starting next season, March Madness is getting even bigger. The NCAA is expanding both the men's and women's tournaments to a 76-team field. While some worry about watering down the Magic, this move adds 8 more at-large bids and transforms the first 4 into a massive 12-game opening round. In the era of NIL and transfer portal, this was not the biggest move that the NCAA needed to make. I'm Addie Bates.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. May is beautiful, but it's about to get hot and steamy here in Pittsburgh. Don't wait till the heat hits to try to avoid your high energy bills. Upgrade your home's windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all your windows with new energy-efficient ones and getting half of them for free. Plus, you can get them with no money down, no monthly payments or interest for 2 years. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Sale ends soon. Visit windownation.com now to book a consultation today.
Imagine fulfilling all your office furniture needs under one roof. At Tri-State, we make it simple. From liquidations and office moves to design services, architectural walls, installation, and everything in between. No project is too big and no project is too small. And with our family of companies, Tri-State Office Furniture, Tri-State Office Interiors, and Tri-State Office Express, you get every solution in one place. Why go anywhere else? Call 412-771-0760. Experience the Tri-State difference.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo from family to goods arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, May 16th at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at pia.edu.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. Money is on the line. Always say hello with Quo. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. This is Modelo Especial, a full-flavored golden lager with a crisp, refreshing taste from start to finish. Brewed with time, effort, and determination to get the balance just right. Because when a beer is made right, you can feel it. Modelo Especial, the model for everyday beer. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
The Fan 5 alarm. Arm, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, is back June 17th and the 18th. We're looking for 25 local volunteer fire departments to receive donations. You can nominate your VFD today at 937thefan.com. It's all presented by 1-800-BOARD-UP and the National Fire Sprinkler Association. Shout out to the YouTube chat. Big shout out to the YouTube chat. Charlie. I worked with Charlie this week. I worked with Joel this week. I worked with Seth this week.
Double checking how you're doing.
I just saw him. Me and Sean and I were just looking at the YouTube chat. So shout out to the YouTube chat and our wonderful texters as well. One texter asked, why can't O'Neal Cruz play third base? Natural infielder with a great arm. I don't think O'Neal Cruz will ever see the infield again. They'd rather just have him in the outfield. The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. It's time for a Bechtold Breakdown led by Sean Myers on this Friday.
We got a lot to get to, Mr. Bechtold, and we'll begin with breaking news. This just came down about 10 minutes ago.
Is it Aaron Rodgers news?
No.
No, of course not.
Tom Pelissero says NFL Referees Association ratified a 7-year labor deal with the NFL, I should say, through the 2032 season. Agreement includes increased access to officials in the offseason, development of a bench of officials, and a new formal training program.
Wait a minute. The officials are going to have a bench? So the officials have the practice squad for officials? They can just call up?
Perhaps.
Wait, honestly, have they not had this before? So like if a referee goes down, or they just, what do they do? Do they just call somebody from college and say, hey, the rules are a little bit different, but you'll pick it up?
I don't know. Maybe they pull someone out of retirement to come back and do it. I'm not sure what the protocol had been. So this is kind of a situation where no one thinks about the officials, but if they hadn't been able to work through this and we got the replacement refs, it probably quickly would have been exposed as being a disaster.
Like when the Fail Mary happened in Seattle with Green Bay?
Yeah, I mean, no one's, tuning in to see officials, but the second there's really bad officiating, everyone says, oh, well, we should have paid the money for the real officials.
I'm going to admit something. I was kind of hoping that the replacement refs would be around for a game or two just to see how it would go. Just to see some chaos ensue. Just to see how bad
see if they could completely botch a rule.
Yeah. Now, I wouldn't want it to happen to the Steelers, but in like a random Dolphins-Jags game or something.
Maybe something played over in London.
Yeah. It would have been entertaining at least. Can I add one thing in here real quick?
Oh, my goodness. You're taking over the Bechtold Breakdown already.
Yeah, I'm doing it's named after me. I'm going to take over the Bechtold Breakdown because Kabali has tweeted something. He has, quote, tweeted his Aaron Rodgers tweet about Rodgers coming to town. No one told the Steelers with the eyeball emoji. Is this Kabali just throwing out there for engagement and trying to get people to look at his tweet again and say, hey, here we go? Is there maybe Aaron Rodgers actually is here? Maybe I've learned different information.
Was that a Fat Albert reference with the hey?
No, it honestly wasn't, but if you want to take it that way, you can.
All right. This is, I think, a fascinating story. Fox Sports is paying a fan, and you had to apply via LinkedIn. Are you familiar with where I'm going with this?
I am.
$50,000 to watch all of the World Cup soccer games in Times Square. And obviously he's going to have to...
Wait, it's in Times Square?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you could just sit at Fox Studios and do this.
No, in Times Square.
So you will be out in the open?
Well, that I'm not
watching
sure.
Watching
maybe they have
games?
something... Maybe they have a little location in Times Square, potentially. I'm not sure exactly. It's just over 100 games of soccer.
Because I know Fox News' headquarters is right around Times Square, so maybe they're watching it there.
So 104 soccer games, if my math is correct, for the World Cup. You make $50,000, not just watching the games, but I guess, your reactions are going on social media and potentially doing some other stuff. $50,000, though.
That's a lot of money.
Would you do this?
Yes. Yes, I would.
What would be the lowest amount you would do it for? Because I'm also assuming this person basically can't work a real job for this stretch of time.
$50,000 is a lot of money, though. So are you saying that there's just going to be a camera on this one person and they're going to be sitting by themselves watching the soccer game and reacting? That's
I don't
kind
know
of
if they'll
strange.
be by themselves. Because you would think just for the sake of making it more entertaining, they might get other celebrities or something to be involved. I don't know.
Like, how excited is some random fan from, let's just say they're from Maine? How excited are they going to be about, like, Spain and Germany playing?
Yeah,
against
you would
each
have
other,
to be
you know?
a big-time soccer fan, I think.
You would. You'd have to be in the trenches with international soccer to
exhausted
care.
after, like, 10 games.
See, I'm not a big soccer person, but I think the money would make it so worth it. And the World Cup, because it's just a huge event, and I do like watching the World Cup. Like, I will watch it. If they did like this, you know what would be perfect? Fox should have hired me to do this with the World Baseball Classic.
Well, why?
Oh,
You say
I would have
Fox.
watched every single pitch of the World Baseball
We
Classic.
have a guy named Content Craig in charge of our station.
So you're saying if Content Craig decided to pay me to watch the World Baseball Classic, like, I don't know, like a 20% raise in what I already make, or a 30% raise, that should have been something promoted through the station?
I'm
I think
saying
so.
you should go to him and propose getting paid to watch something ad nauseum.
Well, Craig's listening right now, of course, so maybe he can text us and explain what that might be.
Yeah, very interesting. What if it's something that you're not a fan of, though?
What if Craig pays me to go to every single Steelers training camp practice and dissect every throw that Drew Aller makes and a reaction to every throw?
You would do that for free.
Yeah, I probably would.
There we go.
As long as I made money some other way.
All right, so we're talking about
living here.
We're talking about watching soccer. Let me ask you this. Is there any series in either the NBA or NHL playoffs that have caught your attention? Obviously, the Penguins are out, so there's not a lot of people in Pittsburgh necessarily following along with the NHL Stanley Cup playoffs. NBA, I actually think, is a little bit more popular in this area than most people give it credit for. Anything in the postseason that you are keeping tabs on?
Before that, texters are saying you're in a glass box in Times Square and people are looking at you the whole time.
Is that true?
Could you imagine?
A glass box?
Could you imagine it's like 4 a.m. and you're just chowing down on some popcorn?
You would feel like you're an animal in the zoo.
You would. Or like you're a fish in the aquarium. And people are tapping on the glass at you.
What
like,
if this
hey,
person comes out
you
and
okay
is like
there?
scarred for life and they're never able to like acclimate back to normal life again?
What is this, Big Brother? You're in the house for 99 days and it's only you and
At
the
least it's
isolated
not like
people
naked
you're
and
in there
afraid,
with?
I hope.
Yeah, I wouldn't want that. Back to your question, Sean.
Yes.
What series am I interested in?
Yeah, are you watching anything NBA or NHL right now?
I'm very excited to see the Philadelphia Flyers season start to go up in flames and being
I
down
told
2-0.
Starkey I thought it was going to be a sweep. And he gave the Flyers more credit. He thought they had a good Game 2 showing.
Yeah.
When they lost in OT. He thought they'd make a real series of it.
I thought it would be a 6-game series. Ended up being more than that. Well, it's going to end up being less than that, potentially. I think the Knicks potentially going to the NBA Finals is a fascinating story. They're
How do you
up
feel
2-0
about
on the
Cat?
Sixers in the semis.
Karl Anthony Towns, very polarizing.
He is polarizing. He changes his voice very frequently when he talks.
He cracks me up every time. I have friends who absolutely despise him, and every time they see him on the screen.
Why? I mean, he's not a hateable figure.
You and I convened briefly at Penn State. The guy that I was with that day cannot stand Cat. Of course, the second we walked into Champs, what do you think was on TV?
Oh, the Knicks game was on.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Front and center, Karl Anthony Towns. So you're watching the Flyers lose, and are you rooting for the Knicks?
Yeah, I'm rooting for the Knicks. I'm rooting for Noah Hiles as a Knicks fan. And I'm rooting for the Knicks because I think they're fun to watch.
Anyone you want to see out of the West? Certainly looks like OKC is going to be a good bet.
I don't want to see the Thunder because unless it's like the Penguins in 91, 92 and 16, 17, I don't really like seeing teams go back-to-back.
You're sick of them already?
No, I'm not sick of them. I just like to see other teams win. I kind of want to see Bob's favorite, Wembanyama, Victor Wembanyama, Joe. What a job he did on the defensive side of the ball. He blocks 5 shots per game in the playoffs.
Last thing I got for you here, going a little off the page, but this is something I told you I was front and center for yesterday. It was a first ever, the inaugural WPIAL Girls Flag Football Championships. They had the semis and the championships. It was Shaler against Plum and Dom DiTomaso, Shaler Titans win against my Plum Mustangs, 34-0. Shaler had 3 shutouts in the 4 playoff games. Congrats to them. Are we going to see both with girls and even with boys, flag football becoming much more prominent in our society, especially in a few years when it becomes an Olympic sport.
Yes, and you touched on it. The fact that it is going to be in the Olympics, I think, is going to significantly help grow the game. It's kind of like how the Dream Team helped international basketball in '92. I think flag football in the Olympics, especially being in our country, in Los Angeles, is going to have a huge impact on the growth of the sport. Like a significant impact on the growth of the sport.
You cover some high school football. I know you've seen some bad high school football in your days.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of smaller schools, 1A, 2A schools. They're struggling to field teams.
Yeah,
they have
I know
maybe
1A
20
had some
guys.
struggles.
Are we going to get to a point where we see schools, especially smaller ones, that are more focused on boys flag football?
Potentially. There might just be some people that play flag football that don't consider playing football regardless just because of the physicality of it.
Yeah,
and
I played deck hockey.
Injury for
I could not play ice hockey, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, like the injury risk. I can't skate. I liked playing deck hockey when I played at a young age, but ice skating was never something that I was able to figure out.
I enjoyed watching flag football. There is probably more skill involved than you would initially think. It's something I honestly think once people see it, they'll say, okay, it's not the NFL, but it's still pretty cool. It's a nice alternative.
Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Cool with some scattered rain tonight. Today into tonight, and a high of 62. It's currently 61 and cloudy. High of 62. Carl Hagelin. Up next, Bob Walk. Pirates take 2 out of 3. Pitching, the key reason why in games 2 and 3. Will that continue in San Francisco as the Pirates take on the Giants? It will be Carmen Mlodzinski on the mound tonight. Bob's thoughts on the Bucco offense as well, and much more. Bob Walk next. Austin Bechtold in for Pump and Joe on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sean Myers here with your Fan Headlines. The Pirates, we're going to be talking about them momentarily with Bob Walk. They're coming off a 4-2 win in Arizona against the Diamondbacks. Mitch Keller earned the victory. Brandon Lau, Joey Bart, both homered. Pirates head to San Fran tonight, 10:15 the first pitch. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 9:20, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, 93.7thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by 2 Men in a Jug Truck. Cohen Market, the official crispy chicken of the Fan. Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Smale Chevrolet in Latrobe, and Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
We want Rocky, and I'll tell you what, Mason Rudolph is Rocky in this town. I don't care if he wins 4 games next year.
He's been knocked down and he's gotten back up again, is what you're telling us, Brett. The man's been knocked down, he's been kicked in the face, but you want a guy that's going to get back up and
Aaron Rodgers, yes, exactly, because guess what? Aaron Rodgers won a Super Bowl in 2010.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Overwhelmed by the big clean-out that has to happen? Trust the professionals at 2 Men in a Junk Truck to get it done at a fair price. We'll haul away the mess and your stress. 2 Men and a junktruck.com.
Looking for health insurance for employees in multiple locations? UPMC Health Plan National Access has you covered. UPMC National Access gives employees access to the top-ranked doctors and hospitals of UPMC, along with nationwide access through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network for employees outside of the service area. for the quality, affordable coverage that your company deserves. Choose UPMC Health Plan.
Summer's right around the corner. Is your air conditioning ready to keep you cool? At Impact HVAC, they're a family-owned local business that's been serving Pittsburgh for years. You can call them at 412-297-1852 for your air conditioning check and cleaning. And if you need a new system installation, they've got you covered. Impact HVAC. Second opinions and estimates are always free. Call today, 412-297-1852.
One of the most successful groups in rock history. 3 Dog Night in concert with all their hits. August 13th at Timber Rock Amphitheater. 3 Dog Night. On sale now at timberrockamp.com. 3 Dog Night, celebrating 5 decades of hits. Produced by Drusky Entertainment.
Stone & Company, family-owned and operated for nearly 100 years with 11 plants servicing southwestern PA and northern West Virginia, offering the highest quality ready-mix concrete and custom mix designs to fit your needs. We have the largest fleet of trucks in the region, concrete pumping services, plus a full offering of precast products, manholes, catch basins, and blocks. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff is ready to assist you with your next project. All solid foundations begin with Stone & Company, DOT and DOH certified, 1-800-CONCRETE or stoneconcrete.com.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than 200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
Crack open an IC Light. Clean, crisp, refreshing. A true Pittsburgh original now with a nod to the legendary Stargell Star. Praise an IC Light for the hits, the homers, and the hometown pride. IC Light, always a good call. Enjoy 16-ounce drafts during Pirates games at DJ's.
This is attorney Ed Shenderovich, and just like you, I love dogs. All breeds of dogs. Unfortunately, sometimes dogs attack people, causing serious injuries. At Shenderovich, and Fishman, we've represented many, many victims of dog attacks. And, as in all our cases that we handle, our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. If you've been injured by a dog, call us at 888-98-TWINS. At Shenderovich, and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey, it's your pal Adam Crowley. Pittsburgh summers can be hot. Is your AC ready? Right now, my friends at Sullivan Super Service are offering $59 AC checkups to keep your system running fast, cool, and efficient. Their team is experienced, friendly, and professional. They've been serving Pittsburgh homes for over 60 years. Don't wait for your system to break. Stay cool and stay ahead this summer. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Guys, it's time to upgrade your watch game, and Louis Anthony Jewelers is the place to do it. We have precision timepieces, standout style, and a team that knows exactly how to help you make the right pick.
Have we met?
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-777-1979, 800-777-1979, or biglou.com.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams sale and get 30% off duration, woodscapes, and super deck products May 1st through the 11th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
This is Sean Myers with your fan headlines. The Pirates scored a 4-2 victory in Arizona against the Diamondbacks last night. To wrap up that series, Mitch Keller earned the victory. Brandon Lau and Joey Bart both homered for Pittsburgh. Pirates in San Fran playing the Giants 10:15 tonight. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 9:20 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, visit 93.7thefan.com.
Good talk radio.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Bob Walk Report. It's brought to you by Mr. Rooter Plumbing as we welcome in Pirates broadcaster Bob Walk. Austin Bechtold in for the guys on Pomp and Joe. Bob, always great to talk to you. What's going on? How are you?
Well, I'm good. I'm doing pretty well. How you been up to? Anything good?
Things are good.
Working hard?
Busy week for me. My 4th show that I've hosted during the week, which has been really fun. And it's always...
Yeah, I was listening to you a little earlier. I had to run some errands, and I saw you were flying solo, and so you've been having to do extra work.
Well, and things are good, Bob, when the baseball team wins 2 very close games in Arizona to win now their 4th road series in a row against a National League opponent, first time since 2015. What do you think's working so well for the Pirates on the road, which the last 5+ years have been pretty struggle full time? That this year they're just flipping the script on.
Well, it's hard to say 'cause I don't ever go on the road anymore, so maybe that's what it is. They don't have me around. But excuse me, I don't really know because it's different, different ways. Kind of like our last home series. You're scoring a bunch of runs and then you win a game 1-0, and they went on the road and they got a 1-0 victory and then a 4-2, kind of almost like a standard baseball score there. So I'm not really sure what it is. I think you would have to kind of break it down to a little bit more to, what kind of starting pitching are they seeing? I don't feel nearly as comfortable when they're facing a left-handed starter as when they're facing righties. So that might have something to do with it. And also the young pitchers, they've had some ups and downs. And I don't know why the timing is, as it is, but, we'll see. Like Ashcraft, for instance, he's got a start coming up, I think, tomorrow. And, he's coming off an unbelievable appearance where he was just fantastic. So I'm really curious to see what he can do in back-to-back games to see if he can keep the ball rolling like he did, like he got it going in that last start against Cincinnati.
Yeah, regarding the lefty,
there's a lot of things.
Regarding the lefties, Bob, do you think that's just because their lineup is just so left-handed heavy that's why they're struggling against them?
Yeah, I think so. It makes it a little tougher. I think if Ozuna gets going and gets that batting average of his up there climbing, and gets the power numbers up there, extra base hits, home runs, and I think that'll help out a ton. That's I think what they were looking at when they decided to go out and get somebody that hits from the right side was hey, we might struggle a little bit here against lefties because, our additions and our best hitters are left-handed, so maybe we need to do something like that. So a lot of it, I think, I don't want to put all the pressure on one guy, but that's one of the reasons Ozuna was brought in here to be DH, was to be a force in that lineup against left-hand hitters, and hopefully he'll get it going, and I think that'll make us a much better team when we're facing the lefties.
Mitch Keller's been terrific. 2.87 ERA, 6 strong innings, just 2 runs allowed. Was dealing with some control issues in the first inning yesterday, but really fought out of that after the first. How is this sustainable for Mitch? Like, how does he continue this level of success throughout the entirety of the season?
Well, it's going to be interesting because, we've seen this before where first half of the season he's pitched very well and then fallen off the second half. So, he knows that, but I think that he's older and wiser, puts less pressure on himself, and maybe feels a little less pressure out there to put these 2 good halves together. So I don't think he, like a couple of years ago, I think once you got past the All-Star break, he was like, okay, I got to prove myself now that I can continue this body of work through the last couple of months of the season, and he's struggled with that. But this year, I think he's been around long enough, and in the big picture, I think he knows how to make adjustments just the way he does in game, like he did when he started throwing strikes. That's one of the things I think that really has changed him as a pitcher. I don't know, 3 or 4 years ago now, was he can see what's going on right away in the negative stuff that might happen to him in the first or second inning, and he knows what to do to counteract that. And I read a little bit on what used to be called the newspaper. I don't know what you would call it today.
It's still the newspaper. It's just the online version.
I read the online version, a couple articles, and they were talking about pitch selection and starting to throw pitches that are easier to control, like cutters and sliders, and get ahead in the count. And that's exactly the kind of stuff I talk about when I say, you got to read swings and read yourself early in a game and make those kind of decisions and adjustments. And it sounds like that's exactly what he's done. And in the big picture with the season, now that he's played for so long, he's 30 years old now, I think that he knows exactly what he needs to do with his body and his mind to have a good, solid 6-month season, as long as he stays healthy. And I'm pretty confident that that's what we'll see from him this year.
Well, I found one critique interesting that I can't remember who made it, but that, Keller's numbers in August and September are not nearly as good as they are in April, May, and June. And you wonder why. Do you think that there's anything to the fact that the team is better this year compared to previous years? Like, is it more difficult, Bob, to pitch later on in the season when you're not in the race and maybe you're thinking about other things? Like, is that a real factor for Keller that might be different this year if the Pirates keep up this pace?
In my personal experience, no, that was never really a deal. Because a lot of times, I would find myself, especially earlier in my career, pitching in August and September for a job for next year.
Yeah.
So that was like when you're on a bad team and that's your own personal situation, then no, it's not bothering you. Oh, we might lose tonight. No, I might give up 5 runs in the first 2 innings and might not find myself being without a job this winter. So those are the kind of things that can take over in those types of scenarios. You start thinking more about your own well-being than the team, because the team's already 20 games under 500. So I don't think that he has pitched poorly because the team is struggling. I think that there was mental stuff, or he didn't know how to handle going out there and feeling, tired, feeling, well, I'm getting run down here. I've thrown 140 innings so far. And I think he knows how to handle that better now. And I would say it was more that sort of thing than, anything about the team winning or losing.
Bob Walk with us, Pirates broadcaster, the Bob Walk Report. It's brought to you by Globe Airport Parking. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Paul Skeens, what a performance that he had on Wednesday, Bob. I'm a little surprised that Don Kelly didn't let him come out and at least start the ninth inning with 97 pitches. Do you think it was the right decision? Would you have brought Skeens back out there for the ninth?
Well, I don't know what their situation is nowadays as far as, what the rules are, how long they want guys to pitch, how long do guys want to pitch. It's changed a lot. Now, if you're talking, if this is, 1990, would the guy go back out there? Yeah, of course he would. But that's not the way things are nowadays. Everything is, is pretty much decided as far as how many pitches. They don't like anybody going over 100 pitches. And we've done that, 3 times this year?
Yeah.
And they were 3 games all in a row. And I think part of that was, I can't really remember back that far. But, if you have guys that are rested in your bullpen, I don't see anybody throwing 100 pitches. I just think they're really against that nowadays. They're convinced that pitch counts and innings over the course of a year have led to these elbow problems that we've seen, all over the place in the last 25 years. Maybe a little longer than that. I don't know. There's always been elbow problems going, way back to middle of last century, but it seems to have really kicked up and gone crazy over the last 25 years as far as how many people hurt their elbows. Basically, it feels to me like it's just everybody. Some guys do it a couple of times.
Yeah, maybe we get caught up. Maybe we get caught up.
They're trying to stop it.
Yeah, maybe it's. I'm sorry for cutting you off. Maybe we just get caught up too much, and it's Paul Skeens. He's just so different compared to other pitchers. He doesn't have the wear and tear on his arm from high school baseball, college baseball, outside of LSU when he became a full-time starter. I don't know. Maybe we get a little bit too greedy, if that makes sense.
Well, yeah. I think everybody wishes that it was the old style of baseball. And a lot of people want old style baseball better for a lot of different reasons.
Right.
And that's just one of them. And I get it. I'm kind of in that boat myself, but I also am around the ballpark constantly. I've lived this situation, and I know that we're not going to turn the clock back. And this is what we need to get used to, that there are things that are going to be prioritized over somebody pitching another couple of hitters or even another inning, even when they're dominating. We saw that in the game against Cincinnati the other day was Ashcraft and Burns. That was the most dominating from both sides that I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, it was.
Neither guy finished the game. Neither guy got a win.
Which is hard to believe because I think they both pitched into the 8th. At least Burns went at least 7.
Terrible. Yeah. And they were removed and nobody was doing anything. So that's just the way it is.
So, Bob, earlier on the show, I compared Brandon Lau to Russell Martin and A.J. Burnett as the most impactful Pirates offseason addition, not counting drafting Skeens or drafting Connor Griffin, but a move that the front office makes, whether it's a trade or free agency, since the additions of Burnett and Martin in 2012, 2013. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, off the top of my head, I would say that makes a lot of sense. I would go with that. AJ, I think you have to go beyond his stats. I think we've had some other pitchers that were you could compare stat wise. But he brought a little attitude, I think, to the team that I think, impacted even beyond what he did out there on the hill.
Last few minutes with Bob Walk, Pirates broadcaster, fan Twitter. It's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Their bullpen has some good pieces, Bob. I like what Mason Montgomery's done. I like what Madsen's done. I'm concerned overall with the total complexion of the bullpen. I think they still need another arm or two. And I wonder about closer. Do you think this is the beginning, these last two games, Gregory Soto closing out the last two, of Soto being the closer and Santana more used in a 7th or 8th inning role?
Yeah, I mean, it's evolving. I think everybody kind of knew that, I think, when they went into the season, that it wasn't like somebody was going to leave spring training and they're, okay, here's a closer. You know, it was going to be a little give and take in that regard. A little bit more like you saw 20, 30 years ago. You got the 9th inning is going to be full of tough lefties, so why wouldn't you use Soto if they're both available? You know, that's the kind of thing I think that we were expecting to see when things started rolling. And then if somebody just really takes charge, well, then maybe then that tells that story that they go with it. As far as the bullpen as a whole, I think bullpen depth is extremely important nowadays for the reasons we were talking about earlier, that you just don't get the innings out of starting pitchers you used to, so you have to use more bullpen guys. That's why there's so many more guys in the bullpen. And sometimes, because of the numbers of the bullpen are a lot larger, the bottom couple of guys maybe aren't, what you really want to go to. And that's tough to find a bullpen that's really solid from top to bottom. Usually things are a little shaky down there on the bottom end, and we certainly have rotated a bunch of people, in and out of those bottom two spots. And I expect, unless there's some kind of surprise, that we'll continue to do that.
Bob, really appreciate the time. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, City Limits. We'll talk to you later.
Sounds great. There's Bob Walk. There he goes, Pirates broadcaster. Catch him on the broadcast when the Pirates return home to PNC Park. You dropped the City Limits at the end there, Sean. How about that?
He sounded excited to talk to you and very impressed by your performance this week.
I like talking to Bob. Yeah, he's a good guy. I formally met him. I think I'd met him at Pirate Fest years ago when I was younger, but as City Limits, or as Austin Beck told from 93.7 The Fan, it was the first time that I got a chance to meet him. We talked to Bob live in person on Federal Street on opening day. It was awesome. It was a lot of fun. Social media's biggest loser is brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Sean, do you have a nomination for social media's biggest loser? Because I have one.
Can we go with the Philadelphia Flyers?
Not going to lie. That was my pick.
Okay.
Down 0-2 and backs against the wall going to Philly. I was showing you a picture in the intermission of a picture of a Philadelphia sports fan that had a Phillies hat on that was sitting outside of the arena with the final score of the Sixers game and a Flyers jersey. That was looking very sad. Not great for Philadelphia sports at the moment.
Yeah, but I'm sure they could clap back at Pittsburgh sports.
Oh, they could. They have it better than we do right now, but you got to get your jabs in when you can, even if it's just not a knockout punch.
You didn't get into any fights during that night I saw you Flyers Penguins, right? Did you end up wearing your Penguins jersey?
I did. I wore my Penguin jersey. I wore a Penguin hat. There were plenty of people that tried chirping me.
That's okay.
But I just kept on walking. I said...
It's probably a good decision for anyone, but particularly you.
Yeah, I said a couple of small things back, but, I wasn't feeling
because I didn't want to have to fight someone on your behalf that night. It
would have to be on my behalf because I think I would get destroyed in a fight.
I agree.
Unless, people with the body frame of Adam Crowley and I are approaching me wanting to talk about sports.
Taking a shot at Crowley, huh?
No, Crowley and I have similar body types, and we both go to the gym. Crowley used a pair of my shorts that I had.
That's weird.
Well, he asked. He was like, do you have an extra pair of gym shorts? And I was like, no.
Did
and then
he
I was
give
like,
them
oh,
back to
wait.
you?
And then I checked my bag, and I actually did.
Did he give them back?
After like 2 weeks.
Did he wash them?
He did.
Okay, good. Yeah. I would still wash them on my own, even if he said that he did.
I trust Crowley, but I'll probably wash them again. Why not? It doesn't hurt.
Do you think Callus would ever borrow your gym shorts?
No. I think we have different waists. Sean, I'm like a 30-32 waist. That's pretty small.
He was having a rough day today. I feel bad for the guy.
Yeah,
he was tuckered out. He was ready for the weekend.
He did well on Quiz Callus, though. Oh, he did very well. He did very well.
Finished on a high note.
Up next, we know when the NFL schedule is going to be released, and I'm very concerned because the Steelers just made an announcement, and I want to partake in this. I want to take part in what they just announced. What is it? And I think you might be very fascinated by it and might want to partake in it as well. That's in a moment. Shot as a headline. We're back in a moment, leading you up into the PM team. Austin Bechtold in for Pop and Joe, 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
With your fan headlines, it's Sean Myers. The Pirates won their series in Arizona against the Diamondbacks, courtesy of a 4-2 win on Thursday. Mitch Keller earned the victory. 6 innings, 4 hits, 2 runs, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts. Pirates now heading to San Francisco. They'll play the Giants tonight. 10:15 the first pitch. Robbie Ray will be throwing it. Carmen Majinski opposes for Pittsburgh. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 9:20, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, 937thefan.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
Get a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 Full Synthetic Motor Oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Starting next season, March Madness is getting even bigger. The NCAA is expanding both the men's and women's tournaments to a 76-team field. While some worry about watering down the Magic, this move adds 8 more at-large bids and transforms the first 4 into a massive 12-game opening round. In the era of NIL and transfer portal, this was not the biggest move that the NCAA needed to make. I'm Maddie Bates.
Ready for the Stanley Cup playoffs, hockey fans? BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, is giving players another reason to lace up and hit the ice for the most exciting games of the season. Feel the rush of the goals, the checks, the face-offs, and the breakaways with the Stanley Cup playoffs odds boost token. All you have to do to take your shot at extra winnings is log into your existing BetMGM account, where you'll receive your odds boost token. Then make any qualifying Stanley Cup playoffs bet and activate your token. If your bet lights the lamp, you'll receive extra winnings. Log into BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, to get your odds boost token. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
How about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Catastrophic injuries bring emotional strain, physical pain, and financial stress. You don't have to face it alone. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM today. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Hot water fast. Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
Welcome. You are in the beer garden with Gene from the Senior Distributing Company. Beer since 1933. This week, it's tiki time in the beer garden as Victory Brewing Company welcomes the seasonal warm weather with a tropical pina colada-inspired addition to the Victory Monkey family. Big flavors of sweet pineapple and smooth coconut in this lush and refreshing sunshine sipper, brewed to help fuel the good times. Victory's latest Tropical Island Ale weighs in at 7.5% alcohol by volume, making it easy drinking with a burst of tropical hops. Tiki Monkey pairs great with salty or spicy foods like jerk chicken, fish tacos, or spicy barbecue shrimp. Treat mom this weekend with a refreshing Tiki Monkey. If you like pina coladas and beer, ask your bartender about Victory Tiki Monkey. Victory Tiki Monkey is available at better beer taverns, restaurants, and retailers near you. This message has been provided by the Senior Distributing Company. Beer since 1933. Please enjoy responsibly. Cheers.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Silver Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. What's Cooking is brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Cool with some scattered rain today into tonight and a high of 62. That's Carl Hagelin. So the NFL and the NFL Referees Association have come to terms on a new deal. It'll run through 2032. The NFL has also announced that the schedule for the 2026 season will be released Thursday, May 14th. That is next Thursday. I'm kind of surprised that they only gave like 6 days of heads up with how well the NFL plans things out and how much they build momentum to things. They're only putting out the schedule a week after they announce it. Kind of surprising to me. That's kind of what I do with the Baldwin wiffle ball schedule because I'm up against it and I'm like, oh, wait, the season starts on Sunday. The schedule's coming out on Thursday.
I cannot stand, I know that NFL is king. The fact that schedule reveal will draw more ratings than like postseason games and other sports is just insanity
more than
to me.
Stanley Cup playoff games, more than some NBA playoff games. So these are the Steelers' opponents. Of course, the division, Ravens, Bengals, Browns. They host Atlanta, Carolina, Denver, the Colts, and Houston. What's the most fascinating game on that home schedule for you? I think it's Denver.
Is Nick's going to be good to go?
Questionable.
Yeah, I would say probably Denver. I mean, that's a team that honestly should have been in the Super Bowl.
I'm excited to see Carolina. My guy Bryce Young had
worse quarterback situation than the Steelers, apparently.
Had an improved year last year. On the road at the 3 divisional teams. The road schedule's hard. They're at Jacksonville. Jacksonville was a playoff team last year. They're at New England. They went to the Super Bowl. They're at New Orleans. The last time they played in New Orleans, wasn't that the Roosevelt Knicks game when he signaled? Maybe I'm thinking of the one before that, where he signaled first down and on the fake punt, and he was short by like 3 yards.
Yeah.
Philadelphia, they haven't won there since.
Have you been in New Orleans?
The 60s. I've never been to New Orleans. I've never been to New Orleans.
It's a fun time.
I'd love to go. I'd love to go to the Sugar Bowl.
There's some really good stories that Josh Roundtree could tell you about New Orleans.
Really?
I've been there. I didn't have too crazy of a time, but it was enjoyable.
On Bourbon Street.
Yes.
They play in Tampa Bay. That might be where the Nasty Boys, Johnny Football's group, goes.
I've been to Tampa as well. Nice time.
Yeah, my dad was there for Super Bowl 43 when the Steelers beat the Cardinals. And Tennessee, they're also in Nashville. This is potentially the final game the Steelers will play in Nashville in that new stadium. Probably not, or in the old stadium. We'll likely play one more game there. But Nashville's a good city. You're taking a Steeler road trip to somewhere, chance to see Nashville. That'd be pretty cool.
Nashville's on my to-do list.
I'd like to see Nashville.
Wear a cowboy hat.
Summer in Nashville, I think, is a must-experience type of trip for people.
Smashville. So there's no international Steelers games?
We don't know that yet.
Yeah, I've heard that speculated.
Could that game against Jacksonville be in London?
Would any Steelers fans really be excited about that?
No, I would not. Because I don't like the international games to begin with. Have the Jaguars' international games been announced yet? Like they're playing 2 games.
I think I saw San Fran's playing in Australia to open a season.
Yeah,
is that
I think
correct?
You're right. Yeah, I think you're right.
I will not be making that trek, although I really am interested in visiting Australia. The flight alone might kill me.
I'm looking at a Sports Illustrated story from like their Jacksonville affiliate, why the Jaguars are reportedly protecting Steeler game from London series. The Jacksonville Jaguars will play 2 home games in London in 26, but it looks like one high-profile opponent has been eliminated as an option. According to Jerry Dulac, the Steelers have been selected as one of the Jaguars' protected home games. Teams are allowed to protect up to 2 home games from being selected for international play, and the Steelers have long figured to be one game that Jacksonville would want to keep in Jacksonville. So it doesn't seem like they're going to be playing in London or playing any international game this year because all the other ones have kind of sorted themselves out.
I would also think that if you're a team obviously we know the Jaguars play it all the time, but I would not want to go international 2 straight years.
No.
Right?
I wouldn't either.
I think you could have a little pushback and say, we just went to Ireland last year.
Well, but Jacksonville does it twice a season.
Right.
Now, that's because their ownership, I think, that's what they want. They want to be the international team. Because I don't even know how much they're Jacksonville's team. Like, how much does the Jacksonville area care about the Jaguars?
Do you think people really overseas love the Jaguars, though?
No, but they need to love somebody, right?
Yeah.
So they're forced to love the Jags, who had a good year last year.
What if they just turn against them completely and
they're just like,
despise them?
You know what?
Cheer for any team that goes against them.
We're Denver Bronco fans now, or we're cheering for the Seahawks because they just won the Super Bowl, or you know what? I'm a huge fan of the Detroit Lions or the Vikings. Sean, the Steelers are putting up for sale the old seats at Acrisure Stadium in the 500th level. Would you like to guess how much the seats will cost? People can buy the seats. You can buy single seats and you can buy pairs of seats. Alan Saunders put the news out there. Would you like to guess how much the seats cost?
Well, you told me off air that you were hoping to purchase a pair.
I'm thinking about it, and then I saw the price, and then I thought,
I was going to say, if you're going to get a pair, it's got to be something in your price range. So I was going to $300 per seat.
Sean, you are wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Single seats are $400.
Okay, I wasn't
seat.
that far off.
For a single seat. Now, pairs of seats are $600.
You get a little discount, yeah.
And I got to correct myself earlier. The Flyers lost again last night, 4-1 in Philly. They're down 3-0 in the series.
You didn't say that? I was zoned out when you were talking about that. Yeah, they lost.
I said 2-0. They're down 3-0, which is even better. They're probably going to get swept. But yes, pairs are $600. Single seats are $400. So,
a pretty penny.
$600. And Andy Lindbergh is the one that Andy Lindbergh put the news out there. He just texted me. We were first on this. How about that? 93.7 The Fan continues to break news.
Just like Nick Callus did.
It was Callus that broke the news. Callus is the one that had the sourced information. He's the one that received the text.
Which may now be disputed.
I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. I don't know if that's actually true.
Andy talking about aliens today was one of the more incredible segments I've ever heard on these airwaves.
You keep bringing up this alien discussion.
It was something.
What were they saying about aliens? That the aliens are going to arrive and just take Crowley and just grab him into their spaceship and take them to whatever planet they're from?
Andy basically said we are probably too insignificant for the aliens to care about.
Too insignificant?
He compared us.
So who would the aliens abduct then?
He compared us to ants and the aliens to humans and said, if you're walking, do you really even care that there's an ant on the sidewalk near your foot? Do you even notice?
Not really.
That was his analogy.
Why? Because the aliens are 14 feet tall?
I don't think he specified how tall they would be.
Or because they're... What do you mean by this? I'm confused.
We would be so insignificant to them because they would be, I guess, infinitely smarter and concerned with bigger things than us.
Like what?
You're going to have to get Andy to talk to you about this after we get off the air. He'll break it down much more coherently than I'm attempting to do.
Am I going to end up spending $600 on these seats?
I would do it because what are you saving money for if the aliens are coming for us?
I think the betting market is...
No time to waste, my friend.
I think the story that Andy Lindbergh put out there, it's $600. Do you think Andy can find a way to get me a discount? Like how Joe says, do you golf? Would you like to golf tomorrow at 8:30 a.m.? Do you think I'd be able to contact somebody and
$10 discount,
get like $50 off or something?
Maybe.
Think that'd be possible?
You're going to start name dropping, hey, I'm City Limits from 93.7 The Fan. See if that does anything.
Is anyone buying seats out there on the text line in the last 2 minutes that we have at 412-928-9370? All right, Pirates, they begin the first of a 3-game series against San Francisco. The Giants have struggled this year. North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show right here on The Fan will begin right around 9:15. It's a 10:15 first pitch. Carmen Majinski's on the mound. Robbie Ray will go for San Fran. He's been good. 2.95 ERA, a 1.06 whip, 40 strikeouts in 39 of those two.
He is the best grunter around, my friend. You got to listen to him if you haven't heard him before. get that guy mic'd up.
You want to listen to the guy grunting?
Yes.
I would rather mute the sound.
He is an
than
elite
just
grunter.
Listen to that.
An all-timer.
Why do you know that, Sean?
Former Mariner.
Oh, so you enjoy watching Robbie Ray pitch and listening to Robbie Ray pitch?
I did not enjoy. He did not have a great season.
So then why are you acting like this is must-see TV?
I'm just
not
saying,
to see the Pirates who are playing well,
I'm just saying,
but to see Robbie Ray
your
and him grunting.
takeaway, if you watch the game tonight, your takeaway is how loud of a grunter Robbie Ray will be. That's going to be your number one bullet point from the game.
The Giants are 14-23. They've lost 8 out of their last 10 games. The Pirates 5-5 out of their last 10 games. They will send Majinski to the mound tonight. Tomorrow it will be Braxton Ashcraft, 3.02 ERA and a 1-2 record. And on Sunday it'll be Bubba Chandler against Tyler Mahle. What do the Pirates do in this series against San Francisco, Sean? I think they go 2 out of 3. I think that they'll go 2 out of 3 against the Giants, and they'll come back with a 4-win road trip.
I would take that. I mean, San Francisco's struggling. I thought that they would be a decent team. It hasn't really worked out like that. I think that the series is there for the taking. I think the Pirates are poised to make a nice little run here against some lesser opponents or some opponents that might be talented but maybe aren't playing at their best right now.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, Limits.
Thanks to Ray Fittipaldo, who joined, and Bob Walk as well, and thanks to you. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. Hope you have a great weekend. I'm really excited for this weekend, and it's going to be a big one for the Bechtold family. We're really looking forward to it and celebrating my sisters, and it's crazy how the years go by.
Congrats on your graduation as well.
Thanks, man. I'm excited for that. It's a family affair this whole entire weekend, all of us. So I'm really looking forward to that. PM Team is coming up next. Have a great weekend. Austin Bechtold signing off on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sean Myers with your Fan Headlines. Pirates in San Fran tonight playing the Giants at 10:15. Our coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 9:20 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, you can visit 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
McCarthy in that picture, and then especially on video, you said, Mike, you can do one thing in the world right now with no repercussions. You say, let me loosen that tie. Let me give about 2 or 3 shakes of the tie, unbutton the top button, and let's kick back and have a view.
That top button was almost ready to explode and hit somebody in the first row of that press conference.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in that spot before. That top button was screaming.
The PM Team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you look at what you want to do. Knicks Sixers game 3. Let's try to drop a deuce. McBride, that is. Deuce McBride, who I think is in store for added minutes. OG Anunoby listed as questionable with a hamstring. If OG ends up playing, then this will be negative EV for me. But for this play, I'm assuming the Knicks will err on the side of caution with OG, and that means Deuce will probably play over 30 minutes. When Anunoby was injured in November, Deuce started and averaged 14 points per game. If he starts tonight, I'm expecting around the same. Going over on Deuce McBride points. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
On your job site, downtime isn't just an inconvenience, it's a deal breaker. You need equipment that works as hard as you do and a partner who has your back. Experience the new Case difference at Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Proudly named the 2025 Case Dealer of the Year. Whether you are looking for the latest iron or need expert service to keep your fleet in the dirt, their pros are ready. With thousands of parts in stock, they're here to ensure you're always running at peak efficiency. Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Because with Case Construction, together, we won't back down.
Crack open an IC Light. Clean, crisp, refreshing. A true Pittsburgh original now with a nod to the legendary Stargell Star. Raise an IC Light for the hits, the homers, and the hometown pride. IC Light, always a good call. Enjoy 16-ounce drafts during Pirates games at DJ's.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about Xfinity. Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs change, kids grow up, new memes come out. But what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and no one battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand what the X67 means, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in 5 minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. All with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. To get started, call or visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only. Hey, it's Pony for my friends at Comer & Cross. Does your garage floor have cracked and stained concrete? Mine did. Maybe your garage floor had a bad epoxy or paint job. A new Comer & Cross garage floor is going to transform your whole garage, and all it's going to take is one day. I love mine, and you'll love yours. If you call them right now, and you should do it, don't waste another second. They'll take 50% off your installation. So here's that number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer & Cross garage floor is the gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And just like they did for me, they will make it so easy for you. Stuff in your garage, they'll take it out. Cracks and pits, they'll fix them perfectly. Look just like new. And they're going to put their proprietary Comer & Cross finish on it. So I want you to call them now and get that 50% off installation. The number is 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERcross.com. It's Comer & Cross Premium Concrete Coatings.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Your bathroom's crown jewel? A custom frameless shower. BoulevardGlassandMetal.com.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code WAGON for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WAGON for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's WAGON.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
HD1 Pittsburgh.
An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
After taking 2 or 3 from the Diamondbacks, Pirates will look to take advantage of a reeling San Francisco Giants team. Carmen Mlodzinski on the mound against Robbie Ray of the Giants. First pitch right here on 93.7 The Fan at 10:15. Believe this is an Apple TV game as well. I will be double checking that, but I believe if you want to hear it, well, if you don't have Apple TV, this is the only way to catch it. 93.7 The Fan, your flagship home for Pirates baseball. That's the same Apple TV, by the way, that thought I was AJ Burnett, for the record. More fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet at 937thefan.com.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
Is Aaron Rodgers in town this weekend, Omar? And will he be back as the Steelers quarterback?
Yeah, I don't know where specifically Aaron is. I can tell you that Aaron and I and Coach and Aaron and Aaron's representative, we've had some good conversations since the season ended and, since Mike got hired. And, it's been positive. But, yeah, I don't know where he is at this moment. We've continued to have conversations, and they're positive. And, we had a good experience with him last year. And, I think he would probably echo the same thing. And, conversations continue.
What are we doing here? What are we doing here? I'm asking that seriously. What are we doing here? I am ready for a spacecraft. I think the morning show was talking about UFOs today. I am ready for aliens to arrive in a spacecraft, take me to outer space, and drop me off somewhere where I can't hear anymore about what the Steelers themselves are saying about Aaron Rodgers. That is the phrase that I'm thinking about today. What are we doing here? It's the PM Team. Solo Mulsey today. Charlie Borges, gorgeous Charlie Borges, on the other side of the glass. Glad to have you on a Friday. We're going to have fun today on a Friday. It might be shades of Lewis Black from me for the first 15 or so minutes of this radio program today. The phone number is 412-928-9370, and that's the fan text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And I would like to stress that the phones are wide open right now. We've got, I think the number changes every day. We've got 42 phone lines right now available for you at 412-928-9370. If you want to chime in on this latest twist in this saga, you can feel more than free to do exactly that. That was obviously with Chris Mack on the Westwood One Sports Network. Shout out to Chris for getting Omar Khan. Wishing that Omar Khan would have maybe come on this show with a couple of guys he's chopped it up with before about Monopoly. Chris asked him a very direct question, a very straightforward question about Aaron Rodgers' whereabouts and about Aaron Rodgers' likelihood of playing. And after the morning show broke yesterday a story that everybody else in the national media scampered to then corroborate, that Aaron Rodgers was going to be coming to town, that he was expected to sign on the dotted line in some way, shape, or form this weekend, Omar Khan gave us I don't specifically know where he is. As a matter of fact, I just want to hear that again here real quick.
Is Aaron Rodgers in town this weekend, Omar? And will he be back as the Steelers quarterback?
Yeah, I don't know where specifically Aaron is. I can.
Where in the world is QB Aaron Rodgers? Do it, Rockapella. Like, are we going to do that now? I love that show as a kid. PBS was on fire. PBS was tough, as the kids say, with where in the world is Carmen Sandiego. Where in the world is Aaron Rodgers? The general manager's playing dumb. I'm quite certain that he's here based on all of the reporting that's been done and by the various sources it's been done by. This, I don't know. Is he at a deli? Is he on Smallman Street? Is he on Carson Street? Is it like the moving striking distance where he drives from one frame to another and he's in completely different neighborhoods? Is he near the arena? Is he on the south side? Is he on Water Street? Is he grabbing a bite? Is he getting his smoothie somewhere? I do come back to the phrase, what are we doing here, with the song and dance specifically, because I think one thing is pretty obvious, and that's that if you read the tea leaves, all the signs point to Aaron Rodgers eventually, on his own time, of course, because that is what he is a guy who does things on his own time, signing on the dotted line for an amount of money that's more than he played for last year, but maybe less than what you would suggest market value is, because the market for quarterbacks is all skewed, and coming and playing starting quarterback for the Steelers this year. Yet, we have these, I would call them borderline debasing little sidebars that happen as a result of this, because Aaron Rodgers is so cagey and so odd about his personal life, and the Steelers have been so weird about how they've talked about the whole thing with moving deadlines and, we don't know this, we don't know that, we expect it'll be done by now. No, it's not going to be done. Don't worry about it. Trust us. Source, trust me, bro. We're feeling pretty good about it. We have good conversations about Aaron Rodgers. He's clued in with Mike McCarthy. He's talking to Mike McCarthy. Is he going to play for us? We think, but we don't know. We are kind of left observing from afar, because we don't work for the Steelers. You guys listening don't work for the Steelers. What is just a bizarre little tableau. And if it were for a player, I don't know, coming off of an MVP award last year, if it were for the kind of quarterback in the sport who is playing the will he, won't he game, but his last season was awesome, I would understand it a lot more. I would say, okay, this is silly a little bit. This is like reality television, but it makes sense. The ends would justify the means. If Aaron Rodgers looked like one of the 8 best quarterbacks in the league last year for the Steelers, and they had gotten upset in the playoffs in kind of a fluky fashion, and there was discussion about whether or not they should run it back, I would get it completely. Of course, that wasn't the case. They were a team that got themselves into the playoffs the hard way by not winning the easy game they could have won, by somehow winning the harder game they could have won, and then they got mollywopped. They got destroyed when they got into the playoffs. And he did not look like the kind of player that can overcome less than optimal surroundings to win a football game at that point. He looked like the kind of guy that actually needs optimal surroundings. He looked like the kind of guy that when you were talking about draft-eligible quarterbacks, you hear sometimes it gets said, hey, if put this guy in the right situation, he can thrive. If you don't, he's going to struggle. So we're not observing this entire passion play in service of a great quarterback anymore. In fact, we're observing it all in service of a guy who is bottom third of the league in almost anybody's estimation. Tyler Dunn, who does his own thing now at golongtd.com, he used to write for Bleacher Report. I saw him post today about how it's not too late, Steelers. You don't actually have to do this. You really don't. You can avoid this trend of pursuing mediocrity actively, like it's the girl you've been after for months as a high schooler. You don't have to do it. That's an outside voice. You get to more people who are not like access journos on the outside, and they sort of say the same thing. Hey, Steelers don't have to do this. You could just go young for a year. You could be bad for a year, and you could, presumably, if you make the right draft pick in 2027, set yourself up for the longer term. Steelers are the one entity here not doing that. They make me do this. They make me come on the air and get mad here and on the internet about this. I was talking to a friend today about this latest twist and turn in the saga, and I started with, am I crazy for thinking this is just silly, somewhat embarrassing for them, surreal in how stupid it is, all the above? And this person cut me off instantly and said, no, it's all in the up and up for you. Your evaluation of what is actually transpiring right now is accurate. They are vaguely debasing themselves for a quarterback that I think if he had a really good year this coming year, if and when he signs on the dotted line, would make them an average-ish NFL team. A team that would need some things to go their way to have a chance, not to win, to have a chance at winning a playoff game. This friend also, by the way, brought up this to me, and this is probably the more upshot, because I think some people out there, there's a defense mechanism among fans. You don't want your team to get assailed constantly in the media. For the record, I want the team to succeed. I want them to be competent. I want them to seem like a team on the rise. The fact that they seem like none of those things right now actually does bother me. It's hard for me to stomach. This comes from a place of love and of want to, not a place of wanting to just dog them because it's fun. It's not. Would much rather they be like a buttoned up, have their stuff together organization with first world problems and not the ones they've created for themselves. But my buddy just brought up this. Think of all the things, and this is the latest silliness, the GM going on a radio show. And the person who did that interview is literally one wall away from me right now, playing country music currently. So what a week it's been for current and former morning showers breaking news. You've got the GM going on and saying, I don't know where Aaron Rodgers is. Yeah, we're having good conversations. I don't know. He could be doing anything right now. Maybe he's buying some clothes. Maybe he's playing golf, hitting balls off the mat. And it ignores the fact that the Steelers have handled this entire situation, this quarterback room, in a way that does not make sense or hold up to what I would call basic intellectual scrutiny. They want to live in both worlds. We've criticized Neil Huntington for this when he was the GM of the Pirates many times. Oh, we're going to make strategic trades to try to be better now, but also better positioned for the future. They want to try to live in both worlds. They also can't get their story straight. Think about all the things that have happened for this team just in the last 4 months, really since the season ended, if you want to go to that route. So it is about 4 months. Mike Tomlin resigns. The owner of the football team says, when he's asked about Aaron Rodgers' status, kind of implies that Mike Tomlin resigning is part and parcel with Aaron Rodgers not being here anymore. Okay. Then they go out and hire the one guy whose track record suggests they could bring Aaron Rodgers back because he's very familiar with him. That guy, whenever he talks about quarterbacks not named Aaron Rodgers, specifically Will Howard, a player who has not taken a snap in a game that counts since a national title game 2 years ago, sings his praises up and down, while also saying he'd love to have Aaron Rodgers back. The only guy he doesn't basically praise is Mason Rudolph, who's the one dude in this entire quarterback room whose role kind of actually makes sense. Veteran backup. Guy that you can trust to go into a game and not completely barf all over himself if you need to. That same coach, by the way, subsequently, fast forward a little bit, drafts a player in Drew Aller 3 rounds earlier than Will Howard was drafted, with pretty much the rampant and unchallenged speculation that that's his guy, continues to say nice things about Will Howard, continues to also say nice things about Aaron Rodgers. We keep hearing leaks that they would love to have Aaron Rodgers back. So again, I would ask, what exactly are we doing? It's kind of maddening. Do they want to be the team that brings Aaron Rodgers in, tries to compete this year, and then sees what happens after that? Do they want to be the team that actually believes in Will Howard, but also believes in Drew Aller? At some point, you have to come to the conclusion that they lie about at least some of this stuff, and that they don't, on a similar level, also don't maybe have a unified front office, a unified mindset throughout that organization and that building as to what they want out of 2026. I don't think they have a unified plan. I think Mike McCarthy would like to develop Drew Aller. I think on some level, other people in the organization liked Will Howard. Mike McCarthy said he did to get the job. I think Mike McCarthy wants to coach Aaron Rodgers again because he thinks it can work. I think Omar Khan and Art Rooney II also want to win a playoff game, and they have convinced themselves that Aaron Rodgers can help them do that. But then again, there's the matter of Drew Aller. Where does he fit in? Does he nudge Howard to the side? Were they lying about all that? You start trying to actually put the pieces together and figure out what do they really even want to do here, and it becomes more maddening because they don't have a plan. But at least they have the GM going on the radio to say, I don't know where Aaron Rodgers is. Because somehow that's actually a relevant question that has to be asked. It reminds me of something you'd see on CNN. Remember when that kid's parents thought he was floating away in the hot air balloon like 15 years ago, and it was a big media hoax? Remember that? 7-year-old boy floating away in hot air balloon in Arizona, and then it turned out he was in their house the whole time. That was the vibes I got. We don't know where Aaron is. Oh, we've got people looking for him. We've got our best guys down at the precinct. They got an APB out on him, but I don't know what he's doing. Very silly, very unbecoming, and I think very indicative of the kind of bizarre place in which this franchise finds itself. What's your reaction to the latest twist, if you want to call it that, at 412-928-9370 on this Aaron Rodgers saga? Fan Morning Show reports it yesterday that Aaron Rodgers is going to come to town yesterday evening, stay through the weekend. It gets corroborated later by the Rappaports of the world, the Ian Rappaports. Now Omar Khan just kind of says, I don't know where he is specifically. What do you make of all of it? 412-928-9370. Let's talk to Jeff in Dormont to start it off. Hey, Jeff.
Malty, how are you?
I am exasperated but amused, and I hope that's coming through. Like, this is such a silly job that we get to do in my chair, and days like today do make me laugh because it's just so absurd. I can't possibly have imagined talking about this 3 or 4 months ago.
Breathe, brother, breathe. So here's what I'm going to say. Aaron Rodgers, I would rather write an English lit paper than watch Aaron Rodgers play football at this point in time. Our GM and our front office and our ownership has become what Neil Huntington, I'm sorry, was with the Pirates last year and for a couple years. COVID brought me back into baseball. I'm a fair-weather fan. COVID brought me back into baseball, and I love it because I get to watch 162-plus games, and the paradigm shift that the Steelers are now the Pirates it's sickening. I bled black and gold my entire life. I have no interest in watching football, and I will sit down now and watch every moment of a Pirate baseball game. And I thank Art, I thank Omar, and I thank Aaron for that. And quite honestly, it's not going to end until Art says I'm going to go to Florida for the Winners, and I'm not.
I'm going to let my son run the team. Thanks, Jeff. Coming up next, I want to get more of your phone calls on this one, 412-928-9370. Hit us up on Twitter at 93.7 The Fan. Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. What do you make of this latest twist where now you've got Omar Khan? He went on with Chris Mack on Westwood One Sports, and he said, yeah, I don't know specifically where Aaron Rodgers is, but we're having good conversations. What does that do for you as a Steelers fan? I guess the word I'm looking for is, are you as amused, but in the same breath, like, are you as deep down, like, bummed out by this absurd saga as I am? All for a quarterback who's bottom third of the league. 412-928-9370. I have another thought that's going to really, really make the diehards, I think, mad about this entire situation coming up next. I'll tell you what that is, but first, we got a gorgeous Charlie Borges fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates victorious last night over the Arizona Diamondbacks by a final score of 4-2, taking 2 out of 3 games in that set. They begin a series with the Giants tonight. First pitch scheduled for 10:15. Carmen Majinski on the bump for the Pirates. North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Jason Mackey will begin, I believe, around 9:30. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Now a message from Mr. Filipponi.
Hey, it's Pony. I'm not in today. One of the few times I can enjoy a happy hour, and the place to make that happen or any other night out with friends special is Mike's Beer Bar, especially if you're a big sports fan and a big beer fan. It's called Mike's Beer Bar, right? So you've got 80 rotating taps of awesome local craft beer made right here in Pittsburgh. All the summer beers are out, hundreds of beers from around the world, and all the games are always on. Hockey playoffs, Bucco baseball, a late one tonight. They will have it on at Mike's. So get over to Mike's today next to PNC Park. Meet me at Mike's.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by 2 Men in a Junk Truck. Cohen Market, the official crispy chicken of the Fan. Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Smale Chevrolet in Latrobe, and Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? The Thunder beat the Lakers in Game 2, 125-107. It felt like a no-sweat, very little effort-given win for the Thunder again. Seems like the Lakers have an issue more with the refs than the team that just handed them a second blowout loss in a row. It's not the officiating. The Thunder are that good. I'm Chris Black.
At Spitzer Toyota Monroeville, we know your vehicle's more than engine and wheels. This is where road trips create memories and playlists become anthems. It's also your ticket to rewards when you download the Spitzer VIP app. Every purchase and visit earns you points that you can redeem for discounts on service, parts, or a new Toyota. Plus, you'll drive worry-free thanks to our lifetime warranty. Get the perks your adventures deserve only at Spitzer. Wag more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PROMO25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PROMO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PROMO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
84 Lumber has been building America for 70 years. Whether you're a homeowner starting your first project or a pro on the job, 84 Lumber offers the kind of personalized expertise you won't find in a big box store. They're more than just lumber. From windows and doors to siding, trim, and decking, 84 Lumber has the materials you need to get it done right. With 14 locations across Pittsburgh, there's one near you. Visit 84lumber.com to find your store. 84 Lumber, your hometown building partner for 70 years.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
So I don't always reference ESPN's QBR, but I think it has its strengths. The strengths, more about run game. Quarterbacks who help in the run game and avoid sacks generally do pretty well in QBR. He's like bottom 6 to 8 quarterback in that metric in 2022, his last year in Green Bay, 2024, his last year with the Jets, and 2025, his year with the Steelers. So he was at the bottom there. It's coming off, I don't know if it's his worst PFF grade, but, one of his worst, if not the worst, last year. And I'd say, I think the previous years, the PFF grade and the, yards per attempt, were just okay. But I thought PFF last year, low. But QBR was the one that was alarming to me because it was 3 straight years, and it does a pretty good job. I don't know that QBR is the best at isolating the quarterback, but I think it does a good job of saying, are you getting air yards? Are you adding extra value on the ground? Are you avoiding negative plays? And it's very EPA driven. And the fact that he's bottom 8 across 3 different teams over a 4-year period, including an Achilles tear, I think that's the part that is kind of telling about their numbers, in addition to the decline in some of the other traditional stats as well.
That was Steve Palazzolo, the 33rd team yesterday. That's the guy they're doing this for. That is the guy that the Steelers are saying, we don't know where he is actually specifically. That's the guy who's getting like sort of the, like I said, the kid in the hot air balloon, or like, I'm trying to think of another example of like, where is so-and-so? This like, I don't want to make this like comp because it's obviously a very serious story, but like, as far as the oh my God, like drama coverage, like the OJ stuff, like he's driving, where's he going? He's going to Rockingham, all that stuff. And with Rodgers, I guess he's coming into town. I trust what the morning show heard yesterday. And then a bunch of other national people corroborated it. Notice Omar didn't say like, yeah, he's across the country. We don't know where he is. We presume, like they talked about like literally in Pittsburgh. Like he implied, I think we don't know where he is specifically. That implies they know where he is generally. And it conveniently leaves out that he might very well be here is my point. Here's what I wanted to say about this, too, because I was thinking about this in the car on the way over. And by the way, it's 2:24. Step up to the plate and call Buell Insurance, 724-443-5610. You don't wake up as a franchise one morning and say, oh, no, we've become the Cleveland Browns. Oh, no, we've become the New York Jets. Oh, no, we're a laughingstock. It's not how it works. Like, you gradually make decisions and then have some seasons that are just very underwhelming or uninspiring, and then you go, wait a minute, what are we doing here? What's the mission statement? And Colin Cowherd got a lot of flack from Steelers fans who don't, frankly, like Colin Cowherd, which is fine. He called them a more functional version of the Jets, more functional, perhaps a load-bearing column there, load-bearing phrase. They are a more functional version of the Jets, there's no doubt. They're the reigning AFC North champions. But as far as, hey, does this team seem to have its bleep together? Does this team seem to understand where it's going and how it wants to go about getting there? I do think there is plenty more area or room to criticize them on that front. You do maybe strip yourself of a little credibility if you just try to flat out say they're one of the 2 or 3 drizzling you-know-whats of the NFL. They're not. Like, the results would suggest that that's obvious. But the Raiders have a more defined direction right now, do they not? It's Fernando Mendoza's team. Kirk Cousins is going to be the guy who tries to gently wade through the athlete's foot pool at the pool before you jump in, buddy. Quarterback transition for them. The Jets don't really have a plan. They need a quarterback still. They're courting guys like Russell Wilson, allegedly, we heard. The Browns might be looking at Brendan Sorsby, so they don't have a great plan. But a lot of other teams do. They know what they're trying to do. I do think the most substantive critique you can offer up for the Steelers right now is, or towards the Steelers is, at the most important position on the field, they don't appear to have a unified clue of what they're trying to do and how they're trying to go about doing it. First, it was Will Howard might be the answer, a 6th-round gem. Now it's pretty clear he's not because of the way they've acted, in the draft even. Is it Drew Aller? Maybe. Do they even want it? They're not going to do Rodgers and 2 kids behind him, so Rudolph's probably safe. So the Will Howard stuff was probably a big fib. Is it going to be Rodgers, Rudolph, and Drew Aller? Okay. You can actually squint there, I think, and see, yeah, that's how a quarterback room should look. Even if you think their evaluations of the players aren't good. Hey, here's the starter, the veteran. Here's his veteran backup. Here's the young guy being brought along. I do think that's how it's going to shake out. So there's at least the framework of something that looks traditional there. It's just, are any of these guys any good? The one guy we know something about, well, 2 guys, is Rodgers. And I think if you were being honest with yourself, you didn't love what you saw at the end of last year. And Rudolph, who kind of is what he is now. And then Aller, who knows? Are you again, amused, but also as a Steelers fan, I think a little embarrassed and a little tired of this, as I am? Because today was just a new hilarious low for me. 412-928-9370. Nathan's up on the fan. Hey, Nathan.
Hi, Chris. How you doing?
I'm good, man. What's up?
I think it's a sense of frustration for me at this point, because I think whatever route you go, I think that we're probably going to have 8 to 10 wins regardless of if it's Rudolph. You seem to think that he'll be on the roster, which I thought was interesting because I didn't really think there was a place for him now. I thought it would be the 2 young guys and Aaron. But anyhow, I think we're really good defensively, especially in our secondary, which has been a lower point for our team recently. Mm-hmm. And I like our secondary. I'd stack them up against a lot of other top-tier secondaries in the league, which I think is really going to help us. So I see us winning 8 to 10 games regardless of who's playing quarterback. So why do we not just throw one of those young guys into the fire? I'm a Drew Aller guy. I think he has the prototypical build. I think McCarthy could get something out of him more so than Will Howard. So I think that's interesting. But that's why I just feel that I don't think there's really a place on our roster for Mason Rudolph, assuming that Rodgers comes back. And I think that we throw one of those young guys in there, and I think we're going to get the same result we would with Aaron. So that's where I'm at.
I don't think they're going to get the same result. I think the problem is they're going to get a result with Rodgers that's obviously, to some extent, marginally better than it will be if they just threw the young guys in there. But that would be a direction. That would be a choice. And I think my thesis statement, my Mulsey's creed, as it pertains to the Steelers, would be very simple and straightforward. They're going to go, it looks like, unless something weird happens, and it always could with Rodgers. They're going to go with Aaron Rodgers. That's their guy. They're going to get it done, and they're going to get some sort of deal established here, and he'll sign. That's my bet. They think they can win a playoff game with him. They won the division last year, as the YouTube commenters are reminding me. That makes you a lot better than just a functional version of the Jets, in their opinion. Did they really come close to winning a playoff game? It was about as lopsided as a game that entered the fourth quarter with a 1-point margin can be. The Texans finally found the gas pedal, stepped on it, and that was it. They're picking a direction here. They're picking a road. They're taking the road, two roads diverge in a wood. They're taking the one that I think leads to the same place. No playoff win, probably middle of the pack, because I think they have done some things that I like to the team around the quarterback position. And then having to either use a lot of draft picks to move up to be where they want to be, or taking a quarterback that is probably not their number one scouted guy on their big board next year. You put the two young guys in, you get answers on them, and you possibly get yourself in much better position to actually, if both of them stink, draft a guy you really, really like without having to do too much. They just have zero pain tolerance as an organization for a year like that. Mike is on 93.7 The Fan. Hi, Mike.
Chris, what's up, man?
Hey.
I don't know, man. This is... Do you ever hear the term, like, this is like a bunch of middle school girl drama?
Yes, it's very much reality TV or like Mean Girls, except Omar, it's... The word I would use is actually surreal. It's absurd that you're a GM going on a radio show, and I'll give Chris Mack credit. He asked a very straightforward kind of two-part question, just very direct. Yeah. Is Aaron Rodgers here, and is he going to be your quarterback this year? And when you're a GM and you have to answer, I don't know where specifically Aaron Rodgers is right now because people actually want to know that. That feels like you've lost control of the plot a little bit if you're me.
And Omar, when's the last time Omar's done a radio show interview on a Friday afternoon?
That was very strange to me, the timing of all of it. That was very strange.
Very, very intended. I mean, for a franchise, Mr. Rooney is so worried about the optics of the team if they have a losing season. Does anybody tell him what the optics look like now and have been for the last, 5 years?
That's a good point. That's a good point, Mike, because they repeatedly, and Mark Cabali is going to be in for his usual shot here coming up in about an hour and change here. And he has said, I think repeatedly, and other people have, they're not worried about the optics of this. Fine. You probably should be a little bit because it just kind of looks like a directionless sort of ship that manages to somehow get to port, yes, but doesn't really do anything after that. And it more to the point looks like a team that can't make up its mind about what it wants to be. That's the thing. Third annual Fan 5 Alarm event presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union will take place June 17th and 18th. We're currently looking for 25 fire departments that are going to benefit from this year's fundraising. So register your fire department now at 937thefan.com. I know from a programming standpoint, Content Craig is very excited about some ideas he has for that. Content Craig will also be appearing in a Chris Muller social media video that will post later today. And if any of you have ever wanted to laugh at Content Craig, I suggest you make sure you keep your eyes peeled for that bad boy because you'll have ample opportunity to. Nick Farabaugh up next for a game of Fair Game with Farabaugh. We'll ask him about the latest on this Aaron Rodgers saga. We will also get into some ball questions as well. I promise I've got a couple curious ones for Nick about things that might happen on the field as it is the first day of Steelers rookie minicamp, in case you forgot. First, you got a Charlie Borges fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
For any interested parties, the Carolina Hurricanes won 4-1 last night over the Philadelphia Flyers. They have a commanding 3-0 series lead, just like the one the Flyers had on the Penguins. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Hello, this is Sarah Botkin, president of Botkin Family Wealth Management. I've been lucky in my life, and I'm grateful to the clients who've helped make our family-owned business a success. But like most of us, my beginnings weren't glamorous. I remember Ovi and I driving home from our small wedding ceremony 20 years ago when we spotted a great-looking grill out by the dumpster of our apartment. Should we change first or grab it now, Ovi asked. Now, I said, we don't want to lose it. In the pouring rain, we loaded that dirty grill into the back of our car. Ovi in his tux and me in my white dress, and we enjoyed it for the next 3 years. In those days, Ovi would drive me to work to save on parking and to spend time together since he worked nights as a waiter. Those were lean days, but they were filled with love, and remembering them makes me appreciate our blessings today. At Botkin Family Wealth Management, we're interested in hearing your story because understanding your beginnings is an important part of appreciating what it took to get where you are today. Visit us at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. fee.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong?
I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CLEAR to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CLEAR to borrow up to $10,000. Use code CLEAR to borrow up to $10,000.
The Fan 5 Alarm, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, is back June 17th and 18th. You can nominate a deserving volunteer fire department at 937thefan.com. The Fan 5 Alarm is brought to you by Southside Plumbing and Heating, Kirkin Roofing, and Centimar on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Just 20 minutes from downtown Pittsburgh and 10 minutes from the airport, Moon Golf Course offers a beautiful 18-hole course that's perfect for players of all skill levels. Whether you're squeezing in a quick round, planning a weekend outing with friends, or hosting a golf event, Moon Golf Course delivers scenic fairways, great conditions, and a relaxing day on the links. Book your tee time today and experience one of the area's hidden gems. Visit moongolfclub.com.
Hey, it's Jason Mackey, Westminster College, class of 2006. I wouldn't trade my time at Westminster for anything. I had great professors, and I was a student athlete on the Titan baseball team. But most importantly, I didn't just graduate with a degree. I graduated with the hands-on experiences I needed for a career in the media. At Westminster College, it's an exceptional education that is genuinely affordable. Every accepted student is guaranteed a scholarship. I'm living proof that real experiences lead to real success. Visit westminster.edu to learn more.
Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale ends soon. Visit windownation.com now.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Solo Mulsey today. Pony back on Monday. Feel like I'm required to say there's no funny business afoot with Pony. He just has a commitment today. He did not quietly quit again and then come back 45 minutes later. Mark Cabali in about an hour. Right now, though, the Fan Hotline, it's presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. That is where we find excellent Steelers beat reporter for Penn Live, Nick Farabaugh, for another game of Fair Game with Farabaugh. Nick, I'll jump right in. I'm actually not going to start with an Aaron Rodgers question. Is it fair game to say that jobs cannot be won at rookie minicamp, but jobs could be lost and roster spots could be lost if you do a bad enough job at rookie minicamp?
Sure, especially if you're a UDFA. If you can't recall basic information, if you look like you're out of shape, sometimes it only takes a practice or two and you can just tell that guy don't have it. And sometimes you get a tryout player and you can say, well, that guy could be something. It's happened before. And so for sure, you can lose a job at rookie minicamp. Sometimes it's not even due to your own fault. Sometimes, as I said, there's just a guy that slips through the cracks and, hey, he's good enough, or there's a veteran punter that they're going to sign, because I think that's going to happen because there's 3 punters at rookie minicamp. There's only 1 on the roster. So I pity whoever is the victim of the punter cut, because that is going to come at some point.
Are there any answers to this question from recent years, or answers to each of those 2 categories from recent years, of somebody you can remember who you're like, oh, God, that guy is probably not going to make the team, and, oh, wow, that guy is probably actually opened some eyes here in such a otherwise low-stress setting that you can think of?
So that's interesting. One guy that I remember was a rookie minicamp tryout was Duck Hodges, and he was someone that just had flashes of ball placement that generally speaking, at least UDFA to draftable players should have. So he was kind of the one that was like, oh, okay, there might be something there at least that you could develop. In terms of the opposite of it, I mean, it became rather clear that there was a UDFA last year. I remember everyone was talking up Brock Taylor. It was a big name, and it was just like, man, he's stiff. He's a big player, but he's not really a great athlete. And you were like, yeah, this probably isn't going to work out. He lasted until like the middle of training camp, but got hurt twice and then got cut. But I don't think it was going to go anywhere anyways.
Is it fair game, Nick, to say that Omar Khan is fibbing or very specifically using the word specifically when he says he does not know specifically where Aaron Rodgers is right now?
I think that he is speaking very closely because I think they're clear that he's in Pittsburgh. I think he's in Pittsburgh. But are they meeting with him? Are they discussing contract terms? These are real questions. And I think that's the key. He doesn't know if he's, say, in Cannonsburg or if he's in Monroeville or if he's down at Big Jim's in the Run. I'm not sure he knows exactly where he is in Pittsburgh. And I don't think he's at the Southside Complex. And so I think that's ultimately what he's saying. There is Aaron Rodgers is not on South Water Street right now. And that is really what matters. So I don't think that they are meeting as it stands right now.
Is it fair game to say that Aaron Rodgers is going to get, I'm going to try to put a hard number on this to at least give you a little framework. Is it fair to say that if Aaron Rodgers signs with the Steelers again for this year, Nick, that his salary will be greater than $20 million to play quarterback?
So, okay, I'm going to say yes and no to that. And the reason I'm going to say that is I think he's going to get a guaranteed base around 18, 19 million with incentives that can push it up over that. So that's what I think the raise is. Last year was like 13 million, could gotten up to 21. My guess is he gets around 18 to 19 with incentives that can push that up to say 26, somewhere around there. So I think that's the realistic contract for him. I don't think it's going to be a super raise. I don't think it's going to be something like 26 million with the ability to get to like 33, 34. I think it's going to be more like 19, 20 with the ability to get to 26, 27 in incentives. So I still think this deal is going to be heavily incentive laden, but the base salary that he gets is going to be a bit inflated.
Is it fair game to say that Rodgers is going to agree either formally by signing or behind closed doors, the people who know will know by Monday morning that he's going to be the Steelers quarterback?
I can't guarantee that, and I don't think anyone can. And I think if the Steelers told anyone that, they'd be fibbing to you.
Well, we know that they don't mind doing that once in a while or all the time, Nick. We know.
True. They've said this before, right?
Mike Tomlin loves saying that he just openly lied to people's faces when they would ask him questions. Incredible stuff.
It is great, and they do lie. And I don't think that they're going to get an answer for sure that, hey, I'm signing this, and this, and here, this weekend necessarily. I don't think they know that for sure. I think that there's continuing talks, and I think they're intensifying as we get closer to OTAs, which are about a week away from formally starting. So I do think we're starting to get to the point. I think everyone's starting to feel out that they're starting to get to a conclusion here. But the question is, does he sign next week before OTAs, or does he wait till mandatory minicamp? I still don't think they know that for sure. So for me to come out here and say, oh, he's signing on Saturday or Sunday, I don't know that for sure, and I have not heard that.
Nick, among quarterbacks who started at least 8 games, okay, so basically half a season in 2025, Aaron Rodgers' QBR of 44.4 ranked 27th in the league. He was in between Kirk Cousins and Jacoby Brissett. Some very hilarious company there. Is it fair game to suggest, or is it fair game to say, I should say, that Aaron Rodgers will be better than a 44.4 QBR in 2026, assuming he is, of course, the Steelers' starting quarterback?
I think yes, but I don't think it's going to be significantly so. He might get to like 47.1, but it's not going to be crazy. And the reason I say is I think he'll have a little bit of a better offensive structure. They have better receiving talent. They added another really good running back in Dowdle. I think they're going to be able to utilize Freiermuth and Washington a little bit more without Jonnu Smith there. I also think Mike McCarthy, his spread shotgun look is going to allow Aaron to be a little bit more like Aaron. But Aaron is going to be what he is for the most part. He's going to get the ball out quick. He's going to dump it out. He's going to throw it between 5 to 10 yards within the line of scrimmage or fades down the sideline. So you're not changing his game so much. But I do think Mike McCarthy's going to be able to tinker a little bit enough with it where you'll get some more efficiency. And then I just think he has better receiving talent. So I think, Pittman and Bernard and those guys will help kind of accelerate that. I also think more Jaylen Warren in the passing game will help a little bit more. I think he's such a dynamic route runner. So I think that they'll have the ability to up that a little bit. But, I mean, this entire thing is like waiting for like the 23rd, 22nd best quarterback in the league. Like, that's what he is. And so I don't really think it's a dramatic change.
Nick, last one for you. I'll get one more that's not Rodgers related, but is on the field related. We had Trey Essex on earlier this week. I didn't know that Trey loves to golf and is a diligent poster of his scores, which I respect a lot, is a USGA handicap member. He said, we talked about Maxi Honachor with him, and he said he's not a project. He's not like as far away from playing a lot and being ready to go as people think. Is it fair game to say that Maxi Honachor is, in fact, much more NFL ready than maybe the initial talk after they picked him suggested that he was?
For sure. I mean, listen, he's a little green in some respects. I think the hand usage and the placement and the timing, all that's going to have to be rewired a little bit. And so is the anchoring, because he opens up his chest a little bit. But he has a few things that Broderick Jones didn't. Broderick Jones had a lot of bad habits. He would duck his head. He would cross his feet. He's a waist bender. Honachor doesn't have bad habits. I think that's the biggest thing with him. When you're looking at guys that might be a little raw, you want guys that are kind of a cleaner slate. They don't have a lot of bad habits you have to unlearn to get them to do the right thing. Honachor doesn't have bad habits to unlearn, and he has the footwork and the demeanor and the football IQ. He's only been playing this game for 5 years, remember. Very new to football. And to have great footwork based on his soccer and basketball backgrounds, to have a nasty demeanor, an aggression that he has, and to have really the ability to pick up stunts, recognize fronts already. He has a lot of things already going for him. And so there will be rough patches next year, if he starts. I don't want to sound like this guy's ready to pop in and be, a really good starter, but he's absolutely ready to start. He's just going to have to go through some growing pains that any rookie offensive tackle will. And so, yeah, he's definitely less of a project than, say, Broderick Jones was coming out, because Broderick Jones had to get footwork, hands, all that, pad level, all that had to be relearned. And so he was a multi-year project. I don't really think Honachor is on the same level as that. I think Honachor is much more ready to play and will get better the more you play him. So I'd throw him into the fire and play him.
Fair game with Nick Farabaugh of Penn Live. We love talking to him every Friday. As always, Nick, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks for having me on, Chris. Appreciate it as always.
Coming up, are you starting to warm to one Benjamin Cherington and the job that he has been doing as Pirates general manager? I have one of the more, even for me, absurd comps for what Ben Cherington is as a general manager that I am excited to share with you coming up next. First, fan weather tonight in San Francisco. Great night for baseball. I think Tony Bennett saying that the coldest winter he ever spent was a summer in San Francisco. It's not going to be that cold. It's going to be like about 62 degrees, a lot of sun. Game time out there, it'll be around 58 degrees. So you'll see everybody wearing jackets. That's because it's May in San Francisco, and that's generally what the weather does. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. A possibly ridiculous, but I think actually somewhat accurate comp for Ben Cherington as Pirates GM. How are you feeling about the job he has done with the Pirates sitting at 21-17, right in the thick of things in baseball's toughest division? We'll get to it coming up next. Quick break, and then we talk Ben Cherington and the Pirates. Matt Clement at 3:15. It's the PM team.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union has a long track record of giving back to the community. That's why they're proud to be the presenting sponsor of the Fans 5-Alarm Radio fundraiser in June that benefits local volunteer fire departments. As one of the most community-focused credit unions in our region, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union has an amazingly deep and diverse list of products and services. So keep it local and change your banking allegiance to Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Join for just $5 if you live, work, or worship in Allegheny Beaver or Butler County. Find out more at AllegiantFCU.org, federally insured by the NCUA.
Welcome. You are in the beer garden with Gene from the CD Distributing Company. Beer since 1933. This week, it's tiki time in the beer garden as Victory Brewing Company welcomes the seasonal warm weather with a tropical pina colada-inspired addition to the Victory Monkey family. Big flavors of sweet pineapple and smooth coconut in this lush and refreshing sunshine sipper brewed to help fuel the good times. Victory's latest Tropical Island Ale weighs in at 7.5% alcohol by volume, making it easy drinking with a burst of tropical hops. Tiki Monkey pairs great with salty or spicy foods like jerk chicken, fish tacos, or spicy barbecue shrimp. Treat mom this weekend with a refreshing Tiki Monkey. If you like pina coladas and beer, ask your bartender about Victory Tiki Monkey. Victory Tiki Monkey is available at better beer taverns, restaurants, and retailers near you. This message has been provided by the CD Distributing Company. Beer since 1933. Please enjoy responsibly. Cheers.
BetMGM, authorized gaming partner of the NBA, has a special offer for the playoffs. Sign into your existing BetMGM account and snag an NBA Playoffs odds boost token. Then take your shot at scoring more on your next win. Simply log in, add a qualifying bet on the NBA Playoffs to your bet slip and activate the token. If you win your wager with the token attached, you'll pull down extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars. Talk about a fast break. Make BetMGM, authorized gaming partner of the NBA, your home for playoff action with bonuses like odds boost tokens and more. Claim your odds boost token for the NBA playoffs and get in the game today. Make betting the playoffs more exciting. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days. Please gamble responsibly.
Hey, Donnie Football here. Maybe you heard 40 by the 4th last year and you thought, yeah, I should probably do that. 40 pounds gone by July 4th. That would be huge. And then you didn't. Life got loud. The calendar started moving. And the next thing you knew, it was the 4th. You're standing there in the same body, feeling the same way, wondering why you didn't call Awaken 180. That's the part that gets you, right? Knowing you had a window, just let it sit there. So this year, do something about it. Take the opportunity to lose 40 by the 4th with Awaken 180 weight loss. Because 40 pounds is not just some number on the scale. It's better sleep, less pain, more energy, clothes fitting right. And for me, it's my shirt off by the pool on my honeymoon. I dropped my first 40 pounds in under 9 weeks. The results are real, and we are real proof. And when you hit your goal, Awaken 180 weight loss gives you free support for life to help keep it off. Medication-free by the 4th is doable. Go to awaken180weightloss.com.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. The Bucks are back. You can catch the games on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage of the North Shore Tavern leadoff show and the Og, Murphy, and Prokosky reaction show is brought to you by Robert Pearson Associates, Central Outreach, Spitzer Toyota, Sir Grout, Veteran Basement Waterproofing, and Emilio's HVAC. New to Rivers Casino? Join now and earn up to $1,000 free slot play. Stop by Rush Rewards on your next visit to start earning today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Food for thought, where homemade corned beef is made fresh every single day and piled high just the way you like it. They don't cut corners. They slice perfection. From the best Reubens in town to deli sandwiches that keep you coming back. This isn't just lunch. It's tradition. Food for Thought Deli, Craig Street, North Oakland. The Deli King. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
This is the story of the one.
As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Hey, it's Pony for my friends at Comer & Cross. Does your garage floor have cracked and stained concrete? Mine did. Maybe your garage floor had a bad epoxy or paint job. A new Comer & Cross garage floor is going to transform your whole garage, and all it's going to take is one day. I love mine, and you'll love yours. If you call them right now, and you should do it, don't waste another second. They'll take 50% off your installation. So here's that number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer & Cross garage floor is the gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And just like they did for me, they will make it so easy for you. Stuff in your garage, they'll take it out. Cracks and pits, they'll fix them perfectly. It'll look just like new. And they're going to put their proprietary Comer & Cross finish on it. So I want you to call them now and get that 50% off installation. The number is 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERcross.com. It's Comer & Cross Premium Concrete Coating.
No hot water? Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Carmen Majinski, Robbie Ray are going to be your pitchers of record tonight as they get it started. I almost said Penguins and Giants. I wish the Penguins are still playing. Pirates and Giants, 10:15 from the Bay Area. First pitch here on 93.7 The Fan. North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Jason Mackey. I said that like I'm Ron Burgundy. Around 9:30 here on 93.7 The Fan. More fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet at 93.7thefan.com.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brandon brings that left-hand bat, home run potential, fit for the ballpark, history of production, and importantly, we believe still ability to play second base. That'll be the focus, going into spring training. He's working really hard this offseason to make sure he's ready to do that. All of those were reasons, certainly. I think everything we know about Brandon as a teammate, as a competitor, his character, very strong. Also, we believe he'll be a strong fit in our clubhouse. So excited to add him to the team, add him to the lineup, and get going with him. He really has been a really dependable, stable, consistent presence in the clubhouse. It's an authentic guy who's been through a lot in baseball and life, loves baseball, loves being in the clubhouse with his teammates. And so if we could find the proven left-hand bat in the form of someone who also brings those qualities, I think that's a good outcome for us.
That was Ben Cherington. First about Brandon Lau, second about Ryan O'Hearn, a pair of players who have thus far, as new Pittsburgh Pirates this year, combined for 15 homers, 48 runs batted in. O'Hearn has an 824 OPS from the left side, Lau a 941 OPS. Two objectively very good in O'Hearn's case, outstanding in Lau's case, offensive players who have already, if you go by Baseball Reference, been worth 2.1 wins above replacement for the Pittsburgh Pirates. It is Mulsey. It is solo Mulsey today on the PM team. Andrew Filipponi is off. Although I guess he was texting with Cabali earlier, and Cabali said, hey, are you am I good for my usual today? And Pony said yes, and then Cabali was very confused when I asked him the same question separately. So apparently I's not being quite dotted, T's not being quite crossed on this show. I play those clips. Those are from the time they acquired these guys. I play those to ask this. Now, we know Don Kelly is 80-82 in his first 162 games as Pirates manager. Full season, he's 2 games under 500. He's certainly got a couple of rando games in there where if they go the other way, he's 500. He probably could be 3 or 4 games above 500 at least. We've talked a lot about Don Kelly, though. I think people have kind of staked out their positions. There's an odd little group of anti-Don Kelly's fans out there, or haters. Most people think he's done a reasonably good job. To wit, the Pirates lose 4 in a row against a division rival. Oh no, we suck again. Except they didn't, because they went out and won 5 of their next 6. And so what could have been a disastrous 10 games was really just a 5-5 stretch. Teams tend to have those in the course of a baseball season. I think it's worth talking about Ben Cherington because he was under way more heat than Don Kelly. This dude, other than picking Paul Skeens over Dylan Cruz, a move I wouldn't have made, and I would have looked like an idiot for it, and a move that if he had done differently, he wouldn't be the Pirates GM anymore. Other than that, for a pretty long time, people weren't giving him much credit. Coming into the season, he was starting to get some credit for Connor Griffin's rapid ascent through the organization. I think he deserves credit for letting Griffin actually play his way onto the big club. Griffin's, it's been fits and starts, but he's been steady at short, and I think largely shown the flashes with the bat that people wanted to see. So that's gone pretty well. I played those 2 clips, though, about those 2 players because one was the rarest of things for the Pirates. O'Hearn was a straight-up multi-year free agent deal. They don't give those out very often. And Brandon Lau was traded for. And Brandon Lau, I'm wondering how many people even remember who they traded to ultimately get him in that 3-way deal. Do you know off the top of your head, Borges?
Mike Burrows.
Good job. Who did they trade him to?
They traded him to the Rays, and then the Rays flipped him to the Astros, and he has been horror awful.
Hot dog poop.
Dog water, as the kids would say.
That's right. Very good, Charlie. Charlie has to know how trades in every sport works because if you don't really know how to follow the NHL, where a guy trades somebody for a bag of pucks, 2 cups of Tim Hortons decaf, and then it gets moved around because of an offer sheet.
Chris Draper got traded for $1.
There you go. Perfect. O'Hearn was 2 years, $29 million. Like real money. Pirates went out, tried to find a guy they thought was value. They got him. Ben Cherington, just with those 2 moves alone, has had a pretty objectively good offseason, I would argue. Also in the Brandon Lau trade, Mason Montgomery, who shows flashes of being the kind of guy that if they can harness him throughout the season is going to be very useful late in games. Jake Mangum was also in that trade coming to the Pirates. I am not the biggest fan of the actual production of Jake Mangum, but he is an interesting player insofar as he can play good defense for you late in games that you're trying to close out. He is a very useful pinch runner at the worst. And if for some reason you decide to transport yourself as Don Kelly manager back to 1987 and you need to play small ball, he can probably get a bunt down. Although in Mangum's case, sometimes the full swings produce bunt-like results. That's 3 players who are contributing to varying degrees, in Lau's case to a spectacular degree, to what has been a 21-17 start. In O'Hearn's case, I think it's given them like the true professional hitter in the middle of the lineup who's never going to give away at-bats, the kind of guy you want. How do I know these guys have been hugely impactful? I don't know. Think about yesterday's ball game against Arizona.
He swings and lofts one high in the air, deep to right. And has he done it again? Yes, sir. Home run for Brandon Lau. His 10th of the season. A towering blast to right. And again, the Pirates up 1-0 in the first on a Lau home run.
So he's got 10 already. He's taken some of the pressure off O'Neal Cruz, who's come back to earth a little bit, who's a streaky hitter. Lau's been a little more consistent. I think this is almost an even more significant play from yesterday's game that encapsulates the work Cherington has so far done to put together a competitive roster.
Here's a 1-2 home. O'Hearn hits it on the ground. Past the diving try of Vargas and into right base hit. Around third, Lau. He's coming home. Throw comes in the third. Reynolds in ahead of the throw. RBI single for Ryan O'Hearn, and the Pirates tie the game at 2.
That's just the kind of play they didn't get a ton of last year. That's like a bad offense doesn't find a way to get that run in. Just professional hitter, good work. Is he going to be their most spectacular player? No. Is he even going to be, in probably a perfect world, their third best hitter? Probably not. You'd love it for it to be Lau, Cruz, and Reynolds in some configuration. But the dude doesn't give away at bats very often and hits the ball pretty hard with regularity. And so because of that, I think I still include Cruz in this. Like I said, he's streaky. They have 4 guys at the top of the lineup I think you can feel pretty good about. And depending on like what Connor Griffin is doing on a given day, depending on if it's one of the days where Marcell Ozuna is actually going to hit the baseball, they maybe have 5 guys you feel pretty good about. Nick Gonzalez right now is hitting .309. I have to include him in this conversation. Ben Cherington took a lot of flack, and he deserved it. I think pretty much every person on this station, I know I did, at one point or another has called for his job. He has put together a pretty good ball club. He's put together a pretty useful ball club. I'm not even counting Spencer Horwitz, a guy he traded for. The guy who he traded is never going to pitch again. Ever. He's done. Goodbye. Another good deal. He resisted, I think, the temptation to listen very carefully on Mitch Keller. Mitch Keller's pitched the most innings in 8 starts of any Pirates pitcher, including Skeens. Mitch Keller has been kind of a horse at the front of this rotation again. Is he ever going to be as spectacular as Skeens? No, but he goes out there, gets outs, and keeps them in games. Had another good start yesterday. I'm wondering if people are starting to warm at all to the job Ben Cherington has been doing. I'm wondering how you'd grade this year by Ben Cherington. Ozuna's been a stinker of a deal so far, there's no doubt. And it came at the expense of the most beloved player in the last 25 or so years for this franchise. But he made a massively impactful trade, a very impactful free agent signing, and has otherwise tinkered with this roster in such a way that in the best division in baseball, it looks very much up to the task so far. 412-928-9370 if you want to give Ben Cherington a grade on this year. That's the fan text line, by the way, and it's brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I'd give him like a B+ right now. I'm tempted to give him an A-. I'm dinging him because the Ozuna deal is a bad deal right now, and he has not hit, and it's getting late early. Ozuna himself, I think, probably 2 weeks ago said, I started off like crap a couple of years ago, and I hit 40 home runs. We're getting very late to that party right now. The Brandon Lau trade's up there with what? The A.J. Burnett deal and the Brian Giles deal as far as trades that have like yielded unbelievably good results for the Pirates? That's where I would put it. And really, if you're talking about significance, it's second only to Burnett. Getting A.J. Burnett in like that, the Yankees wanted him gone. The Pirates needed somebody to try to fill out innings, obviously, and hopefully change the culture, and he did. That was like a marriage of convenience. This was like a baseball trade, and the Pirates have made out way better on the baseball end of it. Lau might hit 40 home runs. He's on pace to hit like 46. They haven't had that kind of thump in their lineup since Willie Stargell. Brian Giles put up monster numbers, and they traded him for a lefty specialist, Ricardo Rincon. He played for dog crap teams. They had him and Kendall in the booth, and they admitted that their teams they were part of sucked. You can't put that much on it. You could say that is a great baseball trade in like the purest sense, but it didn't really have a tangible impact. Probably one of the most maligned dudes in the entire city sports scene, Ben Cherington, has done like a B+ borderline A- job. I'm wondering if people like are willing to give him some flowers right now, given how badly the early part of his tenure went. Carson is in Slippery Rock on the Fam.
Hey, Moldy, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's up?
So, 2 things stuck out to me big time, and the first one was O'Hearn, because when we gave O'Hearn that multi-year deal, I kind of expected, in San Diego last year, at the end of the year, he kind of started hitting a decline, and I thought he was coming back down to earth from when he went from Baltimore to San Diego on that big hot streak. And I saw the signing, and I went, you know what? He's definitely going to fill a hole. He's definitely a power bat we need. They see him as a consistent starter, maybe right field, first base, wherever, DH. I loved the signing. Now that he's on fire, I can't even give it a better grade than an A+. So I think that really carries a lot of the grade for Cherington.
See, I think the Lau trade, as much as O'Hearn has been, like I just said, he was like super professional hitter in the middle of that lineup, and it looks like he's going to continue. The Lau trade has a chance to be one if this team keeps sustaining this throughout the rest of the season. Thanks for the call, Carson. The Lau trade has a chance to be one of the best moves a Pirates GM has made in a very long time. Like, he is one of the better offensive players, period, in baseball right now. And what have we always said about pure power? It's the most expensive, hardest thing to find outside of otherwise, like what, starting pitching, elite frontline starting pitching. You usually have to draft a frontline starter. You typically have to draft a guy or make like some sort of wild blockbuster to get a guy that has anything close to 40 home run potential. He made a trade, and the only asset he gave up was Mike Burrows. And the dude who was the centerpiece coming back is on pace to hit closer to 50 home runs than 40. By any stretch of the imagination, that is a fantastic piece of business by Ben Cherington. We'll get Matt Clement's take on Cherington and a lot more. I want to ask him about Mitch Keller because you want to talk about somebody who has been steady Eddie, but it's been kind of predictable. First half good, second half sometimes for Mitch Keller of seasons. We're going to get Matt Clement's take on if he's seen anything different from Keller this year that might be longer-term sustainable. His thoughts on the job Ben Cherington has been doing as well. Matt Clement, Pirates analyst, joining me next here. Fan Twitter, @937 The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. We'll talk to Matt Clement. We'll get a Borges debrief in about 20 minutes. Yeah, that's right. You got to do one, Charlie. Don't look at me with your eyes wide like the guy in Caddyshack whose boat is about to get run through by the judges or by Smales' Dangerfield's yacht. You got to come up with something, pal. And then Mark Cabali at 3:50. Matt Clement next. Here is a fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates in action tonight against the San Francisco Giants, beginning a series in San Francisco. First pitch scheduled for 10:15. North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Jason Mackey will begin at 9:30. Carmen Majinski on the mound, a former Ben Cherington first-round pick, Carmen Majinski. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Now a message from Mr. Villaponi.
Hey, it's Pony, presented by FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, the official sportsbook partner of 93.7 The Fan. Back on a Friday to talk to you guys about getting better payouts from FanDuel on same-game parlays all NBA playoffs long. With more ways to build and more value every time you play, you can stack your picks your way for every game, every matchup, every moment. From spreads to player points to threes and more, build it all into one same-game parlay and go for bigger payouts. So, if you're betting same-game parlays this NBA postseason, bet them on FanDuel. More options, better payouts, all NBA playoffs long. Just head to FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started. Here you go. Game 3s tonight in the NBA playoffs. The Sixers only a 1.5-point favorite against the Knicks, who now are without OG Anunoby. I like Philly to protect the home court there and fight back in this series and make it 2-1. The Spurs a 5.5-point favorite on the road against Minnesota. I actually like Minnesota to win this game on the money line and an upset to go up 2-1 in that series. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Must finance HMF, low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax acquisition fee, title and plates. Not available on HEV or PHEV models. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for Tucson rebate. Not all buyers are qualifying in stock units only. Offers end 5/31/26.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai today for Memorial Day savings all month long. Take advantage of 0% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson and Santa Fe. Or receive up to $3,000 in rebates. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The NCAA announced on Thursday that both the men's and women's basketball tournaments will expand to 76 teams starting next season. Nobody asked for this. Sure, college basketball fans won't pass up more basketball. 12 games in 2 days doesn't sound terrible until you realize the teams that will be involved. Back at the end, major power conference teams sneaking in. Nobody asked for this. I'm Chris Black.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Starting out this Friday rush hour with bumper-to-bumper traffic on the Parkway East inbound starting from the Wilkinsburg interchange. Also looking at jammed lanes on the Parkway West outbound from 2nd Avenue. On the Voice of Pittsburgh 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Renzel.
This report brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Hear that? That's the sound of another savvy driver rolling into Valvoline Instant Oil Change. No hassle with appointments or dealer wait times. That's one smart bell.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller, Pony and Muller, on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
93.7 The Fan trading cards are brought to you by Baseball Card Castle, your go-to destination for sports cards, collectibles, and memorabilia. These cards have picks and stats of the Fan host. You can pick them up at Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry or anytime we're out in the community. Apparently there's an Austin Bechtold card in the works. Very exciting stuff. On the Fan hotline right now, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years, is a man who actually does have a real honest-to-God baseball card because he actually played honest-to-God baseball in the major leagues. That would, of course, be the pride of Butler, Matt Clement, joining us right now. Hello, Matt.
Hello. How are you guys? How are you doing today?
We're doing very well. How many of your own cards have you kept for yourself, like cards from each team, cards, rookie cards, all that stuff?
Well, I still get cards sent to me in the mail to sign, which is amazing to me because I'm not very important anymore. And over the years, when it first started, Topps used to send you like one of each of your cards, and then the different Fleer and Donruss and the old brands that don't exist anymore used to send them to you. So I have quite a few of them, and then through the years, I probably have close to, I would guess, 95% of my different cards that are hanging around the house.
Now, do you have a favorite where you're like, yes, they caught me a good pose there, look very athletic, look like a real badass, or like, you know what I mean? Is there like favorite and least favorite of those cards somewhere?
Well, anything where I have like a bat in my hand, or which I'm bunting one time, or maybe when I was running the bases at Double-A in Mobile, those are a little different. It shows that I was an athlete and just didn't pitch. And once upon a time in baseball, pitchers did other things other than just pitch.
Well, yesterday was the 10th anniversary of Bartolo Colon's only career home run. How's that one hit you?
Yeah, it's a funny one to watch, but a small part of me is disappointed that if Bartolo hit one out and I didn't, that hits hard.
How bad do you feel if you're the pitcher who gives that one up?
Pretty awful, probably, but who knows where Bartolo is such a popular figure, and who knows if that pitcher might have said, "Hey, let's see if I can get Bartolo a home run here." For all we know, I don't know who the pitcher was, but
hold on. Well,
that one would have passed me.
Because of the magic of Baseball Reference, I'm actually able to dig this up very quickly and find out when he actually hit the home run. It was like 9 million years into his major league career, obviously. So I should be able to get you the actual Bartolo Colon home run tracker. It happened like in San Diego, so I would just have to see which Padres pitcher. I will come back to this. I will actually ask you a Pirates question while I'm vamping here, and that's this. Brandon Lau Can you think, I mean, this team has traded it once upon a time for A.J. Burnett and Brian Giles. Can you just put into context what it means to trade for a guy like that and have him come in and have the start that he has had so far for this team offensively?
It's been amazing. And, maybe single-handedly, don't want to take it away from Skeens, but single-handedly these last two games, the first run and the first inning on a home run on a road trip, even the first game of the season, the way he came out, it's been splashy hits too, not just consistent or picking one up here, one up there late in the game. They seem like all of his home runs really matter. And seems like I haven't met him yet, but generally a good dude and a good clubhouse guy. And you talk about the trade, you got Mangum in the trade also, you got Montgomery in the trade also, who I think is, he can be wild a little bit right now, but looks like he could be one of the major X factors in this team, potentially getting to the postseason because of the electric arm. So all three of them in a trade like that, and Burrow's starting off cold, and Houston makes it look even a little bit better. But it's a really good move by Cherington, and a pretty, you can't say enough about Lau so far. He's been awesome.
The other one that I wanted to pose to you is about Ryan O'Hearn, because he signs as a free agent, and he's not got the eye-popping home run totals or OPS numbers that Lau does, but I would just imagine, put yourself in your shoes as a pitcher again. That guy in the middle of a lineup might not hit 40 home runs, but the fact that he's going to give you a tough at-bat, I feel like every time in a very professional hitter style at-bat, I would imagine that has kind of a draining effect on opposing starters, Matt.
This take from me probably is going to be surprising, but I feel like he's every bit as impactful and maybe more than the Lau in the lineup right now and what he's done. He's there every day. He's hit lefties well, which sometimes nothing against Lau. He's been amazing, but sometimes he gets the day off against lefties and doesn't play. He's been a tough at bat no matter who's pitching, and you couldn't have said it more perfectly. Professional. He's a professional hitter, a professional bat. I've been really impressed with him. Knew about him, watched him some, but now watching the Pirates day in, day out and what he brings. And also somebody that hasn't played a ton of right field in his career, to go out and do the job. He's done an excellent job in right field. I don't feel like there's many times, I can't even remember off the top of my head a time where he's misjudged the ball or done something wrong or whatever the case may be in the outfield also. He's just, again, another great dude, it seems like Lau, another great clubhouse presence. The numbers aren't eye-popping, but they're really good. And I think has been as impactful, or maybe even more than Lau, in my opinion.
Matt Clement joining us, and he is brought to you by Smale Chevrolet Latrobe, now part of the Smale Auto Group family. Don Kelly, 80 and 82 now. He's managed a season's worth of games. The circumstances under which he took over last year, a lot different, and the lineup and the roster a lot different than the one he has this year. How, Matt, would you evaluate the work he's done as Pirates manager through now one full season worth of games?
Well, how about that lineup that he started with last year?
Wouldn't call it great, Matt. Would not call that a great lineup.
It's some of those guys. Only a year removed, you have to think was that guy really on the Pirates? So he's just. I think the biggest thing about Donnie so far is it's been consistent. He's taken it like Pittsburgh's a tough blue collar town. He's from here. He's kind of put his identity on this team. You kind of get that feel in the dugout with the players, and they're rallying behind how he is. I thought last year, him getting thrown out of games and showing his players he backed them early, and he does it this year too. You're when something goes wrong and he takes the glasses off and comes to the top step, it's uh-oh, it's about to be on. He's not going to last more than another 5 minutes in this game, and that means a lot to players. It can be eyewash to somebody else if they think that way, but it means a lot to players that he has their back. I think what he's really, really stabilized to me is the bullpen, and I thought that was something that was really lacking at the end of Shelton's time, whether it was analytical moves or whatever the case may be. And Donnie's making matchup decisions, not always popular decisions, but I feel 85% of the time in unpopular decisions, he's been right at least, and I'm probably keeping that a little low, and that's not easy to do. So kind of, I guess to sum it up, he's doing it old school, like the kind of player he was and grew up in, but at the same time, he's using the new school with it. And the managers that can kind of combine those two right now, or the pitching coaches that can, are the ones that are going to be successful.
Last one for you, Matt. And by the way, it was James Shields who gave up the homer to Bartolo. Big game James served one up, man.
I mean, let's give it a 5% chance that James is like, let's see if Bartolo can hit one here. I'll give it. I wouldn't put it past him.
I'll talk about another starting pitcher then. So you've watched, obviously, keen observer of all pitchers. Do you think you've seen anything different? How would you, with Mitch Keller this year, how would you evaluate him this year, what we've seen so far? He's leading the team in innings pitched versus previous seasons from him.
The thing I noticed most with Mitch is, and this isn't going to be a take of like stuff or mechanics or anything like that, he looks like a pitcher who's pitching on a good team. And he spent most of his career pitching on a bad team. And being, pre-schemes, and even at the beginning of schemes, getting monitored for innings and starts and all this other stuff, with the whole staff on his back, because they gave, he had a pretty good contract he signed. Mm-hmm. And I think one thing that fans don't realize sometimes, and I get why they don't, players that get large amounts of money, they aren't just like, I got large amounts of money. I got all these millions of dollars. It's okay if I stink because I got the money. No, they feel worse. And he was in a situation where it was really hard for him to be really good. I remember mid-season last year talking about the ridiculous run support he had over a stretch of 6 weeks, and he was 2-9 or 2-7 or something. And kind of, I think the other part where I see a difference is we really didn't talk about him. We had talked about this multiple times on the show, talking about schemes, talking about Chandler, maybe Ashcraft, breakout, when's Jared Jones coming back? Nobody's talking about Mitch Keller. And I kind of predicted, this is when somebody, sleeping in the weeds is just kind of laying in the weeds is going to come out and, all of a sudden, oh, this guy might be an all-star. And I really feel probably I'm diving in deep here, but to me, as a former player, being in some of those situations at times, it's got to be refreshing to him to know that this lineup can score, and he's getting more responsibility. He's getting that chance the third time through the lineup now, and different things. And I really think, as I told Limits last night, I don't want to victory lap this prediction on Keller too much, because the time where he struggled, we aren't there yet.
Yep, second half.
That's July, right? But I feel when you're on a team on a sinking ship that's sinking fast, like it was the last couple of years, really fast and really bad. We talked about the lineup in May that we just talked about that Donnie took over. It's really hard when you're not getting any runs, and they might not make plays, and there's not a lot of hope, and you pitch differently in those situations. I was in some of those younger time of my career, and it was really hard. Guy gets on second. If I let him score, I'm going to lose. Not saying he did that, but I'm hoping some of his late season struggles, because when there's 2,000 people in the park at the end of August on a Sunday afternoon, and the game doesn't mean anything, and you're in the middle of losing 8 of 10 games, it's hard for your numbers not to kind of struggle along with that. And no matter how much of a professional you are, no matter how much you care, no matter what you're doing. So I'm hoping, my hope for me is that's been some of the late season stuff for him, has been the team he's been on, and this team hopefully stays in the race, does what it does, and we're going to see Mitch for the whole season.
Matt Clement, our Pirates and MLB analyst. Appreciate it as always, Matt. Thank you.
Hey, thank you.
Listen to the PM Team on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. That makes it very easy to consume this radio program. Up next, a Borges football debrief. How will it involve the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? We don't know. We just know it's coming. First, he's got a fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
There's nothing wrong with letting me make it about myself or my team. Limits does it all the time. Anyway, the Pirates in action tonight. First pitch scheduled for 10:15 against the San Francisco Giants. Carmen Majinski on the mound. They won last night 4-2 against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Mitch Keller got the victory, his fourth of the season. For more, go to 93.7thefan.com. Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Now a message from Mr. Filipponi.
Hey guys, it's Pony back to talk about my friends at Comer and Cross, and I emphasize friends because I felt like they hooked it up like a friend would do for another friend, which is what you want when you make a purchase. Are they going to treat me special? And Comer and Cross did that, and it's not because they were kind and respectful when they came to my house and did my garage floor. It's because of how they did it. It's because of how efficient they were, how professional they were. They did it in one day. They were in and out in a short amount of time. They took all of the stuff out of my garage for me in order to do the garage floor, and they did an amazing job. It's the gold standard. Guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire. Look like an epoxy job or paint job you do yourself. And right now, just for you guys out there, my listeners, this is, again, talking about friends, 50% off that installation price. So go after it today. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Make that phone call this weekend. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR. Go to COMERcross.com.
Crack open an IC Light. Clean, crisp, refreshing. A true Pittsburgh original now with a nod to the legendary Stargell Star. Praise an IC Light for the hits, the homers, and the hometown pride. IC Light, always a good call. Enjoy 16-ounce drafts during Pirates games at DJ's.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's Dorn and Jake. Before that summer heat hits, let me ask you something. Is your AC ready?
That's right, Dorn. At Southside Plumbing and Heating, we're offering preseason air conditioning maintenance inspections to keep you cool when it counts.
And here's what I love about Jake's team. No commissions. That means no upselling, just honest service.
We're family-owned, family-focused, so you get real recommendations, not corporate pressures.
Stay cool and stress-free this summer. Call my guy, Jake, at Southside Plumbing and Heating, 412-431-7455, or go to their website, southsideplumb.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-948-7878. That's 800-948-7878.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Donnie Football Debrief is right now, and it's brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread Company with over 100 years of baking experience. Donnie's not here, though, today. Charlie Borges is. Are you ready to learn more about the cream school uniforms the Buccaneers had? Or Leroy Selman? Get ready. Charles, take it away.
The Debrief, May 8, 2026. I could have gone in many different directions. I could have done the new CBA that was agreed upon between the NFL and the NFL referees, so we don't have another, what do you want to call that, debacle.
There was a referee lockout. It was called the Fail Mary game.
And both of those quarterbacks that was involved in that game both ended
played
up
for the
playing
Steelers. Yep. Just the crappy versions of both of them.
Instead, I'm going to go with a quick congratulations on a short but memorable career of former XFL quarterback Taylor Heinicke, who announced his retirement yesterday on social media. And he was the closest quarterback to beating Tom Brady and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in 2020 during their Super Bowl playoff run.
He was. Because Brady and those guys got up pretty big on the Packers, and then the Packers tried to rally with Rodgers. They couldn't do it. Heinicke gave him a game. Heinicke, very fun, classic backup quarterback. Like exactly what you want in a guy that could start maybe 3 or 4 games, like realistically, and play really well. Gamer, can run a little bit, has like a couple of throws a game that make you go, huh, maybe he actually is a starter in this league. Has a couple more throws a game that make you go, huh, So that's why he's not a starter in this league full-time. Very much like a guy that I would have had a very easy time rooting for if he had ever played for the Steelers. Like that would have been just an easy, yeah, I'm rooting for that dude. That's fun. I'm trying to think if he has any other career like high watermarks too, besides that game where they threw a real scare into him.
His one full season as a starter with the Commanders, 3,400 passing yards, 20 touchdowns, and 15 interceptions. So the TD to interception ratio kind of lends to your point where he was, oh, wow, he's
a poor man, not a poor man's. He's like a middle-class man's Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, he went 7-8 in his one full season as a starter.
Actually, is that too much love for Ryan Fitzpatrick?
Fitzpatrick had moments where...
But then he would suck. Here's the thing about Fitzpatrick. Yeah. He would suck, and nobody ever talks about all the times he actually did just kind of suck.
By the way, Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl against the Buccaneers, 26 of 49, 270 passing yards and 2 interceptions. Taylor Heineke against the Buccaneers, that same defense, went 26 of 44 through 306 yards, had 1 touchdown and 1 interception, and rushed for 46 yards on 6 attempts with a rushing touchdown.
To be pretty fair, though, Taylor Heineke, to my knowledge, was playing the game with both of his actual starting tackles healthy. I believe the story from that Super Bowl was that they were on like either tackle 3 on both sides or 2 on one side and 3 on the other for the Chiefs. And old Patty Wagon had pretty much no chance whatsoever.
He was running around wildly that entire night. But
correct.
Taylor Heineke only played 1 game. That was the thing that really came out of nowhere. He played 1 game that entire season with the Commanders, and then he was just thrown into, hey, Alex Smith isn't starting. You need to go against Tom Brady and the Bucs. Good luck. And he put up the biggest fight that championship team ever had. And he was a backup for the next 3-4 years for the Commanders, Falcons, and Chargers.
You know what that is?
And built a career pretty much out of 1 game.
That's a good way to make some decent scratch in the NFL. I'm going to dig this up right now while we're talking. How much money do you think Taylor Heineke made in his NFL career? I have it.
I would say 1, 2, 3, 4 years post that 1 game, he probably made like 25, 30 mil.
He made 20 million, 19.3.
That's not bad at all.
No.
Only you played 1 game. You started 1 full season with the Commanders, and then
he made $8 million with the Falcons over the time with them, 8.5 with them. He made 5.8 with Washington. He made various amounts of money of like small amounts of money for NFL terms. He made a nice $14,400 randomly with the Patriots in 1 year. And then he made 3.2 mil with the Chargers in his time there. I mean, that's not, if you know how to handle your money, you're pretty much set for life off of even like cut that in half almost probably, and just say he made out with like $8 million in his playing career. That's a nice little life. I'm trying to think how many other stories of there are guys who have like 1 career playoff game. Like it would have been like TJ Yates for Houston the 1 year going into New England and beating and like giving a huge scare to the Patriots in one of their prime years. Because TJ Yates of hell had to play a playoff game like that against New England, I believe, if memory serves. I'm looking him up right now too for this. Now you've got me thinking about these situations.
So the other thing that I was thinking about, the Taylor Heineke thing, how many XFL players were ever like drafted or appeared in an XFL game that ever made even a shred of a difference?
Are you talking about new XFL? Because Tommy Maddox is obviously the big one.
Yeah, I'm talking about like the new one that was around for a couple of years.
I'm sure there's more than we think. By the way, Yates didn't play against the Patriots. I don't know why I thought he did. He was the guy who came in. He's the trivia question answer. He came in after Matt Moore got knocked into another dimension by Bud Dupree when the Steelers beat the Dolphins. He actually owns a playoff win to his credit. They beat Cincy 31-10 in the 2011 playoffs, and then they lost 20-13 at Baltimore. Our guy TJ Yates did not bathe himself in glory in that when he threw 3 picks. They only lost, like I said, 20-13. If he plays a half-decent game, they probably have a chance to win. And then what I was thinking happened was the next game was when Baltimore went into New England and should have beaten them. Billy Cundiff, I think, missed the kick. Lee Evans dropped the pass. Things of that nature.
So
By the way, the referees thing that you didn't go with here is a pretty big deal because as much as we complain about NFL referees, those replacement guys were so awful.
They were terrible.
And the groundswell was the NFL, I think quietly wants to eventually make referees full-time. And I would support that. I don't know how much better it would make these guys, but it's more be in position at the right place, right time. And sometimes it's hard for these guys. I'm sure they have to be a certain level of physically fit to do it, the men and women who call these games. But I know we glossed over that. That probably is a pretty damn big deal.
Yeah. Apparently, Christian Kuntz of the Pittsburgh Steelers played for the Houston Roughnecks in 2020.
That doesn't totally shock me.
And he's been their long snapper ever since.
That's kind of one of those random ones. The thing I wonder about is how do you get on a team's radar? You know what I mean? He was so good with the Roughnecks. Long snapping, we have talked about this before on this show. Because Fake John and Robinson, who's now Fake John in Baltimore, wants long snappers to get the love and recognition that they deserve. I've just always wondered, how the hell do you break in? It seems like everybody who does it at a reasonably NFL level, they're all pretty good at snapping the ball right to the punter's chest and putting it on the money. Field goal snaps, occasionally you'll see a bad one. It just feels like to break in, you have to just never make a mistake. And then to keep your job, you have to basically never make a mistake. And I guess if you're good enough to make a couple tackles downfield, you're basically the Tom Brady of long snappers.
Here's another question for you, Mulsey.
All right, one more.
Besides Christian Kuntz,
yes,
can you name me one other long snapper in the NFL?
Oh, God, I should be able to.
I only know one.
Probably whoever the Buccaneers guy is.
No, I don't even know him.
Hold on, I have to think about this. I'm trying to think, who did Kuntz replace with the Steelers? I should know that one, but again, maybe owing to the fact that long snappers are very anonymous, I already have forgotten who he replaced, who was doing that job for the Steelers forever. I got to tap out. I can't name another one.
The only other guy that I know is Andrew DePaula. He's the long snapper for the Vikings.
No, I got nothing for you.
And the only reason why I know him is because he played for Rutgers and the Buccaneers.
Okay.
And he's a All-Pro. He's a two-time All-Pro long snapper with the Vikings right now.
The
only reason I know him is because he literally played in my backyard. That's it. I can't name another one.
I just looked up a couple. It's such it's one of those deals where it's completely anonymous while you're healthy and doing the job. And if you're not healthy, you get remember the Bengals long snapper in Trubisky's first start got injured. They had to have a guy come in to do the job, and he was snapping lollipops back there, and that's why Minka could block the field goal or whatever that would have won, or the extra point that would have won the game. Hilarious. All right, good one, Borges. Thank you very much.
You always seem surprised when I have.
No, come on now.
Okay,
don't be self-loathing. That's my job.
Okay.
Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Coming up, kaboom, Mark Cabali. What the hell's going on? Fan Morning Show yesterday breaks the news that Rodgers expected to be in town yesterday evening, and the expectation, they did take pains to say the expectation is that he would sign. Is that still going to happen? Omar Khan says he doesn't know specifically where Aaron Rodgers is. Mark Cabali will try to help us find out what the hell exactly is going on. We will ask him other Steelers questions as well. Kaboom! In next. First, quick break. Then we got a long commercial-free segment talking a lot of Steelers. It is the PM team.
Mother's Day, celebrate her with something truly special. At P.F. Chang's, enjoy a 5-course celebration experience starting at just $89.99. Featuring premium entrees like New York prime strip steak tataki, oolong Chilean sea bass, and lobster and prawn fried rice, plus the bold signature flavors she loves. It's more than a meal. It's a celebration made just for her. Reserve your table now and make Mother's Day unforgettable. Only at P.F. Chang's. Available when you dine in for a limited time only at participating locations. Offer may vary.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online
Baseball is back, and BetMGM, official partner of Major League Baseball, is bringing the high heat all season long. And all season long, you can log into the BetMGM app and receive top-tier promos that put you in the batter's box and up the excitement for America's pastime. Step up to the plate all season with Swing for the Fences, the free-to-play game where every swing could score you rewards. We're talking parlay boost tokens, odds boost tokens, same-game parlay boosts, and even bonus spins all season long. And the action doesn't stop there. Get more out of every at-bat and every inning with MLB same-game parlay boosts. Stack your picks and boost your potential payout. Plus, lock in bigger value with MLB Odds Boost tokens and MLB Parlay Boost tokens all season long. More boosts, more swings, more chances to win. Download the BetMGM app and step up to the plate today. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements.
84 Lumber is partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters, and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
It's Chris Mack with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. It's hard to look at Game 2 between San Antonio and Minnesota and think there's a path for Minnesota, even with a healthy superstar, to steal this series. San Antonio's got their Hall of Fame former head coach pulling together evil genius film sessions between games and cooking up God knows what. But Minnesota also looked in Game 2 as unmotivated and unenergetic as they've looked in these playoffs, as if they believed the 1-0 series lead on the road was enough to take control and they wouldn't get pushback. I'm willing to bet on a bounce back for Minnesota at home tonight, especially from their own big Frenchman. Whether they win or not, another thing. But I'll take Minnesota and the 4.5 points tonight in Game 3. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pittsburgh is Edgar Snyder and Associates' home. Their offices have been right here in our region for more than 40 years. They know the streets, the people, the stories. Now random law firms are showing up, billboards up and down our streets, names you've never heard of, but they can't compete, not with Edgar Snyder and Associates, their roots, their people, or their legacy. If you need help after you've been injured in an accident, call the law firm that calls Pittsburgh home, 1-800-94-EDGAR, or visit edgarsnyder.com. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is once again answering the call to help local volunteer fire departments. The 3rd annual Fan 5 Alarm, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, will take place June 17th at Wexford Volunteer Fire Department and June 18th at Robinson Town Center. We'll select a minimum of 25 volunteer fire companies to receive a deserving donation. Nominate your local VFD at 93.7 The Fan. The Fan 5 Alarm is brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, Guardian Protection, True Green, and Oakmont Bakery on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
How about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-777-1979, 800-777-1979, or biglou.com.
Summer is all about open windows and backyard cookouts. And to make the most of the season, maybe it's time to upgrade your windows and doors. At Pella Windows and Doors, we do more than just look good. We offer blinds and shades between the glass, innovative hidden screens, and smooth roll screens, features you won't find at most other window companies. And right now, get $200 off windows and $550 off doors, or 36 months 0% financing. 855-77-PELLA, PellaPittsburgh.com.
Hi, I'm Julie Bologna, and I used to bring you the weather forecast to help your family navigate your day. Now I want to help you with the forecast to navigate your life as we age. At Julie & Gray Associates, they have helped thousands of families prepare for the future. Their certified elder law attorneys can help you with important life decisions involving long-term care, asset protection, tax planning, and avoiding probate. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Target, finding something for every kind of mom and every side of mom just got easier. Does she love fashion? Take 20% off select women's clothing and accessories and find a dress she'll love to wear. Is she into the outdoors? Freshen up her favorite spot with up to 40% off planters, pillows, and poofs. Or keep it classic. Fresh tulips for just $12 and a Dossier fragrance trio for $32. Whatever mom is into, we've got it. Celebrate mom her way, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Chris Mack here to help you reach closer with Westwood One Sports. It's hard to look at Game 2 between the Spurs and T-Wolves and think there's a path for Minnesota, even with a healthy Anthony Edwards, to steal this series. San Antonio's got Pop pulling together evil genius film sessions between games. But the T-Wolves also looked as unmotivated and unenergetic the other night as they've looked in these playoffs. And I'm willing to bet on a bounce back. Whether they win or not, another thing. But I'll take Minnesota in the 4.5 tonight in Game 3. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds. You can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Want a health plan that travels with you? With UPMC Health Plan, you can access care wherever you are. That's access to UPMC doctors and hospitals, local providers, plus urgent and emergency care nationwide through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. What's more, you get 24/7 access to virtual care. All this with award-winning customer service from their healthcare concierge team. When your employer gives you a choice of health insurance plans, choose UPMC Health Plan.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Need water heater experts? Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater. There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Pump up the volume. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Starting to see some delays through Robinson Town Center on the Parkway West inbound, and 28 outbound is also looking at brake lights starting from the city. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Renzel.
This report brought to you by family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread in Pittsburgh. The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian Bread is the key to any great burger or dog. A proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian Bread will be a home run at your next party.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Taylor Heineke hangs him up after 12 years in the NFL. Was it 12 seasons, Borges? I thought it was more like 9 seasons. Either way, we just got done talking about him, so I figured I would reiterate that one. Also, you've got Pirates and Giants. Carmen Majinski, given Bubba Chandler's last outing, another chance to solidify a rotational spot. He'll go against my least favorite kind of pitcher, a fairly crafty lefty, Robbie Ray. First pitch here on the Fan at 10:15. Jason Mackey with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 9:30 or thereabouts. More fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet at 937thefan.com.
Okay, let's go. Come on. Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
Is Aaron Rodgers in town this weekend, Omar? And will he be back as the Steelers quarterback?
Yeah, I don't know where specifically Aaron is. I can tell you that Aaron and I and Coach and Aaron and Aaron's representative, we've had some good conversations since the season ended and, since Mike got hired. And, it's been positive. But, yeah, I don't know where he is at this moment. We've continue to have conversations and they're positive, and we had a good experience with him last year, and I think he would probably echo the same thing, and conversations continue.
Omar Khan still not comfortable with that whole speaking to the media thing. You could just tell. A lot of ums. I could have cut out that was 42 seconds. I could have cut out half of it. Could have made him sound very slick and polished. Mark Cabali is here on the other side of the room. Yeah. Of course, Steelers reporter, all things Steelers for the Pat McAfee Show. Kaboom is brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel, the region's premier spirit wear and sports uniform provider. And when you think team spirit, high spirits, you think Mark Cabali.
Yes.
right?
I just had to do some business with Keystone Custom Apparel for the daughter's cheerleading shirt.
There you go. That's what they do. Very perfect. All right. Can you just... Let's level set here, Mark. It's just soap opera. Do you remember the story of the kid on CNN like 20 years ago who's allegedly floating away in a balloon? And then it found out it was like a hot air balloon. And his parents like admitted it was a hoax to get like publicity or something. Very ridiculous. Like CNN had a very famous tweet that said, "Boy 6 floating away in hot air balloon." Never true. Just hearing Omar Khan say, we don't know specifically where Aaron Rodgers is, just felt like a whiff of the absurd for me. So I'll give the timeline again. Crowley reports on the morning show that they had a joint kind of show scoop, which is, and I'm going to make sure I get the framing right here. Aaron Rodgers expected to be in town tonight, meaning yesterday, expected to sign this weekend. Not definitely will, expected to. Mm-hmm. Everybody involved subsequent to that acknowledged the possibility that because this is Aaron Rodgers we're talking about, if that was his plan, he might just not do it publicly simply to twist the knife on people. So where the hell are we, in your opinion, on this situation right now, Kaboom?
Well, that's a good question.
Omar Khan's acting like, is he in Pittsburgh and I don't know specifically where he is? Is he across the country and I won't specifically say? All of that.
Well, I know they weren't informed whatsoever if he was coming or not. And that's what I reported right after the Crowley, Doran, Callus thing, because
Pat Bostic was also present for that day.
I wasn't discrediting what they were. I mean, they probably got good information, and who knows what happens. That's what you have to be very, I want to say careful, but with Aaron, anything can happen. You know what I'm saying? He could be still here. He still could come tomorrow, but they weren't aware of anybody showing up. But that's not off brand for him, man. I mean, you could very well see him just popping in, saying hello or whatever, and doing whatever you need to do, what he felt like doing if he's in town for some reason. As of, now he was not in town. Well, he was not at the facility today, and there was no scheduled meeting, and there was no
it would be a weird day to meet with
forward.
Mike McCarthy, because McCarthy's got himself tied up with rookie minicamp today.
Yeah, rookie minicamp. I mean, not only that, there's rookie dinner tonight, too. So they do have other stuff going on. But that rookie minicamp, it's not really a huge deal. I mean, you go out there and what do? You get in and out of the huddle for about an hour and 10 minutes, do a lot of individual stuff. There's not much teaching going on here, really. It's just getting everybody into the building at the same time, which made it curious of why he would show up. I mean, he's probably in town. I don't know if he's in town.
Because the Rappaports of the world, the national people who weren't
jumped
first
on it, which was weird.
Well, they jumped and said, we can confirm he's going to be in Pittsburgh. Yes, that part is true. That was the part they were all willing to go with.
So you're saying
and then Peter Schrager is the guy who took the tack of, and I can't really blame him, even though Schrager drives me nuts. Mm-hmm. He said, basically, unless I see Aaron Rodgers in front of me, I won't believe he's anywhere, because that's basically how this guy tends to operate. But the rest of the national glitterati said he is, we can confirm he's headed to Pittsburgh.
I didn't even look at the wording of it. That's key to some of this. Is he in town? Did the other people jump on?
Now we're talking about Westmoreland County here? What are we doing?
Well, what I'm saying is he in town, or is he in town with the intent of having meetings and going to the facility? That could be two very different things right there.
Oh, no, they were like talking about the literal geolocation of Aaron Rodgers, the physical location and where he was expected to be.
You tell me you're not going on a flight tracker and see if there's a flight from Malibu landing in the Allegheny County Airport? I guess you can block that now, right, with the right amount of money. I'm surprised nobody has looked at that.
So Ian Rappaport's latest on this, just basically to posterity's sake. Good Morning Football. Aaron Rodgers is set to visit the Steelers. This is 7 hours ago, a significant step towards being their quarterback in 2026. Kyle Brandt asked if the Steelers and Aaron Rodgers have had a secret understanding this entire time. Rappaport talking about that. So that's sort of the latest on him and what he's posting. Mark, can I ask another just very blunt question about all of this?
Yes.
Why are we suffering this for a guy who's probably about the 23rd or so best quarterback in the NFL?
See, I honestly, you're probably not going to like this, but I don't really blame Rodgers a lot, because once the Steelers made that decision of, hey, we're going to wait for him, right? Mm-hmm. They're waiting for him to come back. They know what's associated with that. And be honest with you, all these reports, I mean, it goes from weeks and months right now. Nothing has come from the lips of Aaron Rodgers, right? So he's taken some some shrapnel here for stuff that is out there that is not put out there by him. No, I do feel bad for him because we look at this and say, no, it's Aaron doing this again.
I don't really blame him, to be clear, because they're allowing it to happen. Once you make that decision
as an organization, you're waiting for him, then, these things tend to happen. So, sure, he could get rid of all of this by just saying,
well, there's no sign that there's been
I'm signing, and it's over, right?
There's no sign that it's been like last year where Tomlin admitted as much in the middle of the season. Yes, I knew he was coming. Like, I got my word is gold here, and I didn't say it publicly because I just didn't. They just gave that posture that they knew he would be here. We haven't gotten anything near that definitive. It's been the owner, whenever he's talked, having these moving deadlines. It's been good conversations. It's been all hinting at this. You yourself said 99.9% likely that he is going to be their starting quarterback. But it sounds like they have not been given sort of I'm going to be here. You can just basically set your watch to it. And we got Charlie Batch saying on his podcast he thinks it's a money hang-up. I think that part's the most interesting part. How much more money does this guy want to play football?
It definitely has to do with money, but I don't know if it gets to that point of 25, 30 million. It's going to be north of 15. I would say the 15 to 20 range. I don't believe he would be willing to give up the rest of his career if he really, really wants to play. And that's what all indications point to. He wants to play. Is he going to give that up for a couple mil? I don't believe that's the case whatsoever. Now, does he want to be near Kirk Cousins, Malik Willis? I would.
Wouldn't Cousins be the reasonable comp of those two just because of the age? Like, you can't. He's a smart guy. He knows that Malik Willis is getting paid on potential and because he's relatively young. Cousins is much closer to him in age.
Yeah, I mean, it could be just structure of contract too. It could be those incentives being earned. The incentives they threw to Hayward last year were ridiculously not reachable, and he never got a penny raise. If you add something into there like games played, passes thrown, something like that to get to that number, that would make more sense. Maybe he doesn't want that. But I honestly, I don't even know if he would have showed up the facility here. It's not like he's doing negotiations with.
Well, how much does he put on his? David Dunn's his rep, and he's been doing this since the 90s. And he was reportedly not happy that he took like a pretty nice deal for the team last year. Does Rodgers, though, not have enough kind of say-so in his own business that if he wanted to, he's like, I'm going to sign for this much?
I don't think he's going to sit down and say, hey, let's hash this out.
Okay.
No, I can see him coming down. He's going to still
get his agent involved somewhere.
I can see him saying, hello, what's up, Drew Aller? I'm Aaron Rodgers. Let me grab this.
Does he really have to introduce himself to Drew Aller?
You know who didn't Tom Brady always used to do that? Well, who told that story
Doran
before?
Tells the story of him being at the urinals, and he walks in, he thinks he's the first guy in the facility, and there walks in Brady and goes, Doran, I just love... They're standing next to each other peeing, and he goes, Doran, I just love to win. I just love winning. And then he gave him Ugg boots and knew his size, and Doran was blown
honestly,
away.
What I've known from Aaron, he's very meticulous like that, too. I think he had a book made of him, of the media, and different bullet points of each media individual.
Wouldn't you love to read the Pony dossier? Because that's the one I'd want to know.
Yes.
The rest of these might be kind of boilerplate, but the Pony dossier would be good there. Why does he want to play? Obviously we're all hearing he wants to do this. Yeah. Why does he want to play? What's driving at him that makes him want to come back for more? In your opinion?
Probably, obviously not money. I still think he has a chance to win. Once ago, he probably looks at. He had a good time last year. I think he had, for the most part, a good experience. And maybe some, I wouldn't say peer pressure, but the ability to come back and play with some of his buddies, like Skoranek, like
Benny Sko.
And, a bunch of those other guys he really got tight with, the Zach Frazier's, Mason McCormick's, even Broderick Jones. It's hard to give up because once you say you're done.
So you think he still likes the atmosphere? You think he still likes the whole? Guys say it's hard to quit the locker room, and they love being in there with the guys. I've heard that from a ton of people.
He outwardly portrayed last year in that locker room, even when you're just he doesn't know you're looking, seemed like he was really, really enjoying himself. The whole process of it. Now, what was behind closed doors might be different.
Just the injuries he took, like the hits he took, like I've said it as a critique because I've got to critique the player on the field, but I understand it as a guy who's almost the same age as him. Like, why on earth would he want, no matter how good of care of himself as he takes, right?
Yeah,
why the hell does he want to get hit by people? That's what gets me. Yes, your last pass, if you end it this way, would be a pick six in a playoff game where you got blown out in the fourth quarter. Couldn't do anything. But, like, you do otherwise get to walk out saying, I won a division title in a do-or-die game in Week 18 at home in front of my adopted home fans for that year.
You know how it is, man. I mean, especially in my business.
I actually don't know how it is because I've never been that kind of athlete.
No, I'm not talking about athlete. I'm talking about every walk of life here. Sports reporting guys, they just never leave, right? Even if they retire, they always do something else. You ever talk to Pomp? Pomp's like, I'm never going to retire. Then what would I do? You know? So maybe that's a point of it too, that's the only thing he really enjoys. And once it's gone, you cannot get that back. You cannot, have a podcast if you're Bob Pompiani. If you retire at KDKA, you can go do a podcast and get that same feel. You can't do that in football. What are you going to do? Go play some flag football against Team USA?
It is in the Olympics. Maybe he would study flag football and not go in there so arrogantly and get beat. Do you think there's any substantive movement on the contract front with him this weekend, based on what you know?
I don't.
And we're all trying to piece together different people saying different things, knowing that one of the most mercurial and kind of, I'm going to say this, manipulative of like narratives and everything else, people in the world is the guy we're talking about in the sports world.
Everything I've been hearing was as early as next week, and that's why even when they put out AM show put out that they said this weekend, I'm like, that seems like a little quick, but I think it will be done before OTAs. I really think he'll show up to OTAs. I think it will be done maybe that Monday. And I think that's the way it's trending towards right now.
So they would be at that point like a week and a half early on this.
Yeah.
OTAs start May 18th.
Yeah, like I said.
So he signs on Sunday or something, or the Friday before. I'll be there on Monday. I'll see you guys there.
Yeah, which didn't make much sense why there was so much put on this weekend. Because why didn't he just do it next weekend? Unless he's in town for, hey, isn't it Cam Hayward's birthday? Maybe he's having a big birthday bash. I don't know.
Mark,
you like my Bob Mitzvah the other day. No, what was it?
I said, yeah, I was the one who used Bob Mitzvah.
What did I say? I can't remember now.
First Holy Communion.
Yeah, he might be somebody's Holy Communion.
It is 4:10. Time to start your weekend off right with Archie's famous wings. Mark Cabali in studio for another half hour or so, 35 minutes or so. I will transition this. We will make a dangerous assumption, although not dangerous for you. You said 99.9% chance he's their starter. I want to know from you, Mark, why you think that they think, the Steelers, that this is going to work out differently and better with him moving forward, and how you think it could work out differently and better for him moving forward if he is, in fact, the starter. Mark Cabali, we're talking a little Aaron Rodgers and more Steelers. First, though, a Charlie Borges headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Hurricanes defeated the Philadelphia Flyers last night by a final score of 4-1 to take a 3-0 series lead in that one. Tonight, Game 2 between the Canadiens and Sabres. Puck drop scheduled for 7 o'clock, and that series is up 1-0 in favor of Buffalo. And Vegas and Anaheim, they're tied at 2. Their third game will be at 9:30 in Anaheim. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Also, a message from Mr. Filipponi.
Hey guys, it's Pony back to talk about my friends at Comer and Cross, and I emphasize friends because I felt like they hooked it up like a friend would do for another friend, which is what you want when you make a purchase. Are they going to treat me special? And Comer and Cross did that, and it's not because they were kind and respectful when they came to my house and did my garage floor. It's because of how they did it. It's because of how efficient they were, how professional they were. They did it in one day. They were in and out in a short amount of time. They took all of the stuff out of my garage for me in order to do the garage floor, and they did an amazing job. It's the gold standard. Guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like an epoxy job or paint job you do yourself. And right now, just for you guys out there, my listeners, this is, again, talking about friends, 50% off that installation price. So go after it today. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Make that phone call this weekend. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR. Go to COMERcross.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. And if Aaron Rodgers is showing up in Pittsburgh later today, it was news to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Reports were that Rodgers was making his way to sign with the team over the weekend. There comes a time when a historic and model franchise like the Steelers has to stop putting up with this, and it's obvious that it won't be this season. I'm Adam Abdallah.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Yo, it's Jay Uso from WWE, and I'm Jimmy Uso. Chumba Casino and WWE are hyped for the biggest event of the summer, SummerSlam. I know, I can't wait. There's nothing better to do while we're waiting than playing Chumba Casino. Sign up today and you could win a VIP experience with Chumba Casino and WWE for SummerSlam. So what are you waiting for? Play Chumba Casino and enter for your chance to win. Let's Chumba. Yeah.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union has a long track record of giving back to the community. That's why they're proud to be the presenting sponsor of the Fans 5-Alarm Radio fundraiser in June that benefits local volunteer fire departments. As one of the most community-focused credit unions in our region, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union has an amazingly deep and diverse list of products and services. So keep it local and change your banking allegiance to Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Join for just $5 if you live, work, or worship in Allegheny Beaver or Butler County. Find out more at AllegiantFCU.org, federally insured by the NCUA.
Rain tonight, low 50.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Rush hour delays are backing you up all throughout the city. The Parkway East inbound slows you down as you approach the Wilkinsburg interchange and head towards the city. The Parkway West inbound also looking delayed starting from the middle of Green Tree Hill. And the Parkway West and East outbound are looking at some heavy brake lights as you make your way towards the Squirrel Hill and Fort Pitt tunnels. On the Voice of Pittsburgh 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Renzel.
Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale ends soon. Visit windownation.com now.
During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, you could replace all your home's windows and get half of them free. Plus, you could get them with no money down and no payments or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
You're on the air.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
412-928-9370 is the fan text line. It's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Mark Cabali, Pat McAfee Show, Steelers Insider in studio as he is every Friday. I did the bad thing where you take a peppermint lifesaver and you think you'll have enough time before you get back on the air to eat it, especially since these ones have been kind of brittle. And now I'm just saving it in the top corner of my mouth like it's like a reverses in situation. So we'll see if I can talk without people noticing.
I have issues on Wednesday when I'm here with Starkey and Palm. The pizza comes right before.
You could have just stopped right after Starkey and Palm.
You always see me chewing while I'm.
You got to chew off Mike.
I don't really care either, but.
Fair enough. Jason, I'm nothing if not a kind of a super service type person for the YouTube chat. Jason says, "Hey, Mulsey, why don't you tell Cabali what you said back to me on Twitter?"
Yeah, why don't
I trust
you?
Crowley's reporting more than Mark's.
Ooh.
Now, that was on the topic of is Rodgers coming into town specifically, and I think you were contesting whether or not like anyone had heard anything.
Yeah.
I feel pretty comfortable right now saying he is in town, and he probably did get in last night, perhaps driving a nondescript Chevy Malibu from the
Here's
airport.
The thing. We're allowed to be down there tomorrow, so why would he show up when all of us are there?
Right. Come in early. Get here and do whatever.
I think we're allowed there at, 9, 10 o'clock. I'm not quite sure. It's early in the morning, so I don't know why he would show up there. And I don't think they do anything Sunday. I don't believe.
Well, I just wanted to make it very clear that people think that when we say things like that, we wouldn't just say them right out loud to each other. Of course.
Honestly, I would have backed Crowley too.
Well, I think like to put a pin in this for right now, Bostic too, he was there. To put a pin in this for now, I do think like the player we're talking about here, we all tend to agree he's going to sign at some point. Like the when is the only thing in question. I do think it's just funny that we're dealing with a guy who very much would be it'd be possible that he would change his plans just to make some people look like they've got egg on their face, which is it's like a deterrent. Like, don't report on me. I'll just do things the way you don't want them to be done. I'll change my own intentions just to screw with you.
Potential. I just want to know why he would be in town then if he's not going to show.
Like you said, birthday party, bat mitzvah, bar mitzvah, communion, confirmation, ayahuasca.
Closing on a house. You could do that digitally probably.
Closing? I think you can close on a house digitally.
Yeah.
In fact, when Alex and I bought our first house together, we were going on a pre-planned trip to Vegas 2 days later, and we were told you've got to get this house closed before you go to Vegas because the bank does not want to see that you are in Las Vegas spending money.
Now, here's
you are not thought of as a reliable person as much if they see you like, oh, he's in Las Vegas. There's $200 that came out. There's another $200.
Another thing is it's starting to consume, I don't know, other people, but consume me a little bit. That I'm like looking up, does Ben Skoranek have a football camp this week? Is Pat Freiermuth getting married this weekend?
Freiermuth is, I thought, later in the summer he's getting married.
So
he's getting married up in the New England region somewhere, I believe.
I'm like looking. I'm like, what? Why would he be here? I'm like trying to play detective, and then I just came up short. I guess the 48 hours have passed, so you can't get my...
So I spin this forward because I don't... As much as I had fun, just kind of ripping the soap opera nature of this to start today's show.
It's fun, though.
It is fun. I mean, I do like Lewis Black, the old guy used to be on The Daily Show. I do like doing the loosen the metaphorical tie and freak out. It's one of my fun formats of radio. Why do they feel, in your opinion, the Steelers brass, everybody, so Art on down, coaching staff, they want him back. They've made it clear they want him back. Why do they feel like it's going to work out? And I'll use the fact that QBR is basically a stat that says out of 100, if you play like when we rate you with this number, you should win about 44% of the games if your number's 44. If that's your QBR. Like Drake May, I think, had the best one in the league, 77 last year. That's pretty damn high. Most guys are in that 50s and 60s range, Mark, because that's kind of what the NFL is. Rodgers is 44.4. Why do you think they feel that bringing him back again can land them in a different place, i.e. the divisional round of the playoffs, if we're being technical, than they ended last year?
I think it's quite simple. I think it's just a whole new coaching staff. I think that is a very attractive thing for the Steelers to see what this new staff can do and what they can unlock. Not only that is they've added some pieces that maybe that QBR goes up a little bit if you have decent receivers to throw to rather than the last two games of the season when you had MVS, Thielen, Austin, whoever else.
All guys, by the way, in MVS and Thielen's case, that Rodgers wanted on the team, just to be very clear here.
Yeah, but they were limited. That tells you what the rest of the receiver cast look like.
I understand that, but whether they'll ever admit it or not, and he won't, he wanted those guys because he could trust them, and he was at that point putting trust and whether or not I think they'll be where I want them to be when I want them to be there over physical ability at that point.
Yeah. But I think the better roster, the difference of the head coach, potentially, I guess, a better offensive system, a better offensive coordinator. Not to mention, what's the worst thing can happen here? You could have a surefire 4-time MVP, a Hall of Famer.
Surefire Hall of Famer.
Surefire Hall of Famer, 4-time MVP. Just by osmosis, your two young quarterbacks just looking at how he does things. That's the worst case scenario in their eyes. Best case scenario is this new staff be able to unlock something with a better roster around them, which is a pretty good roster. There's a couple holes.
It looks better. It looks like it's getting a little bit better. It certainly is better from a skill standpoint. I would never argue that.
So give it one more shot and see. Then next year you move on with your plan of Aller / whatever.
You still kick that can down the road with those guys because ideally you're not going to see either one of them ever play a regular season snap this year. Things will have gone off the rails. Here's my question about him, Rodgers himself. I never questioned the arm. The arm is still there. There were throws that made my jaw drop late in that season. He threw into Thielen, I think, in that Ravens game.
What about the Freiermuth earlier in the season when he dropped it?
I'm just talking about late throws. Yeah. When he was in rhythm and on time, he would make throws that make you gawk and go, okay, that's why that guy's going to be an upper room Hall of Famer. He didn't want to hold the ball though. and
or couldn't he hold the ball because
hold
nobody was getting open?
on. Third quickest time to throw in the league last year. And if you take out guys who didn't play the whole year, he was the fastest time to throw guy. I went and looked this up. 2.59 seconds. So the Shadur Sanderses of the world were holding it for 3.3 basically, which is an eternity. Yes, at times he couldn't. Other times it appeared that the protection was fine and it was still, I'm slinging this thing out of here very fast. Assuming that second part doesn't change and he doesn't say, well, now I'm really in my last year, so I'll go out on my shield. How do you design a notably more different offense when that's still something he wants to do on a pretty regular basis?
Well, that's why they have the coaching staff that they have. You would imagine they would figure that out. I think a lot of people getting open quicker, too, that you were able to wait. I don't think he was able to wait very long. It was basically, you better get rid of it now, where this guy wasn't going to get open too. So I think that a lot of it will be with the scheme design of a new offense with, like I said, a pretty couple decent offensive minded coaches here that have been able to produce in their past here. So that's the way I look at it. I mean, as for, okay, maybe he doesn't want to hold on to the ball as much, but who does really? Honestly, not many want to get crushed. And I think the thought of him being immobile, it's a little bit overblown. I think he's still mobile enough and be able to. You saw him in Detroit.
He's definitely not.
He was outrunning people in Detroit.
Okay, but I'm not saying he's definitely not
Jake
the dude.
Daniels or
no,
anything.
but he's definitely not even the version of himself on that front that he used to be. Where some of his most like breathtaking throws of his whole career are him like rolling right, him rolling left, him very much on the move.
He's not me trying to roll out or something. You know what I'm saying? He
Dallas
still got some.
You know what throw I'm going to talk about here? The Dallas throw in the playoff game to which tight end was it? It's going to drive me nuts. Bubba Franks, I want to say maybe, or somebody like that. He makes a throw to basically win a game by getting them into obvious field goal range, and he's rolling left, and he throws the ball in a window about half the size of one of these computer monitors. That dude does not really exist anymore. Like, the ability to escape quickly. He gets up to top speed, fine. He can still run away, but that's just not the part of his game that it used to be.
No, I mean, I'm not saying that's part of it, but I think the thought if he's just an anchor, a rooted tree out there is just not correct. I think he's be able to move around just enough. Of course, you have to change your game and adapt to what you can do right now, but I don't think he's awful like that. I think if you get the better protection, and the protection was bad early and bad late, it was good in the middle, and you get receivers open. This is what their thinking is too, you know. Then you have some better weapons to throw to. Let's give it one more chance. You bring in guys like Brisser. You bring in guys like Dean. You still got Watt, hopefully, that they think he can get back to where he was. Highsmith, I mean, they got a lot of talent, so give it one last shot here with a guy that you know can play football rather than a guy that two backups that maybe can.
All right, speaking of those guys, hold that thought for a second. I got questions about the structure of this quarterback room and what it's going to look like coming up. Mark Cabali, last raps with him from the Pat McAfee show, of course. A bit of a source-off that developed earlier yesterday between he and the Fan Morning Show on the very hard-to-pin-down Aaron Rodgers, but we're all friends here. That's why a good old-fashioned source-off is just fun for all of us. 93.7 The Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates. We want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase. I did one last week in Lower Burrell. Those people are awesome out there. Love seeing them. That was the second year in a row. Parents and coaches, send an email to us, youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team, and 93.7 The Fan may make a stop to your field. It's brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel, and details can be found at 937thefan.com. More with Kaboom coming up next. First, here's Charlie Borges with a fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates 4-2 winners yesterday over the Arizona Diamondbacks. Mitch Keller with his fourth victory of the season, pitching 6 strong innings, striking out 4. They're back at it tonight with the North Shore Tavern. Leadoff show with Jason Mackey beginning at 9:30 before they take on the San Francisco Giants in San Fran. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Hear that? That's the sound of a car rolling into Valvoline Instant Oil Change. The sound of another savvy driver getting an oil change from trained pros. The sound of not having to leave your car while we quickly change your oil. At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, there's no hassle with appointments or dealer wait times. That's one smart bell.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof,
Call a platinum preferred roofing contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Pittsburgh Regional Transit is now hiring full-time bus drivers. It's a great place to accelerate your career. We offer great pay and terrific benefits like healthcare, paid vacation time, dental, vision, and more. We're even offering a starting bonus for those who qualify. Call 412-566-5162 to pre-register for our upcoming hiring event on May 15th, 2026. Candidates may receive an offer that same day. Go to rideprt.org/careers to learn more. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
Archie's on Carson Street in the South Side. It's Pittsburgh's premier venue to watch all the black and gold games. Taste for yourself why Archie's was voted Mid-Atlantic's wing champion. Every Monday through Thursday is wing night at Archie's. Archie's on the South Side is the official chicken wing of the fan.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by 2 Men in a Jug Truck. Cohen Market, the official crispy chicken of the Fan. Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Smale Chevrolet in Latrobe, and Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Did you know a drain that smells bad is making strange gurgling noises or is slow to drain could mean you have a blockage in your main sewer line? Don't wait for a complete backup, causing costly property damage and more extensive repairs. Call the trusted team of experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric and get your home flowing smoothly again. And if you know you need your sewer line repaired, McVeigh offers free second opinions on any sewer line repair or installation. Call McVeigh or visit callmcveigh.com to schedule an appointment.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo from family to goods arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, May 16th at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at pia.edu.
Guys, it's time to upgrade your watch game, and Louis Anthony Jewelers is the place to do it. We have precision timepieces, standout style, and a team that knows exactly how to help you make the right pick.
Have we met yet?
This Nurses Week, May 6th to the 12th, and National Hospital Week, May 10th to the 16th, we celebrate the incredible dedication of the team at Independence Health System. Around the clock, nurses and hospital employees bring skill, compassion, and resilience to every patient and family they serve, making our communities stronger. To every nurse, technician, caregiver, and support staff member working behind the scenes, thank you for your commitment, sacrifice, and humanity. We're grateful for you today and every day. Happy Nurses Week and Hospital Week from Independence Health System.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Farm Team, Solo Mulsey today. Fan Twitter, by the way, you can always hit us up there. It's at 93.7 The Fan. It's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. I got to get the Twitter number. Maybe I have to do the blue check. Because Pony's blue check, whenever he puts out our Twitter stream, our X stream, big numbers, huge numbers.
Blue check?
He's just got that huge following. People just can't wait for the next take from him. And it just has not translated today for me. And of course, we are also in the YouTube chat where people are asking me about my time as a PSL kickball player. How about this one for a claim to fame? Kaboom. And this is not like of the
good kickball.
What?
I miss a big kickball.
I miss
it has
kickball.
to be one of those dodgeball kickballs. It can't be one of those airy ones that just you kick and it comes bawards because it's so light.
No, these were like the hard rubber ones that like
Yes.
you can crush one.
Yes.
So my team was like I'm trying to think of like a baseball equivalent. We were like the Tampa Bay Rays in their prime. We were really good at run prevention, and it was always hard to score unless you played a really terrible team. I was known as maybe the greatest defensive right fielder in kickball history, in PSL history. They called me the Trap, Mark. Do you know why?
Because you got a big mouth?
No. Very, very
like that
mean,
one.
very cruel.
You weren't thinking that
Very
one.
cruel of you to say that about me. Just like in Little League, where you assume that the kid playing right field probably is the worst fielder on the team, so too did opposing kickball managers assume that whoever's in right field would be the worst player. Now, our team had a couple advantages. It was a co-ed league, so like you had to have, I think, out of your 10 people or whoever on the field, because you played right, center, left, right. So you'd have 4 outfielders, 4 infielders, pitcher, catcher, so 10. I think like 4 had to be girls, but all of our girls were good athletes who could play and who were getting after it. They'd put me in far right field, and you would watch team after team just try to kick the ball right at me for the first 3 innings. Unless they hit like a sinking, curving liner, it was getting caught for sure. It took them 3 innings, and they wasted half the game to figure out we're going to stop kicking it to right field. They called me the Trap. Team blackout kickball used to win routinely, 1-0, 2-0.
I'm a little worried that you're bragging about your kickball defense, and I haven't heard anything about your offense. And I hope you're not one of those bunting guys.
Oh no! I tried. No, I was a toe kicker.
Okay, there's nothing wrong with a toe ball.
Well, you know how you're supposed to, like soccer style, kids can really crush it. I would kick toe balls left-footed because I was a stronger left foot kicker than right foot, which is weird. But I would kick toe balls, and that was always an adventure. You'd occasionally crush one and hit it just with a little slice or tail, and you could really get some extra bases.
Some of my early childhood memories of elementary school, North Belvern Elementary School, with the rubber ball trying to kick it over the fence in the playground. I think I hit a couple out.
Speaking of those dodgeballs that were like gator skin and foam, we had to switch to those in like 3rd grade because people were just getting you want to talk about getting lit up in indoor, like the game was called pin dodge, so there were 3 bowling pins. You could either eliminate everybody's players or knock over the 3 pins lined up. I'm talking with those rubber balls, people were getting lit the hell up at age 9.
And that's what made them turn into the person they've become.
Correct.
Crack upside the head.
I may or may not have seen a girl on the other team prone. Just all I had to do was like flip the ball off of her, and I just
She probably still remembers it to this day. That's that piece of garbage Mulsey.
Julia Calder, if you're out there, I'm sorry. I'd hit you right in the face, and I didn't need to. Mike's Beer Bar Fan Beer of the Month, Lincoln Avenue Brewing's Jalapeno Machete and Sales Benefit. Save Our Strays, Pittsburgh. So very good cause there. Go see them at Mike's and grab one of those. This quarterback room, I did want to ask you this in all seriousness. I was talking to a buddy today, and we were just kicking around like the whole Rodgers drama and everything else. I said, I'm starting to get Neil Huntington vibes with the way the Steelers try to handle this quarterback situation behind Rodgers in this way. Huntington used to get ripped when the Pirates were good. He'd say, I want to try to live in both worlds, prepare for the future, but also help the present. And you're like, you can't serve 2 masters like that. Like, I can't get a handle on what they actually want to do with that position. Like, it seems now that because Rodgers is going to come back, you've said 99.9%. I agree with you there. You can't bring him back and not bring Rudolph back. You have to have a trustworthy backup, you would think. Which then you take this. They've said a million sweet nothings about Will Howard over the years, but they just drafted Drew Aller. That means one's got to go unless you think you're going to sneak that one guy through to the practice squad.
Yep.
And I don't know, definitely not going to sneak Aller through, I would think.
No, you wouldn't.
You try to sneak Howard through, and then you find out whether the rest of the league actually thinks he's worth a crap or not.
Yeah, and you wouldn't do that to Rudolph because somebody would probably pick him up, and he might just not even do it if that's the case.
I just can't figure out what they're trying to get out of it, Mark. Like, from the non-Rodgers part of this equation, I can't figure out what their goal is for this year. Like, from the guys who aren't Aaron Rodgers. I know what their intentions are.
Just to be ready next year.
Okay.
I mean, Howard lost half a season. That was huge last year, and him not being able to participate in the preseason and him not even be active until October. I was never buying the fact that, hey, we watched him on tape at the end of the year and he was really looking good. You know, I saw how many reps he would take, and it wasn't many to be able to determine anything whatsoever. So if you get to this point of next year at this time and having a legit quarterback competition, a battle with those two, with you're feeling pretty decent with one or the other, that's an ultimate win right there in my mind. I mean, I just wonder, I hate to say this, what if Kenny Pickett just stuck it out, didn't want traded? Would that have made a difference here? Would he have been the starting quarterback? Would he have had a better chance of being the...
Why would you bring him up, though? Because
Because it set him back, I think, because obviously it was a first-round pick, and you got 2 years out of him.
I understand that, but they also look at the way the rest of his NFL career has gone. The Eagles grabbed him, then saw fit to trade him. The Browns, one of the funniest things I can ever remember.
Oh, I forgot with the Browns.
Well, yeah, Mark. They acted like he was their guy at first, and all the Browns reporters were saying, this guy looks like he's going to be the starter. And then, boom, traded to the Raiders, and now he signs with the Panthers.
Yeah.
My point is there, in refuting what you're saying, it just seems like the NFL has spoken on him, and that what they've decided to say is this guy is just not a starting quarterback in any way, shape, or form.
Let's shift a little bit in saying when you miss on a first-round quarterback like that, that could not only set you back, but that just hammers home the fact that even if you win 6 games this year, maybe you have a better chance of getting a decent quarterback, but you see what happens when you
but that was a weak year. That was a notoriously weak year, and a guy who they were betting on high ceiling or high floor, lower ceiling. And I think the guys that are in this coming draft, whether it's Manning or Dante Moore or Sellers, probably my top 3 personally. I know there's
Sellers supposed to be your guy last year, and he
was, and I know people who are South Carolina fans, surrounded by one of the worst, most dysfunctional teams you could just of guys you could imagine, and it stunted him. But that's why I'm glad he didn't come out this year.
Yeah.
He's got another year to try to put starts under his belt. People will love him here because he's a ridiculous athlete. If they were to draft him, super high character guy too, like a stick it out, I'm not going anywhere kind of dude.
What about taking another swing and going the supplemental draft coming up potentially? I think they have been snooping around there, just due diligence. But I'm imagining
what would you do?
A lot of other teams.
What would you do on Sorsby?
Not. Depends what.
Do you want to know what
round it is?
Do you want to know what I don't? Well, I would think no earlier than the 3rd.
Yeah. I'd be willing
Josh
to give
Gordon
up
was
a third,
Josh Gordon was a second, and Bernie Kosar basically manipulated the supplemental draft to go to the Browns. He was the first overall pick.
Who was the one that went early? Who was a big supplement? Oh, Steve Walsh, wasn't it?
I think he did. Terrell Pryor went in the 3rd. Josh Gordon's the highest I can remember because it was maybe pun intended there with some of the wording, but he was a 2nd-round guy. The thing about Sorsby, since you brought him up, that I'll say again, and I said this yesterday, the fact that all the gambling info they've had on him is makes a ton of bets. Just small amounts.
Yeah.
That worries me way more than if I found out he put a couple big ones. Because I would be like, dude, he just sounds like he loves to bet for the love of the game. The guy just loves the action. And you can go to rehab and you can have people tell you, look, you're throwing away a potential multi-million-dollar career and a livelihood. But my goodness, if you like to bet that much, I don't know if you can just easily shake that off.
Yeah, and I don't even think in any sort of team facility, you're not even allowed to open an app or even maybe even have an app. They somehow be able to
don't they geofence it? I thought for team facilities
they
where
could.
You can't.
I'm not sure. I'm
the
sure
NFL,
they better.
The NFL just ought to make it impossible to do. We're just
unless you're in Major League Baseball.
But then these guys also will just get their balls. Then these guys will also just get their buddies if they really want to bet to place the bets for them.
It's
hey, I'll pay you back.
Some people have a sickness, but I'm all for throwing as many quarterbacks in that room as possible.
Do you think
and whoever comes out comes out? Maybe
do you think Will Howard is ultimately even on the Steelers practice squad when this season starts? Do you think he even makes it through?
If they try to get him on?
Yeah.
That's the thing. They talked him up so well.
That's
so much,
that's
and that might
the whole
be
absurdity of it.
counterproductive.
I know, but that's the absurdity of it. They I thought like all of those lines from them and then from McCarthy when he got hired, and I would have picked Will Howard earlier if I was running their draft. You picked Drew Aller, buddy. You cast your lot. We know exactly who you think is the good young quarterback on this team. The guy that you made sure they drafted within the first 80 picks.
Yeah, Will Howard. I mean, he still could. I'm interested to see what he can do, but if he comes out and has a good preseason, then you try to sneak him on the practice squad, somebody's probably going to take a flyer.
Is there any chance in the world that they would break camp if both of these young guys took their opportunity and ran with it and looked really sharp? Is there any chance in hell they would go Rodgers and then the better of the two younger guys and then a third string young guy?
I think if
because that would be putting all your eggs in the Rodgers stays healthy basket, unless you think one of those guys could actually step in and help you.
Yeah, you're gonna have to see a lot out of one of those two over the next couple months to make that decision of we're okay if it's Will Howard, Drew Aller for a couple of games here. But I think they'll be able to make that determination. I've been saying the best case scenario is one of the two young guys breaks their toe. It's out for 3 weeks, all of a sudden out for 3 months, right?
I mean, they would probably say Will Howard. They want Will Howard to turn into the operation guy because they drafted Aller much higher than they drafted Will Howard.
Look what happened. Honestly, he broke his thumb last year in early August?
Yeah.
He didn't come back till October. He could have come back before that. Just push that out a little bit. Maybe somebody else gets hurt. But you know what? Rodgers has been surprisingly healthy over his career minus the Achilles, right?
Well, he
games.
broke his wrist last year, and it always just looked so bad because he'd get tackled on it. It looked like it was an old Ace bandage. I know they had that funky, high-tech cast on it, but...
And he still has some good games down the stretch until that Cleveland / what was that, Baltimore end day?
The Cleveland game.
Cleveland-Baltimore game were awful because he didn't have any receivers.
The Baltimore game down the stretch, he made plays, remember?
Yeah. But for the most part, he didn't have if I recall.
He won
3 or 4
on this. I'll close on this and say the problem I have with that Baltimore game is that it was emblematic of whatever good games he had, where I'm like, if he's willing to make some of these shots down the field and then stand in and take the hit because it's late in the game and there's really no other choice, why wasn't he willing to do that more often during earlier parts of games the whole year? But the Patriots game very early is another example. They get off to a quick lead.
Yeah.
Nothing happens. The Patriots handle the ball like it's covered in Crisco. And then Rodgers, when he gets one chance to actually make the big play, actually does it. There are way too many games where I saw that.
Aren't you at least a little bit intrigued by the Dowdells, the Pittmans,
I'm intrigued by
use of Fryermuth, the new offensive coaching staff?
I am intrigued by them, but I'm not intrigued by them with Rodgers at the helm of it. I'm really not.
You're not just willing to say, okay, let's see what we can do here for a year.
Correct.
I am intrigued. I might be wrong, but I'm intrigued right now.
I'm not intrigued, and I bet I'll be right. Thank you, Kaboom.
Alrighty.
There's Mark Cabali, Steelers Insider with the Pat McAfee Show. The Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Fan Weather, also brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Tonight, Pirates Giants in Frisco. It'll be high 50s and clear out there, so pretty good if a little chilly weather for watching baseball. Par for the course, though, this time of year in the Bay Area. Hey, let's talk Omar Khan coming up next. Steelers have a bunch of guys from their 2023 class they've got to make some decisions on. That's a good problem to have because a lot of them played pretty well. How good of a job, outside of the bizarro world Aaron Rodgers stuff, has Omar Khan done at setting up this roster to compete more seriously in the next coming years? Let's get a little Omar Khan referendum since he did talk today. Coming up next. Quick break, long commercial-free segment on the other side. It is the PM Team.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-777-1979, 800-777-1979, or biglou.com.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a data analyst.
Hey, what model did you use for these quarterly projections?
Astrology. If Mercury's in retrograde, sales tank. If Venus is rising, we crush Q4.
You built our revenue forecast off horoscopes?
Yeah, the Zodiac never lies.
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Archie's on Carson Street in the South Side. It's Pittsburgh's premier venue to watch all the black and gold games. Taste for yourself why Archie's was voted Mid-Atlantic's wing champion. Every Monday through Thursday is wing night at Archie's. Archie's on the South Side is the official chicken wing of the fan.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich, and this is an important message for all who ride motorcycles. Accidents happen, and when it comes to motorcycle accidents, there are no fender benders. Injuries are usually severe and life-changing. If you do one thing today, protect yourself by calling your insurance agent and make sure that you have at least $100,000 in uninsured and underinsured coverage. If you have questions or if you've been injured, call us at 888-98-TWINS. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
84 Lumber has been building America for 70 years. Whether you're a homeowner starting your first project or a pro on the job, 84 Lumber offers the kind of personalized expertise you won't find in a big box store. They're more than just lumber. From windows and doors to siding, trim, and decking, 84 Lumber has the materials you need to get it done right. With 14 locations across Pittsburgh, there's one near you. Visit 84lumber.com to find your store. 84 Lumber, your hometown building partner for 70 years.
Recently, our company softball team lost the big game by 1 run. Then Dale tried to console us with the quote, "Winning isn't everything." Dale's a loser. I play to win, like early payout from Bet365. If my team goes up big, I get paid out instantly, even if they blow the lead later. Sound familiar, Dale? Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. For over 50 years, the Jim Shorkey Auto Group has been built on trust and family values. At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington, that tradition continues with great service and great deals. We have your perfect Mitsubishi, and with a 10-year limited warranty, 2 years of free paid maintenance, and 5 years of unlimited roadside assistance, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Call 724-995-3658 for warranty details.
A great lawn doesn't happen by accident. It takes the right expertise and the right team. That's why more homeowners trust True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, True Green knows what it takes to make grass look like a fairway. Their local specialists analyze your lawn, build a plan, and handle the hard work with routine visits throughout the season. And it's all backed by the True Green Satisfaction Guarantee. Visit TrueGreen.com today to get a golf course quality lawn. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy 2 get 2 free offer. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Rush hour delays are backing you up all throughout the city. The Parkway East inbound slows you down as you approach the Wilkinsburg interchange.